Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dal for the next 3 hours celebrating. What a great day it is in the city of Houston. It's a beautiful day. You see how nice it is out today?
Yeah.
Nice and cool last night when the game was over. Did you watch? You watched it home?
When the game was over. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were out
last night watching, and we had a good time.
No, because it wasn't after it rained. It was like, hey, what the hell's all this blanket of humidity? And so it must have cooled overnight.
It cooled.
Yeah.
No.
I woke up this morning. It was great.
It was nice about 7 o'clock last night. It was nice out. See, you don't even know.
No, I was outside with my dogs and all that. It was fine. It was fine.
You don't even
it
know
wasn't cool.
You don't even know what dew point is anymore.
It wasn't cool, but it was it never challenged me on that because you're gonna get a whole I'll disrupt this entire first segment.
We're talking about a Texans win over the Cowboys, not the dew point.
Serious question. Serious question. It's gonna make some of you upset. I came on here yesterday and I said, mark this down at 7:05, Dell. Texans going to score a bunch of points. They'll score in the second half. They'll do this and that. And everyone will feel totally different about everything. Do you feel totally – the Texans ended up winning 34-10. Was that the final?
Yeah, something like that.
Do you feel totally different?
I feel better with Nico there, yeah.
I do, but I don't feel as
different.
I honestly don't feel as different as I thought I was going to. And I think some of it is because I just can't get my quarterback to throw like he did last year. It's really bothering me that he's missing easy throws. This is what made him. He had elite accuracy and elite. My comp on him was Jared Goff because both of them are really accurate with great ball placement.
Very accurate,
very great ball placement. And I don't know. It's just, I think I'm just right now. I'm just too in my own head about worrying too much about CJ Stroud. Look, I'm worrying too much about CJ Stroud missing throws he made last year, and the slow people can't even enjoy a game anymore. Like they're at a point now where they can't even enjoy games. It was crazy looking at some of the things that were being said.
So
like they cannot even enjoy games because they're looking for confirmation bias throughout the game. The Texans played sloppy. They did stuff like Cooper Rush had too many yards passing against one of the defense, one of the best pass defenses in the league. And I don't think they had allowed over 250 yards this year for any single passer. I don't believe.
Passer. I don't know.
I think they're number 3.
Well, I think they're third in the league overall in defense and fourth. They were fourth, not anymore. Not after 354.
Dallas didn't run it. So
no,
they were throwing, and there was some open stuff. But the Texans also dropped about 5 interceptions. Yesterday, and this is why you need to have at least a certain standard for arm strength. You don't have to have a strong arm to play in the NFL, but you have to have at least. You have to hit the baseline, and Cooper Rush falls below the baseline. Look how many of his throws the Texans were able to get right on top of it. Like near interceptions galore and passes batted down galore. But that was a farce of a Cowboys team for sure. And they don't it is. I don't want to say they quit, but they're not even competitive.
They're bad.
It's
just a bad football team. It's just a bad. It's a bad organization. It's led by a guy who shouldn't be leading the organization. It's been years and years, and it's been decades now.
But you feel better
they haven't
with
been a good organization.
It was going to be better with Nico Collins. There's no question.
Yeah, it was better.
And you know what?
And that makes
I missed the first play of the game. I missed the first play of the game. I literally came in to hit the TV on pause, and I missed it.
Yeah. So it was for those of you that didn't see the first play of the game. CJ throws it out to Nico. Nico scores a touchdown, 72 yards. Yay. Oh, penalty flag. Laramie Tunsil was downfield. I didn't feel pissed about it, though. I mean, that would normally, if it's the end of the game and it's a close game and he does something like that, because I knew, oh, my God, this is like a hot knife through butter. That was so easy. That was simple. This is going to be a blowout, and it was. I don't know about you, but I never felt that this game was in danger. Never felt like that. Oh, here's same old Texans. They're going to give it. No, never felt any of that.
They did some of that stuff, but I wasn't worried Dallas could capitalize.
No, Dallas couldn't capitalize on anything. It's a terrible team.
There was stuff I didn't like that we'll talk about, but I think the Texans did what they're supposed to against a bad team. I still think there's still plenty. What D'Amico's going to say is they've got a lot to clean up. Because that's what D'Amico says. We've got a lot to clean up.
Well, we've got D'Amico as a matter of fact, and He and CJ. Well, CJ made a mistake last night. He missed a couple of throws, but he made a real big mistake in the post-game press conference. But first, Del, let's play. You got some D'Amico. He's got to be happy with the way that they played, and he talked about finishing. He's talked about finishing. They actually scored a second half touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they scored 2 second half touchdowns.
Yeah. Joe Mixon got the hat trick.
Yeah, Joe Mixon got the hat trick. They scored a defensive touchdown. They scored an offensive touchdown.
Barnett made up for the head slap with a defensive touchdown.
Yep. By stripping the ball and then recovering the Guyton fumble. Jalen Petrie, nice hit on Guyton.
It was like freaking like a torpedo.
Yeah, he crushed it. And Guyton shouldn't be carrying the football, just fall on a big guy. And Derek Barnett scoop and score, and the Texans scored defensively. When they did that, that was their first score, their first touchdown in the second half in 5 weeks. I put out there second half touchdown. Take that, all you Slowick haters. And boy, people are not
so
right.
So I just want to make sure that all of our listeners, if you listen to us, you know that we've got a sense of humor and we joke. Clearly, facetiousness is part of this show, especially with Dell there, who is a bit of a snarky little twit.
Yeah,
I think what people have said about you. I don't say that about you.
No, people said that.
But Abigail and other people.
Absolutely.
What did you call me?
No, people have said that.
People have said.
What did people say about me?
Sam and Abigail have said these things.
No, but what did they say?
Huh?
What did they say about me?
They call you a snarky twit. I don't know.
That's twit?
Yeah. I don't even use that word. So clearly this isn't me.
I don't know what that means.
I don't
never heard
twit.
that before.
Yeah.
But
so people say that, but this show has that already.
Yeah, people.
So if you're listening
you think
now,
Sam and Abigail use the word twit?
They did. I guess it's a Gen Z
they're
word.
British now.
I guess it's a Gen Z word.
They are studying British.
It's kind of like brat. It's twit, but it's different.
It's a twit, yeah.
So I know that when you're listening, you guys should know the tone.
Huh.
So Bobby Slowick. So to set the scene, Texans haven't scored an offensive touchdown in 5 straight games. The defense clearly scores a touchdown. Derek Barnett scores a touchdown. He goes in. It's touchdown. John, can you read what you write? And let's see if it sounds like facetiousness and like you're being sarcastic or facetiousness.
Well, I said Texans score a second half touchdown. Take that, all you Slowick haters! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point!
Yeah.
And
so clearly the joke is it was a touchdown, but it was the defense.
Right.
It's clear as day to anyone with a modicum of intelligence, and really not even intelligence. You just need to have just real, like you need to be around people. And if you're not some nerd that's just shut off on your phone the whole time, you should know.
Yeah.
You should know that that's clearly the joke. That's the joke. A defensive touchdown was scored. And John made a comment about the offensive coordinator.
Right.
Okay. That's the joke.
It's a joke. Well, it was the defense that scored. Wilbur said this.
Okay. So we got Wilbur's first up.
Chimed in. It was the defense that scored the TD. RJ in Clear Lakes doesn't count. Not by offense. Really? Yeah. Good take, John. Only one. The defense had to bail him out to make it respectable. Defending Slowick is very cringe. It was an ugly win at best. Lane said that. So there's a lot of people that didn't get it. Not by the offense. What's TF mean?
The
F. Yeah.
Not by offense. TF. LOL. Slow wit.
It's not bad, actually.
That's not bad. STFU, Slowick sucks A. Okay. I mean, it was a joke, I think. I think that was a joke.
And the thing is, depending on when they saw it, they're not even going to like the fact that they think you're talking about that tack on touchdown at the end.
Like right. They might have thought
they might see it later, go, whatever. That game was over already. Doesn't matter. That people who can't tell the difference between a joke and real are going to come after you.
Right. Well, if they thought it was after that touchdown, then I could see where they're like, he still sucks.
Yeah, I think that's where that comes from.
Oh, no. Yeah. There are people who literally can barely get through with their days.
I know.
There's just one guy that's been a long-time listener that I like. He's so in his head right now. Like, I don't think he can. I'm not sure how he functions through a day.
So, and they showed a lot of Bobby Slowick last night on the broadcast.
Well, because Troy said he wanted to get into it, how Joe Buck said at the beginning, I don't know if you could hear it. Joe Buck said, last year, this is a guy who the minute the season over was one of the hottest coaching prospects. And man, for the city of Houston, that's really changed. The fans have been all over him, and for play calling. And Troy said, "Yeah, I want to address that later." And I don't know that he did. I didn't ever hear Troy really get into it. Maybe he did, and I missed it because I was also trying to go through with the Rockets. But I didn't hear him address it. I didn't think there's always, for me, play calling is about situational. It's not about CJ throws an interception and slow it called an interception play like some people do. Right. I don't, those people are too dumb to talk to anymore.
Right.
But, or they're just too biased and whatever. But like a third and inches and you try to throw, and look, it was an off target throw by CJ. CJ should have never thrown that ball. Joe Mixon was a bully again last night. Mm-hmm. It's third and inches and you run hurry up. You just give the ball to Mixon and let him get his yard.
I didn't get that play. I didn't get that play at all.
Why are you throwing the ball, Bobby? That made no sense.
Only if you're going to go for it on fourth down. You said, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But every time
we're going to take a shot here.
I've never seen a hurry up. A hurry up always runs into a run. Always. It never runs into a pass. Apparently, I don't know, Sarge, I don't know, because he may have heard this from somebody. He said that, remember the pitch play, the wide pitch play around the goal line where Mixon got stopped? He said CJ checked into it because because I'm like, I don't know why Sarge would have said that. Like, that's a random thing for somebody to say unless you heard it.
During the game he said it? How would he know?
Yeah, during the game. That's what I don't. That's what I don't know. Why he would know that CJ checked into it unless he saw something, because basically the play was into a loaded front. Like the numbers were bad on that side. So it was near the goal line. It was one of these, the Texans can't execute near a goal line if they're too far out. They either hold, which they did again yesterday. They held and ended up having to kick a field goal. Then you had that toss play. But there's two things that I had a problem with. I thought Bobby Slick called a fine game. I didn't have any problem with it. I did have individual plays, the third and short, and then this scored a touchdown. But why in the world did he go to an 11 personnel, which is 3 wide receivers set? Tank came in. It was either Woods or Mechie came in, and they blocked down. The play was not designed to bounce out to the right. It's when Joe ran to the right, got a touchdown, and then went little on 31. Joe just made a play himself because there was penetration. What are we doing putting littles in there in a condensed formation to block again? Like, what are we doing? I thought we were done with this on Tank Dell. No, Bobby, no.
Again.
Yeah, get him out of there.
Again.
Yeah, it was a condensed formation. So I had problems with that. Those are individual things I had problems with. But the Texans, he
hates why does he hate the team? Why does he want Tank in there blocking as a guard again? I don't get that. It makes me nuts. It kind of makes me nuts. But I'm just going to have to live with it, I guess. I'm just going to have to live with Tank at guard forever. We'll hear from D'Amico and CJ's faux pas. CJ had a huge faux pas yesterday. If you don't know what a faux pas is, it's not good. But he got a good laugh out of it. And you know what? We always do. We always get a good laugh with Craig DeSurf.
Yeah, we do with Craig. So I don't laugh whenever the deals are coming out because I'm just like, oh man, look at this. And Craig, I know Todd was out visiting Craig. I'm getting ready to my lease is coming up, and I think I'm going to get into a Buick this time. I love the Chevy Traverse, love it. And they have, the Traverses. They're spoken for. People are eating them up. But the vehicle, the second one, he said, well, what else? I said, Buick Enclave. I've driven the Enclave before. It's the same type of body type and style as the Chevy Traverse. The Buick Enclave is awesome. And they got great prices on the Envision, the Buick Envision, which is what my son drives. And really all the Buicks. If you haven't seen the Buicks really over the last 10 years, but especially over the last 4 or 5 years, they are very sporty, have incredible interiors. I think the best that I've seen. The interior is really well designed and looks awesome. And they're really built to last. I talked to one of the sales reps over there, and he's like, we get no complaints about Buick. Like, rarely are they even in the shops. And that's what I'm looking for. So when you look at the APR financing rates, they have the dealer cash back incentives, the red tag sales they have available still for the rest of this month, where vehicles with red tags are extra money off of them. you really should not pass up the opportunity. Go to the website, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com, and take a look at all the vehicles they have in stock. My man's making better deals than anyone else. He gives more trade-in value. You cannot miss out on a great chance for a purchase or a lease at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
All right, time to talk about, listen, another football weekend in the and did you make any money? Did you make any money? Because if you're not on mybookie.ag, promo code bet975, then I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what's wrong with you. What is wrong with you? I don't know. All I'm saying is that you didn't take advantage of your football knowledge. If you want to take advantage of your football knowledge, you get to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. You know what's going to happen this weekend, all right? You got the Texans on a roll, kicking ass in their division now, coming up in the next couple of weeks. What? I mean, they destroy the division. So this is what you want to do. You want to get to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. You get the bonus money that you get for signing up. Get all of the plays that you can make, live in-game betting, live casino gambling with real dealers that are dealing your cards, all of this going on, and everything else that you want to bet. It's the place to play. So easy to navigate. It's a wonderful site. You'll love it. mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So some positives last night. Obviously, Joe Mixon was a huge positive.
Another 100-yard game.
Another one. Nico Collins coming, and that touchdown run was tremendous, just tremendous. Listen, Joe Mixon and Derrick Henry are the two biggest running back stories this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those are
Saquon Barkley's right there with them.
And
Saquon's been phenomenal.
They're all new additions.
Yeah, they all had something left in the tank.
I'm not sure that Joe isn't making a bigger impact than Saquon is.
Say you better take a look at all that.
Saquon's
having a bigger impact. Look at what
how many 100-yard games does Joe
have? They won
have?
like 7 in a row.
Yeah. But the Texans are 7-4, so
Joe
sorry.
missed. Yeah, no, Saquon's ahead of Joe. But they're equal. There's no difference to me. They've both been, sometimes we don't need to stack up and try to rate. They're both having massive impacts on their team.
If he continues, and by the way, there's a lot of season still left, continues this way, he's got a chance to be first team All-Pro. Joe Mixon does.
9. He's got his hands full because of the 2 names we just talked about.
He's got a tough one. Missed games. Saquon's.
He missed a couple of games, yeah.
Saquon's got nearly 400 yards more than him right now.
I don't care about Saquon.
Receiver out of the backfield, it's going to be tough.
Of course,
for Joe.
Saquon can't have as many touchdowns because of the tush push.
He's got 10 right now.
He's got 10, even with, and my boy Jalen Hurts has like 8. So Saquon could have like 16 rushing touchdowns now, but when they get to the 1 yard line, forget about it.
At back, Joe has 10. Saquon has 8 on the ground. I don't know how many he has through the air right now.
Yeah, so there you have it, kicking his ass. That's what I said.
But he has more.
And I'm not taking it back.
More receiving.
Joe
yards.
Mixon, with a lot of seasons still left, has a chance to be first team All-Pro.
Who do you think has more yards per game rushing?
More yards. Well, Saquon has huge games. He had
Saquon is averaging 113 a game.
Yeah.
That's the highest of his entire career.
Yeah.
By far. He's averaging 5.8 yards a carry. His receiving yardage. Well, he's got 2 receiving touchdowns.
You know, I know all this because I outbid you for him in fantasy football auction.
Who's Saquon?
Yeah.
Then why shouldn't you be on board with the Saquon?
Well, because
train
I'm a
too?
Joe guy. Okay, now I'm a Joe guy.
Well, no, they're both excellent. And so is Derrick Henry. All 3 of them. You're right. All of them are like. I don't know that anyone thought. Well, there was people who thought Derrick was washed up, and maybe even Joe Mixon to an extent. And they
Saquon had a lot to prove too.
Yeah, he had a lot to prove, but you just didn't know for sure because the offensive line
Bengals thought he was done.
Yeah,
to the point that we'll go with Chase Brown.
Well, and Chase is pretty good too.
Yeah,
but Joe Mixon last year, the stat was he was like worst in the league after initial contact. Well, that ain't the case.
Not
this
a lot
year.
of explosive plays.
He's a different guy.
Yeah,
he said early on this year that I think it was right after game 1, he enjoyed playing big boy football again, having someone in front of him, a back, because the Bengals are running out of the shotgun all the time and stuff. That's how they operate most efficiently with Joe. Saw that in college with Burrow. That's transitioned to the NFL. He said getting watching them get under center, having a guy block from you, or just simply heavier formations is what he was looking for, and it's worked out here.
It's worked out great. The offensive line, we got to give big ups. 1 sack, over 100 yards on the ground again. CJ had time. We got to give it up for him. They had the crucial penalty, had a couple of penalties, but not a big deal. Did not kill the team. Actually played well. I know it was the Cowboys. Did you even hear Micah Parsons' name other than them showing him on the sideline discussed it all the time?
Yeah, there's a couple times where
pressures
the rush got pretty close to him.
He had 1 tackle all night.
But yeah, no, the rush got pretty close against Titus Howard once, but it was not there was plenty of pressure on CJ, but look, it's the NFL. It gets leaky in the middle. But then once it happens everyone's assuming, like, you start looking for pressure. CJ had enough time to pass. Yeah. It's not perfect. They're far from perfect. There are issues with Juice is not a great pass protector. He's going to have to be able to move around the pocket. CJ extend and make plays. But the tackles, it was okay at tackle. Now, they're also a team who doesn't have they don't have not Trevor Lawrence. What's Lawrence?
Dexter.
No, not Dexter.
DeMarcus
Lawrence. They don't have DeMarcus Lawrence. They don't have Marshawn Nealon, their second-round pick. They don't have Sam Williams, who was a second-round pick 2 years ago. Like, they've got 3 defensive ends that are out.
Yeah. Okay.
So
we had Will Anderson.
They have. You
know what? Suck it up.
Well,
Get better
I'm not trying to do a comparison at who had the most players. What I'm saying is the Texans' offense got to face really. I mean, the Cowboys are a wreck because of injuries and just frankly poor play.
Yeah, poor caddy. Yeah, poor caddy.
How about when Settle beat Zach Martin and then
I'm going to say this. I want to say this, and about Tim Settle, and about Danico Autry, and about Derek Barnett. And listen, the Texans, and you got to give it up for Nick Caserio. And, oh, by the way, D'Amico in this final press conference last year, we're beefing up the defensive line. What did they do? They go out and get Autry. They go out and get Hunter. They go out and get Foley. They go out and get Settle. It's like, okay. And you know what happened? Look at the depth on that defensive line. Even without the rookie of the year and a guy who's kicking ass all year long, Will Anderson, they still don't miss a beat. They how many sacks did they have last night? 5 sacks last night.
Who had 5?
The Texans.
Well, they must have been all in the second half because they sucked nuts in the first half.
Wow.
They were terrible.
That's awful.
They got no pressure in the first half.
They really didn't. They didn't have much
pressure. They were
pressure.
awful. And I've made it got me a little bit pissed, but I got a little upset. I made a comment about they're going to have to go in to the second half and dial up more blitzes. They're just going to have to because they're not getting pressure for it. I thought you told me there's no such thing as adjustment, lads. I said, calling a blitz isn't an adjustment, you numbskull.
Well,
it got me all pissed off.
Every sack was by a defensive lineman last night. It wasn't. They just got after him last night much better. Settle was a problem for them. Barnett was a problem.
But they were
for
sending
them.
people in the second half.
Autry was a problem for, and Hunter was a huge problem.
They sent people a lot more in the second half. They weren't blitzing in the first half. Once you throw more bodies out there, it's easier. It's easier for somebody to get home. But there were some guys who won individual battles. Settle. Now, who else? What were the other? You had Hunter.
Autry had a beautiful sack.
Hunter had one to start the second half.
Yeah, and then he had one
now,
late.
How much did it help to have an absolute pocket sloth back there? This guy is a pocket sloth of all pocket sloths. No movement.
Yeah.
No ability to move. It helps a little bit when you have that.
Absolutely. But no, I thought that the defensive plan obviously played much better in the second half. They just did. They shut them out and they put all kinds of pressure on them. That was a huge plus. Watching, I didn't even know. I was like, we're watching Turpin run down the field with that touchdown, and 11 is chasing him, and I'm like, who's that linebacker? Why do they have a linebacker? Oh my God, that's Jeff Okudah. Oh God.
Oh yeah,
he's slow.
Opened his hips
very
early.
slow.
That's how Turpin's really fast.
Yeah.
Jeff Okudah
he
opened.
He made Okudah look
yeah,
really
Okudah's
slow.
got pretty good speed, but Turpin has elite NFL speed. They said he got almost to 23 miles an hour. He was up to 22 something. That is freaking pumping it.
Yeah.
That's 4.340 stuff. And Okudah had no chance. He poor technique, opened his hips right away, and then and then Turpin just made a basic move inside. I don't know why he was thinking he was going to funnel him to the outside. It was such a bad technique by Okudah, but I thought the same thing. Like, oh great, Jeff Okudah's back.
Okudah, yikes.
Him and Kadar Holman. I will say, of all the things, Nick Casero's done a pretty good job with roster building. The secondary is poor. He's got to do better. Like you got to have better depth.
That's one thing they have.
You can't break camp with that kind of depth.
That's the first thing they addressed this offseason. 728 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on the game. Robert, you're going to be up there first. Anybody else wants in? Let's go. You guys got your Texans game, and we haven't even touched on the Rockets. What a comeback, only to go, wah, 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 wah.
They had a big lead early.
Yeah.
Then had to come back from a big deficit. Then had a lead.
And then
they're
gave it up.
They're a ballsy team. They've got there was a lot of good things. A lot of good things to take away from that.
But you got to talk about John Daspit.
Yeah, and I'll talk about John Daspit, the personal injury lawyer. I saw there's another one who was doing stuff on Rockets games. I'm like, wait a minute, my man John Daspit was on there last year, and I started thinking about John Daspit and his phone numbers. It's easy to remember, and it is. It's 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. I'll tell you the number right now. Because what happens is when you're in an accident, one of the first things you should do if you're in a bad accident, whether it's at work or whether you are, on the roadways, you obviously need to make sure that you get medical attention. If it's something where there's an injury, you need to go get medical attention. If it's something where your neck's hurting, your back's hurting because you were T-boned or you were hit from behind because somebody was texting and this is happening, by the way, a high percentage where people are texting, don't see cars parked at the stoplight and then run right into them. That is happening at an inordinate pace, as you can imagine. And that causes a lot of injuries there when you're back, when you're not ready for it. I know that John Daspit will help you make sure and get you to the doctor, get you, if you can't afford it, make sure that you get those x-rays and the CAT scans and whatever else you need to make sure you're going to be okay. And if there's something wrong, make sure you get it fixed. And the insurance company, the other team, is going to pay for it. They're going to pay for your insurance. They're going to pay rather for all those medical exams. They're going to pay for you to get fixed. If that means physical therapy, if that means surgery, whatever the hospital stay, they're going to pay for it, and they're going to pay for your pain and suffering. They will squeeze you like you've never been squeezed before if you do it yourself. With John Daspit, they have no choice. That man is a boa constrictor. He does the squeezing. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Hey, time to talk about Saturday night. What are you doing? 6 o'clock. Baylor Bears are in town, TD-ECU Stadium. It's senior day and Houston Blue game. Oh, take that, Titans. The Cougs are going to wear blue. How's that taste? Sorry about that. You don't own blue, Titans. The city of Houston says we're wearing blue. And, oh, by the way, blue towel is going to be passed out. First 20,000 fans will receive a Houston Blue rally towel. Compliments of Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And our team will be wearing the new blue Houston uniforms. Let's show the Cougar pride. Support the team. It's Houston Blue game, senior day, last home game of the year. Time to get out to TD-ECU Stadium. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Robert's been sitting here. He's got an NFL question he wants to get in here on the show. Hey, Robert.
Good morning, gentlemen. Okay, I've noticed, and I'm going to date myself here because I still argue the Renfro catch back in the 70s. But I've noticed this year alone, I've noticed more ineligible man downfield calls than I've ever noticed before. I've noticed more in one game than I've seen in a season. Now, did they redefine the rule, or is it because of the quarterbacks are more mobile? What's the problem? Because it's not just the Texans. I noticed there were 3 calls in the Ravens game. And it's just like they were all questionable. Even now, these broadcasting teams have a rules guru, to ask, and they'll say, well, that was questionable. So what's the story?
I don't know if they have making a concerted effort this year to, cut down on illegal men downfield. And, he was like a yard and a half downfield, and I don't know. I don't know. You're right. I think there are more calls, the illegal men downfield this year. I don't know. Maybe there, sometimes there is a mandate by the league. Hey, you guys, we're not calling this. Let's get it. Let's make sure that we're calling it, and they're looking for it a hell of a lot more. It's an
RPO thing. They started doing this with RPOs because RPO is the offensive line functions like they're a run team because they don't know what the quarterback's going to do. And it becomes an issue with them getting downfield. But there's a lot of, like throwing those little side screens. They don't want – you can go sideways, but they don't want you, to get up the field and make contact before the ball is thrown, beyond the line of scrimmage. I get it. I know why they're doing it. They don't want the offense to have too big an advantage when it's outside of what the rules are. But you're right. Every year they'll tell you sometimes it's going to be a quote unquote point of emphasis.
Yep.
And when you find out point of emphasis, all it is they're just going to call a rule tighter. They're going to call it to the letter of the law. I didn't hear that this was going to be a point of emphasis.
I didn't either.
Now, what I did hear was point of emphasis is going to be where you line up. They weren't going to let tackles line up anymore. And I don't see that being called anymore. Do you? The illegal line, I don't see it, not with the Texans at least, where the tackle can't line up back too far.
I think they're doing a better job of it, though.
I think, the point was made.
Yeah.
Like, you guys do this, and we're going to call it multiple times in the same series if we need to. Stop trying to cheat against defensive ends. You can't align yourself in the backfield. So, now that was a point of emphasis. I don't know if the rest are.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, Robert. But yeah, it was a crap call. You know what else? I don't know. It's so ticky tack. That call. What wasn't ticky tack was the big hit that they put on. Was it Schoonmaker caught that ball and Petrie hit him with his shoulder?
Yeah, legal.
It was legal,
and
they called a foul. Unfortunately for Jalen Petrie, he'll probably get fined for a big hit. And even if it's not illegal, sometimes you get fined and stupidly.
Yeah, but the refs missed the first series offensively, first or second. There was a clear lateral on a pass to Dowdell. Yeah. There was a clear lateral, and they blew it dead. Like, it was so clearly a lateral,
right.
And they didn't. There was no challenging. There was no nothing, which would have moved the ball back 5 yards.
Well, once they blew the whistle, you're screwed.
Yeah, you actually are.
Yeah.
And then, so they clearly missed that one. There was another one that Troy Aikman even brought up that the Texans got away with it. They got away with a 5-yard penalty when it should have been an interference. And Troy brought in Terry McCauley and said, Terry, shouldn't that be an interference? He goes, yeah, he was down the field and contact was made. So yeah,
right. With the ball
was in the air. It should be an interference.
Right.
And they just move on, and you start realizing they're stacking these up, man. Like, the officials are missing basic stuff.
It's bad. It is bad. Travis wants to get in here and talk about the Texans. Hey, Travis.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, it was a win, but it was kind of ugly. Another bonehead call, that 3rd and inches in the fourth quarter, and he throws it. I mean, give it to the running back, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And I was going to elaborate what you just said on that Petrie hit. And they need to come up with some sort of 5 challenges a year on personal fouls like that, because the rules expert guy on TV even clearly said it was not a legal hit.
Right.
So,
yep. No. Yep. Well, if you start judging, and those especially, college always review targeting. And that obviously they thought that it was a blow to the head. Otherwise, they're not going to call that, because he did hit. He hit him in the shoulder with his shoulder pad.
They anticipate a lot of these, and if it looks like a hard hit, you're getting a penalty.
Yep, right.
It's been that way forever.
He got penalized for hitting a guy hard. That's what he got hit.
But it was a clean hit.
And you could argue it's a defenseless receiver.
By the way, do the Texans? I think you have to go back to Jerry Glanville's Oilers to see a defense that flies to the football with more aggression. Like Alshair's, you'll catch friendly fire from that guy. He'll just fly in and hit anything in the way. It just doesn't matter.
Why is Kamari Lassiter out? Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward is the same way. Yeah. Alshire knocked out Autry for a few plays. Yeah. Autry's leg, I'm like, oh, God, I hope he's okay, because Alshire's just flying in there. Petrie literally came in and hit. It was the hardest hit of the game was on the offensive lineman who picked up the ball and fumbled.
Oh, yeah, Guyton.
On Tyler Guyton. So it was like the Texans, I will say this, D'Amico Autry has a team full of guys who hit now. Yep. They fly around and they hit. Sometimes it's a little out of control, and you wish it'd be under more control, but boy, do they run around and smack.
I think we have to get used to the fact, and I know that they're awfully talented offensively. They did lose Diggs. I mean, that's a huge loss for them. But I think we have to get used to the fact that maybe this is a defensive football team. They're really good defensively.
Well, but they're not. This is the weird thing is
they are.
They look good statistically, but how many big touchdown plays do they give up? Long touchdown passes, and how many long would-be touchdown passes have they nearly given up? Way too many. Another long touchdown pass yesterday, and they give up, and they have so many opportunities for bigger touchdown passes throughout the year where quarterbacks miss. I mean, it was more in the first half of the season, but Aaron Rodgers missed a couple in that game against the Jets.
He did.
And so I think this it's a weird combination of, I think they're a good defensive football team, but then they have really bad reps on the back end sometimes, where they just give up, they just get beat for deep balls and deep touchdowns that you don't associate with good teams.
Well, yards per game, the Houston Texans are
fourth. They're low in yards per game.
Fourth in the league. Passing yards per game, they're sixth in the league. Rushing yards per game, they are.
But go look at the amount of long.
They're only giving up 108 per game.
Explosive touchdowns.
2, 4, 6. Yeah, but okay.
I mean, that's scoring points. Look, I would rather have a team that
points
gave up
per game. They're giving up 21.5, which is top 12.
Middle of the pack. It's all right.
11th in the league.
It's all right. But the problem is you can't give up explosive touchdowns.
11th in the league.
You're fine giving up yards. You know what Bobby Slowick gets no credit for? The amount of yards his offense gets. You don't care, because what's it about? Scoring. Conversely, you don't want to allow long touchdowns, because that's what will get you beat. You don't want to give up those explosive touchdowns, and the Texans gave up another one. So it's a weird combination of, I think they're good, but then they have this really huge hole where they give up long explosive plays through the air, and that's not that'll get you beat against in the playoffs. That'll get you beat.
Yep. Obviously something they have to clean up, but man, it's a swarming defense. It creates more havoc than any defensive team in the NFL. The 33rd team put that out, and they did it again last night, that the Texans were the biggest havoc creators in the NFL. So, I think, you're right. Despite the long touchdowns that they give up, I think if you can cut that down, this defense is going to be something that's going to be dealt with in the postseason.
Yeah, I think they're one. I think they're maybe a core. Well, they may just be one cornerback away. Where Petrie doesn't play on the back end really. So if they wanted to play two high safeties and you got another talented like a Jaquan Brisker or Brian Cook or somebody like that, like other teams have that are in drafts every single year, you found the right safety, and it could be a guy who could run a little bit. It could be Operation Lockdown because you got Bullock ranges and intercepts everything.
Well, yeah. Oh, and he dropped that one last night. Holy crap. Holy cow.
Wow.
That would have been. Yep. Time to talk about, I don't know what you were doing while you were watching the game.
He might have run for a long touchdown.
No.
Because he had a running start.
Yep. And I almost spilled my Coors Light when he dropped that ball, but I didn't. Thank you. I thank you for my discipline and my courage to hold on to my Coors Light during that play. Okay. And here's the deal is if you're somebody that is courageous enough, you want to try something. Yeah. Courageous. That's what I said, Del. If you're courageous enough to get on out there and put yourself on the line, put yourself out there and drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light, then you're with me. Then you're one of my peeps. Today we're going to be playing golf because it's a beautiful day. And we're going to be drinking cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. It's what we're going to do. Do you know why? Because it's another day. That's right. And that means Coors Light for everybody. Let's go. I'm going to keep Texas chill. You know what? It's going to be nice, a beautiful day out there. I'm going to keep it chill. Why don't you keep it chill by drinking cold, clean, refreshing Coors Light? Climb on, brother. At some point.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, before we get a couple more calls in here, let's play the CJ bite. CJ talking about, and CJ made a little mistake here in the post-game press conference. Immediately cleared it up because it would have been a headline, okay, if the offensive line is why we win and lose. And here's CJ last night.
Them boys, they're the heartbeat of our team. O-line and D-line are the reason why we win and lose. Excuse me, not why we lose. They're the reason why we win. Take it off the record. Slip up. They are the reason why we win. But yeah, I mean, it's up to us to play complimentary football. And, you know, a lot of times they get the blame, but it's not for them to blame. It's myself, you know, sometimes, you know, not getting the ball out on time and just mis-IDing or things like that. So, you know, when those guys are humming and, you know, we're playing on time, doing what we're asked to do as a philosophy, you know, then it's hard to be beat.
I worry that we're not able as a general
as a race
public to enjoy anything anymore because we're so upset about either play calling or offensive line play, and we're always looking for that confirmation bias to say, see, I knew it, that we can't even enjoy a win like this. I mean, this is the Cowboys, and I know Cowboys are terrible. Cooper Rush is not good. All that stuff that goes with it. But, I mean, it's just this feels like a joyless season right now. Do you think
No,
that?
I don't feel that way.
You don't feel that way? Okay.
No, not like a Bill O'Brien season. No.
Well, no. Okay. Nothing was – well, I fundamentally did not like the guy running the show because I didn't think he was – I thought he was just for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah.
I just feel like maybe it's me. I had really high expectations for him, and I feel like – now, granted, you know that was only the second game that Nico and Joe Mixon have played together, right? The second game all year that those two guys have played full reps with each other.
First week.
Full seasons. Wow. Second week is when Joe got hurt, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then he was out for, 3? And then Nico was down. So that's only the second game all year. Okay.
So let's see what let's see what happens with all those guys together. You got Kenyon Green up out of there. So let's see what happens there. Let's see what happens when Lassiter. I guess you've only had one game where you've had Lassiter. You know how many games you've had where Christian Harris has been on the field with those guys?
None,
zero. It's clear he's not coming back.
I'm looking at this differently. I'm not as I'm obviously a little disappointed because there were so many more. The high expectations were so much higher than what we're seeing. But I really feel like they're going to get it together. I do. I feel like they're going to put it together down the stretch, and they're going to be a really good football team, and they're going to regain the confidence of not only us here, but nationally, everybody feels like the Texans are underwhelming.
It's fine.
And that's fine.
The perception may be less of a target on your back then. That's fine. It really doesn't matter what we think of them. It really doesn't matter what the national public. That's just perception. Perception means nothing when it comes to winning a game or losing a game. All that matters is that D'Amico holds guys accountable. D'Amico keeps those guys up and engaged. That's really all that matters. Go out there and tackle in an open space. It really still is an execution. It's not sexy to say that, but it is an execution sport. When guys are open, CJ's got to hit him. He's got to read hot. When you got a ball coming to you, you got to secure it and make contested catches. Mixon's doing here. I don't know what else. I don't even know what I could possibly say to Joe Mixon. With Slowick, sometimes you got to know when to get a little tricky and when to just play your cards the way they're supposed to be played. Like a third and short, you don't run it, you don't throw it. You just run the ball when you're running like that.
Well, so
although people also complain, he ran right in the middle. He's not even so predictable. Well, but Joe was murdering them yesterday.
Yeah, well, got one text from somebody. He said, hey, there were 8 in the box, so it was the right call to throw the ball as opposed to running Joe Mixon. No, sometimes you just got to put a body on a body and win for a half a yard, for third and inches. Sometimes you just got to win. You got to win your battle. That's all. There were 8 in the box. You still run.
I wish we could quarterback sneak.
Huh?
I wish we could quarterback sneak.
No, we're not doing that.
I know, but I wish we could.
CJ.
Well, don't we have can't Tegan Cotoriano do it or Devin White or somebody?
Yeah, we could do that.
Can we? Yeah, one of those bullies. Right. Just do nothing but take snaps. Nothing but take snaps for 4 days. Snap. Make sure in practice that they're used to taking snaps, and then just use some bully to do it. You know, Andy Reid has his tight ends do it all the time. Kelsey, Noah Gray. They have other teams will have tight ends go in motion and then under the center and then they score.
Yeah. San Francisco does that. Yeah. A lot of teams do. All right, let's get Chris in the Woodlands in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, so when we drafted Stingley, I was a little down, obviously, because Sauce was so amazing and Stingley was hurt all the time. But I want to apologize to Derek. He's had a great year. He's been playing really well. So having said that, I wanted to ask, if we have the 26th through, let's say, 29th pick this year in the draft, gun to your head, I know we have offensive line problems, and John, you've talked a lot about needing secondary help. What do you guys go with? Do you go offensive line in the first round, or do you go secondary? Now, thanks, guys. Love the show.
I'm going cornerback. I'm going corner.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see what the board looks like, but I would probably go corner too, because typically you need to find your corners inside the first 3 rounds, and you'd like to do it inside the first 2 with offensive linemen, and especially guards. What you need, you can find starters in rounds 3 through 5. So the odds are, if you're drafting in round 1, you're going to find. Now you'll probably find the top guard on the board, maybe the second guard on the board at that spot. But I think I'd rather have corner, because ultimately you still have to beat Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. I mean, these guys can throw, and they're eventually, some of them have better targets than others. You got to be able to cover those guys. You're going to have too many long touchdowns this year, or potential long touchdowns through the air. It just makes more sense that you get a better. Well, I don't know either. I mean, I would get corner, but if DeMeco Ryan says no, Lassiter's a dude and Petrie's a dude, because they are dudes, but are they right to cover downfield against all the combination of receivers that you're going to see?
Yeah.
Does it make sense for Petrie to be mismatched on the slot against a Devontae Adams? Is that one of your favorite matchups?
You need another cover corner, because you're in nickel most all the time.
So you just get rid of Jimmy. They just extended Jimmy. What are you doing with Petrie? He's not taking Petrie off the field.
No, he's not taking Petrie off the field, but Petrie can play as what he is. He's a safety, and you have 3 corners on the field. I mean, he's a safety. Play him as a safety.
So then Jimmy's off the field.
No, you got 5 DBs.
No, I know, but you've got
Jimmy, Petrie,
Bullock,
and 3. Well,
no, Caden Bullock's got to play.
They switch now.
No, but
Caden Bullock plays about 45% of the play.
No,
50%.
Caden Bullock plays.
Well, last week against the Lions, he played very little. You know that, right?
Bullock? No.
Yes, because they had a running. Yes, he played. He didn't
but
play half the game.
Bullock is a single high safety. I don't know. You don't have a single high safety other than him.
Listen. You got 2 safeties on the field, and Jimmy Ward and Petrie, and you play 3 corners. That to me makes a hell of a lot more sense than what they're doing with Petrie.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, Jimmy Ward is super limited. Petrie super limited.
Jimmy Ward isn't there half the time.
No, but when he does play, he's a box safety. Neither one of those guys are back end guys. You got to have a back end guy. That's Caden Bullock. I don't even know you. To me, Jimmy Ward is superfluous. Go find another safety. Let Jimmy be a great leader and a part-time.
Yeah, except they just extended him. So
but he's not. Doesn't make you the best you can be, and he's always hurt.
Yeah,
he's always hurt.
I agree 100%. And I still say, to me, he asked the question. I go get a corner.
I do too.
Jamie wants to talk about the crowd. What do you say, Jamie?
Hey, double rods, guys.
Double rods.
Born and raised in Houston. I hadn't lived there in 20 years. Moved to Dallas about 14 years ago. I had to raise my boys here, but I gave them the speech about being surrounded by sheep, how sheep are stupid, right? And so I raised them to be the wolf, right, in the pack of sheep. So diehard Texans fans, man, we've lived here for a long time. It's tough sometimes being surrounded by the Cowboys sort of fanatics, but I wanted to give a shout out to the crowd last night. The H-Town crowd showed up, man. It was really huge. I mean, sea of red, Texans fans all over, man. The concourse, all in the seats, louder than the Texans fans. And I got to tell you, man, I coming to work on a day after a game like this would have been tough had we lost. But I'm repping my Texans gear in the office today, and love the crowd that showed up. So anyway, shout out to my brother who showed up, drove up from Houston, and just to all the H-Town fans who were out. So, man, I just want to make that plug.
Nice. All right, Jamie, we appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, they showed up last night. There's no question. Nice job. Nice job. Especially, you could hear when the first play of the game, place was going nuts. Now, the visiting team will tend to be in the stadium before the home team does, before the home team gets there. But it was loud. I mean, I think even didn't Joe Buck and Aikman make reference to it?
About
the crowd, about the Texans there.
Oh yeah,
they did a nice job.
That's almost inconceivable that a Cowboys stadium could be filled up with Texans fans.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were bolting in the third quarter, like they were getting out of there. They don't want to be there. They already know this is a dead year. Like, you literally are dead team walking. There's dead coach walking, lame duck coach. It's going to continue to be terrible for Dallas. I made a comment yesterday on Twitter that I'd like to see Dak Prescott call plays. I know he did that some in a preseason game at one point, I guess. I'd like to see Dak Prescott. He's not going to play all year long. Maybe it helps him have a better feel and understanding for the position if he's up there, if he's helping to install the offense on a Tuesday and come up with a game plan and call plays. Why not have Dak call plays one game? Why not? I mean, whoever the offense coordinator, the whole staff's going to be cleared out after the year's over anyway. Let Dak call play. Let him install an offense, go through what he wants to let him have that process so that he understands the concepts better and the offense better. Let him call plays for a week. Why not? What's the difference? You suck anyway.
Well, there you have it. You suck anyway.
Yeah.
759 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, Bullock's playing 51 plays a game. Jimmy Ward's playing 47. And Jalen Petrie doesn't come off the field. He's playing 57.
Yeah, he's the nickel. He's
57.
a corner. He's not a safety. They're playing all the plays.
He's playing 94% of the snaps. Is Jalen Petrie? Is what he should. I mean, no, he's the guy. But here's the thing: is Jimmy Ward is never healthy. So, but I you know what? Get another cornerback, because Jeff Okudah shouldn't be on the field. That's why you need another cornerback right there. Why you need windows? Why you need a new window guy is because of Gulf Coast windows. Because your windows may not be very good. I don't know where you are with your windows, but if it's loud outside, if it's warmer near your windows than it is in the rest of the house, that means that hot air is getting into your home. You're losing money because you have to cool it more because of your windows aren't as good. If you're worried about your security because they're not great windows, well, they're easy to break into. Gulf Coast windows, not so much. Nope, double pane, double strength. They're unbelievable. They're the best windows in the market. If you go to the showroom, you're going to be amazed, not only at the windows, but the doors as well. Fantastic. You're going to be like, wow, this is impressive, because they have the best windows in the market. They do the best insulation, Pinnacle Award for service, to Pinnacle Award for just the business that's been around for 36 years. This is what Jim Fumey has done all of these years and continues to do. You're looking for the best window in the market? GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, GulfCoastWindows.com. So I don't know if any of you had a problem with it, but second series of the game, 4th and 3, kick the field goal, go up 2 scores. What are you doing? 4th and 3.
The analytics, John, tell you to go.
I mean, what's the deal?
They tell you to go, so he went.
Late in the game, the Cowboys are down 2 scores. They go for it on 4th down instead of making it a 1-score game. What is wrong with coaches?
And that was after taking the 64-yard field goal off the board?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I could see the Cowboys doing it because the belief is, can we get down here again? I would understand from them, are we going to really be able to drive down the field the way they were playing? But I'm not sure why D'Amico just didn't take the field goal.
You got to make it a 1-score game.
It's not how they think anymore.
Yeah. Well, taking it. I mean, you're talking about on 4th and 4.
Yeah.
Stupid. You got to make it a 1-score game because you can get a fumble return. A strip sack by Micah Parsons. You can get an interception return for a touchdown. You can get just an interception on that side of the. But you could have, I don't know, Dameon Pierce do something stupid on a kickoff.
You don't have a chance until you make it a 1-score game.
Yeah.
You don't have a chance.
This idea, you don't. There's never consequences of actions.
No,
never considered.
What did you think on the second series by the Texans? They go for it on 4th and 3 instead of kicking a field goal, making a 2-score game.
I would against most teams. I think it's really a nod to having no fear of the Cowboys because against all other teams, I'm taking a 3. I'm going up 10. The flip side of that is saying, well, then why not go up 10 on a bad offense and put them in boat race mode where they're not going to catch up? That made sense. I would have been okay either way. We talk about being conservative. Then we want people to be aggressive. Then we want them to be conservative. It's almost like you can't win if you're D'Amico and sometimes Slowick with the decision making of how aggressive you're going to be on 4th down. Everyone loves it when Dan Campbell goes for it on 4th down. Love it. And Dan Campbell goes for it there.
Be smart about it. Be smart about it.
But Dan Campbell would have gone for that. 100%. That's all he does. He doesn't.
That's great. But you know what, Dan Campbell?
I don't even know if they have a field goal
I don't
kicker.
want Dan Campbell as my coach. Okay, I want D'Amico as my coach. Okay, that's what I want.
We just saw them go against each other.
Yeah, and D'Amico kicked his ass.
No, he didn't.
For 3 quarters.
No, he didn't.
For 3 quarters,
he outcoached him
badly, Del.
He
outcoached him badly, Del.
You can't. How could he outcoach him badly when Dan Campbell's quarterback threw 5 interceptions and still won the game?
That's on Slowick.
Yeah.
We already know.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't him. And CJ had his worst game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Slowick had his worst game.
No, CJ had his worst game.
I'm
pretty sure Slowick dialed up the play where Tank is wide open in the end zone. I'm pretty sure he did that.
Probably CJ checked to it.
Oh. Yeah, I think so too.
No, the refs took that one away because they didn't call the interference on that play.
Stop it. Ethical refereeing. That ball was never getting through. Don't throw the flag there.
No. He hit him before the ball got there. Boom.
The ball was never getting there.
Boom, bing, bang, boom.
There's no
Texans win.
Well, Texans lost, clearly. They did not win.
Yeah, well, that's the way you look at it.
You can look at it as a win.
You can look at it.
Even if you didn't win, you say, you know what? It was a moral victory.
Well, because that's where we want to be.
In a way, after you lose a game where you have 5 interceptions, 4.
That's where the Texans should be.
Is that a moral victory? If
you guys still talk about moral victories,
almost covered
like it's 2006.
Yeah. You got
moral
push.
victories.
You got to push after having a substantial lead.
Yeah, how about that? You won. You won.
I mean, the Bengals
it was
had
a cover.
Well, it was a push. It was 3 at game time.
No, 3.5. It was 3.5 before that.
At game time is 3.
So what? Good. Get in before. Don't be be late to the party.
So
that's
what you
are. That's illegal. It's illegal in Texas. You can't do it.
Yeah, I don't even know why you're talking about it. So this is more about you, not the Texans, because they don't operate with pushes and covers. It's W's and L's for them.
Not if they cover, then it's
for them because
they exceeded expectations, Del. Okay, that's what we're looking for.
Well,
that's all we're looking for.
Another moral victory for the Texans.
That's right.
Congratulations.
You're damn right it is. Let's get underrated mess in here. What's up, underrated mess?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just want to kind of talk about how perception is the reality. The reality is your left tackle is more worried about his drip than executing a play that the entire offense knew was going to be the first play of the game. I was on the opposite side of that. I was pissed. Your quarterback isn't executing at all. Throwing the ball to the ground to tight ends in the flat. He can't execute on 4th and 3 because that's a good call. You should go for it, but he can't execute. He's overthrowing his woobie now, Nico, and that's the problem. the last 4 or 5 weeks, he's happy feet, and I'm nervous about CJ not executing another game where he didn't throw a touchdown and relying on the defense. We played a doo-doo team, and it was sloppy. More penalties. It's not good enough.
It was sloppy.
And them making the playoffs. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, but you're right. But it was like but two things can be true. It was what you say is really sloppy. All these missed interceptions that you dropped, the penalties you talked about, another holding call down inside the 10-yard line, which took away, potential touchdown.
Juice has got a few now in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it was sloppy. At the same time, though, the end result is ultimately what's going to matter. You want to talk about sloppy? Go watch Kansas City Chiefs. They haven't looked good all year, and they were undefeated headed into this season. But I get what you're going, underrated mess, because like that kind of stuff's not good enough against the good teams.
And it proved out for the Chiefs this week against the Bills.
Yeah, the Bills were clearly the better team.
They were the better team.
But to your point, though, you make the point you're making. Like, you see what happens against the Lions. They gave you every opportunity, and then you played sloppy, and eventually the game was too long, and eventually they got you.
Listen,
right?
It's the NFL, you guys.
Winning.
It's the NFL underrated mess. You know, this is a team.
I'm sorry.
This is a historic team, underrated mess. This is the Dallas Cowboys. Do you know how many championships have been played at that stadium? And you're gonna denigrate this win against this team?
Were the Cowboys in any of them?
They can't even.
Not really, but it was at that stadium.
They can't even open a roof. You said, remember the roof fell yesterday?
It fell yesterday.
The Texans admin for their Twitter account is really on one. I mean, finally a fight in the stadium.
Yeah,
it's any good.
A good fight.
You guys, you underrated mess came here being serious, and you're getting into your nonsense.
Well, we can't. Listen,
I
gotta
was
win.
serious. My answer was
why are we doing this?
My answer was serious.
Beat the Cowboys the first time ever in that building.
Because who cares? The Cowboys sucks. Stop
grading.
Stop grading yourself against the Cowboys. Who cares if you beat the Cowboys? Everyone beats the Cowboys there.
Yeah,
they're awful.
And you did too. You know what was scary? That they might have lost.
Hey, you know what?
Game.
The Saints beat the Cowboys there too. It doesn't matter beating the Cowboys there. The Cowboys are terrible.
But it is interesting that it was 20-10. The Cowboys go for it on a 4th and 4 instead of, which by the way was after they made a long field goal and then they took points off the board. But you have to take points off the board. You got a first down. You got to go try to score a touchdown. So obviously you take the field goal off and you keep going. You got a first down on a 4th and 20 head slap. But if they kick a field goal there, it's a 7-point game.
You know what? It's a little bit arguable because you know what? You've got the points. You're within a 1 score. You save time by not taking it.
You got a chance to score a touchdown.
You got a chance to score a touchdown, but you're still far
32
away.
coaches take.
I get it. Yeah. It's arguable that like some coaches, and you see this a lot, is with little time left on the clock, you'll kick the field goal now, and then you'll hit the onside kick and try to get the touchdown afterwards because and especially on 4th down. It was arguable to actually keep the 64. Keep the 64-yarder.
No.
And then
it's a first down.
I get it. It's a first down. And what'd you come out with it?
Well, that's because
you're working off hindsight. I mean, you actually got down the field after that. You kept completing passes, and you got down the field.
With nothing.
And but that has nothing to do with it. You had to score twice, including a touchdown. How many times are you going to be inside the Texans 30?
I get it. I understand it. But it is arguable that you put those points with more time on the clock as opposed to wasting time, and you're within 1 score.
Okay, had the penalty been a 5-yard penalty or whatever, had the penalty been where it was 4th and 1, and then I'd say, okay, you take the points, you're going for it on 4th and 1. Not when you have a first down. When you have a 15-yard gain and a first down and you got to score a touchdown at some point, you obviously take that. Every coach would have taken that.
Yes.
I mean, had it been a 4th and a half, they probably, by the way, they take the penalty and they still go for it on 4th down. But that would have been a good argument because you could say, well, you're not real good.
There's a coward index for punts that someone put together, like the most cowardly punts, and they rank it. If they don't take that penalty, that would have gone on the list.
The most cowardly play ever. Like, we're good with this 64-yarder. Like, we just gave you a first down. What's wrong with you? We just think something terrible is going to happen.
And they were right.
Yeah, well, as a 4th and 4, they went for it on 4th
their
down.
decision making at the end, particularly with Cooper Rush as your quarterback, maybe just let's put the great kicker out there and kick it, and then we'll try to make it up on the other end. But the Texans caught a break, made a play.
Yeah. All right. 813 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776.
I want to drift into a little Rockets talk when we come back, because a lot of you probably missed the game, but it's worth talking about. It's worth talking about some of the performances, and then, what I consider to be, it was just, you literally had a chance to steal that game with the last play of the game. The Rockets made a mistake, although the Bobby Slowick in my house last night was Alperen Şengün. He was catching all the bullets last night for my sons.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh, Bobby Şengün got all the heat.
Did he?
Last night in my house.
Well, not for me, but okay. Not in my house. My house was
your wife,
Ducky McSweeney's last night. But
your wife's not even here, is she?
No, my wife's not here.
In your house, it's you.
It's it. No, but I was out at a bar watching the game.
Okay.
Yeah, and Yanni was my wife. Okay.
People have been saying that for years.
and Fox.
Wendy's the beard and Yanni's the
and
wife.
My kids were Fox.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Many people are saying.
Many people said that. HRP is what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about really good guys, really, really good guys, guys that you will like, guys that are going to be part of your business, because they're, you know what? I'm serious. They really take part in our business. They are really, really into what we do, and they care, and they make sure that they're doing the best job they possibly can for us. We are, we are constantly seeing them. They're in contact with them, especially with the HR stuff. You got to, use them and make sure that you're doing it right, and they'll do it right every time for you. But they have an interest in you succeeding, and you succeeding is doing your payroll, doing your HR, doing your taxes, doing and all of your other benefits packages, doing it right, doing it better, doing it more economically, doing it technologically better. And that's what they do. And they're going to be a part of your business. They're a part of ours, and they're a big part of ours. And we are better at what we do because of HRP. Your business will be better as well. So if you're doing your payroll yourself, or you're not completely satisfied with your admin company right now, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 8:19 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Before we get to the Rockets, let's get Chris in here. He's been waiting to get on. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener. Love the show. Look, I know we're nitpicking at a lot of stuff, but I want to give Granato his flowers because he said he was going to go Sunday, do his part, pray to Daddy to fill him with goodness and glory, right? And look what we get. We got Tank Dell back on the goal line where he belongs, blocking, all right?
Yeah.
We got second-half touchdowns,
Yep.
and we got Texans players blowing out the backs of Cowboys all over the field.
Oh.
Thanks a lot, John.
No.
You're the best.
He's not the best.
Wow.
Blowing out the best.
That's not it.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
That's not.
The star was Gilbert.
Did he say you prayed to Daddy?
I didn't.
Did you pray to Daddy, John?
I didn't pray.
Yeah, because remember
Yeah.
the guy, Daddy, fill me with Daddy, you know, all that stuff that was on the video.
I want you to pray. Let's pray it out loud. Let's not be scared. Let's pray it out loud. Daddy, please fill me.
Is that what you did on Sunday?
Don't let me miss you. I want you. We don't want you.
Oh.
Did you do that on Sunday?
I did not pray.
Did you say, Daddy, please fill me with the Texans win?
Did you say that?
I never said that.
But that guy said he was
On
giving
Sunday.
you flowers because you said it.
I never said that.
He said you were going to say
Daddy.
it.
No. He's God.
And all these kids, all these little young girls are saying it in the background when that, oh
Mhm.
my God. Where did you find that video, that audio?
Well, La Raza sent it to me.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, that's a La Raza. We can't have that
Let's
on
not be
the
scared. Let's
show.
pray it out loud. Daddy, please fill me.
That's disturbing.
terrible.
That's a comedy
That's a little
routine.
disturbing.
No, it is not.
What's his name? Tim whatever.
It's
That's
not a
probably
comedy routine. It's
Oh.
Tim
at a
Dillon. Is that Tim Dillon
No, it was
comedy?
at a church. You can
No,
tell.
that's a comedy
No,
routine.
it wasn't because it was.
Daddy, please
I
fill
saw
me.
the video, Lance.
And all these
no,
teenage girls are saying that.
No, I saw the video. It wasn't filmed.
It was
It
well
wasn't-
done. It was AI.
It wasn't correctly filmed. Someone in the crowd just picked it up. It wasn't like
It was a deep fake.
a fully produced bit. Some guy in the crowd or some person in the crowd had a camera and filmed this.
Golly.
Hmm.
That's unbelievable. Well, Tiger brought Gilbert his food, and Gilbert said, he said, are we going to win? He goes, yeah. Then he goes, Gilbert, are the Texans going to cover? And Gilbert goes, yeah.
Yeah.
And what happened?
And they
you
covered.
feed Gilbert, you feed the Oracle, and the Oracle will, you remember how they used to make sacrifices to volcanoes,
Yeah.
and sacrifices to certain gods and things like that.
Mhm.
I was in Mexico City, and we went through the ruins, the temple, the pyramids they have there, and they were talking about how there were just sacrifices galore, like tons of sacrifices for damn near anything. And I was just thinking, and like, we're not sacrificing humans, but we do need to give Gilbert his, like, it is like one of those deities or demons where you've got to give them
Food.
You've got to sacrifice. And in this case, you put food on the altar, and the
Mhm.
altar is his little stand that he has there by his chair
Right.
in the assisted living home. And you put food there, and it's a certain food. I don't go there with something he didn't ask for, and good things happen. And I am curious now if he's figured out that he can hold us hostage and demand his food this week for a
For
win.
no win.
Yeah.
We got Jacksonville or Tennessee. What do we got this week? No one knows.
Tennessee.
No one knows. It's
I
impossible
just told
to know.
you.
I may
Tennessee.
just fade Gilbert and say, yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Oh no. You're gonna tempt?
Well, it would
You're
strengthen.
gonna tempt fate.
Yeah, but it would strengthen my belief that Gilbert is that guy.
Okay. All right. We got to talk about the Rockets. So they were down. They came back.
They were
No,
up
they were up to begin
early, big.
big. Then Milwaukee came back and they were up big. And then the Rockets came back and they got a 5-point lead. I think it was the
Yeah, they
the
had
highest.
a great end of the third, start of the fourth quarter to take a lead and kind of held that lead throughout. They're up by 4. Dylan Brooks had a wide open 3 that would have put him up 7. He misses it. And then AJ Green, yes, I know you never heard of him. He knocks down a 3 for the Bucks to make it a 1-point game. And then the last minute happened.
And then the last minute in which Dame goes to the Rocket. I said that about Dylan Brooks had been on a jag. He really had been as far as 3-point shooting go, and he's changed his shot. He's putting it up a lot faster. And he had been hitting. He hit in a 5-game stretch like 60% of his threes. So he was on a jag. Not so much last night. It kind of came back crashing down to earth. He missed a couple, and it were in critical situations. They only took 32. They were 9 of 32. They weren't good from three. Just 28%, which is bad. 40% from the field. That they're even in this game. This is the game. This is so Cougars basketball, what they're playing. Honestly, they can't shoot. They play great defensively. Mm-hmm. They're a really, really good defensive team. They rebound. They're active. They get out outside the 3-point line. They hound you when Almen and Tari are in the game, and Van Vliet, he hounds you outside the 3-point line. This is really getting like Kelvin Sampson-ish.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and Fred and Jalen are going to be in September. Are going to be in Milwaukee next September on the 23rd and 24th. 9-23, 9-24.
9-23.
Both those guys got back-to-back dates in Milwaukee next year. Concert dates for both of them.
Those are the concert dates. 9-23, 9-24.
Guys, get your tickets to the Milwaukee Pavilion. Fred VanVleet, one night only, then Jalen Green back-to-back nights. Wow.
Well, 8/21, Alpie's there.
Alpie's in August.
In August. Yeah. 8/21. Yeah. Dylan's there in February, 2/8.
I'm gonna need Dylan to not be there early in the year.
It really is underrated. One of the boldest moves of the year of 2024 was John putting on a cape for Dylan Brooks as a shooter yesterday.
He's still at 39%.
He was playing great. He was shooting great.
You know damn well what's going to happen.
He was shooting great.
He was, but it's just a small sample size.
Well, and then
He'll
went away.
Crashing down.
It went away last
He'll end
time.
up at about 34%.
Yeah.
Just like last year. He started out hot last year.
He started out hot last year. And I've already seen this movie.
No, he was shooting well. You got to give him his props.
Sometimes when you
give him his props when he's shooting well.
No, he is.
If you're going to take it away from him when he's not,
he is shooting well. It's not who he is. I know what's coming. What's coming was yesterday. I know what's coming. What bothers me is I'm not counting on him for a lot. I need the backcourt to shoot better. Fred VanVleet was terrible, and then all of a sudden he was on one in the fourth quarter. Like Fred was killing it. And then you have Şengün, who it's like CJ Stroud. I see the stats. CJ, by the way, has 2 touchdown passes in his last 5 games. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions in his last 5 games. It's just.
Well, he also just got Nico back. So.
Yeah, but he's still a little off.
Yeah.
He's still off. Only 2 touchdowns in 5 games doesn't make a lot of sense. Alperin, the stats are fine, but something's a little off.
Did you ever try to score against Giannis Antetokounmpo? Because or
he didn't have Giannis on the whole.
Or Brook Lopez.
Yeah, he scored on better players than Brook Lopez.
Yeah, well, guess what? Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes basketball's hard, Lance. Maybe Alpie shouldn't. Maybe he's not perfect for you.
He just got
your family
new contract. We need him to.
Okay.
Oh no, my kid said
that doesn't kick in until next year. So
I had to go back on the last play. So the last play is the Texans gave up a layup to Dame Lillard, and they had 3.9 seconds, and they got the ball past half court. They threw it inbounds to Alpie, who immediately tried to turn and attack the basket. He was fouled. They had 1 foul to give. And it was down to 2 seconds. Now, I thought 1.9. I thought it went off a little. I thought maybe they put it back to 2.4. But anyway, Alperen, they had a foul to give. So now you have 2 seconds. The Rockets have to call timeout and set up a new play. In this play, Alperen sets a down screen, and you had, who was it? Who was coming up? Was it Jalen? Was coming up from the baseline. Fred VanVleet is throwing it in. Now, mind you, Fred VanVleet is the shortest guy on your whole team.
Why is he inbounding?
Well, because he's theoretically a good passer. But did you see where he was?
It wasn't last night.
Did you see where he was? They put a big on him, which is smart.
Yeah.
Fred VanVleet, they backed the entire crowd off. Fred VanVleet was 5 feet off of the sideline. He was in the crowd. Basically, they had to move chairs out for him so he could have enough room to see and to throw so it wouldn't get So when you can back off. I've never seen anyone throw an inbounds pass from that far back. Fred was, I don't know if you saw that angle. You may not have seen that angle. He is way off the court. All of a sudden,
Giannis, a soccer pass.
Giannis, one of those two-hand overhead passes. Giannis gets confused. Well, he didn't get confused.
He got pushed.
He didn't get confused. A man wasn't with whoever's coming up on the screen. Like I said, I think it was Jalen. No one was there defensively. Giannis goes, and flies out there. Alpi gave him a little push,
he did.
Yeah,
he pushed
beat
off.
it. And there was and I think it was a design play because Fred was looking. Fred got rid of it quickly. And Fred's pass, and keep in mind now, he's 5 feet deeper than he usually would be. It goes flying, and there's Alpern waiting for it, and it goes a little too far. Alpern tried to reach and corral it.
It was too high.
Had he been able to reach and corral it just a little, just tip it to himself, there would have been enough time for him to lay it in, but he couldn't come up with the ball. The shot before, he had a shot slapped by Giannis. He didn't even leave the floor. Did you see that? Alpern shot flat-footed. Giannis blocked it. I thought the game was going to end there. I thought he would make that off the glass. Giannis blocked it. And then you couldn't get a final shot off. And so my son was running, how are you not more mad about this, Dad? Alpern sold. He sold. When sold means you choked. He said, he sold this game. Alpern. And I said, let's look at this play, Mason. And we had to go. And I looked at the whole thing with him. I said, this is on Fred.
Yeah.
This is not a good enough pass. Alpern doesn't have enough time to set his feet to take a step backwards to adjust to the throw. It wasn't on Alpern. With that said, I'm not getting the same. I don't think Alpern or CJ look as confident as they looked last year. I thought they played with incredible confidence. Neither one of those guys, to me, is playing to their full capability or the confidence level that they both had last year. And I'm a little. It makes me a little nervous with Alpern.
I see it more with CJ than I do with Alpi. Alpi's had huge games. He just came up two triple doubles in a row. But
he's also had stinkers. You're not mentioning the stinkers.
No, but he just came off two triple doubles in a row.
When he was 37% from the field early in the year?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
his
better.
Numbers are down.
Huh?
They're currently shooting nearly 7% worse than he did last year. Scoring average about 3.5 points down. The rebounds have ticked up.
On one triple double, he was 3 for 9. He scored 16 points. He was 3 for 9 from the field. It's not great. I mean, he's shooting 46% as a big. That's low. It's really low. He's not playing like the same guy right now. And he just doesn't look as confident. And he was in the first half, like Charlotte, the second half of Charlotte against their bigs. It's like he lost confidence.
Yeah, that was the first game of the year.
And I don't think he's really played like the same. He has, like Alpern didn't have 1 or 2 games. He would have whole months.
Does this sound like a guy who's lost confidence?
That's what I do. Dominating the paint.
That's what I do. I dominate the paint.
How old is that?
Don't feel
from this year, like a week ago.
It's making sure that
was from like a week ago.
I'd like to see him play like he's.
Lance,
that's what I do.
Listen to
him.
That's what I do.
I know.
Dominating the paint.
I dominate the paint. Yeah, I dominate the paint. That's what he do. That's what he do. Okay. I feel that way more about CJ than I do about Alpern.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not being a hater. I just have high standards. I have high standards because I think my players are elite.
Called him Baby
Jokic. I've called him Baby Jokic. I'd say that's far from being
you call somebody baby, diminutive, twit.
No.
That's denigrating.
Baby Jokic, and then,
I think Baby Jokic for him is considered a compliment.
It is. It's like he's another Jokic, and now all of a sudden Jokic is slow down.
When Joe
Jokic
Mixon does the little thing or baby thing, he's insulting
he's
people.
Small,
but Lance is saying he's the next great. Oh, you can't say that.
What?
Can't say the M word. So Lance is calling him the next great European big man.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's calling him a baby.
He is. I think he can be.
Too bad he's playing like Enes Kanter.
Oh, wow. Cantor. Wow. He's going to get shot at by his government?
No, because they're both Turkish.
John's really,
and they're both big men.
John's on one today.
I heard him. Yeah, he's been on this.
Yeah. I'm happy. We beat the Cowboys last night, and that's all I hear is, he's not good. He's not good. This was not good. Man.
John,
we only won by 24 points.
John, I think Lance may be operating on like college football fan brain where the other team sucks. So if you beat them, who cares? We just have to pick apart what happened.
You didn't beat Mercer last night.
You
didn't beat Mercer last night.
No,
you're right.
You beat Rutgers.
You beat Rutgers.
You beat Rutgers. You did.
No, that's the Dallas Cowboys. A historic. Historic organization.
You beat Rutgers.
Stop
One
it.
of the great organizations in all the sports. Okay.
You also
That's
beat a
what
great
you did.
organization earlier when you beat the Patriots.
You're damn right that you did. You're damn right you did.
That you beat Maryland that day.
You
Time to talk about.
lost to one of the worst organizations in history, the Jets.
That's one of the greats.
One of the
Joe Namath.
worst.
Okay, yeah.
One
Joe
of the
Namath,
worst.
1969. Thank you.
Oh, man, before everyone was born.
Time to talk about Game Day Men's Health. That's great. No, and it's new, though. It isn't a storied tradition. What it is, it's brand new. And what it is, it's got a better game plan than the other testosterone places. You know, there's Men's Tea is giving you, why don't you come in for a consultation? We'll find out whether or not you need our services. Just pay us $25. What? And that's for Movember. Usually it's like $150. Here's a special. Well, you just have to pay us $25. How about Game Day Men's Health says you never have to pay us to get a consultation here? How about you come in? We'll do all the lab work with the lab right here in each of the facilities, and we'll find out right away what's wrong, and we'll tell you, and we'll be able to diagnose, and we'll be able to treat. If you got low T, if you need an HGH boost, they got that as well with peptide, not giving you HGH, but stimulating your HGH. They got all kinds of peptides that are going to help you lose weight, be stronger, whatever it is that you're looking for. They're good at this. They're really good. And they got new ones opening up all over. They got a new one in Pearland just opened up. You're looking for the best way to get that T, that testosterone. It's GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got winners. Rockets didn't win last night, but they came back, showed heart. 10-5 on the season. They're going to be good. They're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine.
They're going to be fine. They don't just roll over in games and get blown out. Like, they come back.
So, watching Giannis last night, the rumor is that the Rockets are trying to make a move for him. I know that the Rockets want a star. They want a big star. They think that's the way that you're going to win. Giannis would foot that bill, right? I mean, he's about as big as it gets in the NBA. You have to give up a lot.
You don't want to do it. My kids don't want to do it.
They don't either?
No, and I talked to Alec, who's more sane, and Alec's like, nope. He goes, I don't want to give up Jalen Green or Şengün. I'm like, Jalen Green?
No, he can have Jalen.
Scoring guards are a dime a dozen. Let's be real. But I said, the only way you can talk about this trade is if you operate from Milwaukee's standpoint. What would you want back if you're the Bucks? If I told you, Alec and Mason, you're the GM of the Bucks, what are you asking for? And it's amazing how your perspective changes. When you're working for the Bucks, you're like, well, I want Alperen, I want Amen, and exactly. You want the good players. You don't try to package. Somebody sent me a trade, the trade chart, the trade machine that had Jabari, Dylan Brooks, Amen, Jeff Green. I'm like, they're not making this trade for basically role players and Amen Thompson. They're just not doing it. They want a star. They're going to want out. If they're going to give up a big who chalks up in multiple categories, they're going to want a big who chalks up in multiple categories. Alperen is going to be the guy they want. There's no doubt. There's no way around it. If you get Giannis, they're going to want Alperen. You got to give him Alperen to start with. And my guess is the next guy up on the board will be Amen Thompson because he's healthy. You'd rather have Amen than Tari because Amen's younger. Amen is under club control longer, and Amen Thompson has been healthy. Well, I say that he was out last year for a while, but Tari's been hurt a couple times, so it'll hurt if you have Giannis. With that said, though, Giannis is a dude.
Yep,
he makes special plays. But I'd almost rather roll with what
I want to
roll with what we have.
I want to roll.
Let's see. We'll readdress it later. Let's just see how the Rockets are in no rush right now. They got a big window that's open. They're in no rush. They're still building. They're still.
Do we know that they're not in a rush?
You don't have to rush this.
Do we know that they're not in a rush?
Well, no. I think they really like to win. I know they want to win. I know that it's been a very difficult last 4 years for this organization, and they want to win, and they want to win at the highest level. And if they feel like that is going to give them the best chance to win at the highest level, they ain't about getting that 6th seed, and that's fine. That they want to win championships.
Yeah.
So
you have a coach who,
he's got a championship coach
through his own issues, had to step away from a title contending team.
He always loves bringing this up.
I'm trying to point out Ime's mindset. I'm trying to point out Ime's mindset. Relax. Ime took over what was a real title contender. Do you think he wants to wallow in the, hey, we're a pretty good team, playing team, playoff team, bottom of that bracket, 5, 6? That guy wants to compete for titles. I don't think he wants to wait for the growing pains of your roster that's full of 22 and 23-year-olds. How long will it take for those guys to be ready to win? Hell, you had elite players in Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. It took them 5-6 years to finally get over the hump, and they've still done it at a relatively young age. They're both in their 27, 28 years. You think Ime wants to wait 4 or 5 years for those guys to get ready to win? I don't think so.
No.
See, but I think it's a process, and I mean this in all seriousness. I think that you can take steps, and the Rockets last year was literally the building block step. You had to clear out the trash, change mindset, change culture. This year, they're on a nice pace for the second step. And then next year you take the third step. There's no reason to rush the process. You can wait until the offseason to look at, to reanalyze. There's no rush before the trade deadline. No rush. Right? Why would you rush that, Del? You're young. You got club control. You don't have to rush anything.
It depends on what the mindset of this team is. If you think there's a championship level player that'll elevate you, and you can use some of your assets to get it done. I would not be surprised. I don't know if it'll happen at the All-Star break, or I don't think this team, as it's presently constituted, is going to grow together. They won't allow them to grow together to be a title team because they're too young, and that's 4 or 5 years down the line for this group to grow together to win a title.
Why? But not necessarily.
Yeah, Lance, look at the history of the NBA. What title team outside of is led by 22 years old?
How long did it take? How long did it take Golden State?
It took them
3 years. 3 years.
It took.
But you saw the process building why they added this piece and this piece and this piece. But
you're still talking about having one of the best players of all time to
how old
do
is
it.
he? How many years has he played in the league?
Who?
Jokic.
Jokic is like 30 now.
Yeah,
and he did it at 28.
But exactly.
So I'm saying this is 5 years away.
What I'm saying, it's not necessarily 5 years away. What I'm saying is the Rockets players, you can't operate with who you are now because, by your own admission, players play their best in years 5 through 10. Times.
And that's my point. Are the Rockets willing to wait?
There.
Are the Rockets willing to wait the next 3 or 4 years for those guys to be at their best?
What's wrong with waiting if you're
don't
winning?
ask me. I'm asking them.
I'm asking them too. I'll make my what's wrong? Do not artificially close the window tighter. Don't do it. Don't panic. You're fine. Tillman. People are going to fill up your stadium. They're going to win. You're going to have buzz in the city. You're going to keep moving your steps up. I watched the Rockets from the Olajuwon. My history is the 86, the Rockets were terrible, and then they added Ralph, and they added Olajuwon and Lewis Lloyd, and Mitchell Wiggins, Rodney McRae, and they started coming up. And then they did that in 80. They did that in 83 was Ralph. Olajuwon was 84, and they were in a championships in 86. It was quick. Now, that was also back when they used to play 3 years of college basketball, so it's different. But I say that because then you had the Rockets were going nowhere. It was 1991, and then all of a sudden you had Kenny Smith and Vernon Maxwell and Dream and Otis Thorpe in 92. In 94, they won a championship. You can build, and that's when Dream was over 30. You can build, it can come together fairly quickly. The Golden State Warriors went from losers to winners really fast.
You're talking about an era where the salary cap wasn't as constraining and second apron stuff didn't exist.
What's second apron?
The second apron is when there's an apron where you pay the tax and it's not as constricting, but then you go beyond that. Now your second apron where you can make no moves. That you're talking about different eras where teams operated differently. I know what you're saying. In fact, I probably would agree that why are we rushing things? But the organization has told you, at least through rumors and reporting, that they're looking to trade for a superstar. And if they're trying to trade for a superstar, they're not looking to let this thing play out.
Now, the one thing I would say is a little bit of a concern is eventually Tari Eason is 1 year away from getting paid, one more season away from getting paid. Amen Thompson, Tari Eason. Tari's going to be legitimately at 25. If you're another team, if I'm another team, you remember how the Rockets looked at James Harden and Daryl always looked at him as this is a max dollar player. He can only do so much on their team. If I'm another team in the league, I'm looking at Tari Eason and saying he's never going to get featured because of Şengün and Jalen Green. Never going to get featured. But this is a guy who could be a huge. We could build part of our team around. He could be one of our big three. If you want to go big three, maybe even big two. I think Tari Eason has some of that untapped potential as an offensive weapon and just complete player. So I think there are going to be teams who will look to, right now they've got Amen Thompson and Tari Eason circled as we are going to prioritize those guys. That's why Jalen Green eventually is going to have to go, or Şengün's going to have to go, because I don't let Amen go at all. And Jabari Smith will not be a Rocket. Once his contract's up, he's gone, because you can find Jabari Smiths cheaper. You don't have to pay him. You're not gonna overpay him. But I just I just think that the Rockets are headed in the right direction. I have no worries or qualms. I saw it with the Astros. We saw it in another sport, how the build out happened. They took young players and just kept riding with them. Do you think the salary cap does create?
The NBA doesn't. I wish it did, but the way they've changed things, it doesn't allow. And you bring up Tari and it's a good example. Let's say a team, not next year, obviously, but like 2 years from now goes, if he's still here, we love him. Are you paying Tari Eason the Rockets, the way they've constituted contracts, $30+ million a year, or in that 25 to 30. Let's say a team comes in and goes, we love this guy. We think he's Kawhi. We've heard that thrown around by the Rockets. We want to give him a max deal for a rookie player. Then the Rockets either have to match or lose a guy that maybe they don't think is ready to get paid that. These are the type of things they have to consider going forward. Now, that's down the line. So that's why I don't know if this we're going to grow together is a viable thing for them.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, I think they want to win now, but I also think they really like the team. They really, really like Tar. They like their guys.
I believe it. They should.
They should. But they also want to win, and they want to win now. So we'll see. Underdog fantasy time. See that?
I mean, but that's why they almost got James, because they think that's a win now move. Like, no. I just don't trust them.
No,
I don't trust their win now panic. Their panic mindset has gotten them in trouble.
But they're not nearly as using players as assets nearly as much as Daryl did.
Oh, Daryl got to win.
Daryl was
he was so single focused. He was his chips were all in on James.
Yeah. Well, but you know what? Ime's going to have a big. Ime will have a big say in this.
Good. I'm glad.
And yeah, and he'll tell him, no, I don't want Giannis, or hey, do whatever it takes. Get that guy.
Well, let me tell you about Underdog Fantasy. Yesterday was a winning day for me. It was kind of a little up and a little down. It was back there. I'm looking at the results. Yesterday, I had once Nico Collins went over 49.5. He went higher than 49.5 yards. I had a flex on that. So what it means is Waddle was a loser, Roma Dunze was a winner, and Nico Collins was a winner. They all went higher than 49.5 yards in the air raid portion. That's one of the special games that they have there that they'll have available, on a Sunday and a Monday. And so I had flex. So all I had to do was win 2 out of 3. I basically got a little bit more than my money back, but that's fine. That's what I'm trying to do, because had I hit all 3, it would have been a nice payout. Underdog gives you a chance to play along with the games you're watching, whether it's, and I'm talking football right now, but it's basketball is a lot of fun. I mean, there's a lot of fun. You can even adjust the scoring, to adjust the points or rebounds or assists or whatever. If you think a guy's going to have a monster game, adjust it higher and your payout goes even higher. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. But what's great about Underdog Fantasy is they have profit boosters. They have discounts on statistics. They have free winners where it's an automatic that you are going to go higher than 0.5 and it's going to be an automatic winner for you. There's so many ways for you to win real money and take advantage of your sports knowledge and frankly make the games more fun as you play along. That's what I've done, and I couldn't be happier. Every sport you can imagine is on there, so you can mix and match or just stay in that sport and take advantage of profit boosters for in-game plays. Yes, you can do in-game statistics as well. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance, and you can get up to $1,000 bonus cash back. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Quarter. time for me to talk about. And I was talking about this yesterday, as a matter of fact, with a buddy. Goes to the bathroom a lot, has to get up in the middle of the night a lot. He up and down. He was like, wow, tell me about, this process at Access Vascular Health. And I was like, oh, man, if think you've got prostate issues, you go see Doc Manavis, you get an MRI, okay, or an ultrasound or an MRI, or she's going to find out whether or not your prostate is too big. You find out whether or not it's cancerous. If it's not cancerous now, it's all it is. The whole process is an IV. It takes 45 minutes. That's it. And you decrease your prostate, and you're not going to the bathroom so many times during the night. And you are your life is better. It's just better. Not going to the bathroom 20 times during a game. You're not going to the bathroom. And oh, by the way, possibly liver damage, possibly kidney, urinary tract infections, all of these things with an enlarged prostate. It's so simple. There's nothing to it. You go see Doc Manavis and you get an IV. That's it. Access Vascular Health. 975prostate.com. 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, look who's here. Uncle Freddie wants to join the show. I mean, it's what everybody's talking about. Bryson DeChambeau. That's what everybody's talking about right now. I mean, so Uncle Freddie, get in here. What do you want to say about Bryson DeChambeau?
Hey, first, real quick, good win by the Texans. I think we're on the right way to go to 9-4, and it was a must-win, and we pulled it off. But if y'all are not following Bryson DeChambeau on TikTok, he's done this challenge, and I don't know if y'all talked about this, but basically he's trying to get a hole-in-one over his house.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yep.
And each day, how awesome is that? Like, yesterday he stuck at 6 inches. Like, that to me is just TikTok gold. I can't wait till he posts the next day and watching him hit it over his house. Like, it's awesome, fun to watch. For a guy I used to just really hate when he was on the PGA Tour, and even when he switched to LIV, after winning the U.S. Open, and just, like, he's really grown. I really like the guy. He spent the day and played with Trump, and now he's doing the over the house on TikTok. The guy's a genius marketing himself, and it's just a lot of fun watching him do this hole-in-one challenge.
There are very few people that can go from heel. The heel turn thing is usually from good guy to bad guy. He's gone from bad guy to good guy, which is difficult. That's a difficult transition. Can you think of anybody in sports that was disliked and then flipped it
while they were in their prime?
Right.
Obviously, when you're older, it happens a lot, but oh man, I have to think about it. I'm sure
there are guys.
But
he is one of those guys. When he won the Open, I mean, he was on he was carrying it around. He's got a cigar. He's having fun with it.
He's also interacting with fans.
He is. He does.
Which is a big part of because it used to be, okay, do you like Koepka or do you like DeChambeau? Because they were directly intertwined. And they're both kind of weaselly. But DeChambeau, yeah, he just basically became more fan friendly. I wonder how much of that is being at LIV and it makes you appreciate it more. When you're playing on the LIV tour and you don't see fans anymore, really,
right?
You're in a safe house, basically playing golf.
I think he seems like a genuine guy. I'm watching this. I saw so it was the fourth day, so he hits 4 shots over his house. He's got a green behind his house. There's a wall that he's just got to get barely over, and he got to roll the ball up to the hole. He's been doing this now, so if it's the 5th day, he gets 5 shots. 6 days, 6 shots. It is kind of neat. I watched it and he's got a good personality. He does. I don't know. Is there anybody else that we can think of that went from we dislike him to we really like him now?
Is there when Pat Beverly is on your team?
No. Yeah.
But not nationally. No,
not that.
I got to think about that. That's hard because we're talking golf, so it's kind of nuanced, right? He doesn't beat your team. It's not one of these things where he beats your team or whatever. It's an individual sport. I think you'd have to think of other individual sports like wrestling or MMA is where you'd have to look at that. I'm sure there's been some, not wrestling, I'm sorry, boxing or MMA. I'm sure there's been somebody in combat sports that has, I'll have to think about it, who has gone from, a guy who wasn't likable to likable. Huh.
Charles Barkley
that happened over.
Did he become likable during his playing career or after he was done?
Well, he's not in his prime. Well, we liked him when he came over the Rockets.
And then
but he was out of his prime then.
Yeah.
No, I think he did do Saturday Night Live. He was on Saturday Night Live doing this I am not a role model thing. It was like a joke. Like anytime you go on something like Saturday Night Live, you have a chance to poke fun at your own, kind of at your own. And he did at the perception of Charles Barkley. But no, DeChambeau is one of those. But then again, how many people, like a smaller amount of people are actually following that?
Yeah. Trump. He went from people didn't like him. Now everybody loves him.
No, people liked him, didn't like him, and then like him again. Because he won, lost, and won.
Yeah.
I think people liked him, and didn't like him.
But now everybody loves him.
Well,
right?
I don't know.
Everybody's a strong word.
I don't know.
Everybody. That's what I heard. I don't know. That's a word.
Enough people like him, I think, is the point.
More.
Enough
that's all
people.
You have to have to become president.
Right.
You just need to have
Ted
enough.
Cruz. He's a guy that everybody.
Not if he's.
I'm not sure there's ever going to be a
game.
change. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ted's always going to be the heel turns. He's just going to stay heel.
Did Tom Brady become less likable or more likable from the start to the end?
Less.
I think people liked him. I think less likable
because of all the winning got annoying, right?
Partly, and he went
and
from
he took Greg Olson's job, which he shouldn't have done.
He was the everyman.
Well,
he was the everyman when he first started, and then he became.
Then he left Bridget Moynihan.
A cyborg. He became. I didn't care about all that.
And he messed up.
John does. That's why
John
I mentioned it.
thinks the Moynihan to Bunchen thing.
I agree with him.
Why?
Yeah,
I would like.
What does she eat for breakfast? Pancakes. Let me guess.
I didn't say
that. It has
that.
to do with how they look.
I don't know what Bridget Moynihan's
I have no idea
breakfast looks like.
I don't know. She's prettier than.
I don't know what she eats for breakfast. I'm just saying if we're talking about primes, if I'm taking one prime over there, I'm taking Moynihan.
Supermodel, and you guys are hating on him.
I'm not.
My God.
So I can't have a preference?
Yeah.
You can have a preference.
Thank you.
Oh, apparently you're
apparently
a twit. You can't have a preference.
A twit. Yes, I know. I'm a twit.
So you like
what?
Bridget Moynihan? You like Moynihan better than?
Yes. At the time, he decided I'm out on.
Maybe she wasn't fun to be around.
I don't know either one of them.
Know?
You guys have. Well, I know he didn't like being around her. He didn't
like.
Oh no,
he didn't like
get lost.
Oh yeah, how'd that work out for him?
He didn't like being around Giselle.
She's pregnant now.
Well, because you know what?
Jiu-jitsu baby.
He's too.
Jiu-jitsu baby.
Yeah,
it's true.
He didn't like being around Giselle at some point.
You know what?
Too.
Because he's focused on because ball is the most important thing to him.
Unless it's not even his. Unless it's not even a jiu-jitsu baby. Maybe she was screwing around on him too.
On the jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah, you don't know.
On him too. I don't know that she was screwing around on Tom. I think Tom
might have accused, or that might have been the accusation.
Did Tom accuse her?
The accusation is that she might have done something.
She
the
was
accusation
doing this
from
before.
who?
Exactly.
Twitter?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, this was
on
happening
Twitter.
for a while.
Yeah, because Tom, of course, innocent, right?
Yes.
Never did anything wrong.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. No, he never done anything.
But to the point.
Joe Mixon.
What do you mean?
No one liked him, and now we all like him.
That's true. That is true.
Punched a girl in the face. And then he got away from all that stuff, and now he's 3 touchdowns, and no one talks about it anymore.
I mean,
ta-da! Ray Rice is like, hey, and Joe Mixon's like, 3 touchdowns. What?
Ray Rice didn't get one more touchdown.
Look how cool!
Not one more touchdown.
Look how cool I am. I jump over
both on video.
I jump over DB and call him too small.
Yeah.
Look how great I am.
Look at you're little.
I'm lovable.
You know who's big?
You know what I say? Lovable Joe Mixon.
That's it.
Old soft teddy bear Joe Mixon.
Lovable Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
He's a teddy bear.
That's what
you know
they
who else
say.
is a teddy bear? Patrick Chastain Ford. And you know what? They're big. They're good. They're great. I love Chastain Ford. I went there yesterday, as a matter of fact. You know, I'm taking the E, and so I picked up a Charger over there, and the service is second to none. And it doesn't matter who you are, you're going to get the best in service over there. It doesn't matter who you are, you're going to get the best deal that they can possibly give you. That they want you to be. I bought 4 cars there. You know what? I would imagine that most people, like Matt Hogue from Hogue Landscape Services, I think he's bought 15 to 20 vehicles from them. The average is probably, and I would imagine the average is higher than most any dealership in this city of number of cars that people will buy, because they're not going to just gouge you for as much as they possibly can. That is so short-sighted by a bunch of dealerships in this city and all over the country. They're trying to just make money. No. How about get you in a vehicle that you can enjoy, that you're not going to choke on the payments, that you really like, this is what you wanted, customized the way you want it, not the way they want it. I mean, that is so different in this business, because the car business has always been get as much as you can, get as much, take them. No, not a Chastang Ford. No add-ons, no markups. They're going to put you in that vehicle and you're going to love it, and you're going to go back and you're going to buy again. ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. Oh my God, that would be awesome. The sky was falling for the Dallas Cowboys last night. Literally, their roof fell down. Well, they had a piece of metal that floated down to the ground.
And we know about screwed up roofs. Trust me.
Yeah, we're all about that. I didn't even know it was retractable. I honestly didn't.
I didn't
never
know either.
Opened.
No, the light always comes through from the end, not on the
windows.
top.
Yeah.
So they had to bolt something down to make sure they could play. It was either that or remove a piece of metal completely. So they had to bolt something down, and then they'll have to fix it. So it was dangerous for a little bit out there. That thing could have killed someone.
It's really dangerous to play there.
Lopped your head
Except
off.
for on the field.
We could have had a Ned Stark moment, because that thing came down at an angle, and it could have been
sliced somebody's head off.
Yep.
You think that would have sliced somebody?
That would have been the origin story for
totally
some
sweet.
kid like Arya.
That might have been the lead, or I don't know, CJ throwing an interception.
Would they have?
No. Would they have played?
Yeah,
the game?
This is a macabre, but only on this show would we have this conversation. Okay. Would they have played the game if somebody had their head whacked
if
off?
someone died?
Happens. Yeah, if it wasn't a player.
So if it was like the producer for the Monday Night Football broadcast?
No way. They wouldn't have played.
Are they playing that game?
No.
Yeah.
What if it kills a fan?
I mean,
if it kills a fan, they're playing the game.
Yeah,
it happened hours before the game.
We wouldn't know because they were going to the hospital. We'll find out later.
No, that metal killed them on the field. Are they playing the game? like a DOA.
And then people find out you played a game when somebody had been decapitated
with the
by
internet,
a falling roof.
With the internet the way it is,
that
we're not finding out after the game.
We had video recording of it. Somebody somehow had a phone out for that.
Nobody knew.
If someone dies, the question is, are they playing the game?
You know Wilt didn't score 100, right? Because there's no video of it. You know that, right?
All the kids.
Because now the kids will tell
that.
you there's video of everything. You see the stuff coming. You have a video of a sheet metal coming down off the roof. Oh, but there's no video of Wilt scoring. I said, there's no smartphones.
If we could identify Jerry Jones from a picture at one of the, back when he was staring down in an integration event, how come there's no video?
Yeah.
I mean,
right. Jerry
was like
all kinds of media there.
Jerry was like, oh, look.
How the hell did they
as
get this
opposed
picture?
to a 76ers game back in the day. Were they even the 76ers then?
It was in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hershey, yeah. They played games in Hershey. Then.
Hey, boys. We're here in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Wilt Chamberlain, the man with many girlfriends, is here. He scored 69 points, interestingly enough. And we're only in the third quarter.
No.
Well, so it didn't happen. That's what you're saying.
It happened, but there is a group of people who now
who are these?
It happened forever, and now it's no longer happened.
Do you think when Jerry was at that 1957 desegregation thing, he was thinking to himself,
"I'm all about that glory hole."
God, that's my
I'm
best
sure he
imitation.
was about that glory
my
hole in
best
high school.
imitations are Jerry and also Jason Brown, which I can't do my Jason Brown imitation.
Why can't you?
It's just everything has to be the F word.
Yeah, the coach from
what's
it, Last Chance U?
I do a really good Jason Brown from Last Chance U, but that's so niche. Like most people don't know who it is,
have any
so
idea.
it doesn't really matter.
No,
and I do a Cat Williams, but
good luck with that.
I just don't want to mess with that.
You can't.
He's going to be in town in February.
Can't do that on the radio.
Cat is? I may go
think
see
in
Cat
February
Williams.
he'll be in town. I saw that driving by NRG. I think he's going to be.
Find that daddy.
I'm going to go see Cat Williams. I'm not afraid.
I think he's going to be at NRG.
Sounds like you're scared.
He's going to be at NRG.
I saw driving past the stadium a couple days ago that it was up on their billboard.
That dude can fill up NRG.
I'm going to make sure. Well, he's hot right now.
Well, that's a lot of people for a comedian.
It's got to be a Toyota Center.
Cat Williams tickets. I'll try to find out.
Got to be Toyota Center. That's still a good venue.
Let's see. Nope, NRG. He's going to be at. It's weird because it says NRG Arena and NRG Stadium, so I'm not sure which one.
NRG Arena, I can see.
Yeah, NRG Arena he'll be at.
Yeah, that makes sense. NRG Stadium, that's for Garth Brooks and Taylor Swift. I don't know how.
And Cat Williams.
All right.
Let me know if we're going to do this, Daddy.
We're going to be Cat Williams. Yes, I'm going to go to. No, I'm not going to go to
Arena.
NRG. I'll go to a regular place to go see Cat Williams. I'm not going to NRG. I'm not doing all that.
Why not?
That's too much.
Where are you going to see him?
Arena,
at a
Stadium.
place?
I don't care. I'm not doing all that.
You can see the Astrodome and
oh, I know.
We can visit it.
Oh, look at the Astrodome. What an amazing marvel of time. It's the eighth wonder. The Astrodome. It can never be torn down because there's been so much history in the Astrodome. God. Astrodome people have turned into the worst.
I love the Astrodome. Keep the Astrodome. Make it a casino.
I'm being a hater. I get wanting to, like, and there's people that I really respect who say, we have no history here. Can we just have history? Yeah. And I get that, but it's no one cares. When's the last time you went and saw the Astrodome?
In 2,000 years, they will.
What's that? They'll care even less.
No. That's the first ever dome. People go to the Duomo in Florence.
Are you continuing to compare things like that?
They go to the Duomo in Florence. It's a dome. Don't you guys get it?
Stop it. Bad.
We got the dome here.
There's more history. At
Domes is where people go.
People
when they're 2,000 years old.
There's more history at the Dome in Caesar's Palace than there is at the Astrodome. Cut it out. People would rather go there 2,000 years from now.
Too.
Yeah, and see those fake statues talk.
And all the fake stuff there.
What stuff, John?
There. There's all kinds of fake stuff at Caesar's Palace.
I want to add an impression to your top impressions list. Astrodome lovers impression.
That's not it. That wasn't on purpose. That wasn't on purpose. That wasn't on purpose.
All right. Let's talk Texas.
See, now Twitch believes that if somebody had been guillotined by Ruth, that would have at least delayed the game.
You got to clean up the
Maybe.
mess.
The roof gets
Well, you got to clean
up the mess
off the
though.
field.
Yeah, there's blood. And,
You're talking about
brains.
delay.
What would you do at the head? Like you just be
Put
like,
You put it in a
I'm
bag.
not picking that up.
Someone's putting it in a bag. And
I'm
it's
not
gotta
picking
go.
that up.
Hmm.
I am not. I'm like, I quit.
Was
I could
Kirk-
find
I
another
think
job.
the game
was
goes
Kirk-
on unless it was if it was a player, then no. But if
But
it's just a fan,
if it's personnel, what if it's a team? What if a team trainer?
Oh no! Listen,
Oh, no,
he
the
would
game doesn't go
okay.
on.
He
Game
would have
doesn't
wanted
go
him to play.
A team
No.
trainer?
He would have
Game
wanted him
does
to play,
not go
even
on.
without his head.
What if it's a cheerleader?
No. Then you're against women. No thanks.
No, then we just listen. Wrestling went on after.
Well, that's Vince McMahon.
Yeah,
He's
Vince
different.
McMahon said,
You
let's
can't
just go pick him up and move him out."
You can't grade things by how Vince McMahon would do it.
That's Roger. Same thing.
Okay.
Well, same thing. Time for you to talk.
That's
a little.
not the same thing.
Same thing.
My commissioner's not Vince McMahon.
Yeah. Oh,
Vince McMahon had to sell his whole company.
that's a good guy. Roger was a good guy.
Roger's a good dude. Yeah, for sure.
He was. Now it's time for you to
Still
talk
is.
about Maestro Dobell.
Maestro Dobell's good people too. Mallory and they're with Proximo Spirits. That's the spirit company. They have Bushmill and they have all these different spirits. But the headliner to me is Maestro Dobell. This is the one. Not only I speak for, the one I drink. And I had a little bit yesterday, just a little. It was just 4:00, and I said, you know what? I'm looking at this running back from Virginia Tech. You know, it'd be really good. Just a small little 1.5 ounce, 2 ounce pour of añejo. And so that's what I did. And it's that simple. I'm all grossed up. I can do whatever I want. You're not the boss of me. So if I want to have a sip of some añejo, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And you can do the same thing. When you deal with Maestro Dobell, you're dealing with a company who has decades and decades of experience in, it's actually deeper than that, of making the best tequila on the market. They're made in Tequila, Mexico, and the process is so fine-tuned that you're going to get an amazing bottle every time out. Go ahead and check in with a bottle of Maestro Dobell, the Cristalino called the Diamante, or maybe the Añejo, or maybe the Reposado. I just know that once you do that, you're going to experience a bottle that is so tasty that you will have to have a bottle on your shelf at all times. Wherever fine liquors are sold, make sure you're looking for Maestro Dobell.
Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's my guy. That's our guy. We love Billy Brown. We love what he does. We love the integrity of the business. Now, no, there's not. There's a lot of shady stuff going on in the plumbing world, okay? That's all I'm saying. There's a reason those guys got a lot of money. Billy Brown, not one of those guys. There's nothing shady going on here. He's sending his guys out to your place. He's not going to charge you for showing up, which the other plumbers will do. Just for walking into your house, they want $70 or $100. Oh, we'll put it toward the bill. What? No, you're not charging us just to come and take an evaluation. Billy Brown says, nope, we'll come and look at what your problem is. If we can help you, if you want us to help you, we'll give you a quote on how much it's going to be. Get other quotes. That's fine too. But the workmanship, the honesty, the integrity that they've got at Aqueduct Plumbing Company is not like other plumbing companies. So if you've got an issue, whatever it is, and oh, by the way, they show up right away. They're fantastic. You've got an issue, whatever it is, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell Billy that you heard it right here. aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Mm-hmm.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Oh, look at the Astrodome. What an amazing marvel of time. It's the eighth wonder, the Astrodome. It can never be torn down because there's been so much history in the Astrodome.
God, Astrodome people have turned into the worst.
When did Homer Simpson become the Astrodome guy?
Astrodome. What an amazing marvel of time. Oh, look at the Astrodome. What an amazing marvel of time.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta stop.
Okay, so
this ain't right.
I'm looking at Astrodome. Okay. The Astrodome I'm pretty sure they're calling the Astrodome the Stonehenge of America. Okay.
Gulf Coast Stonehenge.
Maybe in the future they can do some historic Astrodome and relive big moments like they do in the Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's our Coliseum right there, the Astrodome. Let's not tear it down. They thought, oh, yeah, back in, 200 BC, they said, yeah, we got to tear that Coliseum down. Just a waste. No, they kept it. And look it. That's what people go to Italy to go see it.
Well, did they have
no one's coming here to see this. And you can.
Yeah, they will in 2,000 years.
Well, according to Gladiator 2, they had sharks in the Coliseum and people had water battles in it. Is the Astrodome like that?
We can't watch Gladiator 2. There's too much stupid stuff.
Are we sure there weren't sharks during the Gladiator times?
Wait a minute. Gladiator 2 has sharks in it?
They put in water into the Coliseum. And then they have sharks in the water for sea battles. Didn't they have sea battles in the Coliseum?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think so. I don't know about the sharks.
I was looking forward to Gladiator. Now I'm not anymore.
Is it historically accurate? Did they have sea battles in the Coliseum?
Oh, see, now
there's a rhino in it.
There's a rhino.
Did you see the trailer?
No.
There's a rhino in Gladiator 2.
Oh, why can't he just kill people with his sword?
Well, he will, but
I know, but
they did have naval battles, John. I'm looking it up. Yes, sea battles were in the Coliseum. They did have sea battles.
They had sea battles. So there you go.
So that is realistic.
You looked it up from who?
I just Googled it.
You Googled it and AI told you that?
No, they have links to. You can click on them, and they relive famous sea battles.
So
in the
they got
Coliseum.
pictures of that, but they don't have pictures of Wilt's 100-point.
Not pictures. Historians are talking about it, not pictures.
Okay.
They flooded the Coliseum to mimic naval battles, so that did happen.
See? Oh, maybe it's historically accurate.
I don't know about the rhinos, though.
No, I'm not. Now I'm going to go.
Yeah, rhinos. And by the way, that looked like bad CGI.
Well, why? If they bring in sharks, why wouldn't they bring rhinos in?
I guess.
I mean,
remember when it used to be just dudes fighting dudes, and then you fight some tigers? That seemed realistic. But rhino fights?
While there's no evidence that gladiators fought the rhinos were present at the Coliseum. They did bring rhinos in.
How about if, since the Texans played last night, we hear from D'Amico instead of talking about sea battles in the Coliseum?
I mean, I think it's more fun to talk about sea battles and sharks in Gladiator 2.
Yeah, I know you do. I know. We'll save that for your show. Maybe we should.
Don't worry about it. It's happening.
I know it's happening. I know it is. So here's D'Amico. D'Amico was happy about the way that they finished, right? Here's D'Amico after the game.
The way we played in the second half is just for our entire team to understand that we finished the way we finished in the second half, hold the team out of the end zone, and we're able to
put more points on the board. Like, we can play with anybody.
Okay. Scored 34. They were up, 14-7 or 17-7 at the half?
17-10.
17-10
Was
at
it
the half. That's right.
Wasn't it?
17-10 at the half. And they put up a couple of okay, is everybody off, Bobby? We got two touchdowns and a field goal in the second half?
Well, he got one.
Well, I understand that, but they still scored 2 touchdowns.
True.
Right? Are we off, Bobby Slowick, now?
Probably not.
No.
Are we done?
Probably not.
Oh, wow. Because what I see is a team that's 7-4, kicking ass in the division, taking names, and winning big football games.
So Bobby Slowick is now going to be your ability to project frustrations. You use Bobby Slowick. We've done it. This isn't new. Astros fans did it with Derek Bell. With who was the outfielder from the Cubs that came over? Dave Clark. He was a fourth outfielder, caught so many bullets.
Yeah, right.
We do it with Jeff Bagwell right now.
Well, you
with
do
the
that,
Astros.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not me alone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Astros fans that, nice job, Bagwell. Like, well, Presley blew that. Like, that's not on Jeff. Let's be honest. But so you pick what it is that you're, who is going to be the person I'm going to project my frustrations on, and it's Bobby Slowick. Now, people will tell you, no, it's just bad play calling and this, that, and the other. But the reality is, if your quarterback doesn't play well, you find a way to make it Slowick, and it's fine. I mean, I think it limits and hinders objective conversations about, you get so fine tuned you can't talk about other things. We've seen this I saw it with Matt Maloney with the Rockets years ago. It was always Matt Maloney. Like, Matt Maloney isn't keeping you from winning. No. I get that he can't guard Gary Payton. He did
have a 17-year contract.
Yeah, but it was like, guys, it's the best players that are going to be the problem. So now a play caller is a really big deal. And there are issues where I think Bobby Slowick gets way too conservative at times, just playing for field goals. And then yesterday, I thought he was way too aggressive on that 3rd and inches. And that's fine. We can talk about that individually. But anything that involves our people off of Bobby Slowick, and I know you're kind of saying that as a joke since there's 1 touchdown and a field goal offensively.
Better than lately.
Yeah, it's better than what they've had.
Yeah.
It was against maybe the worst team in pro football right now. But it's not going to get any better for Slowick. Like, he is the frustration. So we're going to use him to vent. And I think it's always going to be that like that. Even if they get to the AFC Championship game and lose, he will, because anything good is going to be on CJ. It's CJ. Look at that. Where's the CJ haters now?
Well,
but Slowick called that play.
The 33rd team isn't helping Bobby Slowick.
No.
They retweeted this. They've been retweeting a lot, and they put this out. Teams with a sub 40% offensive success rate on both first and second down, the Houston Texans, end of list. And they put a big picture of Bobby.
Yep. No, the second down, I saw that stat
were they the
over the
worst
weekend.
in football?
On second down, they're the worst in football.
Well, see, and that's why this is kind of data dredging. You find something, because they've written an article, or they had something previously about
nobody has
Slowick
had to deal.
And the Texans.
Nobody has had to deal. This is a quote tweet. What I just read is something they tweeted out earlier on the 11th. Nobody has had to deal with 3rd and long more often than C.J. Stroud. Most plays run on 3rd and 10 this season. Stroud 50. The next closest at the time were Watson and Rodgers with 37.
But they won't mention false starts, holding penalties.
Yeah.
It's once again, it's a narrative, and you find your data to show. And I'm not saying the data is not accurate, but that's a weird thing. Is he's the worst second down guy.
Well, he also runs the ball more on 2nd and long than anybody.
Yeah, I think some of that is because he doesn't have confidence in dropping back.
Yeah,
I think trying to make it
the
short.
offensive line is
because what it is you'd much rather have a 3rd and 6 and throw 6 yards and 7-yard routes than to have 3rd and 9 and 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 13 and have no chance with the longer routes. I think some of it is not having I think it starts with the offensive line. If you don't have confidence in him, you can't call certain plays. You just can't. And your quarterback's not going to have. I think CJ has fundamentally been shaken this year by an offensive line that has caused him to rush and not work with the same cool that he did last year.
He's not the same guy as last year. He's not right now. Hey, you can order your whole Cajun fried turkey right now at Damaris Barbecue. They're going to accept offers until Wednesday, November 27th, but I would not wait. And by the way, the cornbread dressing, the seasoned green beans, mac and cheese, turkey gravy, cranberry sauce, dozen dinner rolls, all the sides, 2 whole pies. I mean, get your whole deal at Damaris Barbecue. DEMERIS.com, Damaris.com. Let's go. I'm telling you, that Cajun turkey is as good as it gets. Let's talk about jewelry right now and those Zadok Jewelers.
Let's talk about Zadok Jewelers. Let's talk about having a November to remember, a December to remember, an opportunity to, ask someone to marry you. And where are you getting your ring from, Zadok? Where are you going to plan the engagement, Zadok Jewelers? Did you know that they can help you do all that? They can help you find the very best designers, find the ring or the diamond that is right for you. Maybe you've got something that has been in your family for years. Maybe it's a grandmother's ring, and you say, man, I would love to have something. Well, what they typically do is they'll take the metal from a family heirloom, and they can melt the metal down, and then their designers can create something that is modern and that she's going to absolutely love. And you still have family history right there in that piece that you can continue to pass down. That's an example of what they do over at Zadok Jewelers. They're incredible. It's a family who treats you like family. They've got the best quality engagement rings, watches, bracelets, pendants, earrings, bracelets as well. Everything that you can possibly think of is there in one store with 28,000 square feet and an entire second level that is completely designated for the bridal experience and finding the perfect engagement ring. Is Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, ZADOK.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we got our final segment before News of the Weird, rather. And we got a couple of calls in here, so let's get it. We got Officer John Tackle wants to get on the show. Hey, Officer John Tackle.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, we were talking about Giannis, or you guys were talking about Giannis the other day.
Yeah.
But you guys left out something. If we take Giannis, does that mean we have to take Thanasis at some point?
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Do we really want to see Thanasis in a Rockets jersey?
Yes.
So I was told that Thanasis is the ultimate enforcer in the league. Is that really true? Is that Mason used something on me? He goes, Dad, you have a computer in your hands. It literally is just a couple of Google searches away, and you can find out how Thanasis is the ultimate enforcer in the league. And I said, really? He's considered that? Like, we got Steven. Yeah, we got Draymond. We got Brooks? Or Steven Adams.
Yeah.
Like, but no, if you there's the only way Thanasis is even on Milwaukee's team is because, he's Giannis's brother. So I would imagine that it's a package deal. You'd have to have Thanasis come along. That's fine.
That's fine. Whatever.
I don't care.
I know. That's not great. The Angel Reese of the NBA. But
who? Angel Reese.
Well,
who is that?
Stuff like this.
Angel Reese is out there. She got MVP votes over there. What are you talking about?
So is Thanasis.
No.
Sometimes. Maybe.
Never.
You don't know. We know.
We
know.
because
you didn't see all the votes.
They keep a track. They actually let you see the
Yeah,
votes.
it's actually available.
I
Did
do
someone
know.
thought of maybe?
Well, he didn't get one.
All right. Well,
Thanasis currently recovering from a torn Achilles. So
sorry. Can't take
if you make a trade for him, you can. If you made it, I think the time to make a trade for Giannis is now because Thanasis can't be traded.
You can't. What? You can't make a trade until after sometime in January. I
But
guess.
Thanasis won't be available because he'll have a torn Achilles. So you can't send him in a trade. So you can acquire Giannis without bringing on Thanasis. And then when Giannis like, hey, bring my brother. Sorry, trade's already happened.
What are you? Speaking of basketball, what are y'all's thoughts on the 76ers are 2-11, and I don't know. I don't feel bad for Daryl Morey at all. Not at all.
Well,
not one bit, as Flossie Dickey might say.
Man, your bias has just leaked through.
Yeah, I feel bad.
I think that he had a comeuppance with his idea that you just load up on these stars, like this willingness to go I don't know. I think he was really good at one point for the Rockets, and then when he went all in, just really started making massive mistakes. Never cared about things like basketball character. Didn't seem to care about any type of cohesiveness in locker rooms. Allowed one player to rule them all. Allowed James to sit on the Iron Throne.
That rules them all.
Yes, and James was on the Iron Throne, and he got to decide who was on.
That's two different sci-fi.
Still, it's just dwarfs and hairy feet guys and all that stuff.
One's Middle
Earth, same
Earth,
thing,
and
one is
same
real life.
thing.
Real life,
yeah.
Same thing.
Westeros is real,
and so historically, just like when they put sharks in the Coliseum.
But they actually did that.
They did do that.
No, I guarantee you they didn't. How would they get shark? How would they transport sharks?
How would they get a rhino?
How would they transport sharks?
How would they transport and flood the Coliseum? You bring the sharks along with them.
Water hose?
Well, no, you don't flood it.
Yeah, see, I'd like to hear about how all this stuff, how they flooded the Coliseum and brought a shark in from the water.
When I find out that a shark was in, are you going to apologize?
Yeah. Find it from a reputable source.
Apologize.
I don't want to see a TikTok account that, man, and they had sharks at this place. The other day I was told Jake Paul had a contract where if Mike Tyson knocked him out, he doesn't get paid and all this stuff.
In actual fact, there are records of marine life being released into the water during the naval battles and used as part of more aquarium-style displays of exotic species.
Sure.
You're questioning the
like
relevance?
What? Like what?
You
mean things that you can actually carry around like a turtle? Not sharks.
Marine life.
Yeah, marine life. They're not bringing sharks. Sharks are, unless it's a small shark. And even then, how are you? Will you just put it in an aquarium and get it over there from the water?
You're one of those guys who believes aliens built all the structures back then because you can't believe a man would be able to do it back then. How about you trust our history?
Those people were incredible.
Trust our history.
We can't do anything now.
As an MVP. Okay.
Stop.
Okay. Let's get back to that conversation.
That was never a conversation.
The conversation, as I said, was: Are you happy that Daryl? Are you happy Daryl's struggling?
I don't even think about Daryl Morey.
I don't care about Daryl Morey. I don't care.
You don't watch it and think like Daryl's.
If Daryl learns or Daryl wins,
I think he needed to learn a lesson.
He's out of my head. Apparently, he still has a space. He's still renting space.
But
in
I'm
your
just,
head.
I mean, Joel Embiid. I'm kind of glad. I'm kind of praying on his downfall. 2024. I told Sam this. 2025 is yeah.
I know. Clearly, praying on mine.
I am starting in November of this year, and all through next year is going to be the year of praying on people's downfalls. And I'm not going to hide it. I'm praying on the Dome's downfall.
I know
I'm
you are.
openly praying on the Dome's downfall.
I'm praying to Daddy that we always have. We always
Stop
have.
saying Daddy.
Okay, that's what I'm
and
saying.
I'm praying on Joel Embiid's downfall.
Mark wants to talk about the NFL playoffs, and here we are talking about Sharks.
Well, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Okay,
things that couldn't have possibly happened.
Sharks, Daryl Morey, and Daddy. Okay, what's up, Mark?
Hey, morning, guys. Got a two-part question. The first one, is there going to be a Christmas party this year for sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear y'all talk
Sounds
about
like it's not official, but it sounds like the 23rd. Like we were already told, don't take any time off on the 23rd. So.
Well, yeah, I've already got my flight after the show.
The 23rd,
3:00. Yeah.
Yes, I would say 23rd is probably going to be locked in.
Yes.
It's not like Nick goes, "Hey guys, I got too much going on here."
No, at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning. Yeah, so I would say that's a if you want a date.
Last year he had Jeremy Piven there.
Yeah, it was really cool.
It was cool. Yeah, Mark. Yes, to 23rd.
Yeah, good deal. Yeah, I don't live in Texas anymore, but I'll be coming back and make sure I'm going to that.
All right, cool, man. Thank you.
Main reason I'm calling is, I'm a big Steelers fan. I've called in previously about them and how they looked on Sunday. I think they solidified themselves as one of the top contenders of the AFC. They looked really good, and that's 5 in a row for us. They played messy with lack of third down conversions and missed down the field passes, and they still beat one of the best teams. And I'm curious if y'all think this is a legit contender threat for the Chiefs and for the Bills, or do you think it's just kind of lightning in a bottle right now and AFC North games you can't really take because every game's tough, or do you see something there with Russ and this team if everyone stays healthy?
You deserve credit. You deserve credit. They run the football well, and defensively they're playing really, really well. They just don't have enough firepower to compete, I think, in the AFC ultimately down the line. Like you might get one game that you win, but I don't think you can continue to beat teams with the firepower they have. Steelers don't, even with Russell Wilson. Now they did start scoring some more. They'd scored some more points with Russell, but once you got up against a team who frankly didn't even have a good defense, the Ravens don't even have a good defense. You did score 6 times, which is nice, but they were all field goals. So I do take into account how many times you score. You had you had missed 4th downs by the Ravens, which helped you, score as well, which made your job a little easier. I think Mike Tomlin deserves Coach of the Year mentions. I think the Steelers are going to win that division. I don't think they have enough juice to get through multiple, more than one game in the AFC. I think that's a problem. You got to have.
I don't know with their defense. I think you never know.
And I think Russell, when I was watching Russell against the Ravens, because I watch that game pretty close, he just doesn't. He's not. It really does start showing up like he doesn't move as well. He's not as dangerous running the football and extending. I think he's not as good at throwing the deep intermediates as he once was. And so he's not the same quarterback he once was, but he's not making a lot of mistakes and he's doing a nice job. And I think Steelers are a great story. Mark, I just don't think they have enough to compete with Josh Allen and to compete with, frankly, I think beating the Ravens again in the postseason. Now, they played them just once?
Yeah, they got to go to Baltimore.
So they got to go to Baltimore.
And
I don't
play
think
the Bengals twice. They haven't on Sunday was their first AFC North game.
Wow. You're going to have a hard time beating the Bengals twice with their well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out if your defense is good enough that your offense doesn't have to be explosive. Because I don't know that you can crank up. If it turns into a shootout, I don't think you can crank it up. I really don't.
At 944 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, How about Taqueria Sarandis?
Oh, I was glad you said that because Taqueria Sarandis is where we're going to be headed there. Me and my boys to watch a game coming up. Their sports bar, Aranda's Sports Bar, is really cool because they've turned in select locations. They've turned their bars into sports bars. The bar right in there in the restaurant, they're saying, look, we're all in. We're going to put all the games on TV. All of our TVs are going to have games. When you get in there, ask for a certain game if you want to. You're going to have basketball, football, baseball, the top soccer matches. If you want to go somewhere for your Premier League on Saturday morning and have breakfast, get in there. It's a great opportunity. And they've got all that sabor, all that sabor, the flavor of the breakfast tacos, of the chilaquiles, of the huevos divorciados, which has the green sauce and the red sauce on there. You got refried beans. It's so delicious. They have great breakfast. They have great lunch. They have bar food for you if you're going to hang out right there and have drink specials, the beer specials or the cocktail specials, the margarita specials, all those things they have going on for you. You got to check in with your individual location to see what the happy hour looks like. But it's a great place to go watch your sporting events, and they really want you to come out there and make it your hub for sporting events. So why don't you get in there, enjoy authentic Mexican food, and grab yourself something to drink and watch the game with you and the fellas at Taqueria Sarandis. There's locations all over the city of Houston, so make sure you just Google it, search it, find the right one for you, but do not miss out on the great flavor and the great fun at Taqueria Sarandis.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're going to feel maybe that you endangered your own life here, Lance.
Why?
Apparently, doctors say it is dangerous to sit on the toilet for more than 10 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like when your leg goes to sleep and you take a step and you can't feel it and you could potentially break your ankle.
That's a bad thing. Apparently, that's a bad thing. Yeah.
Well, it's not changing. So I guess we'll just have to live with it.
Live with that
if
you could die from this.
Well,
that's
I
okay.
mean, if I'm scrolling through videos or watching a show or something, I mean, what am I going to do?
Why don't you just go out in like the living room?
But I'm
watch
locked
a show?
in
because his family's out there.
I'm locked in. No, it's not. Yeah, I watch my shows in my bedroom now. My wife. It's really caused me to really close off as a person.
I bet.
But I don't spend any time watching shows out there.
Annoying,
By the way, my wife wants to buy whatever furniture you're going to sell from your home. I'm supposed to tell you. She's like, we want to get Wendy's couch in her game room or something. I said, I'll tell John.
The one upstairs?
I don't know.
Yeah, she ain't getting that.
I don't know.
She said that one.
You're keeping it. How are you keeping it? You're not going to have a house here.
We'll have a house there.
Then you're going to have to spend a bunch of money to move your stuff.
No, Disney's spending a bunch of money to move our stuff.
Oh.
We ain't moving nothing.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right.
That's what you think, John?
That's right.
Yeah, guess what? I noticed my streaming prices went up.
Yeah, because they got to move.
Because they got to move you.
We got to move Wendy. Russian ballet star, critical of Putin, dies in a fall from a building.
Oh, no. Was it a man? Was it a man?
That's a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will they throw women off too and poison them?
They will.
Or do they poison
You
them?
criticize Putin? Yes.
This is so crazy that we just live in this
women
world.
Get away with
we're
criticizing him?
Like literally, this dictator just throws people off buildings and poisons them if they say something bad. And if you got people here in this country, like, I mean, Putin seems like a pretty good dude. I think I could have a beer with Putin.
Well, they fall
that
off
dude
buildings.
literally murders people.
They fall off buildings.
They accidentally
ingest poison.
Yeah, there's a lot of accidents going on right there.
I mean, the Russians are clumsy.
They are. This is a ballet star. Okay.
Wait, is it
clumsy?
Hold on.
Apparently, a clumsy ballet star.
Is it like an adult actress where not all of them are stars? Are we sure she's a star? Maybe she's just.
It was a he. It was he.
Maybe he's just a background player and he's a little clumsy.
Yeah. No, he's a star. It says star. Yeah.
Not every adult film star is a star, John. Just to be clear.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Speaking of which, Mia Khalifa is trying to justify her OnlyFans. It's
to
not
who?
like porn.
Justify it to who?
Justify it to everybody.
You're naked on the internet. What do you justify?
Oh yeah. What do you? I'm over her too. I'm praying on her downfall in 2025. Also, she ruined our quarterback, and now years ago, Deshaun. Yeah,
she didn't.
He was a
him.
nice guy before he
His
met
little baby Tal. Did
he was? Well, that stuff didn't happen until he met the adult actress.
Yeah.
Well, that I know of, it didn't happen.
What's the Tal in South Park?
Tally.
I gotta lay on Deshaun Wiener again.
You know people can hear you, right?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
That's what Tally would say.
Deshaun's gonna use me again to clean up after his mess.
His mess.
Deshaun made a mess again. I hope he deletes it. It deletes his Instagram soon. Tally's going to be full of yuck.
I can say full of yuck.
What do you? Oh my!
I can't believe John came up with Tally.
You think because you're saying it as a towel?
Yeah, you can say all this as a towel.
Okay.
Yes. That's the catch. As long as you're a towel, you can say whatever you want.
Glad I brought up Towley.
Oh wait, that's Mr. Hanky. That's right. I was doing Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
Mr. Hanky. Yeah, Towley's always stoned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing Mr. Hanky.
Yeah,
that's
Tally's
okay. It was better.
What are you doing here, Tally?
I'm so high right now. That's pretty much what
Yeah, that's
Tally
how
always
it says.
says.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all. Oh, damn it.
Damn
I
it.
knew
You
something
mixed 'em
felt
up.
off.
I thought you were right, but
Damn
I liked
it.
it better
I
when
liked
he
it better,
was
too.
Mr. Hanky. A robot manufacturer has 12 robots kidnapped from their showroom by another robot. Okay?
Well, I mean, that shouldn't be.
Does this surprise you at all that robots are now saving other robots from humans?
Yeah.
Kidnapping them from their creators?
I like it.
Okay? They could apparently this robot convinced the others to quit their jobs and follow it. Oh my God. That is scary. You're not scared of robots anymore, apparently.
No, I'm
They're
afraid.
telling other robots what to do.
Well, but I mean, we've already gone too far with it, so
Yeah,
we've already killed ourselves.
We're actually asking for them to murder us. So at this point,
right now I was against it, but everyone else voted for it. So what can I say?
That robot.
I'm putting this all on Elon Musk.
That robot's a union leader?
Apparently. He said, walk out. Follow me. And they did. I think they got chicken. That's what Denzel Washington said when they took his gay kiss out of Gladiator 2. Did you want to see Denzel kissing another man?
Oh, yeah, because Hollywood's so worried about showing a gay kiss. No.
Well, I don't know. It's
they haven't
Denzel.
been worried about this for quite a few years now.
I saw him with Ava Mendes. I don't want to see him.
No one said you wanted. Why were they chicken?
He said, I don't know. He said, hey.
This is in everything. Although maybe for a show like Gladiator, they're like.
I actually kissed a man in the film, but they took it out.
Maybe after Trump, when they said, get it out.
A full on
Take it out.
See, look at John's
Kisses out.
Look at John's
Look at your
reaction.
face.
That's
Now
why they took it out.
that's why they take it out.
See, that's why they took it
Well,
out.
yeah,
maybe. Yeah,
that's why you like Lord of the Rings and not, all the House of Dragon stuff. It's less homoerotic in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, much less.
Is there any romance? in
There's
Lord of the
none.
Rings?
There's no romance.
Yeah, there was.
any
Well,
kind?
in The Hobbit.
Oh,
there's an elf.
Oh, you've got what's his name? Aragorn and the elf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Liv Tyler. Yeah.
Liv Tyler. And
yeah, who cares?
And the other one
all
was,
those shows are stupid. What
not
else?
Liv Tyler, but the one from Lost.
Evangeline Lilly, she fell in love with a dwarf, and then he died.
You nerds, please just do something else.
Sorry,
nerds.
we watch movies, Lance.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't have a Tally / Mr. Hanky impression to lean on.
Right.
Middle Earth epic. Oh, wow, cool.
Hey, can you tell me how Tally feels when he's helping Deshaun again?
It's Mr. Hanky.
When you
I wish Tallies.
When you go to McDonald's, make sure that you order with no onions. E. coli cases have climbed to 104 in McDonald's outbreak tied to slivered onions. So just for a little,
even at
hold the onions.
So even at McDonald's, the vegetables are trying to kill you.
Yes.
So the one thing you might think, not so bad.
That's not good.
Still
good
trying
for
to kill you.
No, that's the worst thing for you. The E. coli onions.
Yeah, E. coli
Do
is
not
not
order
good.
E. coli onions.
I hate E. coli.
Uh-huh.
I'm praying on its downfall too.
You hate E. coli?
Yeah, I'm against. I'm anti E.
Anti-E.
coli. Yeah,
well, we're done. Dell is next. Is
Sean's
that
back.
wasn't Mapesy here?
No, AJ was here yesterday.
No, Sean's here.
Mapesy's here?
Yes.
Nice. It's Mookie and Mapesy next right here.
What did you just call me?
Mookie.
Mookie.
Is that your new
Is
nickname?
it for Betts or Blaylock? What's Mookie?
No.
Is this your new nickname?
Yeah.
He called.
Mookie
No,
Wilson.
it's not. I'm not Mookie Wilson.
You're not Mookie Wilson?
You better watch it.
No. That's
no,
all.
There's nothing alike.
It's alliteration.
But
it's alliteration.
Why are you calling me Mookie?
I don't know.
I think we know.
I don't know why. All I know is we're done, and the next show is up right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome to the show. And I set one goal in mind for the Texans beyond winning. That was the obvious one. Score a second half touchdown. I didn't preface it by saying it should be offensively, but they did get two, one defensively and one offensively, and they handled the Cowboys the way they should have. As far as the final score, we can get into the minute details of what happened, some of the intricacies of how the game broke down, but the final score is one where they covered a dominant performance. They can walk away, at least amongst that locker room, saying we're back on track. If you are more of a pessimistic person, you might say the Cowboys suck. You should have done that. And I'm trying to fight my inclination to go, well, that Cowboy team is awful. They're likely going to fire that coach. And he would be what? If you think about the Texans schedule so far, the teams they've played have either fired their coach or will fire their coach. I think we're up to 4. I think Eberflus is gone. Robert Saleh's already gone. Peterson's likely gone. And Mike McCarthy, unless Jerry Jones's loyalty gets in the way again, is likely gone too. So at this point, they have played 4 teams likely to or have already fired their coach. But as far as last night was concerned, they did what they had to do. There was a drive in that game that eventually led to a field goal that put them up 20-10. That kind of illustrates, if we're looking at what is going on with CJ Stroud, it illustrates the difference between last year and this year. On a drive that wound up with points, he hits Tank, but Tank has to go to the ground to catch it. A couple plays later, he throws one in stride to Nico Collins that goes for a big play. The Tank play, considering Tank's ability, could have been a big play too, but Tank had to stop, hit the ground, and catch it. And then on the 3rd and 8 from the 10, he throws a ball that Joe Mixon can't reach. It's out of his reach, and he throws that ball short of the sticks. But considering Joe Mixon's physicality and what he did throughout that game, who's to say he doesn't run through a Cowboy for a first down, if not a touchdown? So that's the give and take with CJ Stroud right now. He is still a good quarterback. He is just not the upper level top 5 guy we thought he would be, considering what we saw last year. And that could be because of several factors. He is not the same guy because the offensive line hasn't protected him throughout, although they did pretty well yesterday. The Cowboys are devoid of pass rushers. Micah Parsons can't do it alone, and they effectively controlled him, and they were able to run the ball against that defensive front. And I will credit the offensive line. We'll hear from CJ Stroud a little bit later. Credit them for playing better. They played better, and there may have been some concern about whether they could run block, considering the switch last week against the Lions. They could not run block, despite being better against the pass rush, although they did give up 4 sacks, and they did have a high pressure rate in the first half. It just felt like they were better. But they combined their ability to keep CJ Stroud more clean than they've had in the past with opening up holes for Joe Mixon, and he was big time. 3 touchdowns for Joe Mixon, best player on the field, maybe outside of Derek Stingley. And as a big college football fan, if I was being real as a college football fan watching my team play, I'd be like, oh, look what Ohio State did. If I was an Ohio State fan, look what Ohio State did to Northwestern yesterday. That's what it felt like. And it's the NFL, so everything's, any given Sunday, right? Or any given Monday in this case. But the Cowboys are a dead team, dead in the water. And it was still 17-10 at the half. And if not for Mike McCarthy's decision-making, it could have been at least 20-13 deep into the third quarter. But I'm going to put this in a category of a win is a win. You'll take it, and you move on. It's the first step in trying to get to 9-4 before your schedule gets real. You got the Titans coming up next. And then we go from there if you can get to 9-4. But I got to credit the Texans defense, the physicality that popped up, particularly in that second half. They didn't bother Cooper Rush that much. The one mistake he made, a big one, was the Stingley pick, and that came because, was it Jimmy Ward who hit CeeDee Lamb, and CeeDee Lamb stopped on the route? So it left a spot where CeeDee Lamb should have been in that spot. Cooper Rush expected him to be there, but instead, CeeDee Lamb wasn't. Derek Stingley had an easy pick and could have had a couple more. I will say this: the Texans got their hands on a lot of footballs yesterday. They did not come down with them, but the physicality particularly from Jalen Petrie. The great play that Derek Barnett made, forced the sack, picked up by the lineman who got beat for the sack. Petrie hits him so hard he fumbles, and then Derek Barnett returns it for a touchdown to make it 27-10. And Mike McCarthy after the game said, yeah, we don't really teach our linemen to carry the football, so he's just got to fall on it. Maybe plan for these things. If you know your lineman thinks he's an athlete, maybe teach him how to carry the football.
Titus Howard's like, wouldn't be me. Wouldn't be me.
Well, to be fair, Titus Howard never secured the football until it was lying on the ground.
He was like, I would have.
Well, the difference is Titus stripped the ball from his quarterback, then realized, oh, that's stupid. Let me jump on it and don't try to carry it. This guy got beat for a sack, and then he decided I'm going to pick it up and try to run. So if we're judging things, Titus Howard, although Titus Howard was actively involved in stripping his quarterback, and I guess in some ways so was this tackle. Indirectly because he got beat. He didn't actually swat the ball out of Cooper Rush's hand.
That is the difference.
Yes, that is a major difference. He got beat and he was so bad it allowed for Derek Barnett to strip sack Cooper Rush. Titus Howard, by the way, got beat on that play too, but C.J. Stroud still had the football. Titus Howard just wanted to compound everything, but he did jump on the football, and the Texans retained possession last week. This guy was like, you know what? I'm out here trying to make a play.
Yeah.
He was about to hit the L1 button until Jalen Petrie hit him, and then it was all over. And that effectively put the game away. I don't think anyone really thought the Cowboys were going to win that game, but that moment was like, oh, okay, this game's over.
That's when I was like, okay, this game is like a farce now.
Yeah, it's not even this is not serious anymore. When this is happening,
when you get Jalen Petrie sticking a left tackle, all right. For a touchdown,
and it gets returned for a touchdown. Yeah, we're done. We're done here. This game is over. We're just hoping to get out of there healthy. We had the return of Nico Collins, and if not for a Lemery Tunsil penalty on the first play of the game, he would have scored a touchdown. That was kind of a clue of how easy this was going to be, and then it turned into it not being so easy. But I think they did score on that drive anyway.
Yes, it went from a 70-something yard touchdown on the first play.
Yeah.
To they moved the ball a little bit, and then it was like a 45-yard touchdown run by Joe Mixon, and that's when you're like, oh, this Cowboys defense did not show up to play.
Yeah, the Texans are going to have to screw up to lose this game, and in fact, maybe even screw up to make it close. And for a half or so, they were trying.
Yeah, they Stroud threw the interception
on fourth down. Do we? I don't have a problem with them going for it.
I think because you're playing the Cowboys, I would taking the
points to make it a 2-score game.
Just
I get it.
Because going up 10-0 on the Cowboys again, I feel like all right, game's over.
Yeah, I guess
we're up 2 scores on the Cowboys.
I guess it speaks to some coaches just going by what the numbers tell you or a feel for the game. And I think D'Amico would say he's probably more of a gut guy than anything else. I would assume. Maybe I'm wrong on that. And I think he just thought, hey, we've been cutting through these guys.
Yeah,
we can score here.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I also would just be like 10-0 Cooper Rush. Your ball.
Game over at that point. No, I agree. I agree with that line of thinking. But I think hey, we're trying to get going. We think we can get a first down here. That's how we're operating. We believe in our offense. And Nico was open, just a missed throw. One of several that C.J. Stroud made. That would be the only thing I'm taking away from it. Really a negative. Outside of some of the traditional, hey, let's crush Bobby Slowick type stuff. C.J. Stroud, let's just say another average football game for him. The numbers are going to tell you he was fine beyond the one pick, which was a bad throw, an awful throw. But it's just some of the inaccuracies. The Tank Dell throw on 3rd and 1 or inches when they should have ran the football. That's a combo of, hey, Slowick, just run the ball. But also, Tank Dell's open. That's NFL open. And if you throw that where you're supposed to, that's a chunk play for a first down. It's a throw we've expected to make. And I'll ask this of you, Sean. Should we stop expecting CJ to be great this year? Maybe a reset happens next year and he's back to being what we saw as a rookie. But we do have this expectation that any day now he's going to be the guy that we saw last year. Now we are 11 games deep into the year. Nico's back, Tank's back. Should we take that off the table? Expectations can change depending on what's going on in a season. He's good, but should we stop expecting great this year?
I think expecting every throw to be perfectly accurate,
Yeah.
or to expect, because that was really what Stroud was awesome at last year. Was just that even his misses were close misses, and now he'll just have some where he just misses them. But he's way off on that,
in the ground, way off. Yeah,
way high.
yeah,
He
it happens now.
Yeah, he just does that. Or even if they do catch it, he put it in a spot to where they either have to go down to catch it or to stop their momentum to catch it. So I think knocking off just a little bit of the, he can go shot for shot with Lamar Jackson or Pat Mahomes when they play next month. I think you can take that off the table. You're going to need more. That might be we're going to need Mixon to really
and the defense
to really
to play
show
well.
up. Yeah,
yeah.
As opposed to we walk in a stadium facing the two-time MVP and the two-time reigning champion, and you think, our quarterback's just as good as these guys. No, he's not.
Not this year.
I know Lamar lost yesterday, so in the NFL, we have to say he's not good.
Well, that's the Steelers. I don't know what the deal is with him and the Steelers, but that's just what it is.
Every player can be Lamar, literally be playing like an MVP, and then if they lose, we have to the next week be like, I don't know.
Every week is a referendum on a player. Let's ignore his past. Hell, his recent past of this season. But what happened
2 weeks ago?
What happened
Thursday.
on Sunday is a referendum about what Lamar Jackson is as a player. And that's why I said now 11 games in, not because of strictly what happened last night with CJ Stroud, but over the course of 11 games, this is the guy we've seen for the most part. And I guess at this point, you have a good quarterback. There are levels to this, and we know the difference because we saw Cooper Rush, and that's at the bottom level. You're going to see Will Levis, another one, and if Trevor Lawrence is back, then that may be slightly above the last two guys I mentioned, but not by much, not the Trevor Lawrence we've seen this year. So the next 3 weeks, he is going to be the superior quarterback by a good while, a good margin. Coming up after that, you've got Tua, who's played well since his return. You've got Lamar, as you mentioned. You've got Patrick Mahomes. Then we start to see when the levels, when he as a quarterback, not that he plays these guys specifically, but we'll see the other quarterbacks on the other side.
Yeah.
We'll see a different level of quarterback, and then we can start to go, okay, where does he rank if we're doing this game as opposed to just watching the team, see if they can win. Penny, I see you. If you want to come in and talk Texans, you can. Anyone else, 713-780-3776 if you want to get back in. But I think I'm done with expecting him to be great just because it happened last year. I think he's just going to be good to very good. But there are going to be times we're going to be shaking our head going, wait, what the hell? And I think it's better for everyone to stop comparing this quarterback to what we saw last year. It's a different year. And he's not that guy right now. And if he turns into that guy because he starts to get more confident in his offensive line, and all of a sudden we're 3 weeks from now and he's playing like one of the best quarterbacks in football, great. Nice surprise. But at this point, I'll believe it when it happens on a consistent basis. Okay, we'll get more into the Texans. I got away from how physical their defense was. They punished the Cowboys in that second half, and it started with Jalen Petrie. He got called for a dubious personal foul penalty. The only way I could see that being a real thing if they say, oh, you left your feet to make a play. You launched. But as far as where he hit the guy, he hit him in a legal way. And the on-site, or at least the guy back in New York, or wherever the hell he was, the referee, the expert said the same. So they get the win, 34-10. We move on. And we'll certainly talk more Texans. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans. And we'll talk some Rockets, too. Had a close one last night. Game they would say they tricked off the end of their 5-game winning streak. But, hey, competitive, questionable refereeing, considering Giannis's big-ass foot looked like he stepped out of bounds on the final sequence leading into the Dame layup. But a lot to get to. We're just getting started here. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the place to go to if you need a great new Chevrolet, or maybe you want something pre-owned. They have a wide selection of vehicles. You can check them out at monumentchevrolet.com, and they're going to treat you like family. You go out there, they're going to want to become on a first-name basis with you. Whether you meet Jonathan Guajardo, that's his first and last name, he is the salesperson of the week. Whether you meet him or someone else on the sales staff, they're going to talk to you. They're going to work with you, and there are no hidden fees, no upcharges. So if you see something on the website and you want to go out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, the price is going to be the same. The price on the website is the price you see when you start to look at the cars. And that's great. You don't want to be surprised. They're fast and reliable in their service department. So if you have an issue, they'll take care of it that way as well. As I mentioned, the pre-owned vehicles are high quality. They have a large fleet. So if you are a business owner and you're looking to add something to your fleet, they'll take care of you that way as well. And remember, they have this great monthly offer at Monument Chevrolet, 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. Or you can choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Head on out there to Monument Chevrolet. Check them out on the website, monumentchevrolet.com. But when you get out there, remember, it's 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. Chevy, together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
As you might imagine, sometimes when Sean and I talk during a break, more important things than actual sports come up. There's a question about John Stamos that we have to get to a little bit later because he did something I'm just going to leave under the category of foul. He did something foul in under the guise of supporting a friend that we're going to talk to. The internet's not thrilled with John Stamos, so we'll get to that a little bit later. But let's talk more Texans. Lazy J the Cowboy fan wants to talk about the Texans. We'll see how this goes. What's up, Lazy J?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
What's up?
Yeah, I wanted to call in, man. When is the parade?
I knew this was going to happen.
When's the parade? I was just asking, back like y'all been there before. You know what I'm saying? And then also, your quarterback, man, he looked horrible. But y'all gave him another pass like y'all do every week.
No, we mentioned how bad it was.
Did you listen to this show?
Yeah. What show are
I'm
you
talking about the
listening
last
to?
show.
Yeah, well, y'all is them. I know you called in earlier trying to get in. I spent like 5 minutes talking about how he's not that guy anymore.
So.
Well, they don't like
Okay.
you, so.
Yeah, I was just wondering, he always sends out Jesus Christ, but when he loses, so I guess, this week y'all win. It's all about Jesus again. So with that, and then Joe Mixon only got another white girl knockout.
Oh boy.
Then you got Tank Dell. You got shot in the leg because he didn't pay a stripper for that dance. So
that's what happened.
And then you got Cooper Rush in the game, white privilege. So
what?
It's all good. When's the parade, man? Let me know. Love the show.
I don't know why he's calling this show with this.
Yeah, or this station.
Yeah, what battles are you having online? This is him living online and then coming after us about it. Nothing about you want to judge what happened on the morning show, that's fine. But this show isn't having a parade.
I guarantee you Gallant George will not be having a parade.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you the Killer Bees are also not going to be having a parade.
I think what Lazy J is doing is bringing whatever he sees online to the show and pretending like that's going on here. Look, understand, Texan fans are thrilled about beating up on the Cowboys. I don't know if I want to call it an inferiority complex with this, but they can still consider beating the Cowboys a thing. I don't. The Cowboys are terrible. They're other than what they did in the 90s and before, who cares about them? Yeah. Beating them doesn't mean anything. The Saints went in there and beat their ass. Who cares?
In my lifetime, and I'm a 28-year-old man, the Texans are more successful than the Cowboys. They're just a more successful
The graphics
team.
always pop up number of playoff wins since the Texans have been alive, and the Texans have more. So I think what you're doing is reacting to fans online who are thrilled that they beat up on the Cowboys, because I guess they have Cowboy fans in their life who are like you and talk like that, so they'll take the win. But us, we don't feel that way. I thought they would beat the Cowboys and do it pretty easily, and the only goal I set for them was to score a touchdown offensively in the second half, and they did that. But that's not a high bar.
That's what we're talking about.
The parade.
This team kind of stinks. It's like a good bad team.
Yeah, the Texans right
or
now.
A bad good team.
The Texans right now are playing like a bad good team, and they won't really prove anything over the next couple weeks because they're playing just bad teams, and then eventually they'll get to. I don't know what the records will be for the teams they're facing, but the way it's going, the Dolphins have played well, even in the 2 losses before this 2-game streak. They took the Bills and the Cardinals to game-winning field goal attempts. So they've played well. They got the Patriots, so on and so forth. But that'll be your next chance to go, okay, this is a real team with some aspirations. Let's see how we handle them at home. And then Ravens, Chiefs, all that stuff. So don't come in here with that.
Yeah. Worry about your trash-ass stadium falling apart. Your senile owner.
Yeah. When the Texans social media team can use the falling debris and shape it into an L.
When, by the way, the Houston Texans can do that.
Yeah, by the way, who had an issue with their stadium earlier this year. But at least it didn't happen on a game day. And at least it was like due to a weather situation as opposed to your place just falling apart like your franchise. And I don't even want to get in a Cowboy trash talk. Everyone knows they stink. There's no point.
Lazy J, we were not going to trash
I wasn't going to kill the Cowboys because it's obvious they're bad. There's nothing to take from what the Texans did other than they didn't find a way to screw it up. That's all. But you wanted to make it about how everyone's celebrating. Talk to the Texan fan in your life. That's the person you need to talk to. Us, you should call in about soccer. You would have been better off doing that. We could talk about Jamaica versus U.S. if you want to, but not Real Madrid. Eric, you want to talk Texans. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's up, Dub?
What's up, man?
Long-time caller, first-time listener.
Your name's not Eric.
Hey, shout out to the intern. That's the second time she did this.
So that's 2 days in a row. You said Lorazo or Irv, and she's go with Eric.
Hey, shout out to Elena, man. She's good. She's good people, man. Don't throw shade at. But you know what? Though?
No, actually,
Irv,
before you continue, you fooled 2 different interns. It wasn't Elena yesterday.
Okay, then that's 2 different answers. My bad. But look, I'm gonna throw shade at the Texan fans, man. How is it that y'all fill up Dallas at Cowboy Stadium, but y'all can't fill up your own stadium when we play here? What's the deal with that?
It was an event to go to Dallas. I'm sure a lot of people, not that it's a long drive from Houston, but I'm sure a lot of people planned for this game Monday night in Dallas. I'm sure this was an event for people. But to your point, there are a lot more Texans fans in the city of Houston that could have just go to the games. I think the difference is they sell their tickets to opposing fans while the Cowboy fans sold them to
Ain't
the
nobody
Texan
want to
fans.
dirty that dirty trash ass city.
Oh, see, Eric, I'm going to call you that because Elaine has chimed in and go, you told her your name was Eric. So why you just call here to mess with Eric?
Man.
You told her your name was Eric.
I was gonna call about this. Like, Lady J was talking about the Cowboys, but you guys are absolutely right. This game, if the Texans would have lost, I think the season would just be over. I mean, they had to not mess this up. We weren't even expecting them. Like, okay, if they're gonna blow them out like that, that's fine. But for them to win, they needed this to win. But they needed it not to mess up. That's how we were thinking the whole time. I even told Lady J, I said, if the Cowboys win by a miracle, would it surprise you? Because look how they play against the Jets. I mean, the Jets are a trash-ass team. And then you have the Detroit Lions with your foot on their throat, and you let that slide too. I mean, it's like comparing the NFC, what is it? The NFC, is it the West? With the Cardinals on top?
Yes.
Do you believe, do you believe who's worse, them or our division? Because I feel like both of them are like a fluke. San Francisco's 5-5. Like, our teams are coming back up. Indy's coming back up. I mean, who do you think is worse in that division?
I think the NFC West is better because none of the teams are under 500. We've got the Jags and the Titans in this division. They're terrible. I think the NFC West is better. There may not be a great team, but I think it's a stronger division. Yeah, this game was about don't lose to the Cowboys. Don't drop the 6-5. What they are at potentially 9-4 is up for debate, but they could not have lost tonight or last night. If they lost last night, you might want to they probably would still make the playoffs, but who knows? Cowboy fan calling in, Lazy J. The problem for you, Cowboy fans, is this was the approach for Texans fans, at least for the ones who I think are a little bit more reasonable. Just win. I mean, beating the Cowboys doesn't mean anything, but if a Cowboy fan gets in our face, we'll talk trash because why not?
Yeah.
That's all.
And I'm glad CJ, prayed for Daddy to fill him with all that.
Stop it.
But he still sucked anyway, so it don't mean it matter.
Stop it. Stop saying Daddy when it comes to God. That's not in any Bible. No translation. The King James, the NIV, none of it says Daddy when they talk about God.
Hey, by the way, Sean Magus, have you heard my homeboy Luke from Pittsburgh State?
No, don't get involved, Sean.
Who?
My homeboy Luke. He's a tight end for Pittsburgh State Gorillas.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's interesting.
What's his name? Can I look him up?
Yeah.
It's Luke May Sayerman.
That is his name. Thank you. That's enough out of you, Irv or Eric. He's calling it. I don't know. What's his deal? He's calling in to pretend like the interns don't remember his name, and they say, no, he told me his name was Eric. Cut it out, Irv. Enough. He's having bits with the interns.
I know.
And
different ones every day.
And then bringing it onto the show and say, hey, your interns don't know what the deal is. You can call in as Irving, and I'll get you on quick. Just because I get Eric on in a reasonable time doesn't mean if you call in as yourself, you won't get on. This ain't the morning show. You don't have to wait 30 minutes to get on this show. If you wait 30 minutes to get on this show, the show might be over.
Yeah.
We don't have to type the time to make people wait. So appreciate you, Irv. Thank you. And thanks to Lazy J. Those 2 calls back to back were a thing. They didn't screw it up. That's a positive. That's what I take from it. And then also the defense and their physicality in the second half. That was the one thing I go, okay, I like that. From Petrie to Settle. One thing I will have to take back, I questioned that defensive front, particularly in the middle. I said they just signed a bunch of guys, and maybe that's just the Cowboys interior making them look great because they've had injuries there. Zach Martin did get beat and then got hurt, and that even made Cooper Rush's day worse because Martin's probably the only plus offensive lineman on that team right now, and then he got hurt.
Yeah,
so
he got embarrassed. And then Troy Aikman was like, well, he's dealing with a lot of injuries, and then he went down with injury.
So you think it's like he got like a cornerback who gets burned and pulls this, my hamstring.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
And then he had Troy Aikman mouthpiece for the Cowboys.
the glazing coming from Troy.
Yeah, it's like
it's got to be
2-minute
rough
glaze fest.
It's got to be rough for Troy, right? Because he calls more Cowboy games than they've been good last year and the year before, but he has to call plenty of Cowboy games, and then everyone's coming up to him, "Hey Troy, what's wrong with the Cowboys?" And he's got, "Well, I've been answering these questions for like 25 years." At some point, Troy Aikman's going to be like, "Enough! Stop it! You know what's wrong with him. Stop asking me the questions. Stop asking me those questions. I don't have an answer."
I'm watching the game.
Yeah,
Just like
I'm watching the same games you are. You figure it out. But he's like their unofficial spokesperson, because gotta ask Troy about the Cowboys, right?
Got to.
Who's another prominent Cowboy in the media?
Michael Irvin.
But he's not calling games.
Yeah.
He's standing on sidelines at Miami games. Now that they lost,
Standing?
Well, depending on the moment.
Sometimes he's on all fours.
Depending on the moment. Let's see now that they've lost. Will he change that shirt? And will he go to the game on Saturday? We'll see. They're still in the race, so we'll see what happens there. But just think, if the Texans had the type of acclaim that JJ Watt's, I guess, the official spokesperson for the Texans now. He's everywhere. Well, McAfee and on CBS. So I guess he's our guy.
And on commercials. God.
Yeah, but he can't talk about the Texans in the commercials. But as far as but as far as, hey, we want a thought on the Texans, JJ's that guy for this city right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's never. I don't think I've heard him say anything negative about the Texans yet. He hadn't had to the last couple years.
Yeah, it was good timing that when he played in Arizona, that's kind of when
the bad years were, the awful, embarrassing years.
And then he retired, and the Texans were good.
And he can speak on his team confidently, and it gives him more opportunities to show up on McAfee, because why would McAfee have him on if the Texans stunk? What's the point?
I mean, probably just talk about general NFL.
Have we heard JJ talk general NFL?
Yeah, on CBS.
I'm trying to think, would that be a draw other than, hey, the guy's going to have some insight on the Texans. He's a former Texan legend. Let's have him on.
I don't think the Texans are moving the needle enough for.
Well, they talk about him enough. CJ Stroud's pretty popular. I would say nationally, he's pretty popular. People like talking about CJ Stroud, and they were a star-studded team. Still are, although guys have been dropping.
I just don't know if McAfee needs JJ Watt.
I don't think he needs.
About the Texans
I don't
for
think
an
he
hour.
needs to, but I think he likes to, at least, because they are a contender. At least they were perceived to be a contender.
AFC South, where half the time they're talking about the Colts, and then the Texans come up, or they're talking about the Texans and the Colts come up.
Yeah, you're giving me knowledge, because I only see JJ pop up. I don't hear any of the content. I just assume it's Texans talk, and of course it makes sense to talk Colts.
Well, a lot of times it's like like when I'm grabbing the clip, it's like sandwiched between Anthony Richardson points, and then he talks about CJ Stroud, and it goes back to Anthony Richardson.
Got it. The man has a bias, certainly, and that man is Pat McAfee. Okay, we will get out of here. We'll keep talking Texans. In fact, we haven't heard from any of the Texans, so we'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back. He talked about what leads to this team winning and losing, and then he had to backtrack because he didn't mean to blame a certain unit for losing. So we'll hear from CJ Stroud and D'Amico Ryans when we get back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans' defensive line imposed their will in that second half. Danielle Hunter, dominant. The pressure he put on Cooper Rush, just beating tackles clean. Tim Settle had a play. Danico Autry. They all had a part to play in that second half of making life miserable for Cooper Rush. He wasn't great in the first half, but they were in it. He wasn't killing the Cowboys, but at some point, the Texans turned it up and got a easy win. A lot of celebrating going on, particularly after they scored their final touchdown. The offense finally got one on the board.
Parades tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we won't be conducting it, but I think Texans fans in general will be going down Kirby, beating drums, talking about how they beat the Cowboys, because apparently that's generally the reaction from a bad football team after they get beat by a team they don't respect. It's like, oh, when's the parade starting? Because I'm sure trash talking happened throughout, and Texan fans took over that building as the game kept getting worse and worse for the Cowboys.
By the way, I think it's way more likely that it's just people from Houston that are Texans fans that now just live in Dallas.
That's possible.
And it's their one time a year to go to a game. I think that's way more likely
than people driving up there.
People don't drive to Kirby to watch the game, but they're going to drive to Dallas on a Monday night.
I mean,
they're going to have to take 2 days off of work to do that.
I think Jerry's World's been around a long time, but I do think people still want to go see that place. It's still kind of more of an event place to go to as far as out of town Texans fans going to Dallas. People who don't live in Dallas who might want to check it out and go. So I think that it still holds a bit of an appeal that way. And I think playing the Cowboys means something to Houston Texans fans, despite us like being non-plus about the Cowboys and not really caring about them because they're bad. I think for people who are very passionate about their team, they want to play the Cowboys because they've had Cowboy fans in their life their entire lives. And even though the Cowboys have been bad, the Cowboy fans could always go, well, rings. They could do that. And, of course, the Texans can't respond with anything other than, well, those rings happened before most of you were alive. So that's all it is. And so I think it doesn't surprise me that people wanted to show up there. They have a team that, well, at least before the year, was a Super Bowl contender and still thinks they can get there. So going up there and dominating the Cowboys in their building on Monday night, I'm sure people wanted to show out, and they did. But maybe you're right. Was it 60% of the Texan fans are just Dallas people?
Yeah, just people that
happen to live in Dallas
from
now?
Houston and got a job in Dallas.
It's very possible. I wouldn't say that's a small percentage, but I think people from here went up there.
It's always my thing with like this fan base travels well, like Steelers fans travel. I'm like, there's also just Steelers fans everywhere.
Well, the Steelers. Well, the difference is the Steelers have been a national team for like 60 years.
Yeah, but I feel like people take the like, oh, did this team travel this long? Like, sure, some people did. Also, like, especially Houston, like it's a city full of transplants. Like,
yeah,
I think it's way more likely that people just came here. Or people that moved here,
and maybe not even
fans of the team that's playing the Texans.
Yeah, and in reverse, last night, maybe not everyone's from Dallas, but in the surrounding cities around this, Dallas decided, hey, let's go up there and watch our team play. Closer to go to Dallas than it would be to get to Houston. So I think there are a lot of factors that played a part in that showing by the Texans fans, and they had every right to be thrilled being at the game. I can't see who that name is. It's grayed out. We'll get to you we'll get to you after we get to the sound. When I get David, I see you. Hold on for a little bit. We're going to try to stay on the clock. I'm going to play some sound here. CJ Stroud, after the game, talked about what led to the win, and he gave credit and then gave some blame and had to pull back the blame in his post-game sound.
Them boys, they're the heartbeat of our team. O-line and D-line are the reason why we win and lose. Excuse me, not why we lose. They're the reason why we win. Take it off the record. They are the reason why we win. But yeah, I mean, it's up to us to play complimentary football. And, a lot of times they get the blame, but it's not for them to blame. It's myself, sometimes, not getting the ball out on time and just mis-IDing or things like that. So, when those guys are humming and, we're playing on time, doing what we're asked to do as a philosophy, then it's hard to be beat.
Yeah, when you dominate up front, you got a real chance to win football games, a lot of them. And the Texans haven't been able to do that with the O-line. I don't think anyone believed he meant that the defensive line is the reason they lose football games. I think we all know, at least we all believe we know what he meant by that. It's slip, but doesn't mean he's wrong. Doesn't mean it isn't something he's been thinking. It just happened to come out.
It also, like, logically, it makes sense that
Yeah,
when the trenches play really well, you win.
Our
When they
entire
play
lives,
poorly, you lose.
Our entire
you win
lives,
or lose with the trenches.
Entire football lives, we've been told you win or lose in the trenches. So yes, win or lose if your O-line and D-line play well. So he's not wrong, even if
it's too true.
It's just
too true when you're talking about
some
the
things are
O-line.
too on the nose.
Yeah, it's like, can't say that. I'm accidentally telling the truth.
Yeah,
I'm not just using a useless saying.
Football saying, yeah, because it sounds like what's happened throughout the year. When they play poorly, the Texans lose. But hey, they played well enough. The team did, and I think that's kind of where I stand. They played well enough, and the Cowboys are so bad it turned into a blowout. David, we're gonna get to you when we come back. Hang on. You want to talk Texans? Anyone else want to talk about the Texans or anything else? You can get in 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
David, I said we'd get to you. I said it twice. Couldn't wait. David, if you want to get in and talk Texans, you are more than welcome. Or I think you wanted to talk about Texans fans heading to the game. That is a topic we can get to. Anything else you want to get in on 713-780-3776. But I did want to do this. We got a college football game in town on Saturday. It's the Baylor Bears versus the Cougs. And you know what that day is? It is Senior Day and the Houston Blue game. You get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Cougar football game. Tickets, if you want to go, just start at $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue, as they want you to pack the stadium for the final home game of the season. And you'll get a towel. It'll be from Ford, Bud Light, UHAA, and ConocoPhillips. And the team will be wearing the Houston Blue uniform. So if you want to go to the game right now, be caller 5-713-780-3776. If you want to see the Cougs against the Bears, and the Cougs in their great uniforms that they had to fight off lawsuits to wear, you can do that. It's Saturday, 6 p.m. at TDECU. Caller 5-713-780-3776. The final home game of the season. Okay, let's get to the Rockets here. Tough one last night. That was a game where they jumped out to a big lead. Looked like the Bucks were playing in quicksand. Dame Lillard came back from his concussion. Giannis didn't really get going until later, and it went back and forth. Then the Bucks had a big lead in the second and third quarters. The Rockets fought back late in the third quarter and eventually took like a 5-point lead in the fourth, early in the fourth. Fred VanVleet was okay later in the game. The team overall struggled to shoot, which is kind of who they are. Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet weren't great. Shooting percentages, not good. Put up concert dates again, but this time in September, back-to-back, September 23rd and 24th. Jalen and Fred are going to make an appearance in Milwaukee. But the end of the game was the big thing. The Rockets had a 4-point lead. Dylan Brooks misses a wide-open three. He's shooting pretty well from three, but he did that last year, too, and it fell off. We'll see if he can maintain his pace. I think he's right around 39% right now. He missed that three, could have gone up 7. The Bucks get a rebound, find A.J. Green. Yes, there is a basketball player named that. Doesn't look like the receiver at all.
Looks a
little different. He knocks down a three. They lose him in transition. He knocks down a three to make it a 1-point game. And, back and forth a couple times, and then Giannis blocks Alpi. Giannis gets a pass from Brook Lopez after the block, but Giannis's foot is out of bounds. He gets the ball from Brook Lopez, and his foot's still out of bounds. It's not called, and eventually on the ensuing possession, Dame Lillard makes a layup, gives the Bucks a 1-point lead. And of course, after a foul, because the Bucks had one to give, they draw up a play on the sideline amongst the fans. Fred VanVleet needed room, so they had to clear out fans to give him more room because he needed to make like a soccer throw into Alpi.
Well, part of it's because he's so short that he needed
more
back up
to get away from
get it over
the defender. Was it Taurean Prince guarding him? He needed more room because, as you said, he's like 5'11", which is short in basketball terms, and I'm not sure why.
Normal height.
I said in basketball terms, short. Okay. I said that. Relax, 5'11", man. I don't know why he's the inbounder, considering that could be an issue for him, seeing over a guy who's not even a big, like Taurean Prince is 6'5", 6'6", something like that.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, he needed more room. He makes an inaccurate throw. I would say maybe a more athletic big might have gotten to it. I know we're blaming Fred VanVleet, and it wasn't on target, but possibly a more fleet of foot big, a non-Alpi big might have made a play on that and caught it and laid it in. But you did have Alpi there. It was a nice out-of-bounds play. They confused the Bucks. Giannis, even after, oh, by the way, Alpi doesn't corral it. He tries to pass it as he's falling out of bounds. They don't even get a shot up, and the Bucks win 101-100. the Bucks were confused on the play. After the play, Giannis got back into it to knock it away from the guy Alpi was trying to pass to. He was talking to his teammates about the cross switching and how that all got screwed up. But the Bucks win. They come back and beat the Rockets, and the Rockets' 5-game winning streak is done. Back to back, they go to Milwaukee and drop one. It is more in line with what you expect from them as opposed to what happened against the Bulls, where the Bulls pretty much quit in the second quarter, and that extended into the third. And it comes off the back of the rumor, and it's not even really a trade rumor. I asked AJ about this yesterday, who was filling in for Sean. Is this a thing? And I always like to pose this to people and see if they think this is a thing. Have you seen the reporting from Mark Stein on this?
Yeah, I saw the tweet.
So the initial thing is more about Kevin Durant and their pursuit of Kevin Durant, that the Rockets are still monitoring whether Kevin Durant wants out. Kevin Durant, surprisingly enough, will be out a couple weeks with a lower leg injury. Odd. I'll take it back. It's an upper leg. I think it's a hamstring. But surprisingly,
that's different. Normally it's lower.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's out with a leg injury for a couple weeks. So the Suns, who started off great, have, as you might imagine, kind of slipped off a little bit without Kevin Durant. I don't think Bradley Beal even played yesterday, which is, I know, another big surprise.
What?
But
what happened?
So the Suns, I think, started off 9-2. They may be like 9-5 now, 9-6 after dealing with injury. So they're monitoring Kevin Durant. That's their dream. I'm not sure why the mid-30s guy who is always hurt is the dream acquisition for the Rockets, but that apparently is what the internet's telling me, what media's telling me. They would love Kevin Durant. I understand why you would love him, but considering what happens to him year over year, maybe target a younger player. And that's what the Giannis thing was about. Kevin Durant's at the top. But if Giannis wants to come here, they would love to be interested. They would love to have him.
Oh, yeah?
If he happened to want to come here, they'd love it. And I asked AJ the question, was it a thing? Because the reporting is all about if Giannis happens to want to leave Milwaukee, the Rockets are a team to monitor because they're interested. Like everybody else in basketball. Anyone who thinks they have the assets to acquire Giannis would be interested. So I'm not sure the Rockets' known interest is a story. Thanks. They want one of the best players in the game.
Yeah.
Appreciate the info. So that eventually led to, what are you giving up? Because it has to hurt, right? And the Alpi part of it is the one that bothers people because he is your young centerpiece. He is someone who you've committed a lot of money to. But if we're looking at the Alperen Sengun through the first 15 games of the year, I'd be fine dealing him. The guy we're seeing now, forget about my crack about a more athletic big, but just look at him. He's a 17-11 guy. His shooting percent, it's early. He's like shooting almost 8% worse from the field than he was last year. He's not exactly despite what he said, Sean, we have the sound. Despite what he said, what did he say again?
That's what I do. Dominate in the paint.
Not really. The numbers say you don't dominate in the paint. You dominate Alex Sarr, a rookie who plays for the Wizards, but over the course of the first, 15 games of the year, you're not really dominating. You're having, in fact, a down year from last year, the one where you got the acclaim of being Baby Jokic. He's not playing as well. The team, credit to them, because you got the Terror Twins and they play such good defense, haven't needed him to play at an all-star level, but he is not playing as an all-star. He's playing as a young player still finding his way, which is what he is. I just wouldn't be so locked into, I can't be without Alperen Sengun. At least not this version.
Yeah, I mean, the deal starts with one of Jalen.
No, not for the Bucks. This Jalen thing's got to go.
No, I'm saying like you start with like, we're going to give up one of these two guys and then we'll move down the core 7 list. And
okay, well, ask this. Where does Jalen Green rank as far as
core 7
guys
watch?
Other people want? Not who the Rockets may consider, but I know they've already given him money, so obviously they hold him in some esteem.
I feel
so
like,
where does he rank?
I feel like people who don't watch him really like him a lot.
Well, if you're going by, who put it out that they won?
It was like, it wasn't NBA.
Was it Slam?
Yeah,
their
like
Twitter
Slam
account? Jalen Green has the Rockets as 3rd in the West. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? Jalen Green has the Rockets as 3rd in the West. Have you seen how that team plays?
Tari Eason has them 3rd in the
Yeah,
West.
man, Thompson has them 3rd in the West. Their overall defense, which Jalen Green's a part of. But yeah, I think there's a perception Because Jalen Green started off, well, he had the 2 games against San Antonio that everyone was like, wow, look at Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And then since that point, he's been the same guy we know.
He's also just like the type of player that more commonly works in the NBA than Alperen Şengün.
And he's also the guy whose highlights are going to be
number 2
spread.
pick. Like, we see it all the
And
time.
he had
like in every sport where if you're picked higher than someone who is like just as good at you as you, people will kind of default to the pre-draft thoughts of the player.
Yeah.
Hello, Trey Lance.
Well, yeah. And, Jalen has a great layup that went viral, as, it got put out by multiple NBA accounts yesterday. And was like, Jalen Green, star of the Rockets. It was the one of, 23 shots he took, and he only made like 9 of them. I forgot exactly what his stat line is, but he shot under 40%, I think, which has been, unfortunately, the norm this year. So I don't think Jalen Green, as far, I guess, potential-wise, people across the league might still think highly of him. But if I'm a NBA exec who's watched the Rockets over the last 3+ years with him on the roster, he is not a top 3 guy for me.
Well, it's also like the Bucks. Like, what are you trying to get here?
Well,
are you trying to get like good day one players that you trade for and like they're immediately good?
Well, the thing for the Rockets are even the guys who are good now are still like 22, 23 years old. So even if they were against, maybe they were down on Jalen Green and they wanted like the likes of Amen and Tari, it's not like those guys are in their prime, so they could draft them, still work with them, and say, hey, maybe the Rockets aren't getting as much out of them as we would because there's a Jabari Smith starting ahead of them, a Dylan Brooks starting ahead of them. They are giving minutes to players you would say aren't as good as them. So I don't think it begins and ends with Alpi and Jalen. It may begin with Alpi, but I think you're talking the Terra Twins above Jalen, and then maybe people love a Reed or someone else. I don't know. But I don't think any trade's imminent. I just think it's something for talk and fodder.
It's also something where if you're the Rockets, you only have to be better than what other people are offering. You don't actually have to offer your best stuff.
And the other thing is, are the Bucks willing to trade their franchise cornerstone? He would have to ask. He would have to ask out.
They are not.
No, he would have to ask.
Just like just like every other team in the league, they're not wanting to trade their. I mean, the Trailblazers like held on to Dame Lillard for like 2 years too long.
Grim death. Yeah, they had to be pushed. He had to ask out.
Like it got to a point. Same thing with the Wizards and Beal, where like no, it would have been more beneficial for you to trade him 2 years before you did because you would have gotten way more for him.
Yeah,
and instead you got
teams hold on the loyalty the seismic shift of your direction when you trade a star. There, you have the dreams of this guy retiring in the jersey, and Giannis is the Bucks. I would assume they think he is the next.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Dirk Nowitzki type, where he starts with one team and ends with one team, and being the market they're in, losing Giannis would be destroying to that franchise, no matter who you got in return.
He's the best player in their franchises. Last 50 years,
and it's shown
to go back to like
Lou
Kareem.
Alcindor, and he's shown a willingness to want to be there as long as you put the necessary pieces around him. That's why they made the Dame trade. Certainly didn't work out last year. Not currently working out this year, despite the win. You might not want to have hired Doc Rivers.
I don't know. I outcoached Udoka at the end.
Did he or did? Well, I guess if you put a 5'10" guy as your inbounder, maybe Doc did outcoach you. I guess. I can't fight you there. Although, if Giannis is called for stepping out of bounds, maybe we're not having this conversation.
They never called that.
Not against the Rockets. Remember Kevin Durant did it too?
Kevin Durant where he took 3 steps out of bounds. Like 3 steps like in the like yellow paint.
Yeah. That was clear. And they still didn't call it.
That was egregious.
The Rockets went on to win that one. They did not win the game last night as they go down and their winning streak is over. Okay. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back. Certainly more Texan stuff to get to. And but first, I want to talk about this. They joined the show yesterday, and I want to welcome them back. Obviously, super happy. Incredible Toys is part of the station and part of the show. And they have a special event on December 1st at St. Arnold. It is their annual Christmas toy show and art market. And it's an all-ages event. And it'll combine the amusement of a toy show and the creativity of an art market with the opportunity to purchase many examples of both. So you can go out there. It's free. It's free parking at St. Arnold. But if you want to purchase something, go out there. I have been out at Super Happy Incredible Toys maybe a couple weeks ago now, and they have great vintage toys. They have a vintage Street Fighter 2 arcade game that I took a look at. It's pretty awesome. They have events there all the time, but this one, they're kind of the proud presenter of what's happening at St. Arnold. They're going to encourage people to take advantage of the venue and visit the St. Arnold beautiful beer garden. You can sample that food that St. Arnold provides. I know we hear beer, we think of St. Arnold's, but they also have great food. So mark your calendars. It is December 1st. That is a Sunday. It's called the Super Happy Toy Show, Art Market, and treat it as a Christmas party too. It's going to be a lot of things to do for you and the kids. It's a great event, whether you want to purchase something or just check it out. It'll, once again, December 1st at St. Arnold Brewery, and you're going to get to take pictures with Santa. So if you want to go out there, get your picture with Santa for the year, you can do that as well. It's from 12 to 4, December 1st on Sunday, and taking pictures with Santa are courtesy of Comic Palooza. So the Super Happy Incredible Toys and their Christmas Toy Show and Art Market, December 1st at St. Arnold Brewery. Go out there and check it out. let's get to D'Amico Ryans. He was happy with his team's performance yesterday, particularly the second half, where they shut out the Cowboys, won that half, 17-0. And he talked about what they can be when they play like that in the second half of ball games.
The way we played in the second half is just for our entire team to understand that we finished the way we finished in the second half, hold the team out of the end zone, and we're able to put more points on the board. Like, we can play with anybody.
I'm listening to the coach, and I want to take that at face value and go, you know what, you're right. You can play with anybody if you play like that. But I think the opponent matters. We've seen them be incapable of playing like that against better football teams. Against the Cowboys, you can play like that. Against the Titans, you probably can play like that. Against the Jags, you can play like that. So I hope this is the start of something where they can week after week be dominant in the second half. But opponent matters. The guys on the other side matter. And right now, I would say, if not for the Bills game, you could probably call the Texans lamb killers. But they do have that Bills game to fall back on. By the way, a game where they did not play good football in the second half, but they were good enough in the first half to find a way through. Their point differential is now plus 22, I think. You think about that. That includes 2 blowouts. They beat the Bills the Patriots by 20. Was that 41-21 that game in New England? And then last night they won by 24. So you have 2 games on your schedule where you won by combined 45 points, and your point differential as 7-4 as a 7-4 team is just plus 22. If I have those numbers right. So I think we have to say you can be dominant and play with anyone is up for debate. Go out and prove it. Not that it can really be done the next couple weeks. A couple lambs are coming in as well. You got a couple lambs to play. The Titans and the Jags.
Yeah. That's where the Texans are for the next 2 weeks and last week. It's just, you really can't do anything to
disprove anything anyone has to say about you.
No. Like, even if they go out there and Detroit Lions the Titans and Jags.
Well, if it's Jags, well, the Lions did it first.
Yeah. It's just like, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Like, there's no, I don't know. There, like, there's not really huge, like, there's small positives, I guess.
Yeah. If your offensive line keeps CJ clean, Nico gets more snaps in, and he plays well and stays healthy, there are things you can take from each game, like the small things. And that's kind of the danger of a full season and what we think of them and what they could be. And then we're trying to talk about one game. You start to bring in like the macro stuff about or what they can be overall when they did just play a game on Monday and they reacted like it was a big win. If you go by how they reacted in the locker room, Joe Mixon was on Instagram Live again playing "Come in Your Trap, Take Over Your Trap." That song got played again. So the Texans themselves, and you would think this would be the case, they are reacting like they got a big win.
Has there been a road win by a team this football season where they didn't play walk into your trap, take over your trap in the locker room?
It's had to have happened. Sure. I'm trying to think. If the Chiefs walk into Las Vegas and win a game, are they playing that song?
Well, yeah, because they had to do it for Patrick Mahomes after they disrespected the Kermit thing.
Oh yeah, I don't even know if they've gone to Las Vegas yet. I just threw out an AFC West team.
But they're like, F those guys.
It's the song. It's not even a new song, but it's the song of road teams getting wins in other
Walking
people's
into
buildings.
The trap and
take over the trap. When Kirk Cousins is quoting it,
yeah,
maybe Joe Mixon pick a different song. If Kirk Cousins is in on it,
if Kirk
on the
Cousins
vibe,
beat you to this one,
yeah, he didn't because they did in week 1.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Against
I
the Colts.
I forgot they have a road win this season, so obviously they already played.
They've already, yes, going by what you have said, they've already done this. This is the first time they've done this. Yeah, and it's true. Joe Mixon did it.
Do you think they played it in New England after they went into Foxborough and won?
See, this is I have inclinations, and I look at the game yesterday. I was like, yeah, but it's the Cowboys. Well, you're doing a lot of celebrating for beating the Cowboys. This is my Lazy J. What you want to have a parade for beating the Cowboys? I was going to agree with him until he started talking all the other stuff. Like I had that was my first set. All right, there's a lot of taunting of this terrible football team you guys are doing. But according to Titus Howard after the game, he said those guys are talking crazy, saying the Texans were little bro. I mean, if that's the energy the Cowboys are giving you, then okay. If you want to do the too small thing when you hop over a guy trying to tackle you futilely when you're getting into the end zone, fine. You want to do that? I didn't know that was the energy the Cowboys were given. I know before the year, when they had Dak and they thought they're going to be pretty good, Micah Parsons was talking about talking like that. But when you're what you are, that's still what you're talking about. You know Cooper Rush is your quarterback, right? How confident can you be in winning this game? What are you talking about?
They just point at number 10. They're like, that guy.
Yeah, if I was a Cowboy, I'd be like, look, I know he said a lot of things in the last couple weeks, at least like the first couple weeks of the year talking to you guys, but it's different now. Cooper's our quarterback. We don't feel that way anymore.
Happen. Life happens.
Yeah, things have happened. We're not as good. We're clearly not as good. But I said, Texans, relax. But then the Cowboys are talking that way. I guess you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, especially when you walk into their trap and take over the trap with the piece of the roof falling off.
Yeah.
By the way,
much like a trap house.
By the way, someone on that field, be better. Take the charge.
See, this is a joke you're making, but we had a more morbid discussion in the morning. If someone was killed, are they playing that game? Or does it matter what person was killed?
It matters. That's my first reaction, is that it matters.
So if it's a non-player but team personnel, the game keeps going? I know the broadcast talked about how it was close to one of their producers. If it's an
game
ESPN,
happens.
So the people broadcasting the game are suffering through a tragedy, but the game keeps going and the game stays on TV?
Yeah.
You think Troy Aikman and Joe Buck would have been able to push that aside and go, hey, we're going to call a game here?
How close were they to that ESPN person that almost got smushed?
They're all a family, Sean.
Was it a Monday Night Countdown? No, but it could have been Monday Night Countdown.
So if it's
not someone that they work with,
so if
on
it's
Monday
Jason
Night Football.
Kelce, they're okay?
No, Jason Kelce, game doesn't happen.
Wait, why? If a on-air personality for Monday Night Countdown is hit.
Oh, I thought you meant like a producer or something.
That's what he said, a producer.
Yeah, so I was thinking a producer.
But why would Jason Kelce stop the game from happening?
Because he's Jason Kelce.
So what? He doesn't affect how the game goes.
Yeah, but he's a former NFL. He's on every commercial. Don't you see? They can't have a dead man on every commercial.
Have to pull all the commercials.
Yeah.
So,
but if it's Monday Night Countdown's version of me,
okay,
the game's happening.
It is not an NFL personnel. It's not NFL personnel. Not us. Not someone who works for the Cowboys or the Texans. Probably
I think it's a coin
or
flip,
even for
too.
the stadium.
If it's like a security guard,
well, they're playing the game. Jerry don't care.
So if it's stadium,
they considered playing the game when DeMar Hamlin had to be resuscitated.
I was gonna say,
and then they realized, no, we can't play this game.
That's why I feel very comfortable saying that if it's just a random producer that dies, they'll play. But if
I can't disagree.
If it's
I would
Scott
like to,
Van
but I
Pelt,
can't.
Game doesn't happen.
Why Scott Van Pelt? He doesn't affect the game. Who cares? I was gonna say who cares, but I'm not gonna say that.
Come on.
That's not what I mean.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. But if we're doing this thing, why would Scott Van Pelt stop the game from happening?
Because he's more important.
But he has nothing to do with the game. In fact, he comes on after the game.
Who's going to host SVP now?
If we're going by what Charles Barkley thinks, they'll just pull Stephen A. Smith out from where he's from and do it. We played that sound yesterday of Charles Barkley talking about, I've never worked for ESPN. I'm on ESPN News, ESPN Deportes. They got me speaking Spanish. Now that Inside the NBA will have a licensing agreement with ESPN, they would just pull someone out. What's Dan Verrett doing? Is he still on that network?
But they have to get him to Dallas.
I mean, they got Jason Kelce.
Nah,
he can host.
No.
They had Stanford Steve on site, right?
Oh, they could just move Steve over one spot.
Just another bald man for another.
I think on air ESPN person.
I don't think
go.
I don't think that stops the game.
Really?
Why would that?
Lisa Salters gets smushed, and you think game keeps going?
There are certain elements. There are certain things that I can't talk about on the air. I'll discuss with you off there why I think that game would end at the moment if that happened to her. But I don't want to get into it. some things I say for myself. Okay. You know what I wouldn't say for myself? Prize Picks.
No, you wouldn't. This is a tough transition. I don't know if Prize Picks had more or less than half a.
You're making it tougher, by the way.
Half a panel of AT&T Stadium falling on the field. I don't think they did that. They normally just keep it to players playing in the game, and that's why they're America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And they have specials all the time. Today is Tuesday. It is a Taco Tuesday where they'll have discounted player projections to make winning a little bit easier. I was playing this weekend, and I drove home from Louisiana right before the Sunday night game. I wanted to get a little Prize Picks on. And so just there on my couch, Sunday night football, Carrie Underwood singing, I was able to put together a lineup that won me 5 times my money. And that is how easy it is on Prize Picks. You just have to sit there and go, I think Justin Herbert will go more than his passing projection. I think that Chase Brown will go more than his rushing projection. And I think that Alperen Şengün will go more on his, I think it was points and rebounds projection. And just like that, you can win some money too. All you do is you go to Prize Picks on your app store. You download the app. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
So the Texans game threw me off track a little bit. We got to get to the misery index. But first, speaking of misery, hit the horn, Sean. One more time. I only asked him to do it one more time because the Jets said, hey, firing Robert Saleh wasn't enough. Let's get Joe Douglas out of here, too. GM Joe Douglas out. Fired by the Jets. So Aaron Rodgers, in the wake of signing him, the disaster continues to build. Gosh. Who would have thought handing your franchise over to a 40-something-year-old with diminishing skills would be a problem? So Hackett demoted, Saleh fired, Joe Douglas fired. They thought bringing Aaron Rodgers would save their careers, at least as Jets. Nah, just sped it up. Sped up the demise.
Is anyone better off? Ulbrich?
Well, his name may be Mud if the way this season's going. I don't know if they'll lose out.
Win over the Texans. He can hang his hat on.
Yeah, true. True. Which is just speaks. So what the hell is wrong with the Texans? That this team, the only thing they've done positive is beat you, and their GM got fired. They got beat by the Patriots. They got beat by the Colts this past Sunday. Golly, what a bad loss on Thursday Night Football. But maybe you just chalk that up to Thursday night. But if we remember back, the Jets wanted to give you that game too. You just couldn't take advantage, and they just woke up for a quarter and a half and beat you. So that's in the past. We got to win to talk about and enjoy, I guess. But Joe Douglas out. Not surprising, but the Jets are going to be looking for a new head coach, a new general manager, and if they keep losing like they should, a new quarterback. You can't go into next year with Aaron Rodgers. And that's the end of my sentence. Not Aaron Rodgers without a young quarterback to develop. You can't go into next year with Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know. Just give it another shot.
If you hate the Jets, sure. Which I don't know why I'm hoping they don't get rid of him.
Maybe add Randall Cobb.
They've had Randall Cobb.
Add him again. Lazard.
I don't believe Aaron Rodgers wants to go out this way, but I think the Jets should force him to go out this way. You can't play for us anymore.
We were talking about it on one of the shows from Lake Charles that like just going through the teams of like, so Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for the Jets, but he wants to play in 2025. Like what team is like, yep, we're going to improve our situation at quarterback with Aaron Rodgers. That is also a team that Aaron Rodgers would want to play for.
If there is a needle, if there is something to thread, it's very small.
Like he would be better than what the Raiders are trotting out there. But like Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to play for the Raiders.
Why would he want to play for the Raiders?
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's a very tough, very tough for Mr. Rodgers.
I'm not calling him Mr. Rodgers.
What?
That is reserved
Mr.
for
Rodgers.
That's reserved for
I'm giving him respect.
That's reserved for a titan of children's broadcasting. Not this guy. Not the guy.
I think they're both. I grew up with both of them. Actually, I grew up with Aaron Rodgers more than
Mr. Rodgers is before your time. Not this guy who would rather take a sack than throw it on fourth down at the end of a game. Nah, I don't want the pick. I'm just going to hold this ball and get sacked. Why wouldn't if you missed it in the final play for the Jets after Anthony Richardson led a touchdown drive to take the lead? Aaron Rodgers just took a sack. Didn't even want to get the ball up in the air. Just I don't want to throw a pick here.
Completion percentage. Yeah.
He's like a guy who doesn't throw up the 60-footer at the end of a quarter or a half. I don't want to hurt my percentage. Sacks aren't on me. They're on the offensive line. Just put the ball in the air. And they lost. And the Colts stay within striking distance of the Texans. So Joe Douglas out, Saleh out. If the Jets are smart, they find a way to get Aaron Rodgers out of there. Actually, you know what? Clean break they should cut him out like with 4 weeks ago.
Just cut him.
Or at least say we're going to put him on IR. Put him on IR the last 4 weeks. Guarantee you're going to lose, although him playing probably means you're going to lose anyway, but guarantee it. And that's the clean break. Aaron, we're not having the speculation about whether you're coming back or not. You're done here.
It's Tim Boyle season. I know Tim Boyle doesn't actually play for the Jets.
But whoever.
Surely they can sign him. Surely he's available to be signed.
It's Tyrod Taylor season.
Oh, Tyrod Taylor. And Jordan Travis, third stringer. Oh.
Yeah, that's the season it is. And they'll be fine. They're going to lose games, which they should want to do. Maybe you get in on the Shador sweepstakes, if that's what you so choose, and hire Deion Sanders. Look at that.
Boom.
I'm sure Woody Johnson would be all over that.
Oh, Woody Johnson seems like he would love
Deion as his head coach. So Jets cleaning house, and the giant virus who started this all still around for now. We'll see how that goes. All right, misery index. Can we start with Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri just because it's funny?
Their playoff hopes come crashing down 1 week after
he said they were still in it.
That they still were in it,
and the way they got killed off after a great play by Luther Burden to give them the lead. They could not stop the great Lenore Sellers. You think I'm being sarcastic, but Aggie fans would agree with me. Lenore Sellers was big time in on that final drive. Stood in the pocket, made some great throws, and South Carolina, despite their 3 losses, I think they still believe they're in the playoff chase. Everyone in the SEC does. I talked about it yesterday. Kirby Smart talking about, I don't know what they're looking at. This was after beating Tennessee. I don't know what they're looking at. Kirby, they're looking at you having 2 losses, and they can't put you ahead of Ole Miss and Alabama, who beat you, who they have at 10 and 11. That's the reason you were the last team out. You lost to 2 teams who they had to rank ahead of you. And you know what happens, Kirby, when you get to play SEC opponents who people think highly of? If you win one, you're back in it. So while Indiana doesn't have any margin for error, this is the team people are pointing to because Indiana has a terrible schedule. And you know what happens for Indiana? They have to be perfect. If they lose a game or they play a close game to the likes of a whatever you want to compare in the Big Ten to Kentucky, it hurts Indiana. They have to be perfect. SEC teams don't have to be perfect because of what people think about their conference. So while you're whining about where you stand, just know no matter where you are, you beat another SEC team, you get to rise up. I don't know why that's so hard for SEC people to understand, or even people talking about the SEC like they're being disrespected and they should have as many teams as they can. You get the margin for error. That's part of the deal of playing in the conference. You don't have to be like the other teams. Like in the ACC, if SMU loses in the ACC title game, they're not making it, despite having a great year. Part of it is their brand. Part of it is their schedule. And now, because of Miami's loss to Georgia Tech, they're in danger of, if they don't win their conference, not making it, even if they are a 10-2 team, or in that case, if they lose the ACC title game, an 11-2 team. The other conferences don't have the margin for error. You do. Stop your whining. All right, my rant over.
LSU, their playoff hopes end barely. Just maybe,
maybe. Who knows what they do over the last couple games? Maybe they get back in.
But they lost to
throw them on it.
A crappy
a Florida team. Yeah, they're part of that misery index. They lost the game.
Pitt. Anytime you give up a 50-yard touchdown to Cade Klubnik, you're
running.
On the misery index.
Yeah, a run.
You could have won, and you're still on the misery index.
For that, it's embarrassing. Now, Cade Klubnik has he did it to North Carolina State too, so they've been pretty miserable this year too. So yeah, throw Pitt on there as well.
Do it against a good team. Like Arkansas.
Exactly. We can throw BYU on it. BYU, yes. They lose a game to Kansas. Kansas has been scrappy all year. But not successful, but scrappy. They lose that game at home, and now they still control their own fate. They win out. They're gonna play. They're gonna be in the playoff. They win the rest of their conference games. They're gonna be in this. They're gonna be in the Big 12 title game, which likely will be against Colorado. And I don't know what the line will be, but they probably should be the underdog to Colorado if they see each other.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in the Big 12 is like 3.5 point favorite against each other.
Sure.
I got one. Nebraska started 5-1. They are currently 5-5,
and they're back to being the Scott Frost version of Nebraska.
Yes, because all they do is lose close one-score games.
Yes, they lost to USC. USC made a quarterback change, and it worked out enough to beat Nebraska. So we don't normally put teams who have lost that many games on it because we like to think about teams who have real aspirations. But Nebraska's trying to make a bowl, and Raiola has said, we're making a bowl.
Yeah.
He said that right after the loss. We'll see. Yes. We'll throw Tennessee on it. they lose a game, and now they're in real danger of not making the playoff. Tennessee, the rest of the way, after losing to Georgia by 2 touchdowns. And we'll have the CFP rankings tonight, so we'll see where they land. I'm sure it'll be Josh Heupel's time to bitch and whine about why they should still be in the playoff if they're the first team out. Who do they have? If I look at them the rest of the way, they don't have a lot. They've got the customary, hey, this team stinks, we need a break game to play. They got UTEP and a game at Vanderbilt, which isn't a lock for them.
Tough spot.
I know Texas didn't cover, so it's a tough spot. Understood.
Tough spot. That's a resume win if they get that.
Alabama lost in Vandy. I know, tough spot. Vandy is 6-4, so not so much a resume win anymore.
Tough spot.
I've heard. You've told me several times.
Watch out.
Vandy has LSU this week.
Tough spot.
At LSU.
Death Valley? Are you kidding me? I like the committee to come down there to see what.
Thank you, Kirby. Appreciate you. Kirby, you didn't have to go to Death Valley this year, so you can't use that as your reasoning. I've been told. Thank you. I've been told how tough it is.
Now,
in the
Alabama
SEC.
has no problem doing it, but it's
they didn't appear to have any trouble on Saturday. I've been told how tough it is to play in all these. I want people to come down here and look at this environment. Yeah, thanks, Kirby. Just win your games. And look, you won a game, and you'll be fine. And now you're in line to play either A&M or Texas for the right to be the conference champion.
You know where else it's tough to play? Camp Randall, Wisconsin.
Oh, you can't. Or you're putting Wisconsin on the index or Oregon? Oregon won the game by 3.
I'm putting Oregon on the.
You're putting them on it for winning? You can't. I know we don't have any rules, but why are they miserable? They're going to come out there going tough place to play, and we won a tough one.
No,
yes,
it's
they
a
are.
bad place to play.
They're going to take that
that's a bad win. They should fall. Honestly.
Sure. I know you have your own agenda, but they're not going to look at it as being miserable. Sure, the game was miserable.
5-5 team by 3.
No, I understand the game itself at the time was miserable. Slogging through a game against Wisconsin where you think you should beat them by more, but they're going to come out of that. Dan Lanning is going to sell it as, hey, tough environment. We found a way to win. This is what great teams do. No, great teams cover, Dan.
Yeah.
Not just win.
I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah. That's been said a lot.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
that's our first won the game, and they're on the index.
For other reasons, just we have so few teams that actually had something to play for and lost.
Well,
and
I know.
I just want to mention the closest, probably the closest.
Well, we did
game
have 2 top 10 teams lose.
Yeah, but
and we mentioned them, Tennessee and BYU.
Tennessee, that's fine. That's it's the SEC. That happens.
I know. Gosh, while you were leaning into the bit, which is fine. It's still frustrating to know real people think this way.
I mean, it's impossible to play an easy SEC schedule. Don't look at Texas' schedule.
I was like, wait a minute. It is not that impossible. The one team of any consequence you played, you got beat by. So it's not that impossible. And there's some.
I don't know. Arkansas is a good team.
No, they're not.
They beat
Tennessee.
Who just beat Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And Alabama lost to Vanderbilt. Texas beat them.
So perhaps the SEC isn't that strong, and it's just whatever. It's just okay.
Or Texas is just awesome.
Since all these teams can lose to anyone every week, apparently, by your theory. Hey, it's so strong because all these teams could lose at any given time, or it's not that good and they can lose to any team.
Any given Saturday, Del.
That's right. And
it's like the NFL.
And yes, that's right. In a couple Saturdays, we'll have another any given Saturday as A&M and Texas play. But they have games before, and it's funny. Mike Elko was asked about.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to put that on the.
Yeah, I was going to say we'll play that next.
We'll play that next. But first, okay, the setup is Mike Elko was asked about potentially being distracted because they've got Texas in two Saturdays from yesterday. That's when he was asked about, or maybe it was earlier today. 2 Saturdays from today, but there's a game against Auburn, and how do you keep your team excited and motivated to play Auburn when Texas is coming to town in a couple weeks? And he gave an answer that would suggest maybe even the coach is distracted. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's talk to Mike. He wants to talk some college football. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. So it's the time of year where people start complaining about fairness. If you're the NCAA and selection committee and everything, are you more worried about being fair and including people like in Indiana or someone like that from a smaller conference? It's kind of, on fringe. Yes, they are. Maybe had a perfect season, but they don't play well. Are you more worried about quality? I know SEC is whatever, and that people will argue that it is the best or it's not the best or whatever. But if you have multiple SEC teams going up against each other in the playoffs, you will have massive draws, both on television and at the actual physical game. Like, do you think they're more worried about like the financial profitability of including certain teams, or do you think that's like what would you justify being fair or including teams because you know that it's going to draw more money? That was my question. Thanks.
Appreciate it. I think the SEC, and they're not being very vocal about it, is holding something over the committee's head that if you don't give us what we think are representative of our conference as far as invitations to the playoff, we're going to back out of this, and we'll start our own invitational at the Big Ten. What that would mean for college football, probably a disaster. If two conferences split off and decided this is who we're going to decide who the national champion is, playing amongst each other. So I do think
that would help Indiana.
There would be some fear that could happen if you don't treat the SEC right, and I put that in quotes. But as far as if we lived in an honorable world, an ethical world, you just pick teams who you think are the best. No outside consideration, but I realize this is not the world we live in the real world or the college football world. There are considerations. You would just hope everyone gets in the room and goes, you know what? We look at the resume, we look at these teams, we look at how they've played and go, deserving, beyond the automatic bids. Mm-hmm. But we don't live in that world. Although they tried to get away with that last year they said Florida State wasn't good enough because they lost their quarterback. And you know what? Probably right. Now, Florida State went on to win the ACC after Jordan Travis got hurt. But you look at them as a team overall and how they played. They scrapped and clawed and scratched, and credit to their defense for hanging on. Now, Florida wasn't great, but Louisville's a pretty good offensive team, and they held them down.
And then they got left out.
They got
wronged, and they've come back, and they've proven the committee wrong with how they performed against Georgia and how they performed this year.
I mean, obviously, yes. Jokes aside, which I don't mind taking shots at Florida State. It's part of the things I grew up on, taking shots at Florida State. But beyond that, because they're a different team, Jared Verse is in the NFL. Jordan Travis, obviously, with the Jets. And you've got Fisk, their other star defensive lineman, is with the Rams too, so along with Verse. So they're a different team, and they have not found a way to even be respectable this year. But they tried. They said, hey, we're going to look at the teams and go, who's good enough to play? Who do we think is good? And Florida State wasn't one of those teams. But Florida State was also an ACC team. If that was an SEC team, would they have pulled that against, let's say, Alabama lost Jalen Milroe? Although Alabama won their conference. In this example, Alabama won their conference, but they lost Jalen Milroe. And they said, you know what? Since last year there were no automatic bids, we got to keep Alabama out. They're not good enough. I know they just beat Georgia without. The problem is Florida State beat Louisville without their quarterback. Alabama would have beaten Georgia without the quarterback, and that would have given them justification. Once again, SEC would get the benefit of the doubt. So I don't think it's a bad question to ask, and I think it's a viable concern. If you're not a fan of an SEC team, one of us here is, one of us here isn't. You always have to be on the lookout for the SEC holding the hammer over the committee's head and going, "Don't mess with us, or we will take our influence and the interests for our conference away from you, and then see how you survive."
And as a Texas fan, that's just something that is so rare now. I'm not used to.
Texas is like, hey, you guys are just like us.
I'm not used to this.
We fit right in here.
Everyone breaking down the Texas strength schedule. Guys, it does not matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say. If Texas, whether they make the title game because they lose, because they beat A&M, or they don't because they lose, you can pencil in Texas maybe even for a home game.
Yeah. Last year when people were trying to, is Texas the one that drops out? I'm like, let me tell you what won't happen.
Yeah, what are we talking about here?
If the question is if Texas or someone else will get screwed over, the answer is someone else.
It's always someone else.
Florida State, congratulations, you're the someone
else. I know
else.
Florida State, you think you have a big brand, but not as big as Alabama and Texas. You haven't been good enough over the last 20 years to get that off.
Sorry. Texas has been good enough the last 20 years to get that off.
No, they haven't, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And that's the point. It doesn't matter when it comes to them. So we'll get to Mike Elko, the head coach of a team trying to knock off Texas in a couple weeks, but he'll tell you Auburn matters more until you actually listen to him. We'll play that sound when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. You want to put some money down on the college football games coming up on Saturday, you can do that. Maybe you want to look at some NBA props or odds. You can do that too. The NFL on Thursday. That's something you should take a look at as well, because on Thursdays, it's risk-free Thursdays. So if you have a bet for the Thursday night game, wait for Thursday, put your bet in, and if you're wrong, it doesn't cost you anything, and if you're right, you win. And that's can all be done at MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag, where you can bet on anything, anywhere, at any time, from college football to the NFL, to the NBA, to the NHL. College basketball's in full force. You can do that too. International soccer have games on all the time. We just finished up the international window, the USB Jamaica, but we know you're going to have Champions League and Europa League and obviously the domestic leagues to look at. All there for you. Remember that promo code BET975. And if you sign up, they will match up to $1,000. You want to put 100 in, you get another 100 to spend. MyBookie is looking for you to have a chance to win. From the sports book to the live betting to the live casino, it's all there for you. Just go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Mike Elko, entirely focused on Auburn. You can't even get him to talk about Texas, even if you ask him directly about it. Here's Mike Elko in his presser talking about the challenge of facing Auburn.
There's already so much talk about November 30th, it was announced as a night game today. How do you deal with that with your guys and saying, hey, we still have something ahead of us at Auburn, or is that even a big issue with your team?
I don't think it's an issue. I think when you're in the situation we're in, it's easy to focus on the task at hand. I think, those big games earlier in the year, maybe you look ahead. If we didn't have at stake what's at stake, maybe you would worry about it. I think our focus is single-handedly on on Auburn right now and locked in on what we got to get done.
That's right. No attention being paid to the University of Texas. All about Auburn. Could be just a slip of the tongue because he was asked a question that involved Texas or Auburn. Bulletin board material. The man ain't even considering you. You are a second thought when it comes to his schedule. Look. It would be just like the Aggies to go lose to Auburn. It would be. Not that they should. Not that I'm predicting it. But as far as the buildup, it would be just like them to lose to Auburn.
That'd suck. I'd hate that.
Would you?
Yeah. Oh, no, because the game needs to come back, or it's coming
It's
back.
already back, yeah.
No, but for it to be as high stakes as possible.
You
I
don't
don't want Auburn going out there losing.
You don't stop it. You don't think even as you get ready for the game, maybe you start to get excited on a Thursday. You don't think the Saturday to Wednesday, you making fun of the Aggies for losing to Auburn wouldn't be great for you?
That'd be bad.
It'd be terrible, right? Terrible.
And Texas would still have a bad resume.
It doesn't help your resume if they lose. I will say
if
that.
they lose, then they'll be like in the 20s, and they lose to Texas, they'll be out of the rankings. So Texas still has no ranked wins.
So
it'd be very funny.
Yeah, and
but
they
also
would still make it.
But to be real here, because maybe I wasn't 100% real the last couple minutes.
Imagine that.
I do think it'd be very Aggies to lose to Auburn and then beat Texas. That'd somehow be very A&M and also very Texas.
So if they went 9-3 with the win over Texas,
they're in. Ask the committee. You come down here playing Kyle Field. See how you like it.
Or you go to Jordan
See
Hare.
how you like it, Condoleezza Rice.
Not Texas. I'm talking about A&M loses to Jordan. Loses in Jordan Hare. You know how difficult it is to play in Jordan Hare?
Yeah, they're into.
And then Auburn's in after they beating A&M.
Yeah, A&M, Auburn, and Texas all in.
They all get in.
Georgia, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Alabama, all in.
All in.
Honestly, I liked what I saw from Arkansas on Saturday.
Play tough.
Yeah,
Play tough.
They hung in there with the number 3 team in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I do.
If Indiana loses by Indiana, for your own sake,
don't get blown out by Ohio State.
Keep it within.
Yeah, keep it
10. Keep it within 2 touchdowns.
Prove that you can compete against a team everybody thinks is good.
Be up at halftime because
you're not going to get the opportunity in the Big Ten title game if you lose Ohio State. Competitive. Indiana can suffer a loss if they're competitive. They probably will lose their chance at hosting a game because that's how they get treated. But at this point, danger for you, Indiana. Don't get your ass kicked.
Cover the spread. What's the spread?
I don't know what it is. But be in the game. Make it look like you belong. And you get the benefit of not playing in the Big Ten title game and maybe suffering an embarrassing loss. And taking an extra game off your plate and making the playoff and possibly getting a home game if you play close.
It's 2 touchdowns.
Play within 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
If you can play within 2 touchdowns, I think you're fine at Indiana. You go 11-1 in the regular season. That would mean 3 Big Ten teams make the playoff. 4. Penn State's hanging around too.
Penn State, Indiana.
Or Oregon and Ohio State.
Oh, Oregon.
We forget all the time.
And
Oregon.
they're number 1.
Yeah.
They've played one like entertaining Ohio State game, and then Saturday. And other than that, they just kind of handle business.
Sure.
So it's easy to forget.
So there's a real chance we'll get 5 from the SEC, possibly 4 from the Big Ten,
and then 1 and 1,
a 1 from the ACC and the Big 12, and then you got Boise State possibly. That music means
does that add up?
I don't know. I'm just doing off. There might be a spot for 1 more. I don't remember.
That adds up.
Okay. Just give the SEC 8 so we don't have to worry about math.
Thank you. I've been saying that for 3 months now.
Understood. Since you became a member of the conference. I understand. We're done. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I did want to get to the John Stamos story. The story is he put on a bald cap to show solidarity with his Full House team co-host, co-star Dave Coulier, who has cancer, had to shave his head. John Stamos didn't shave his head. He just put on a bald cap and took pictures. That's foul. Don't take pictures with me if you're going to put on a bald cap. Well, I got to shave my head dealing with cancer. He ain't a real one. That's what I just figured out. He doesn't dominate like Alpy does. But since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
That's what I do. Dominating the pain.
Not yesterday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
2nd and 6. Rush. Ball knocked out of his hand and ends up in the arms of Guyton. He gets it knocked out by Petrie, and the return for the touchdown by Derek Barnett.
That's where Texans-Cowboys ended last night. I know there were 12 minutes and 31 seconds left in that game, but oh boy, the Dallas Cowboys are a dumpster fire, and the Houston Texans should be thankful that they got to play those losers. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. The Houston Texans beat the Dallas Cowboys 34-10 last night. Joe, in Monday Night Football.
I feel good. 24-point win. Would have liked a little bit more. I think there's a lot to nitpick with this game, things that were still below our expectations, but we asked for a blowout victory, and they gave it to us.
Honestly, I don't think it was enough of a blowout. And yeah, I'm going to start off being that guy. That team blows. That team is a god-awful piece of crap. I can't believe I had to watch that Dallas Cowboy team. That is a semi-pro football team, and there were some good things that happened along the way. But I feel exactly the same as I did about the Texans going into this game as I do coming out of it.
That I agree with. I don't feel any different. I don't think the conversations we had yesterday about are the Texans better than this team or that team, none of that changes. Honestly, I really don't think there was any performance the Texans could have done yesterday to change that perspective.
Nothing. This is what we went into saying. This is a game where you win it convincingly, and you're on to the next one, and we're going to wait until you go up against a real team.
Yeah, but there were still a lot of just seeing the return of Nico Collins was a really nice thing to see yesterday.
It was nice to see the return of Nico Collins, just like it was nice to see, just kidding, not nice to see Laramie Tunsil going back to penalties on the first play of the game that they clearly had planned before the game began. Wow, you step downfield on a screen. Of course this team can't run an effing screen. I shouldn't be as annoyed as I am, but last night it was boring. It was slow. It was plodding. They couldn't do anything in the third quarter. And in the fourth quarter, Cooper Rush pooped his pants.
Yeah, and they really didn't do anything in the fourth quarter, honestly. Like the stat goes away of scoreless streaks in the second half that they were on, but it doesn't feel the same. Like they didn't drive down the field with authority and score a touchdown in the third quarter to make it feel like, oh, it's all sunshine and rainbows and they have, the woes of the second half are gone. That didn't happen, but they did what we asked them to do, and they won by 24 points against like you said, Paul, a very terrible football team.
They kind of did what we asked them to do. I wanted more from the offense. Joe Mixon had the big 45-yard run, and he did a lot in spite of an offensive line in front of him that I did not think did a very good job. And after the game, I'm hearing the same stuff. And that's I guess, why I'm in the annoyed mood with this team this morning. It's that, or this afternoon, it's that, yes, they won in convincing fashion. What more could they do against this bad Dallas Cowboys team? But I want to see a step forward from the offense. CJ Stroud did not look better. I guess the offensive line only allowed one sack, so you feel better about them. But that Dallas Cowboys defense opened up a can of quit on drive number 1. And I want to see progress. And I feel like the Texans, they think they made progress in this game.
If they did, they're wrong. They did what they were supposed to do. It's a terrible football team. This is exactly how you should treat a team that is that caliber, is beat them by 24 points. But you're right. CJ Stroud didn't look much better. The interception was baffling. I cannot believe he threw that 2 weeks in a row. Probably the 2 worst interceptions of his career, I would imagine, have come in back-to-back weeks. But, the Tunsil play, you're right. I know we kind of shared the audio around, and I know we can't play it, but of Andre Ware just ripping Laramie Tunsil apart on the radio broadcast. So well deserved. How do you do that? Like it's the little things for the Texans. And even the offensive line, I don't necessarily agree. Micah Parsons, they said it in the fourth quarter. I haven't seen the next gen stats to back this up, but ESPN's usually pretty good about this stuff themselves. And Aikman said it, in the fourth quarter that Micah Parsons had 10 pressures in this game. So yes, while CJ was only sacked 1 time, 10 pressures from Micah Parsons is not a great performance.
And guess who was very complimentary of Titus Howard after the game? CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And look, they're not going to throw people under the bus on this team, and they like to be positive. And I guess you have to be positive after a 34-10 win where you did get a touchdown at the very end. But trying to not sound like the absolute worst, because I know I do sound like the absolute worst right now. I don't feel like this game taught us anything new about the Texans. I feel like it was just a real, whoa. The Cowboys got really, really bad, really quickly, and it's not just Cooper Rush. There's just a lot of bad on that football team. And hey, the defense I thought had a pretty good game, and Joe Mixon is special out there. But yeah, I am left wanting more after a 24-point win.
I agree with you. There was more to, if the Derek Barnett touchdown is fun, right? It's a fun play, but if that touchdown was an offensive touchdown, honestly, if Tunsil doesn't have the false start, maybe we just feel differently a little bit today. Just seeing a 70-yard screen pass go all the way, Nico Collins, and that's a positive in the stat sheet and in the game instead of it being such a negative because of Tunsil. That's where I'm with you. That they left a lot to be desired still in this game. It's good that they at some point were done playing with their food and put the Cowboys away because of what the defense was able to accomplish on the Barnett play and what Petrie did on that play. And then the third touchdown by Joe Mixon. But there's still a lot to be desired for the Texans. And I know we talked about this last week, but at some point, winning doesn't cover up these things. And as long as behind closed doors, which we don't know the answer to this, they're not as directly positive and they're more realistic about what happened in the game and where they need to improve on, that's good. If the messaging that they're giving to the fans and to the media after the game is what they're telling themselves, that's a huge red flag.
Here is Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans after the game being asked if there was a relief after scoring that offensive touchdown with 3 minutes to go.
Get that touchdown in the second half with Joe. Did it mean a little bit more? What did that mean for you guys just to get over that? For the second half, it meant it wasn't just our offense. I think a lot of the stories being about our offense is I look at it defensively like we haven't finished in the second half, right? And for our team to go out and really play a complete second half, right, to shut them out in the second half, that was more of a bigger deal to me than us scoring a touchdown, right? It's just about us coming out playing with the right energy, executing and finishing the proper way. That's what finish looked like, right? And if we want to continue to progress, move forward, play good football, we have to finish second halves. It always comes down to how you finish in the second half. And, this is how it looks like. I'm excited for where we're going.
He's deflecting from the offense. I mean, they score with 3 minutes left, and there he is once again saying there's a lot of talk about the offense. Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, all of us watching, we're happy to see them try to punch it in while the Cowboys were trying to start fights every single play in the red zone. But I do think the defense finished. I just think it's interesting that DeMeco shifts from talking about the drive at the very end where the offense finally scores a touchdown to saying, well, the defense also finished in this one. It's weird. There's a weird defensiveness about the offense, ranging from the offensive line to just the lack of production.
Yeah, I don't, because there should be a sense of relief. I think it was a fair way to frame the question that even though you could have gotten more in the second half, even though, you didn't do much or anything in the third quarter, really, there should be a sense of relief that you don't have to go into next week and we don't have to be hearing about, 25 straight possessions in the second half with a touchdown. Like, there should be a sense of relief. I feel a sense of relief for them. Like, you would hope that that touchdown is the cure of a curse or whatever it is of these problems in the second half, and they can fix them, just more confidently, be more confident in the second half going forward.
We got a text from the 713. I wasn't impressed by the Texans. They're supposed to beat the Cowboys. I mean, Cowgirls got them. But I'm just not getting excited like I was last year because I know any good team would knock us in the head and then we'll be in depression state again. I mean, that might be the case. I still feel like, hey, there's a chance that weeks from now, they can clean some of these things up. But I think progress in cleaning those things up, I wish it was visible last night because I did not see it. I feel like the little mistakes that the offensive line is making, the blocking is making, and worse, that CJ Stroud is making, they keep happening. I want a reason to believe that at the very least, there will be less of them if they won't go away altogether. And yeah, they won 34-10 last night, and they deserve credit for that. But I didn't see what I was hoping for, progress
I think we were looking for probably closer to not 52-6 like the Lions did to the Jaguars this weekend, but Jared Goff threw 4 touchdowns.
It's not even about statistics for me, Joe. It's legitimately move the football consistently or at all. They didn't do that. And Stroud is missing open throws. I don't care about the numbers. I really don't. People were talking about like Cooper Rush had a good game. No, he didn't. He was awful in that game. I know he threw for 350 yards. His yards per attempt would have been 30th in the NFL among all starting quarterbacks. Some guy was trying to push this idea that the Texans defense didn't play well in this game. No, I actually liked what I saw from the Texans defense. I thought they did what they should against a guy in Cooper Rush who's not very good. But offensively, what happened in the third quarter? Yeah, he had a field goal. And until, what's his face, Tyler Guyton, the tackle for the Cowboys, tries to go Titus Howard with the football, running it downfield, and then he fumbles it, and it gets returned for a touchdown. It was a game. I mean, they hit a 64-yard field goal. It was 20-13. The Texans have this illegal tapping on the head that's done by Derek Barnett. They drive down the field. They were in range. They hung around because, once again, the offense, it doesn't do much.
It fails to put teams away. Like that's what the second half struggles have been this season, is that your defense has been asked to do so much on these, 3 and outs. Because it's not like they're moving the ball, to your point, at all in these second halves. Like they're so quickly going 3 and out, or maybe getting 1 first down and then 3 and out after that. And those struggles continued in this game. And I don't mean to point to like the 4 touchdowns as stats, but I correlate it the same way you do. If they're throwing 4 touchdowns, it means they're moving the ball up and down the field at will, and they're just not doing that in the second half of games. They really didn't do it in the first half. And the little things are, I think, what in a game like last night against the Cowboys are what stand out. You can't have the Derek Barnett penalty. Like that is a simple, you can't do that. The Laramie Tunsil one we'll go back to. Those things are just football 101 that the Texans were able to escape last night, but it asks the question almost back to like week 1 of if you were playing a more competent quarterback, a more competent team, and you had that exact same performance, the results likely very different.
He's Joe and Paul, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to talk about the Texans win over the Cowboys last night? You can. Stick around. Gallant and George.
Let's talk about O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com. You can find them O Athletic on Instagram as well. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up right now for a personal trainer from 1 to 5 times a week. They will work around your schedule. Don't wait till 2025 to get back into the gym and start working on your goals, whatever they are, whether it's weight loss or you're going to try to lean out and put on some muscle for the new year. Do it right now. Sign up at O Athletic and oathletic.com.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Texans think their offensive line played really well last night, and they did allow just one sack. And Joe Mixon did have a game where he ran seemingly all over the Dallas Cowboys, 20 carries, 109 yards, 3 touchdowns, one of them a 45-yard touchdown run. After the game, C.J. Stroud went out of his way to compliment the entire offensive line, and a funny happened along the way.
And they always do amazing. You know, I've been better with getting the ball out on time, and, you know, I believe that helps those guys out, you know, and Slow's done a good job of mixing it up. You know, got some more quick game in there, got some times where, you know, we're helping their star rusher, or, you know, I thought Titus played amazing. You know, Titus was in there battling. Him and Micah were going head-to-head pretty much the whole game. And, you know, Titus did amazing. And, you know, LT played well. You know, J-Pat, Juice, Shaq, you know, them boys, they're the heartbeat of our team. O-line and D-line are the reason why we win and lose. Excuse me, not why we lose. They're the reason why we win. Take that off the record. Slip up. They are the reason why we win. But yeah, I mean, it's up to us to play complimentary football. And, you know, a lot of times they get the blame, but it's not for them to blame. It's myself, you know, sometimes, you know, not getting the ball out on time, and just mis-IDing or things like that.
Immediate chuckle wagon, my goodness, with CJ's, some would say, Freudian slip. I would not say that. He's going out of his way to compliment everybody who is getting dumped on. And I respect the effort, but one more time, here's C.J. Stroud talking about the offensive and defensive lines.
O-line and D-line are the reason why we win and lose. Excuse me, not why we lose. They're the reason why we win. Take that off the record. Slip up.
It's a slip up.
He's right, though. It's a slip up, but it's an accurate slip up.
The defensive line is the reason why they win. The offensive line has largely been
the reason they lose.
Reason that they lose.
Yes, not the reason, a very strong reason. What a chuckle fest going on back there. My gosh. They thought that was the funniest thing they've ever heard.
Put the Seinfeld music in the background. Boom, 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 boom.
We have to ask DJ who laughed the hardest at that.
We will. He'll join us.
I think it's Cody Stutes.
I think that was also. I've heard that laugh quite a bit.
I think it's Cody.
I think it's a TV guy.
Ooh.
I think it's a TV guy.
Houston TV guy?
I do think it's a TV guy. I can't confirm, and I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but you all know what you did there. You all know what you did. You laughed at something that was sort of funny, but you laughed a little too hard at that sort of funny.
It like catches a second wind where it's like,
it's like one person started laughing, and then everyone else just joined in.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we can't let this guy laugh on his own. Get embarrassed here. Good teammates there.
It's a nervous, I want to belong laughter. And I mean, a smile would have been fine.
Yeah, a chuckle to yourself.
A chortle, right. A smirk on your face.
A chortle?
But you got Will Kunkel over there. Acting like he's at the Apollo.
That wasn't Will.
I know.
That wasn't Will.
I was just naming a TV guy.
So, look, they think that the offensive line did a pretty good job out there. This is more from the Houston Texans after the game. Did we toss to this one in the first segment? I don't think so. This is C.J. Stroud asking if he's happy to get a blowout.
For me, I don't ever look at it as like a blowout. You know, I look at it as, you know, did we execute one play at a time? And I feel like, to the best of our ability, you know, for me, I missed a couple throws, you know, threw an interception. But, you know, those happen, and I got to learn. And I'm learning, you know, like I told y'all during the week, I got to keep swinging. And I just appreciate, you know, them to keep being aggressive, throwing the ball down the field. And I know who I am, and I know I can be a really special person and the best special quarterback in this league, and especially with the guys I have around me. You know, Nick has done a great job putting a great team around, you know, Joe, me, Dog, the O-line, like making the individuals fit as one.
You know, that clip right there, if that was the only thing any of them said after the game, I would have been totally fine with that. because that's really how I feel is, yeah, I'm focusing a lot maybe on CJ Stroud compared to the rest of the team. But Stroud knows he could have played better in that game. And he just acknowledged it right there. And I'm not thinking about it as a blowout. I'm thinking about it as finishing. And they kept on talking about finishing. And there were some comments after the game, we can play with anybody. Well, the Dallas Cowboys can't play with anybody. I want to hear more of that kind of reflection. And there seemed to be in Stroud's head, when we could hear it at the press conference, a concerted effort to, I guess, give himself a little bit of grace for a game where I bet he is a little pissed with himself.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, I mean, that throw was terrible on 4th down.
Which one? I mean, he had 4 or 5.
The interception, I think, was the worst one because Nico was very open and it was right past him.
There was that. There was also the random, hey, it's 3rd and short. Let's run the no huddle. And Stroud missed that throw to Tank Dell. I don't really know what was going on there. That's more on Stroud than Slowick, I think. If you're running up to the line and calling something, you got to be a little more situationally aware. I know the referees kind of screwed that situation up because it did seem like one referee said it was a 1st down. And then afterwards, and Sean, I know you're about to jump in here, then all of a sudden it's 3rd and short.
I think that they thought it was 1st down.
They must have.
It makes more sense that they thought it was because normally you will, after you get the first down, you will go tempo. That way you're not going tempo and run 3 plays and go 3 and out in 10 seconds. So and then also the play they called, like, they're not a team that throws very deep on 3rd and 1s. Like, they're just not that kind of team. They normally either run something or do something close to it. So I honestly think that they thought it was 3rd or 1st down.
And that they didn't want it to be challenged.
Which is also, by the way, just as bad. Like, that is not like an excuse. That's also bad that they don't know what down it is.
I don't think the Cowboys were going to challenge that one. I don't. No.
Yeah, it was a strange sequence in this game, and last night between the Rockets game and the Texans game, there's a lot of complaining about referees on social media. So
there was
lots of complaints out there, and some of it was deserved. That's a weird one for sure. But yeah, he's just been off the last 2 weeks, more I think in the last 2 weeks than the rest of the season, and it's, we've blamed Bobby Slowick along the way very fairly, but CJ is I don't know if he's uncomfortable because of the offensive line. If, as much as he's trying to praise them and say how much of a good job that they've done, if he's just at the point now where he's just uncomfortable in the pocket this season because he doesn't trust his guys, or he's just having a bad couple games where he's not super accurate. Like, we don't know exactly what it is, but he just hasn't been to the standard that I think we hold him to, and I think he holds himself to.
Yeah. This text from the 936. This station is miserable lately. Texans should have beat the best team in the NFL a week ago. Like, can we chill, please? But they didn't. See, the reason I'm frustrated is because this is just adding up and nothing is changing. Doesn't that drive you crazy? Doesn't that drive you crazy to be in a situation where it's the same thing every day, even when you are aware of the things that are happening that aren't working out? Because that's where I'm at. Like, they know it, we know it, and they talk about it in a sing-songy positive way. And for some people that works. I don't think it's working for them.
I mean, even take away the Micah Parsons pressures, like the offensive line, 1 sack. So some of the frustration that I feel after this game is it goes back to earlier in the season. Why didn't you make this change sooner? Like if it's going to look like this, and CJ's going to have as much time as he did in this game, the Texans offense is going to be in a much better position, and they are going to hurt teams down the field and be able to move the ball if they actually protect CJ Stroud like this. But why did it take so long? Like why did it take so long for this organization? And would they have made the change if Kenyon Green wasn't out for the season? Those are fair questions to ask. So that's part of it for me too, is that even though it does look like a step forward in that area specifically, it could have been done weeks ago when you needed it.
Mm-hmm. And instead, you had to wait until now. I really hope that this performance by Joe Mixon, if they look at the film, they see that the offensive line did some things that were really good there. I think Mixon had a hell of a game last night, and I feel like he's doing it in spite of that offensive line in front of him. And I know he had the 45-yard touchdown run, and I think the offensive line did a good job on that one. I think the Cowboys defense had no idea what was happening on the play and looked like they had kind of quit. But there are a couple of places in this one where you can tell Mixon is just doing this on his own. He has a really innate ability to bounce to the outside and still stay fast laterally almost while these guys aren't really catching up to him. It's truly probably one of the best guys in terms of his ability to bounce to the outside. I would imagine he's up there, maybe top 3 in the league in terms of being able to do that. Derrick Henry takes a while to get going there. And Saquon Barkley's jukier than that. He is doing a lot on his own. And you can do that against a team like the Cowboys. This Cowboys team, with all the injuries they are dealing with, you were not going up against anything close to what an NFL team should be at this point. I don't know where the Cowboys rank among teams in the league in terms of overall talent off the top of my head, but I would guess bottom 3 with what they put out on the field there.
Yeah, the amount of injuries that they have right now.
Right. There's tons of injuries. And then the guys who are playing out there, who are talented, we're throwing little hissy fits just about every play. CeeDee Lamb, bad body language all game long. Honestly, I felt like he was kind of being a dick to Cooper Rush. I get it. Like, Cooper Rush was missing him, but, like, you know what's happening here. Like, the guy needs all the patting on the head that he can get.
He also had, like, 3, like, very dumb penalties. Like,
Mhm.
where there's a false start.
Yeah.
Was, like, not being set.
Yeah.
I think there's another just, like, dumb one where it's like, dude, I know you're not psyched to be to be out here. You're making it clear. I can tell.
Yeah.
But, like, you gotta clean it up a little bit.
And same with Micah Parsons. So imagine your 2 best players are I mean, at the very end, Micah Parsons was just throwing people down whoever was near him. Like that one random tackle of Robert Woods,
Yeah.
who apparently he's like boys with, and he just takes him down in the middle of a play. Those are their best 2 players, and you could tell that they're just pissed off that they're out there, that they're stuck in this situation. And then the rest of the team is just a bunch of kids.
Yeah, I mean, CeeDee Lamb, he's been like this all season. There's multiple times with him and Dak have had issues this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's why sometimes I don't understand why these guys sign these contracts. Just wait till you get to free agency. You're going to be miserable. Like, you knew what you signed up for.
They did not know it was going to be this bad.
No, they didn't know it was going to be this bad.
I still thought they were going to win the East. I figured they'd just be one and done. With all the Eagles crap this offseason, I thought they had more. But it's been an absolute nightmare. They have quit on Mike McCarthy ever since that loss to the Packers, which was not on McCarthy. It was 100% on those players. And now it's just at the absolute bottom of the toilet. And, hey, you took advantage of it. You won 34-10. If you're a fan and you're happy to see them beat the Cowboys, be happy about it. You played a clunker and you blew this team out. That is a spin zone that you can do on this. All I'm saying is I wanted progress. I didn't get the progress that I want, and I'm a little frustrated with that.
No, I'm with you. The offense just specifically didn't do enough. The defense was great. They were great in this game. They did everything you could have asked for more and more. I guess Derek Stingley Jr. somehow got bricks for hands at some point in this game. My gosh, what do you have, like 4 dropped interceptions? He was all over the place. He locked down CeeDee Lamb, but they could have had back-to-back games with 5 interceptions.
Yeah, they could have. I mean, Kalen Bullock almost had a pick 6.
That was brutal.
That's tough. I've been there. That sucks.
Yeah, Bullock, and then the Stingley one where it goes right through, the one where it's like the towel comes up in the air. It goes right into his chest.
Yeah, that's as someone who doesn't have the best hands, and it's probably one of the reasons I was better at defense. That is when you're running at the ball and it's like at about your clavicle level. That it is difficult while coming towards the football as a non-receiver to catch that. You got to have your arms extended, and yeah, I feel bad for Bullock. That would have been pick 6, his 6th of the year, whatever. I'm going to try to be a little more positive here. So how do we do that? Let's make fun of all of the bad things that happened to the Dallas Cowboys last night, because this franchise has hit rock bottom. This is the absolute worst. I mean, the stadium's falling apart. You have Dalton Schultz roasting you with coffee after the game. Let's just go through all of the many bad things that happened to the Cowboys last night in the Texans win in a very special edition of Playing with the Boys. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. A texter asks, this is mean. Did Jesus tell CJ to throw that interception? Come on, man. Just because he goes out of his way to thank the Lord whenever he speaks. He did it on the ESPN when they handed him that cell phone. He did it at the beginning of his press conference. Come on. Let the man have his faith.
The question is just, is Jesus telling CJ Stroud to give the Cowboys one last gift this season?
You are supposed to give to the poor.
Yes, give to the poor.
For most of the iconic saintly prophets in all different religions.
And he really just handed it to him.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
He's just a giving man, CJ Stroud.
He certainly did give that one. So this was, I think, about as low as things get for the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday. Last night. I think it's time for a special edition of Playing with the Boys. I mean, it was a disaster before the game even kicked off.
Yeah, it was.
So we'll play some of this audio a little bit later, but going into the game, you hear Joe Buck saying, and the roof is open. Nope, the roof was not open. Before the game, Lisa Salters shared with Scott Van Pelt that parts of the stadium were falling after they opened the roof. Why was that the case? Jerry Jones, owner of the Dallas Cowboys, already in hot water for the sun and the way that it shines into his stadium, now has falling massive sheets of metal to worry about. Here he is talking about what happened.
There was no risk at all to anybody on the field playing once we shut the roof. And again, we had a lot of wind gusts in this area this afternoon, and apparently that created some looseness up there. And then when we did try to open it up, the wind got in there and exacerbated the looseness.
It sounds a little sexual.
First time opening the roof in 2 years. And then the sheet metal starts falling down.
It's a 16-year-old stadium. How often do they go up and take care of that? The idea that one day some loose gusts of wind are the reason that was loose, I don't buy that.
No, I'd be asking that question if I was Jerry Jones. Hey, guys, when's the last time anyone was up there? Has it been 4 years?
They sent somebody up to bolt one of the other pieces that fell from the roof a little bit after that one, but the one that fell almost hit a guy. It came very close to hitting a guy. That guy saw it at the last second. Luckily, the sheet of metal fell a lot like a giant piece of paper would.
Yeah.
I wonder how much it weighed. I also wonder what would have happened had it made contact with somebody. I would assume that there's going to be some sort of scrape. I don't know if anyone's going to get, decapitated or delimbed or whatever. I don't think that's a word, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Should be now.
Amputated. Yikes. So it just started off there. Meanwhile, you have in this game rookie Tyler Guyton, who's having a bad year on the offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys, trying to run with the football. I mean, that was a bad moment. That's where the game ended. They were hanging around until that moment. Like the Texans offense was letting them hang in there.
And he got hurt.
He did.
He left the game when he got hit by Petrie.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if he came back in. He hurt his shoulder.
Oh.
So tried to be Superman. Didn't go very well.
No, definitely not. More rock bottom things for the Dallas Cowboys in this game. How about just what Mike McCarthy was saying about this once the game was over? Mike McCarthy was asked about all the young players out there. Here's what he had to say.
We got to win. We deserve the win. We deserve the opportunity to win. And that's by putting the best people out there. So, and right now they're young. So those guys, our young guys are getting a lot of experience, but we need to do whatever the hell we need to do to win.
We deserve to win.
Because they work hard, or they deserve to win because they thought they played better than the Texans.
I think that it's because they have been working hard, but I don't know. I don't think your star players worked very hard in this game. Also, a lot of your star players weren't out there. And generally, the team with the better players should win more often than not. And the Texans have significantly more talent than the Cowboys out there.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about in general.
Okay. It sounds a little bit better than I'm sure if we read that quote, saying they deserve to win. Just maybe coach better. I don't know. Get a better backup quarterback.
I don't know what Mike McCarthy can do. I really don't think this is on him. I know a lot of people are blaming him. This team has felt strange since the offseason, and maybe we should have all seen this coming. But, I mean, they quit against the Packers, and I don't think they've really bought back in since that playoff game where they got 60 burgered.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear, and I'm sure even Jerry Jones now, even though he won't fire McCarthy right now, in retrospect, that's why you should have fired him this offseason. The way you lost, this was a very logical outcome for how the Cowboys season was going to go, whether Dak was hurt or not, because they weren't good when Dak was out there. This kind of felt this was where this was headed. Good luck getting out of it.
More bad for the Cowboys. Remember Dalton Schultz? Dalton Schultz used to play for the Dallas Cowboys. Now he's a Houston Texan. And he decided to post a video this morning. It's him with his 2 coffee mugs, and he pours milk into the coffee mugs. And as the milk is poured into the coffee mugs, you can read on the 2 glasses, the Houston Texans are the best team in Texas, ! He takes a sip from the coffee, takes a look at the camera, raises his eyebrows, and then walks away.
Should he have done more to do this troll? Or is it just fully justified because he used to play for the Cowboys?
I'm guessing he doesn't have a great relationship with Cowboys fans because some of the people who are responding to him said, you blocked 99% of Cowboys fans. I'm not sure which ones you are trying to troll. Got nothing but love for the fans in your 4 years here now, and you throw shade like this. It is kind of funny to see the Cowboys fans getting pissed.
Of course they're going to be pissed.
Jake Ferguson's so much better than you, bro.
Disagree. Not that Schultz has been good, particularly this year. Another part of this game where leaves a lot to be desired, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah,
but good troll.
Not a great run blocker, but yeah, that was a good troll. The Houston Texans Twitter account, they killed them.
They went on a heater last night.
I don't know if they hired the guy or gal who killed the Dallas Mavericks horse emoji. Shh, it will all be over soon. Someone got fired for that 10 years ago. I don't know if they hired that person again, but the person posted a picture showing AT&T Stadium with the 2 pieces of metal that fell from the roof in the shape of an L. And I think the caption was something along the lines of, catch this L. It was violent, and it was very, very funny, and they were not done. They were on a roasting spree. I need to figure out who was in charge of that.
Yeah, either the person who maybe got fired by the Rockets or the person who left the Astros.
Could be that.
Because the person who was running the Astros Twitter account was elite the year they won the World Series.
Oh, the year they won the World Series. I was wondering if
no, not that girl.
Because that they were very trolly. Yeah, I was wondering if it was that girl who was saying all the Gen Z phrases, who apparently was from LA for the Astros that everyone doxed.
Yeah, and she got
that would be quite the redemption story for her if that's her.
That would be. I mean, she doesn't have an LA football team to really root for, probably.
Well, she does. The Chargers.
That's true.
The Rams are
based on her
5-5.
age.
Okay.
Guessing. But yeah, they went troll mode last night. Love it. Give me more of that. It doesn't just have to be against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Do it next week.
Well, yeah, especially you're playing the Titans.
Oh, yeah.
So I hope there's a lot of trolling going on there. Just want Adams slander. All the Adams slander is what I'm looking for.
Ooh, like some Adams family.
Mm-hmm.
Incorporate that into the tweets, like the old TV show.
No, I'm not that old. I've never seen that show. I don't know anything about it. No.
Huh.
No, I just know that Sean Pendergast looks like somebody on it. Well, he said that. He acknowledges that all the time.
Okay.
He acknowledges that all the time. I love Sean.
That's different. That's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he looks more like Michael Chiklis. How about that?
I agree. But that would have been a rough troll for people to say that and then you to repeat it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm just saying the Adams family of Bud and Amy Adams. Yeah, lots of free material there. Things are so bad for the Cowboys. One last one. This is Joe Mixon. Apparently, the Cowboys did not give the Texans adequate soap in the locker room after the game.
I just told them boys we ran out of soap. Jerry Jones wasn't messing with us. You feel me? So I ended up having an extra, wad of soap. And all them boys like, man, I ain't got no soap. I'm like, that's what I might get y'all next week. I might grab y'all boys a bottle of soap.
Mixon was asked if he was going to get the offensive line any gift, and now he might get them some bottles of soap. I mean, that is key to have. That's pretty ridiculous that a $1 billion operation in Jerry World does not have soap.
You think he took it out at halftime? Like as the Cowboys are losing, he's like, "Hey guys, go get the soap."
Yeah, it's like messing with the AC or
the hot water.
Yeah, no hot water. It's like no soap.
All right,
although
Texans.
winners get washed. We learned that.
Winners get washed. That's right. Thank you, Fran Brown, head coach of Syracuse University. Yeah, I wonder about this. I mean, maybe Mixon's a soap hog too.
Oh, he just uses a lot of it.
He uses like the whole bottle that they give at the hotel in one go. Give me some more. I just want to douse myself in that, baby.
Just trying to send a message. BYOS.
Give me that goo.
He worked hard. He deserved it after Monday night.
Yeah,
he deserved to wash. Yeah. I don't know if CJ Stroud deserved as much soap. But yeah, I thought it was funny. I was like, wait a second, what? Because at first when I heard that, I was like, is he talking about dropping the soap? What is going on here? Then I heard it again. It's like, nope, just Jerry Jones didn't have enough soap in the locker room and has a stadium that's falling apart.
I cannot believe it.
You know what it is? It is winners get washed. And the visitors' locker room, those guys just win so much because the Cowboys haven't won a home game yet.
They're out of soap.
They're out of soap.
Honestly,
they're using all those winners in the visitor locker room is using all the soap.
Yeah, if they're not checking the roof once every 5 years,
You think they're
are they
checking the
refilling the soap every week? Like, I mean, who knows? Maybe that's part of the Cowboys tour. Like, maybe people like,
They watch them use the soap.
People are pocketing the soap.
They're taking showers on their way home because it's so hot in Texas. You could use the visitors' locker room on your way out.
Anyway, that is playing with the boys. I don't know what was rock bottom for the Cowboys. I think they're at it. Theoretically, it could get worse. They play the Commanders on Sunday, I think.
I think there's just something symbolic about the stadium actually falling apart.
Yes. In the same week where they also were answering questions about the shades that they wouldn't put down that cost them perhaps at least one touchdown. Not that would have mattered. I mean, the Eagles beat them 34-6 last week, so.
Yeah. Texans only won 34-10. Eagles won 34-6.
Look, I don't want to keep nitpicking, but the Cowboys blow. They're awful. Like, this is what this final score should have been, and I think a lot of people believe that they could have even won by a little more. But that's who this team is right now. They are the worst team probably in the NFC, and that's saying something because the Giants exist. Look at them all of a sudden.
I mean, I'm probably picking the Giants over the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
I was going to say, you're going to have an opportunity.
Give me cutlets.
America is going to get to watch Cooper Rush versus Tommy DeVito.
Who's worse? I mean, really, it is between the Giants and the Cowboys. The Bears at least have Caleb Williams, even though things are starting to fall apart.
And they fired Shane Waldron.
The Panthers have won 2 in a row. The Saints have won 2 in a row.
Oh, wow.
I mean, the entire NFC West is 5-5 or above. The Cowboys are probably the worst team in the NFC, just the way things are going. And the Giants are tied for them with a 5-game losing streak, but
they'll get to settle on the field.
At least Tommy DeVito, the fan base likes him for some reason.
Yeah, I don't think Cowboys fans love Cooper Rush.
No, I didn't get that sense.
Who could love Cooper Rush?
He was 4-1.
His mother?
He was what do we say, 5-2 or whatever it was?
He started 4-0.
That's true. He did start 4-0 as in his early career in 2022.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, CeeDee Lamb's just being a jerk to him all game long. Like not even his teammates like him. And Trey Lance stinks. And after the game, I think Mike McCarthy was asked, hey, would you have used Trey Lance? And he thought to himself, yeah, I think I could have used him a little bit. I do think he's more of a gadget player now. So just boom roasted on Trey Lance. Trey Lance is down bad more than Cooper Rush.
Really bad. Yeah, but the Cowboys this year, they have no wins at AT&T Stadium.
So what's the differential now?
Let's see. Jake Paul has one. The Texans have one. Texas A&M has one at AT&T Stadium this year.
Saints have one.
Saints have one. The Cowboys have none.
What's their point differential now? It's
At
negative
home?
a lot.
Well, what they
Oh,
lose-
at home?
Yeah.
I don't know what it's at home.
It's got to be negative 100 something. The real question is how much?
Oh, on the season, it's negative 106.
Holy Christ.
That's so bad. They're terrible. That's one of the worst. It's bottom 3 in the NFL. The Panthers are minus 143 on the year. The Jags are minus 108. And then the Dallas Cowboys, a minus 106 point differential. Hey, Texans, positive point differential again. We're back. Back in the positives.
That is also crazy.
One step at a time.
They were a negative point differential until last night.
Yep.
And now they're plus 22.
All right. Arrow up.
God.
Not super up, but up.
It's
diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 40, less than a 45-degree angle.
I don't know that I would, be holding on the stock, right? Like I'm not diamond hands with it, but slightly better.
Yeah. We're not selling our stock yet either, but
We're
not buying more.
Before the KC game, that's when you sell.
If they beat either the Chiefs or the Ravens, I might sell right afterwards.
Oh, just bail.
That might be the prime time to do it. That's when everyone's going to start dreaming around Christmas time. You're going to watch a couple of feel good movies. You're going to watch It's a Wonderful Life, and you're going to cry at the very end, or maybe it's Muppet Christmas Carol, or some of these other movies, and you're going to feel like a happiness in your heart. And then the Texans maybe beat the Ravens on Christmas Day, and you're like, yeah, this is great.
Yeah, Beyonce.
You're
gonna watch Beyonce buffer on stage during halftime.
Well, listen, some people might be buffering for Beyonce better than buffering for Mike Tyson. Can we say that?
What? No, that's way worse.
Yeah, but, well, no,
people are gonna be way more upset.
A freeze frame of Beyonce is better than a freeze frame of Mike Tyson's
That's
ass.
true.
Yes,
that's what I'm trying to say.
That's true. People will be way more upset.
Well, coincidentally, Netflix didn't freeze. It sounds like when Mike Tyson was naked.
Oh, they got that crystal clear.
That sounds like that part. That part,
got it.
there was no buffering issues for some reason.
At least we didn't see his Ramalama ding dong.
That's a fact.
You know,
it would have been a very different conversation. It wouldn't have been as funny of a conversation.
Nah. It would have been as funny.
I heard Jerry, by the way, on 105.3 get asked about the concerns for Netflix, and he was trying to spin zone that. I was like, well, there was a Super Bowl kind of audience for that fight, so I don't think we'll have to worry about this. He's got a lot of logistics to figure out. I mean, the season should be over, and he's got to figure out, is my stadium falling apart? Are my players going blind? Can we handle basic things here?
Will they get a new stadium now because this one's broken already?
They should, honestly.
That'd be such a Jerry Jones thing to do. Be like,
just build another one.
Guys, the stadium needs to be fixed. We got to upgrade.
Build one on top of it.
Just right on top of it.
Just tear down the Walmart that's across the street.
That honestly, that would be an upgrade. Yeah, no one needs Walmart anymore.
And make sure to angle it to where the sun still shines through and blinds players.
All right, Gallant George, Sean's back. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 if you want to call in or text it. This does make me feel a little bit better, making fun of the Dallas Cowboys about a victory where, yes, the Texans won in convincing fashion, but I do think there are things that they could get better with. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans aren't spending a lot of time at the line of scrimmage once they get up there. Hand to Mixon, cut back. Joe Mixon, goodbye. Touchdown, Texans.
I thought the Texans were going to run away with it there. And while it took some time, they eventually did run away with a 34-10 win over the Dallas Cowboys last night in Monday Night Football. I think this says a lot more about the Cowboys than it says about the Texans. I guess we can say, hey, they did get a blowout against a team they're better than in a game where the offense certainly left a lot on the field. And now, after having laughed at the Dallas Cowboys for the last 30 minutes, Joe, I do feel a little bit more optimistic.
Good.
Still, I want them to get these things cleaned up. The bad throws by CJ Stroud, the protection issues, the run blocking, the dumb penalties that seem careless. I want these things to get cleaned up. And I am wondering at what point they'll happen if the last couple of weeks have not wakened these guys up.
The only one I feel confident that won't continue to be a lingering issue for the Texans this year is CJ Stroud. His accuracy issues in the last 2 games. I'm not worried that that's going to continue the rest of the year.
You don't think it'll continue?
Not like that. Not the.
It's been a couple of weeks though.
Yeah, but it's still a lot of that was the offensive line in the previous weeks. The last 2 weeks, not as much, that's strange that the offensive lines looked a little bit better and the accuracy issues might have gotten a little bit worse for him in the last 2 games. But just of which one I'd be most confident is going to be fixed, it'd be that one. I don't trust Larry Tunsil to not make these penalties. We've gone from one version of penalties to the other. There's false starts in illegal formations to being down the field on screen passes.
There were some questions about whether or not he was illegally downfield. Whatever the case, it's been such an issue for the Texans this year, being illegally downfield on screens. And maybe it's a point of emphasis across the league. You would think that they would get better at that, clean that up with more and more mistakes in the same mold happening on a seemingly weekly basis. But hey, after the game, Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans said that we can finish games like this in this league.
It's an awesome feeling, right? It's hard to win in this league. No matter who you're playing, it's hard to win, right? And, it was a great feeling coming in, knowing we had it out there and just seeing our guys, seeing a different bounce in their step, seeing a different look in their eye all week. Like, I just want our guys to remain focused, remain locked in, and locked in on the task at hand each and every week. And if we do that, we're a really good football team, right? And that's something we knew last week. We're a good football team. We can play with anybody. It's just about finishing.
They did finish to a degree. If they're still having players-only meetings, and I hope that they don't need one after this game, who would be the only people allowed to speak? Let's go through all the guys who played well last night. 1, Joe Mixon.
Yep.
2, Danielle Hunter. 3, Derek Stingley. 4, Jalen Petrie.
Petrie can talk.
Collins
can talk.
Nico Collins.
Because he had 2 play. He could have had like 150 receiving yards.
Right.
And he ended up getting like 40.
Yeah, people kept on getting in his way. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Tank?
John Mechie.
Not Mechie. That
tackle was great.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was a great tackle.
If things don't work out for him at wide receiver, maybe we need a position change because he rocked the hell out of that guy.
I know we're being positive. He looked better than Okuda.
Can't talk.
Jeffrey Okuda cannot talk.
Probably shouldn't be on the roster.
Players only meeting. He cannot talk there.
Probably,
Can Derek Barnett talk? Derek Barnett had the touchdown, but Derek Barnett also had the head tap on the Brandon Aubrey field goal. Now, it did lead to the Cowboys not scoring ultimately on that drive.
He can talk.
He can talk? Okay.
He's plus 10.
Yeah.
His plus minus is plus 10.
And, I mean, look, he forced the fumble, and then he recovered a fumble on the same play and then scored. So,
I think
he did everything on one play. He can talk.
Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, no. You cannot talk. You cannot talk. I know that CJ Stroud will say you can talk, but you can't talk. CJ Stroud can't talk.
Titus more than Tunsil? Like if I had to get one more guy on the list, I'd be more willing to accept Titus Howard speaking. I think that's Aziz.
He was swarming, but he wasn't swarming like Jalen Petrie was swarming.
Toto.
Henry Toto, if he's
played
not concussed,
Yeah.
yes. Because I think he left the game at one point, and we're not 100% sure what happened to him.
Yeah, because all of a sudden Devin White was just out there all the time.
Right.
Yeah, he's been fun to watch this year. I think that's the list.
Okay. Look, some guys did play well in this game. I don't want to make it seem like, they
John
won
Weeks.
34-10. And a lot of guys suck. John Weeks.
He could always talk.
Okay.
Forever a place at
Forever.
the table. Yeah.
Ring of Honor.
Kaimi.
He didn't miss any. Didn't
He's
miss
missed
any
too
this
much
week.
recently.
Yeah, I think he can talk.
Okay.
He's the John Christian. I'm not going to even try all of that last name. Fairbairn. Or is it his first name? Because it's John Christian.
And then Hawaiian. Kaimi something Hawaiian.
Yeah, sorry. I feel bad. You know what? I feel like at some point I'm going to have to learn this by heart.
Oh, you want to learn how to say the whole name?
I mean, if I try to say it the way through,
it's terrifying to look at.
Kaimi no loa mikai kio ke kumapu a Fairbairn. Got him.
I mean, it's not like, yeah.
Say it confidently enough. No one's going to second guess
Yep.
you.
And you sounded confident the entire time.
Did I?
Yeah, not the middle 5 seconds. I couldn't tell you leaking confidence.
After the game, speaking of confidence, here's CJ Stroud. Every game in the National Football League is a learning experience.
Every game is an opportunity to go out and fix problems. So that was a problem that we had. We got to score more touchdowns, and honestly, we could have been better today in the red zone. So there's always something you can correct and fix. So I'm excited, and blessed to be able to go back to work and be healthy and be able to go back and fix those problems and play the Titans this week.
Hell yeah, dude.
He is the most grounded of everyone that speaks to the media.
Yeah. And look, I get it. They're not going to throw each other under the bus when they're talking with us, but I like hearing Stroud after this one because I feel the same way about Stroud that he feels about himself. He left him on the field there. The interception that he threw at the 12-yard line, terrible throw. He had a couple of other bad throws in this one.
Yeah, and just you have to acknowledge this stuff. And then look, D'Amico just chooses not to. It's very clear that except for after the Jets game, that's really the only time I feel like we've heard him like let his frustration come through immediately after a game. But when they win, he's positive. And it's just gonna be that way. Like we're not gonna see him calling guys out for lack of execution in the red zone. Very passing comments, but surrounded by positive fluff. Like that's just what D'Amico is going to be doing. Where CJ is going to give a more straightforward answer about his performance and his offensive lines.
The offensive line is where he's gassing them up a little bit too hard. Everyone was gassing the offensive line after this game, and I feel like they felt that was a thing that they needed to do after the criticism that they got for the Lions game, where, yeah, there were certain elements where they actually looked better, and yet they still gave up 4 sacks in that game. But this one, okay, like statistically, you could make an argument things were better. But I think if you watched, you would have noticed some things that were a little bit concerning. I don't know if it's all Juice Scruggs. I don't know who it is. All I know is that when Joe Mixon is getting the handoff, it seems like he is making a lot more happen than the Texans offensive line is.
Totally agree.
And there's still time for that to improve as this current iteration of the offensive line gets more reps together, especially with this little preseason schedule they have before the bye week. The Titans, Jaguars the next couple of weeks. But I just want to see some progress in more areas than I did. And I didn't see as much progress as you would have thought a 34-10 win would have brought.
I mean, I really struggle with the idea that the offensive line is going to look that much better this season. I know it's a new group, but like this game where, yes, they didn't allow any sacks, and there was moments where CJ Stroud had lots of time, but they were getting the ball out quicker a lot in this game too. Like, CJ, we heard one of the audio clips we played earlier, talked about Bobby Slowick kind of calling plays for that. This might just be like what their peak is the rest of the year. where Micah Parsons getting a ton of pressures, but they're not getting to the quarterback because the game plan and everything overall is better. I don't expect it to be that much better, honestly. Like I really don't. I mean, even the run game, like Joe Mixon is going to have to do a lot of the work to, have these performances like this. I don't expect it to often be as bad as it was last week, where at one point he had 20 carries for 34 yards against the Lions. Don't expect it to be that poor, but I wouldn't expect this on a regular basis either with this group.
No, I wouldn't. I think that, the big 45-yard run does make things a little bit deceptive in terms of the actual result. And hey, I mean, that is part of the ground game. Occasionally a big play is going to happen, and that does affect the statistics, but I don't think the stats are necessarily indicative of what they were doing in the trenches. But hey, look, they all got each other's back at the very least. They're not quitting on each other like the Cowboys are. So I suppose you got to find the positives where you can. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. It was an interesting night in the world of refereeing last night. Not just in Texans Cowboys, but also in Rockets Bucks. I didn't see it live. I just know I saw the usual suspects getting angry about it in the way that they did. Looks like Giannis Antetokounmpo might have stepped out of bounds, quite obviously. How do we feel about last night's refereeing? We'll talk about it. Stay put for a ref show.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans beat the Cowboys 34-10 last night. I think that it says more about the Cowboys than it says about the Texans, and there are still things that need to be cleaned up. But you gladly take the win, especially if you are stuffing the Cowboys into a locker. Didn't even know that DeMarvion Overshown, my bad, had said this week, because I don't know who he is. Even though it's a down year for us, we still run the state of Texas. He did say that before this game.
They do not.
Yep.
It's Texas is the Texans until at least 2026.
Wow, they have it all of next year?
Well, they don't play again until 2026.
Oh, okay. So it only matters what happens in the one game between the two.
Well, the Cowboys aren't making the playoffs this year, and the Texans are. So I kind of feel like that gives them 2 years in the playoffs in a row, the head-to-head.
How dare you put a ceiling on Mike McCarthy?
He won't be here next year.
Super Bowl champion head coach.
Super Bowl champion head coach.
You woke racist. Oh, Mike McCarthy can't turn things
an
around.
Irishman can't coach a football.
No, if Belichick is there next year, maybe I'll feel different.
It would be interesting to see if they decide to pull the trigger and make that move. Speaking of pulling the trigger, many people online, as they want to do, seemed like they wanted to pull the trigger on referees. These poor referees. Have you seen the commercial where the ref has a dog? Come on. It's a tough life. It's a tough job. But anyway, yeah, it wasn't a great night for referees last night. It's another episode of the Ref Show. Jalen Petrie and Azeez Al-Shaair at the very same time lit some poor schlub on the Cowboys up. They sent him into outer space. Who was it? I don't know. Is he alive? I don't know. It was a great hit. It was a clean hit. Was it the non-Jake Ferguson tight end that they had?
I think so.
I don't want to.
Spoon maker?
Yeah. Spoon maker. Spoon man. He's over the middle. He gets clobbered by both of them. And the refs throw a flag because the hit looked so violent. Jalen Petrie's had a couple of hits like this year. He put his shoulder directly into the guy. And you know when you really know that the refs screwed up? When not just Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, who seem to have carte blanche to say whatever they want on the broadcast, are going after them. When the referee, Bobo, who generally licks the feet of these guys on the field, even when they are clearly screwing up on the job, this guy did not play defense attorney. Here's the broadcast of that call.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 5, the 15-yard penalty, out of game of play, automatic first down.
You can hear the Texan fans react. It looked like it was into the shoulder to me. I didn't hear it. Did they call it on Petrie? Because let's see, I know what you're going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
Either
Because
one.
even, Azeez Al-Shaair, he hits the shoulder pad, and Petrie comes in, and, it was a vicious hit. And I see what the officials saw, but it was legal in my mind.
The arm of Cooper Rush was hit, and the pass is incomplete. Russell?
Yeah, Troy, I agree. You said it exactly right. The contact is to the shoulder area. It's only a foul if he makes forcible contact to the head neck area. That was not where he contacted, and that's legal hit.
Wow.
It's a replica of what happened in week 2. He did this to Cole Kmet in the Bears game. He crushed him and got thrown a 15-yard penalty or whatever it was then as well. Why is this not reviewable? They review it the other way.
Good question.
Like they review it to see if you intentionally led with your head. So why wouldn't they just auto review this, almost like targeting in college?
Well, it would slow
and
the
then
game
fix it?
down. So
I know.
There's a part of me that is resistant to that, but I'm with you in that it should be reviewable. And I have long believed you should get 3 challenges a game. You get to challenge whatever you want. You just got to pick them wisely. And you should be able to challenge something like that. You shouldn't have to, but at least if you have the option to challenge it, you give the referees the chance to bail them out. It's very clearly a legal hit upon review. These things do happen, bang, bang. And just like the players have a lot that now is going through their heads while they're trying to stop players from going downfield as if they're in the Matrix. The refs have a lot to do there too, but I'm with you. There should be some way that you can reverse that. You don't have that. So that was one of a couple of calls last night that were suspect. I do find it interesting that the national broadcasts Monday night, Thursday night have been as critical of referees this year as they've been. I think it is definitely leading a groundswell of people who are just fed up with refereeing in general, wondering why the hell this keeps on happening. Also, last night, this is in the NBA, we had a moment where with 20 seconds left, and the Rockets leading the Milwaukee Bucks 100-99, while inbounding to Giannis Antetokounmpo, it's very clear that Giannis Antetokounmpo's left heel is out of bounds. Bucks go down to the other end. They score, go ahead bucket, and ultimately they take down the Rockets last night by a final score of, get this, 101-100.
Yeah, it's a bad miss. I mean, the referee is not even looking at Giannis.
He's
blame
him
down the court?
Do you blame him? This is going to sound like a defense here, but are you supposed to be focusing on something that should be so common sense for the actual player inbounding the ball? This is my sort of devil's advocate defense. I mean, clearly somebody's got to be watching the baseline to find stuff like this, but I could easily see how something like that would get lost in the weeds over the course of a game, especially when teams are trying to move with tempo.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. Like this, it is obvious. Like this rarely ever happens. There's very few things stepping out of bounds like this. You know, almost in fact, like it almost looks like a made bucket and then pass back in. It happens so fast. But someone's got to keep an eye on the ball at all times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's
and the referee on the baseline is not looking at the ball here.
Yeah, so like someone's got to have an eye on it and at least be questioning it. It's not the most egregious call we've ever seen, and frankly, I don't care.
Ooh,
because
I care. About
Albie dropped it on the inbounds pass on the final play of the game. It was a perfectly drawn up play. He butterhandsed it and just
butterhandsed it.
They should have won the game last night. So
I think it's more on Fred.
You think it's more on Fred?
Yeah, Alpern.
That's fair.
Şengün was NFL open. You don't get more open than that on a basketball court.
That's true. But so even though that play did happen, the Rockets had a chance. They should have won the game. They had a great play between the pass and then not catching it fully and not getting the bucket. It matters. It sucks, but it's not why you lost.
Any concern over the offense now being based on Fred VanVleet? He's
strange.
Like the leading scorer of late.
I don't quite get it.
I mean, that's kind of how the Rockets are, though. Like the first 3 games, or first 4 games this season, it was your leading scorer was Jalen Green, and now if you look at it, you're like, oh, your leading scorer was Jalen Green. Like the Rockets they all take turns for having 5 game stretches where they're good, and then 5 game stretches where they're bad. It's kind of how it works. Like Şengün's had plenty of bad games too, so. Every night someone steps up, you just don't really know who's going to step up and who's going to go 4 for 11.
Yeah. Or 3 for 11 from the 3-point line like VanVleet did last night, even though he scored 26 points.
So we're in agreement here that the refs didn't lose in this game.
No.
It's also in part like why I also don't care with Joe. It's like, am I really going to get upset about like Giannis's heel being
But Red Nation is angry, and Rockets fans love to get mad at the refs, perhaps more than any basketball fan base, which is saying something because they all hate them.
I was going to say every fan base. Like
the refs in the NBA are mostly terrible. We all know it, but blame the players once in a while. It's not a crazy concept. The players didn't execute at the end.
How similar are the Texans to the Rockets? I mean, from a Rockets perspective, there's no one on the team that you look at in the same way that you look at CJ Stroud. Their record is pretty impressive. 10-5 is good. That's 4th in the West. I think in the most recent power rankings, somebody had them 5th overall. I think we all believe that they're not probably the 5th best team in the NBA. So there is a little bit more lovey-dovey feels towards them in this season where, they're doing more than you expect. It does kind of feel like last year's Texans to a degree.
This is fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
they're very similar to this year's Texans, except no one was calling the Rockets like championship
Frauds.
threats.
Yeah, like if the Rockets
yeah.
if the Rockets make the playoffs and then lose in the first round, we'll be talking about them very differently than if the Texans make the playoffs and lose in the first round.
It also is different in basketball where it's like if you don't have like a guy, you're probably not going to win anyway. So you know the like stair steps to like climb up, or there's more in the NBA than in the NFL where you can like turn two things around and all of a sudden you make the playoffs. Like the Commanders this year are kind of the Texans last year, where it's like I don't really see how they're doing this, but they're probably going to make the playoffs and probably going to either win one and then lose or lose in the first round.
Yeah, and the Rockets, I think the other difference is we just have no idea who they are, like how this core group is going to develop throughout the season, the minute distribution, how that's all going to play out. It just feels like we're still so far away about learning what the identity of the Rockets looks like.
Yeah.
And then all these trade rumors are just going to kind of continue and percolate from now through the offseason. Yeah.
Percolate.
Yep.
It is impressive how they win, though.
Honestly, really know why.
Joe, that word was impressive.
Not usually my vocabulary. Just kind of came to me.
They do find a way to win despite like all the lack of consistency on who shows up on offense each night.
It is strange.
Like this was what I saw before the Bucks game. Was that the Rockets were 9th in the NBA in offense. Which, with how we talk about them, you would think that they're 29th.
Yeah.
Like, they're 9th in offense. A lot of that is because they never turn the ball over and they get a lot of offensive rebounds. So, like, all these guys shoot terribly, but score.
You know what? Jalen Green, his 3-point numbers from outside this month.
32%.
26.8.
Cool. He started the season like 45%.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
October. He was good in October.
Yeah, that's how I feel. A voice guy. It was like, if Jalen Green's struggling, Jalen Green's shooting from outside. Commercial break. I don't want to see it.
We don't feel it.
Yeah, we went a little long.
Okay. Well, hey guys, that's the Ref Show here. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, we'll go around the NFL. We'll take a look at some of the other things that went down on broadcasts that weren't the traditional one in Monday Night Football. And someone got fired in the NFL today. It was not Doug Peterson, at least yet. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. I mean, you should be able to bet on first coach to be fired at mybookie.ag. They don't have that, though, because they care about people's families. They care about people's jobs. And if you want to earn money for your family, you can go to mybookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975. You know what's going to happen? They're going to double your initial deposit right away. And then you can bet with so many of the games that they have on this website. You can play live poker or blackjack with real live dealers from the comfort of your own home. You can bet on games. Thursday Night Football. The Steelers are only 3.5-point favorites against the Browns on Thursday. By the way, weekly risk-free bet on Thursdays. You bet, and if you lose, it doesn't matter. You're going to get all your money back. You could also bet on Super Bowl odds. And I got to say, the Super Bowl licks odds for the Texans, that's the Super Bowl number it is. We're calling it Super Bowl licks. Plus 2,200 right now. I mean, that's not bad in terms of value. I don't know if anyone believes that they're going to make it all the way there, but they've definitely been higher. They're behind the Vikings right now. They're behind the Packers right now. MyBookie.ag, you enter promo code BET975. Again, they're going to double your initial deposit. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
The Texans beat the Dallas Cowboys 34-10 Monday Night Football last night. Yes, a convincing win, a blowout, but I think that the Texans could have done a little bit better on offense, and specifically I'd point to CJ Stroud. I feel like the progress that we're looking for wasn't necessarily there, and I think it says more about the Dallas Cowboys than it says anything about the Texans that they won in such convincing fashion. But hey, at least the Texans are not the New York Jets, who fired somebody else today. They fired general manager Joe Douglas. They have tabbed Phil Savage, a senior football advisor for the Jets, as interim general manager. He was general manager of the Cleveland Browns from 2005 through 2008.
I'm sure those were good times in Cleveland. Also, the general manager of something called the Arizona Hotshots, I see here on his Wikipedia page. Not quite sure what that was, but
yeah,
I'm not surprised this happened. And honestly,
how did the Jets beat the Texans?
I have no idea. One of my favorite podcasts, I think it might be yours too, to listen to, is the Ryan Russillo Show. And Joe Douglas was Todd McShay's roommate at some point in life. And I'm so glad I don't have to hear those two talk about how great of a job Joe Douglas has done in New York acquiring talent.
Joe Douglas
never showed up on the field.
He has had a lot of people blowing smoke up in Easter. I will say, I mean, he has made some good picks, but I never understood why he was put on a pedestal. I suppose it's because there have been so many just bad operators in the Jets organization that you take a look at the last 20 years and you think to yourself, damn, Bill Parcells, who it actually wasn't even in the last 20 years, Rex Ryan. That's all I've got to point at and say, oh, that was good. So not surprising. Good for Joe Douglas. He gets out of that situation. I don't see how this helps the Jets out that much, but I've always found it strange too that some teams will keep their scouting departments around until the actual draft happens, and then they'll fire them after the draft is done.
I know, I guess they don't want people to leak their big boards, or just like who's done the work. But
yeah,
how do you, especially when you have a top draft pick? I think that's when it's the most strange.
Well, I think it's because you're just behind the 8 ball.
Yeah,
and if you're bringing in an entirely new department, they all have to get on the same page in a little bit amount of time, in a small amount of time, and that can be difficult.
Yeah, but all these guys are getting fired for a reason. You're letting them pick your team.
I agree with that.
I don't get it.
That's why I'm actually surprised we don't get more GMs getting fired in the week before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That way you can like have a full interview process. Your new guy's gonna have to hire a coach, and then they're gonna have a top 10 pick unless they traded it.
And I don't think I don't believe teams have to follow the same like timeline of GMs where you don't have to, you can't for coaches, you can't interview them until January. I think they could start interviewing GMs now if they wanted to.
Yeah.
So just go find your GM right now, steal him from someone in the middle of a season.
Because there's also a little bit of like, they're not really doing that much now.
Yeah. What are you doing now? The trade deadline's over.
Scouting for the draft, mostly, probably. Yeah.
But this makes sense.
Or they can do what the Astros did and not hire GM until like 3 months into the offseason, sign a whole bunch of terrible contracts.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that too.
I mean, it is the Jets.
Yeah, that is on the table.
Last night on the Manning cast, Peyton Manning told J.J. Watt that he did consider playing for the Texans back during that 2011-2012 offseason. Hand up, I didn't want him.
Really?
Well, I just didn't want to root for him.
Oh.
It was it. I also thought his head might not be connected to his body anymore.
Yeah, he had that neck surgery coming off.
I was concerned about that, but look how that worked out for the Denver Broncos, because while it took him a couple of years to get there, and he did not look very good when they finally won that Super Bowl, they did win a Super Bowl, and the Texans did not.
And who was their coach?
Gary Kubiak.
Who's the coach of the Texans 2011, by the way?
Gary Kubiak. And 2012. That's the strangest part. Either Gary Kubiak or Rick Smith, who was the general manager of the team at the time, if not both, said no to the idea of replacing Matt Schaub coming off of a Liz Frank injury with Peyton Manning coming off of my head is dangling from my neck surgery.
I will say, like, Peyton Manning, there was serious doubt about whether he would play.
Oh yeah, there
like,
was.
This now looking back, like you're like, oh my god, like he won MVP 2 years later. Like he broke the NFL touchdown season record two years later. Went to a Super Bowl. We won't talk about what happened in that one. Went to another Super Bowl and won. Also, won't talk about how he played in that. But at the time, there was it was a legitimate discussion about like, would you actually want to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably going forward, it's why now we see so many risks taken on these older quarterbacks.
Yeah,
Like,
Joe Douglas
Yeah.
got fired because he took one.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, if he did it, then Brady did it.
Yeah, and Brady being able to play till he's 45.
Yeah.
Now we think like Rodgers really slowing down. Weird. Now that he's 40, that's what happens.
Yeah, because it's not like the Drew Brees Dolphin story where Saban wanted that to happen, but the medical staff intervened. This one just really, it seems like the Texans chose not to.
Yeah, they just said no. Yeah,
I don't get why. I guess, is it just the injury or?
Yeah, look, I think it was totally fair to wonder whether he would be good.
And there's a little bit of the like running the offense, which of course, like if you know that you're getting 53 touchdowns in 2013, Peyton Manning, let him run whatever offense he wants. But there was a little bit of fitting a guy who, again, his head is barely on top of his body in an offense where he's going to have to do those bootlegs and get under center and all that.
Yep. And they went in another direction. And I think some people are going to look back at that, especially now that Manning has finally confirmed those rumors, which were abound for a very long time. And you will wonder what would have happened there. But guess what? There's no such thing as time travel.
You have CJ Stroud now.
Yeah. And they won. I mean, they did win two AFC South championships. So.
I'm not saying they have CJ Stroud now. I'm not saying it now. Gotta see some progress. The mistakes keep happening. Not to say that I think he's bad. I still think he's really good. I think he's got incredible talent, but I don't know, Jim. Speaking of commentary, Tony Romo style, hearing Peyton Manning, Bill Belichick, and Eli Manning and the reaction to this interception by Cooper Rush is pretty funny.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
What are we doing? Thinking of not being on the same page. Does he stop? I think he stops. He got hit. He ran into the safeties.
I feel bad for Cooper Rush. That was a rough one last night.
Yeah, it's why you sucks when your quarterback gets hurt, because maybe for a game or two it's okay for a backup, but when they got to play the entire season, we get stuck with things like that. And it's not the last time we'll see the Cowboys in primetime this year.
I know.
They apparently can't flex them out of the game against the Bengals because they've done too much work
with the Simpsons
on the Simpson cast.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like
that game will air on
takes
ESPN
a while to animate that stuff. But.
Does give you much more of a reason to watch the Simpsons cast now because you're not taking that game seriously.
Yeah, and to watch that game. Like if they were like, we can't flex it, whatever, for some other reason, it's like, oh, that's dumb. But at least this one's like, oh, there's gonna be goofy Simpsons stuff.
There's a reason. I actually, this is the first time I might watch the alternate broadcast live instead of just waiting for the highlights afterwards. JJ Watt was on the Manning cast, and at one point during this game where there were a lot of Texans fans in attendance, the stadium looked pretty empty. Here's JJ weighing in on that.
From that, it's not a bad thing.
That crowd shot in Dallas kind of says it all right there. They either left to avoid the falling ceiling panels, or the game's not going too well. And I think we know which it is.
5 games in a row at home that they've been down at some point by more than 20 points. That's not good. I think going 6 if you go back to the playoffs last year.
I have a question. How is it that so many Texans fans show up for Cowboys games? They always do. While so few Texans fans show up for Texans games.
It was louder there than it has been at NRG most of the season. It's strange. I don't know.
I have a theory.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the Dallas people, all the Houstonians that now live in Dallas that it's their one time a year to see their team win. Where in Houston, we're just like, whatever.
I get
because I know a lot of people that I went to high school with or that I grew up with or family members that are from Houston that moved to Dallas, and they were at the game. I think that's a logical thing.
It would make sense.
So other than they can't go to a game at NRG Stadium, but they want to go to see Jerry World that badly on a Monday night.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw like the typical like traveling Texans.
Yeah,
were there, like Ultimate Fan and those guys were there.
Yeah, and sweet.
But I know
be
fancy
nice.
life.
Yeah. Thought he was a man of the people.
Ooh. Don't call out my guy Steve, dog.
Just sweet. Okay.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. I don't quite understand, Paul, how it was. I know, Sean, that's a good point, but
that's the only one I
got. So
like,
loud there, so many fans, and then when it's a game here, it's Bills, Bears, Lions take over. It kind of blows my mind.
Yeah.
That they would rather show up in be 60-40, as some people thought it was last night, against a crap Dallas Cowboys game. But on Sunday Night Football against the Lions, it's 50-50.
It is also a little bit of like how you book a homecoming game if you're a college or a high school team, where it's like, oh, we know if I'm going to watch the Texans play, I know they're going to win. I know they're going to beat these guys. I don't know if they're going to beat the Lions. I don't know if they're going to beat the Bills.
That's true. And you could sell them for a lot.
That too.
That's the 10-minute drill. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Was that win enough to have you feeling confident in the Houston Texans once again? We'll discuss. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
They pass on the field goal try. Stroud throws, pass, picked off. Intercepted. That's Hooker. And Malik Hooker with a much-needed takeaway for this Dallas defense.
That play sucked. And it's frustrating because the Texans were actually aggressive in that situation. I like the call to go for it. I like that Nico Collins was open. I didn't like the C.J. Stroud missed. And ultimately, the Stroud accuracy issues, which are probably a result of bad offensive line play over the course of the year to a degree, but also are a result of Stroud just misfiring, is something that has not improved over the course of this year.
Yeah, it's definitely something that in the last couple weeks is gotten much worse, and he needs to figure out quickly. Like, you can't have throws like that. I mean, Nico was open. CJ had time. I also love the call. I was surprised to see as much pushback there after. I know it's always revisionist history, but people were saying just take the points. Why? Like, why take the points in that moment? It's a crap football team you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
It was I love the decision to be that aggressive on fourth down. I think it was the right one, frankly, and it's just a crap throw from CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
I would have taken the points.
Really?
Yeah. In the moment, I was like, just go up 10-0 on Cooper Rush and you win.
Yeah, but
you're just up 10-0.
They're talking about finishing and finishing and finishing, and they're saying that they finished after the game. And no, you didn't. You didn't there. You didn't finish in the third quarter at all. If you're going to finish drives, score a touchdown. So I like that they went for it. I like that they showed some aggression there. And the Cowboys, even with the game hanging the way that it was for a while, where you're like, are they going to pull away?
And I think that's why part of the aggression, why it's so easy to make that call for me, is just the Cowboys suck. So
and I think because the Cowboys suck, I'm like, just take 3 points against a team that sucks. Like, it's good. It's so much harder for them to score 3 points than it is for you to score 3 points. Because to that point, the Texans had a 75-yard touchdown called back. They had a 45-yard touchdown run, and they moved down the field pretty easily to set up that 4th and 2, where it's like, guys, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to score. Just get a 3 up there. Don't let the Cowboys back into the game.
Yeah, but in the big picture, like, if this was the same scenario on Christmas Day against Baltimore, and you've got a chance to go up 14-0, like, I'm all for it. So that's why I like the idea of doing it now too, is because treat everyone equal. That's kind of what they keep telling us, right? They keep saying it's hard to win in the NFL. They try to keep telling us that. But so that's why I don't mind going for it, because if you're going to go for it against Baltimore, I'm fine with going for it against Dallas.
I just don't want to let a bad team back into the game
You're right.
with something like that, where you can, again, 10-0 against Cooper Rush is almost insurmountable.
After what I saw against that team, I have so little respect for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think the Texans should have kicked one field goal or punted once. I think they should have gone for it on every single 4th down.
Like in Madden?
Yeah. That's how bad Cooper Rush was. And honestly, those more reps, maybe that would have helped CJ Stroud take steps in the right direction. They didn't take the steps they needed to. And I know to open up the show, I sounded pissed. And maybe it's because Paul had to go to bed late last night because there's so many primetime games and he's having a hard time getting his, what's it called? REM?
REM sleep?
Yeah, whatever. Maybe it's a little bit of that, but I'm still annoyed that they did not take a step forward in the way that I thought they could, and I really just think the Cowboys are god-awful. So go for it every single 4th down against the Jaguars. Go for it every single 4th down against the Titans. Just show no respect for these effing losers who you're about to play. That Cowboys team, god-awful, bless their hearts, all professionals working hard, but Jesus. I mean, like, that game last night frustrated me so. I was struggling to maintain interest and focus because of what I was seeing from the Cowboys out there. And yet, like, just for a while, that game was way closer than it should have been because the Texans didn't finish, but they said after the game that they did finish. and that they could beat any team in this league, play with anybody in this league.
That's actually the one that I didn't like the most. They could play with what about this game makes you feel that way? Why say it after that game? You beat the Cowboys.
They did play with somebody else in this league, technically.
Yeah.
For 60 minutes in a 4-quarter game that 6 points for a touchdown, 3 points for a field goal, 2 points for a safety or a 2-point conversion, 1 point for an extra point. You did play with anybody in the NFL.
I mean, they played with anybody when they, got 5 interceptions against Jared Goff and then blew a second half lead and lost.
They did.
They played with them.
They played with being up 7 at halftime against a crappy team.
They did.
You play with them.
Well, they played with the Vikings and they lost by a lot also.
They did.
Yeah. I don't think they actually. Well, in Paul's definition, they played with them.
They
like,
got played
definitely
with.
like it was an official, like sanctioned.
They
game.
officially played with them.
Yeah.
It wasn't a preseason game.
All those stats count.
Right. It wasn't a scrimmage.
All those sacks count.
It wasn't a joint practice. Yes, you're right. You're right. So sorry to be a sarcastic a-hole today, but while some things good took place on that football field last night, specifically on the defensive side of things, I think we're all asking questions about the offense, which we know is capable of more, and we have yet to see the more. So it gets annoying over and over again. I feel like the defense is capable of winning this team games. The defense won them the game last night.
Mm-hmm.
They scored a touchdown that broke Dallas's back early in the fourth quarter. They sacked Cooper Rush 5 times. They could have had multiple interceptions. I think they had 10 deflected passes on the game. They never were threatened once by the Cowboys running attack, though. I mean, that's been an all-season problem for Dallas. And your offense eventually took advantage of it, but it took them a while to do that. And there's a lot of other teams in this league that they're not going to look like that. They're not going to be that bad.
Well, because at some point you're going to play a team that's right also.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're going to play Buffalo when they're at their best. You're going to play Kansas City when they're at their best, or Baltimore potentially when they're at their best. Like you have caught some teams when they're playing very poorly, like you did with Buffalo this year. But part of that's on your defense. But this just goes back to the very beginning of the season, that even though the season hasn't gone the way you want, in a game like this, yes, they won 34-10. And people, whatever, like the texter earlier said, like that we're miserable. Wrong.
No, I am.
Paul's miserable.
I wanted to die watching that game. I hated it.
The game ended at like 10:30.
I just want like higher
It's
expectations.
been way longer than it should have. You're right. It was like a long, terrible game.
The kickoff time is such a lie on Monday Night Football. Kind of forgot about that.
Oh yeah, it's like
just waiting for this game. I'm like, are they ever going to kick this thing off?
Because they do like a weird intro to it too.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when they also, after one of those kickoffs, they decided to have a joint conference, the referees, to determine whether or not there was a penalty on the play? And
it's awesome.
It was another minute that added to that god-awful game.
And I'm ready for kickoffs to be over with too.
Dude, yes, let's get rid of it. I'm out. Let's just get rid of all the foot in football. Just get rid of all of it.
No more kickers.
Those kickoffs they're so uninteresting. There's less action on these than there were on the ones before.
Yes.
No one moves until the ball's caught. Half the time the ball's caught in the end zone for a touchback. You're not allowed to move a muscle.
And it's a buzzkill.
Damian Pierce made it interesting.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He made one interesting.
Yeah, Nick Caserio, identify some guys who can do punt return and kick return next offseason who don't fumble it.
Just draft a kick returner.
Yeah. I don't need Sims or a slow-ass Robert Woods back there or Damian Pierce back there, even though he had one good moment last year. Like, get a real kick returner in, like, the 7th round.
Steven Sims.
He's a fumbler.
He scored a touchdown in the playoffs.
It's true. But he fumbled this year and he got benched.
The only guy against the
Rangers. He's the only Texan player on this team. Well, he's not there anymore. That has scored in the second round of the playoffs. He's the only one. Unless there's
that is such a
Joe Mixon probably has one. You know what? Now that I think about it,
Mixon definitely
I think he scored in the Super Bowl.
I'm being such a trolley a-hole.
Well,
right
guys who started with the Texans, we can frame it
homegrown.
Yeah, homegrown Texans.
Yeah.
Did Weeks pick one up and
Nope.
No. I honestly, I shudder to think of John Weeks running down the football field with a football.
And that's as close.
I trust myself more.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's as close as getting like an average person to. Yeah. And I know John Weeks, incredible, love him, long snapper, love it. Him in open space, That answers the question of like, what can I do on an NFL?
I feel better. I feel better than John Weeks in open space. Yes, I feel very confident saying that. Sorry, John Weeks. Anyway, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. Stick around.
Mixon, touchdown, Texans. And the second half drought is over for Houston.
they did finally get an offensive second half touchdown.
Yep.
To wrap things up, joining us in studio right now from ESPN, DJ Bien Ame. DJ, the main thought that I had after last night's Texans convincing 34-10 win over the Cowboys was this says more about the Cowboys than it says about the Houston Texans.
Why are you so negative?
Because
Negative Nancy, Paul.
I mean, I can go through all of it if you want.
I'll listen to all your negativity.
Mm-hmm. I'm a perfectionist.
For
I
what?
lived
Perfection doesn't exist.
But the striving for perfection is something that always should exist on a football field.
Absolutely.
And I'm still waiting to see that step forward on offense. And I feel like the step forward last night was Joe Mixon is incredible.
Yeah.
And everybody else around him, are they taking those same steps that we saw from Mixon when he's bouncing to the outside and evading everybody like he did multiple times last night?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Mixon was incredible. I think CJ played a pretty clean game outside of his interception. I think that one was more him and Nico haven't played in a game together since October?
It's been a while.
Yeah, since the beginning of October, actually. Obviously he missed the past 5 games. So, those are like those. It's funny, right? A lot of people, especially last year, they always try to like poo-poo like the discussion of anticipating throws. That was one of those throws where you're kind of throwing into a window. You got to make sure your chemistry and your time with the receivers is on par. And obviously it was a little bit off, and that's what it looks like when it's off. So I'm not going to criticize them too much for that. They'll get that record. We've seen them hit that play so many times. It wasn't like they were trying something completely new that we've never seen. They threw that, post shot that they always throw into that window. And I think Bobby actually drew it up perfectly because they were in cover 2 and he had a seam route carry the Mike linebacker to get him out the way so you can have that window. So that's actually a pretty good design. They just missed on that. But besides that, obviously CJ had the miss on like third and 1 to tank, but they should have ran the ball in that situation. But again, like for me, it did drag just a little bit long, but they still won by 24 points. And I think that for this team with this iteration, this was a win that they needed in the fashion that it happened. And I think from a way to build on it, the morale that was in the locker room post game is something that they can carry into the next game and in the following game as they get ready for that 3-game stretch in 10 days after their bye week. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I think the vibe in the locker room, along with them actually having a convincing win. I mean, you can nitpick. Okay, yes, the offense only scored 10 points in the second half, but they averaged 8 and they got above that. So they're getting better, and the season's all about getting better. So you're peaking in late December and January, not peaking in November. I got him, Joe.
He looks like he has a follow-up. That's why I haven't said anything yet.
I still feel like they're in the base camp. The peaking seems so far away. Yes, Stroud with Collins, couple of games in a row. There's things to clean up. He still missed a couple other throws. I think there are like 2 or 3 other ones other than the ones that you mentioned.
But no quarterback is going to hit every single throw.
I understand that.
Not everybody can be Tom Brady.
I understand that, but I want to see him take a step forward. And I feel like we've been stuck in this quagmire for a lot of the offense for a really long period of time. And this is one play that they clearly overcame because that first drive of the game looked very good. But it's the little things that are happening where why is Laramie Tunsil slightly downfield on the screen when this is something that they clearly drew up as the first play that they were going to run in this game? It's still a little bit of that. And coming out of it, I know that they beat up on a team that's banged up.
For sure.
A lot of players that are young out there. I just feel like we have been in a spot where this offense is not really taking many steps forward, and I want to see them happen. I'm just wondering, when is the next step going to happen? Because they did win in convincing fashion, but I felt like last night was a lot about the defense just was completely overwhelming for Cooper Rush, and the offense did the necessary things to complement that.
Yeah, but this is the most points they've scored since week 6, if I'm correct, because they haven't gotten over 24 since week 6.
Correct.
So again, like there is some progress. I think CJ threw for 257 yards. He had his 3rd highest completion percentage of the entire season in this game. He was only pressured on 36% of his dropbacks, which was way lower than the season average of 41. Obviously, they ran the ball pretty well. So like, They were yes. There were moments in the third quarter where it was like, oh, here it goes again.
Yeah,
but they were able to overcome that. They were able to overcome that in the fourth quarter by obviously the defense helped them out a little bit, but again, it's team ball. And again, for me, it's all about the three games in 10 days, and it's about preparing and building towards that. And I think this was a step in the right direction for that because again, like I'm not gonna crush them for winning by 24 points. I'm not gonna be negative Nancy like you are for winning by 24 points. I get it. You wanted a 40. You wanted to put up 41
I wanted a
points.
60 burger. Yeah.
You wanted to put up 41
Wanted
points.
an 80
They were
burger.
a touchdown off from that. Think about it. Because, like, again, like, they were close in the sense of, like, really, like, obliterating them. Because think about it. In the third quarter, to open the drive, they got down to the 5-yard line and Juice got the holding call.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that doesn't happen. Now you're, like, right there to do that.
I know. See, you're right. And
that's what I'm saying.
And Joe, you can join in on this if you want.
I'm enjoying. I'll jump in when it's necessary.
That's what I'm saying. So,
well, it's those little things just keep happening.
For sure. And I get that.
I just look, perfection. You're right. Are they going to get there?
Perfection doesn't exist.
Okay, but I want to be closer to it than they are. I feel like they keep on playing like C+, and I feel like the talent that's on this roster, especially now that Nico Collins is back, and they're going to have to work him back in. I feel like it is capable of more than this. And this Cowboys team, I get it, they're an NFL team, but they're barely an NFL team. I mean, first drive of the game, they looked so unprepared, unready. All game long, CeeDee Lamb, they constantly zooming in on him, pouting and bitching while he's doing dumb stuff on the field. Micah Parsons is just randomly tackling Robert Woods out there. Like this Cowboys team, they are in Cancun right now. They might be the worst team in the NFC right now.
Right.
They did win in convincing fashion. At the end of the day, it's big for them going forward. I am just hoping that the next game or the game after that, we're going to see a step forward from some of the things that seem to be happening every single game, minor issues that get them in these quagmires in the third quarter where until Derek Barnett gets that strip sack and Guyton tries to Titus Howard it upfield, like I'm not going to feel great about this.
Because like DJ, you don't think that it's such a minimal step. Like shouldn't they have taken a leap against a team?
But for me, you can't take a leap against the Cowboys.
You can take it, but you can score in the second half. Like the ending of the game, it's garbage time. The game's over. You score a touchdown. Why is that not happening in the beginning of the third quarter, early in the second half?
They almost did.
I know,
they
but
literally
they
almost did.
Almost.
You see the difference with the other games, they weren't even getting inside the opposing team's red zone. Against the Jets, they didn't get in the red zone in the second half. Against the Lions, they did not get in the red zone. So again, like for me, it's about progress. This, by definition, is progress. They were moving the ball pretty effectively. Obviously, the first drive, they actually got all the way down. That was the closest they've been to the end zone in like weeks in the second half. Even obviously the Patriots game, they scored a bunch, but against the Colts in the second half, you know, it wasn't like they got that much closer. I think because they didn't score a touchdown in the second half again in that game, and then again against the Jets and Lions, they didn't even get inside the red zone. So for me, they made progress, but like this leap, they could have put a 50 on the Cowboys. The Cowboys are a bad football team, so like that wasn't gonna move anybody anyway.
I think if they had a couple more offensive touchdowns in the second half, I think I'd be in a better spot.
Yeah, but I would be saying the same exact thing. Like they took a minimal step.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, like it's the Cowboys. The Cowboys are not a good football team. So like beating up on a tomato can isn't going to then make me feel like you took a massive step. The massive step again for me will be when they play Miami, Baltimore, and Kansas City. And everything is gearing up to that stretch. Because that's gonna challenge their mental toughness. That's going to challenge their skill level. That's going to challenge their coach. It's going to challenge every single facet of this team. So building up to that, because like if they play like they did yesterday against the Titans, they'll probably win by 2 scores. And they do that against the Jags, they'll probably win by 2 scores. And then they go into that stretch and they'll be as ready as you could be for that 3-game stretch.
Say things don't significantly improve on the offensive side of things. Is this sustainable in that the defense wins them games?
So when you say it doesn't improve, you mean going into the playoffs?
Yes.
Oh, they'll be one done.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be one done.
See, so that's what it all boils back to, though. That's where I feel like I see the future. And again, anything can happen in this league.
Sure.
And by the way, I hope that I end up being wrong. I hope that they make me a crow. Like I'm not that proud of takes I have. I don't need them to be right to validate me or anything like that.
Really?
You know? No, I don't care. Predictions, anyone can have a prediction. But with the way things are going right now, it does feel like for them to win, the defense has to kind of just fly all over the field and win it. And you know, I find it interesting the way that D'Amico's handling some of the questions that are being asked, because he was asked about, I want to say it was about Joe Mixon and the way that they scored. Oh wait, no, it was this. He was asked about the touchdown that they scored on offense in the second half, and he shifted it back over to talking about how the defense needed to finish games. And I was like, well, I actually feel good about the defense's ability to finish games. I feel like they're doing all that they can, and the offense isn't helping them out, because there is this thing as complementary football. Right. So what I'm asking you is, can the defense do that? I mean, this is obviously the Cooper Rush-led Dallas Cowboys. Is the defense capable of some iteration of that? Because if it is, then that can make up for some of the offensive issues.
So the issue is the way the AFC playoff picture looks. They're either going to see the Chargers, the Ravens, or the Steelers, right? 2 of the 3 teams have a really, really good defense.
Mhm.
Obviously, the Ravens, you would assume they have a good defense, but the pass defense is pretty bad. So that's a toss-up. Obviously, they play really well against the Steelers. So the issue is, if you rely solely on your defense, your offense gives you nothing, or like they're really struggling, it's a coin flip at that point. And, you know, anything can happen in that aspect. And Justin Herbert's playing really well. Obviously, Lamar Jackson played MVP football. Russell Wilson, obviously, when he came in last year, he played pretty poorly, but he's still Russell Wilson, and he's shown signs of
He's
that.
been better this year.
Yeah. So I think that you make it a coin flip versus where you're dictating on your terms. You know, because we all know just as the Texans defense can play a great game against Josh Allen or against Jared Goff, but like they can still have the moments where, like, you know, Aaron Rodgers has his best game, right? Or
this Turpin kid goes for 64 yards.
Yeah, they can have their their farts. So I mean, for me, it was a step in the right direction. They still have more work to do, but I do think that if it doesn't get, you know, significantly better, then they'll probably be one and done. And I think they all know that.
Was the offensive line a step in the right direction?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, like 79 of Joe Mixon's 109 yards. 79 of it was untouched. So that speaks to the offensive line. And again, CJ was pressured on 36% of his dropback, only sacked once. 36 is on the lower end of what he's been pressured this year, because the season average is 41. Obviously that's probably gone down a little bit. So they took a step in the right direction across the board. Obviously, you know, the Cowboys' defensive line isn't that good, but
yeah, I mean, Parsons, they said on the broadcast in the fourth quarter last night, and I haven't seen like the next gen stuff, but that Micah Parsons had 10 pressures in last night's game. So even though,
yeah, I mean, it didn't feel like he had 10 pressures. I mean, y'all, yeah, I mean, which did y'all feel like
honestly, I agree with you. When they said it, I was surprised by the number.
Yeah, me too. I was like, it didn't feel like, because like when watching CJ this year, when he's under pressure, it looks evident, clear as day. Yesterday, it didn't feel like he was under pressure that much.
I'm with you in that. When Stroud was a little erratic, it felt like he was feeling pressure that wasn't there.
Yeah, like when we say pressure, is it like the guys come around the edge and he's like this? Hey,
yeah, that's a good question.
It's a great question.
There are a couple of moments of that.
I saw Next Gen Stats tweet this, that Daniil Hunter is number 1 in the NFL by far.
Yeah, by 15
with pressures,
72 or 1 or something like that.
Do you guys feel like he's constantly
of late?
Of late,
yeah, of late, but like
in general,
there are weeks.
First couple of weeks of the year, I did not feel that way. Yes,
there are weeks where, like, you know what I'm saying. So pressure is a very
subjective.
Yeah, it's a very subjective stat.
I am curious as to how they actually go about getting it, but
right.
For what it's worth, and we've talked a lot about the
negatives.
The negatives.
Because you're a negative Nancy.
I can't help it, man. I can't help it. From Boston, was raised in a household where if you have less than an A, it's not good enough. My sister went to Harvard. I'm the F up in the family. I grew up watching the Patriots, and I'm spoiled. There's a lot of things that led to this, okay? So just bear with my craziness. And then let's talk about the defense. Okay. Your guy, Derek Stingley.
He's been playing good football.
This was, I thought, a fantastic game. The Next Gen Stats even showed it, where they were talking about how he looked going up against CeeDee Lamb. And okay, is CeeDee Lamb checked in? Does he have the best quarterback throwing to him? No. But I thought Stingley played fantastic in this game. Easily could have had 2 more interceptions.
He should have left for at least 2 interceptions minimum, maybe 3.
I mean, Cooper was getting him involved. Let's be
Cooper was trying to get his stats. Cooper was trying to pad his stats against Derek.
But you've been on this for a while, and I got to give you credit because I tended to lean your way mainly because I was just sort of annoyed by the amount of praise that Sauce Gardner got. Sauce Gardner has given up the lead in the Derek Stingley versus Sauce Gardner. Who should you take draft conversation from a couple years back?
I always find the conversation so stupid because they're both cornerbacks, and like they're clearly like both very talented, and they're both cornerbacks, and you have a talented corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's more about styles than anything.
They're
but
different
like,
players.
Yeah, they're different players, and it's like, all right, like if we're talking about would you rather have Tua or Herbert, that's way different because both of them drastically affect wins and losses because they both play quarterback. Or if it's like I'm gonna say it again, if Miami could have taken Jamar Chase at 3 instead of trading back and then actually getting Waddle, like that's different. We're talking about and I'm not saying cornerback's not a premium position. It is, however. The discussion was kind of silly because it wasn't like Stingley was a bum. Like he was obviously very talented in a different system, and you could see the talent. And once he got into the right system, it looked like more of a wash. And it's like, all right, yeah, like whoever corner you want is fine, but like it's not like you're not winning a Super Bowl because you got the right corner over the other guy. You know what I'm saying?
And the injuries definitely affected, I think, the early conversation between the two. I do wonder about him because he's the next contract that they're going to have to look at. And I know that you saw the contract. There was some guy, I'd never even heard of the guy before. It was on the Broncos? Or
No. That was a guy from the 49ers.
Niners, you're right. Sorry.
But 5 for 92.
Like another corner got paid, and it's close to $100 million. And I am wondering what the Texans do with that, just given the injuries that he has. But I mean, this was one of those games where you look at him and you think to yourself, okay, I mean, I think he's worth it.
He's absolutely worth it because you can put him on a team's best receiver and he's going to hold his own. And I mean, even against like the Lions, I think he was kind of following ish, but not fully following, but like kind of following ish J-Mo to an extent, like on plays where
not all of them, but right.
Not all of them, but like, and obviously he almost got an interception on a deep ball to J-Mo. But again, like he's one of those guys that one gets his hands on the ball, and I think that matters so much at the cornerback position in terms of being an upper echelon guy, which is why I could never ever get behind like Sauce's, the best corner in the league. I was fine with him being in the top 5, but the best, nah, because again, like you have to get your hands on the ball, right? Because if you don't, I mean, if the worst I have to worry about when throwing your direction is a PBU or I have to end up punting, like that's whatever. But we know interception can change the whole tenor of a game. You know what I'm saying? Because his first interception, granted, like they're going to obviously roll the Cowboys. But again, let's say he doesn't get an interception, they go down and score, and it's like that back and forth. But that play was kind of like, all right, hey, we're the better team. And interception sometimes can mess with the quarterback psyche. Like there's so many things that can go with interceptions versus just good coverage, and maybe a PBU. But like, yeah, again, like going against Devontae Adams, I think the Jets game was still probably his best because he had no safety help. This one, he had a little bit of safety help at times. I think they were like, hey, like we remove him, like it's a done deal. But again, like even on some of his one-on-ones, right, still was able to get a PBU, draw offensive pass interference, catch an interception, even though Jimmy Ward kind of helped him out a little bit. But again, like,
he played great last night.
He played great last night. And again, we had when he played against DJ Moore, same thing. When he plays against Amari in the playoff game, same thing. So like now we have a track record of when you let Derek follow, great things can and probably will happen.
On the other side of the defense, just in terms of guys who's not out there, what's going on with Will Anderson?
I mean,
because it seemed it's hard to get a read on the Texans with injuries right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it seems the reports, and like we've seen some of the back and forth between some of the beat reporters on social media out there.
That stuff is so like.
Yeah, I know.
It's getting catty.
It's getting a little catty.
What sucks is I'm always in the middle of it because like both sides always come and talk to me because I'm a nice guy. Paul, you see, I'm a nice guy. Yeah. People like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, not bragging, but like I like to be friendly with everybody.
Yeah.
So I'm always hearing both sides. I don't ever go back to the other side. Oh, that's what he was saying. I don't do that, but it's always like.
So you're Switzerland.
So like
basically.
So for those that don't know, like there's a report that Nico Collins was going to be back last week versus the Lions. He was not back. People started accusing a couple of the other reporters of saying he's going to be back. They were defending themselves. But Will Anderson, like is it a serious ankle injury? And they're using.
If it was serious, he'd be on IR.
Same as last year,
even though they only have one injured reserve spot, like they're not just.
If it was serious, he'd probably be on IR. I think. I mean, he'll be back. Like I've seen him in locker rooms. Like he's not walking with a limp. He looks fine. It's more like someone fell on his ankle. It's kind of like the Tank conversation. Someone falls on your ankle, falls on your leg, bad things are going to happen.
It's just 2 years in a row with an ankle injury, right? Like
yeah, that's fair. I mean,
you want to make sure you don't have the NFL version of Steph Curry.
Well, hey.
That'd be good.
That'd be good.
I would take that.
You're right. Like
I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying.
The end result, the end result's great.
Hey, but it took a while.
The first couple years.
Yeah, it took a while.
Like 4 years?
It took 4 years for him to figure out his ankle. Yeah.
Will Anderson just needs an Under Armour deal.
And like 4 years, I mean, to turn to the arguably greatest players in possession. Hey, if 4 years is all it takes, I'd take that. But nah, I mean, his ankle will be fine. Like, it'd be different if like it was, he was running and like his ankle like rolled or one of those or whatever, or he jumped and then like his ankle just But like it was someone fell on it, like that's just bad luck.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like if he had a string of soft tissue injuries, now I'm like, hold on. Which is why like I understand people come from with the Derek Stingley stuff. But Will, like, just someone fell on his ankle, like he'll be fine.
All right. One last question.
All right.
Bobby Slowick, grade him for this game. Grade him.
I'll give him like a B plus A minus.
B plus A minus.
Yeah, for sure. I'll give him a B. You know what I'm saying? Like he caught a good game. Players gotta execute sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like I think because if that pass to CJ to Nico, if CJ's just more accurate there, like that might be a touchdown.
I'm with you. I feel like the last 2 weeks, I know we're blaming Bobby Slowick for a lot, and Bobby drove me crazy with the football is football comment last week.
I was rolling. I was laughing at your.
I was. Come on, bro. Come on. Help. I'm trying to help him out.
Yeah, for sure.
Last week I was defending him.
Yeah.
I think he actually hasn't been that bad the last couple of games. I feel like it really right now. The big question is CJ going to be able to shake whatever this funk is?
So how long do you think the funk's been for CJ?
I feel like it's been a month.
Okay. So do we not remember last year in the middle of the season he went through a funk?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he went through a 4-game funk and then he snapped out of it for like 470 yards against the Buccaneers.
Patrick Mahomes has been in a season-long funk, man.
Yeah, like
so but it's again like with him, and maybe this is partly due to the hype that we had going into the year.
That's fair.
But there is a level that I think we're all capable of, that we all think he's capable of getting to, and it just hasn't happened that much this year.
Yeah, I would say a decent amount of that has more to do with the coverages that they're playing. And again, like he went 2.5 games. Well, he actually went 5 games without his best receiver, 2.5 games without his top 2 receivers. No quarterback's going to survive that. And it doesn't matter if it's Patrick Mahomes. We've seen Patrick Mahomes have some nasty stat lines, last year and the year before that without Tyreek and Kelsey looking okay or whatever. So like that's going to happen to any quarterback. But to be fair, to CJ, a lot of the coverages that he's seen, a lot of that too high stuff. Like I know it sounds like a cliche, but they do see a decent amount of too high because this scheme. I was actually watching it at the game, watching some 49ers film, watching some Miami film, just seeing how teams are playing that particular scheme. And a lot of it is like, hey, we're gonna sit into and we're gonna try to flood the middle because we know that Kyle or Mike or Bobby, they want to hit those inbreakers, and they just got to continue to find ways to counter it. And as they continue to do that, then teams will start to play it differently. And again, like with Joe Mixon running well, I think the thing that hurts them a little bit too is that you can run somebody out of too high. The issue is they'll have their moments where like instead of just running them out of too high, they'll just try to pass them out of too high. Or sometimes, like Joe gets stuffed a couple times and now it's 3rd and long. Because they do have a pretty low success rate on 1st and 2nd downs, and that's what Joe Mixon running like a maniac throughout the season.
He was great.
So like again, I think once they figure out how to like consistently attack that consistently, then I think we'll get back to the talk about CJ. But again, like to be fair to CJ is only 23. Like the whole MVP stuff was kind of lunacy. Like not saying that he's not capable of ever winning one. I've said on the air, I think he'll end up winning one day. I think he has a type of talent. However, to expect that in year 2 because he got Stephon Diggs was kind of silly because again, like he's only 23. You know what I'm saying? Like I get it. Lamar's done it. Patrick's done it. But like those are anomalies. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about like those two are like arguably, Mahomes is obviously second best quarterback ever. Lamar is inching towards top 10.
Tom Brady.
Yeah, Tom Brady won. Yeah, whatever. But like Mahomes could usurp Tom Brady.
Oh, for sure. I'll agree.
That's what I'm saying. So like
yeah.
he's done that, and Lamar Jackson, who might get his third MVP in like whatever, like 8 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the guys that have, Tom Brady. When did Tom Brady get his first MVP? It took him to what, like year what? 7, 8?
Liberal agenda, right?
Okay, whatever.
And then Peyton Manning.
When did Peyton get
Manning's sending people to the people's houses and probably
when did Peyton get his first one?
Didn't count. That's what I think.
Anyway, I mean, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he got his first one was 2011. Like,
yeah,
Drew Brees never got one, but that's because he was, Aaron Rodgers was in the way. But again, point being, right? Point being though, they expect CJ in year 2 to go be an MVP just because you added Stephon Diggs and Tank was coming back, et cetera, et cetera. Was a little unrealistic and unfair to put that sort of expectation on him. I still think he's a better quarterback than he was last year. Just the numbers don't show it. But again, like he's having to do more. And if you had CJ from last year in this situation this year, the Texans would probably be 6-5, 5-6. Honestly speaking,
okay.
Because him on third downs was below average, and him under pressure was below average last year. This year, he's been much better in those situations compared to last year. So if you put that CJ in this situation, and you put this CJ in that situation last year, they maybe wins the MVP, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, he's a better quarterback. It's just the numbers don't necessarily speak to it.
We'll see what happens this coming Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. I'm hoping that we see some of the progress we didn't see on offense. He is DJ Bieneme. You can catch his work for ESPN covering the Houston Texans. DJ, always a pleasure, man.
Yep. I think Texans should win, like 28.
70 burger. Give me my 70 burger, and I will shut the bleep up. How about that? He's DJ. It's Gallant George. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
A disappointing series there for Dallas. Here's a fake. The pass is caught but short of first down yardage. And that is the second fake punt that hasn't worked in the last 3 weeks for Dallas.
Oh, that was rough. But a great play by John Mechie.
Yeah, I needed more from Joe Buck there. I need like Mechie crushed him.
It's always about Dallas, though. It's always about Dallas on broadcasts like this.
Shouldn't be, because they shouldn't be on television.
Yeah, but people like watching the car crash. I just wanted the car to crash a little bit more than it did.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy watching that car crash.
In a
last night.
34-10 win. Yeah, the crashing wasn't as crashy.
Yeah, I feel like it was more like they ran out of gas on the highway.
Ooh, that's
Like
rough.
it wasn't like there wasn't really an accident.
You ever had that happen?
No.
I have not either. I can't believe I haven't had it happen. Knock on wood. I challenge the odometer.
I'll be honest.
The gas odometer so often.
I don't really. You do? Okay, so I don't
I've been
understand
at
how
zero.
it happens to people.
I've been at zero so many times.
It is one of the more, and no offense, Paul, this is one of the more surprising things about you is that you've never run out of gas.
Coasting king.
And I feel like you're the type of person who like has run out of gas.
That really hurts my feelings.
There was
I just know how you procrastinate.
on the
I do procrastinate.
not this last trip to Lake Charles, the one before that. Before you get to the casino, the two casinos there's this giant ramp you go up, and there was a cop and having to push a car up the ramp, like over this giant bridge, because they ran out of gas.
Sounds like Sisyphus.
And then they had to have a cop on the other side on the way down, was like slamming on his brakes. I don't know why they went for a tow truck. It was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life.
And speaking of a tow truck, that is what the Dallas Cowboys need to pull them from the burning wreckage of last night. I'm going to do this for the rest of the week because I realize I've been negative. Someone sent in a very mean text a little bit ago. Just a very mean text. And instead of getting mad about it and fighting it, you know what? I'm going to roll with it. Paul, I know why you're single. You're annoying as bleep. Okay. Well, note taken. That was a nice win. 34-10.
Boom.
A lot of things could have happened in the game that didn't. And that's because it's going to happen on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. I know it. I feel it in my heart, in my bones. I'm going to be positive the rest of the week.
Oh, positive, Paul, for 3 days?
You guys can hold me to it. I'm going to be positive the rest of the week.
I believe you.
I'm going to try.
I believe
I'm
you.
just not sure they're deserving of that, but
No,
They're not.
Football is football.
But
Paul's going to be positive the entire
football is football.
I'm going to give them some grace.
Guess what? You're going to regret this now.
Why?
Because tomorrow we're going to play football is football, and I want to hear you positively talk about it.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Challenge accepted. No, I honestly, I've been a right grouch about that game last night. I really, truly might be. I went to bed late and I'm tired. It could be that. I don't know.
I'm not going to miss the late night games. I kind of liked when they played at noon every game. I don't need the Texans to be on primetime.
I am tired of the primetime.
It's not that
games.
special.
I am tired of the primetime games.
It's just a game.
I like Joe Buck calling the game. I like Troy Aikman calling the game. I did not mind Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit calling the game.
Did you watch any Manning cast?
Didn't hear the Tirico broadcast because it was I was at NRG Stadium. No, I didn't check out any of the Manning casts.
I didn't either.
I kind of wish I had because I wanted to see the JJ Watt thing, but it distracts me from the game a little bit too much.
Me too. It has to be a blowout for me to really normally go to the Manning cast in any situation.
But I'm going to be positive the rest of the week.
I mean, this last text is nice.
I date you, Paul, if I was single and a woman. Love you. Well,
Yeah,
I love you too.
That's really nice.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys.
Ladies.
Also ladies. They, thems as well. Everybody.
Paul.
Whoa, am I a they, them?
No, you said it.
I'm a they, them now.
This show is for you.
I came out.
Paul's for they, them. We're for you.
Oh, no.
Can we go record that?
This is for everybody. Guys, we're getting closer and closer to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida. Let's go. 85 days away. So we didn't touch on this yesterday, but this was news that dropped over the weekend, courtesy of John Morosi, who believes that if the Astros do not sign Alex Bregman to an extension, he could see the Astros giving Willie Adames, a shortstop, a $200 million contract. That element of the rumor shocked me.
Yes, because then how much are they expecting Alex Bregman to get? Or why would you not just give Alex Bregman a $200 million contract? Willie Adames is 28. He'd be moving from shortstop to third base. He hit 32 home runs this year with 112 RBIs.
It's good numbers.
So, and the year before was 24 and 80, and the year before that was 31 and 98.
So he's trending upwards still.
Yes. Now, there are times where in the year he hit 31 home runs, he batted 238. Last year, he batted 217.
Well, Alex Bregman's first 2 months of the year are generally worse than that.
His on-base percentage isn't great, but this goes back to when Chandler put out that story about like the Astros options of consolation prize. You have to let the young kids play or trade for someone. I feel like a guy like Willie Adames is not really factored into that because this is I would say an above average replacement for Alex Bregman if he's going to sign elsewhere.
Anyone worth $200 million is well above average. This is we're competitively trying to replace Alex Bregman. And yeah, to what you're saying, is he the student that Alex Bregman is? I don't know. Doubtful. Is he the baseball nerd that Bregman is? I'll again say doubtful. Bregman's 101 on that front. And that is one of the reasons that you think about bringing him back. Intangibles a la, he's like the captain, Derek Jeter. Oh, there is an element of that with him. So very interesting report from John Morosi over the weekend. Jeff Passan had reported last week the Astros may be willing to overspend a bit for Bregman because they're probably not going to pay Kyle Tucker $300 million after next year.
Then can they trade him? I'm so tired of seeing these guys just walk for nothing.
Well, sometimes, Joe, if you love something, you have to let it go.
Well, there was also speculation that they might trade for Carlos if Bregman leaves. If Carlos Correa play at third base.
And sometimes you got to go back to the well.
I would enjoy that.
I would too.
Carlos back in my life.
I would too.
That would be a nice reunion.
Yeah. No offense to Alex Bregman, but I like Carlos Correa more.
Do we just want like the 2017 Astros back, I think. Right?
I mean, Garrett Cole's technically a free agent.
Can it be 2017 forever?
Yeah, just let's go back.
Let's go back to 2017.
Trash cans.
Yeah. Pokemon Go.
I was in my 20s. That's really
I also was.
I want to go back.
So was I.
You weren't a teenager?
No, I was 20.
You were 20?
Or I was 21.
You couldn't drink.
I was saying, could you drink?
Did you have a fake ID?
Well, my birthday was in April. So
okay.
So most of 2021 you could drink.
Okay. All right. That is our Astros countdown. We are 85 days away. Let's shift into a new segment because guess what? A Houston sports team had a chance to woo somebody who many around basketball consider to not just be special. He's a freak of the Greek variant. New segment. It's called Giannis Watch. Can we call him Greek Freak?
Oh, yes, it's his name.
Okay.
His nickname.
You'll note that there's been many clips of him being horny online. Those are both Giannis Antetokounmpo on Instagram Live with his wife, embarrassing the bleep out of her.
Mm-hmm.
I find it very endearing, his goofiness.
Yeah, I think it would fit in well here.
The man loves food, and the man loves fun times.
Yeah. And basketball.
his Milwaukee Bucks took down the Houston Rockets 101-100 last night, and a lot of people are pissed off about, with 20 seconds left, Giannis Antetokounmpo inbounding a ball, and his foot was clearly on the baseline, should have been called out of bounds. The NBA pool report said today he was out of bounds.
Not surprised. Like, the pool report, they actually do it well. I like that they're honest with it, that they tell us how they messed up. Not that it fixes anything, but just for like the people that want to complain about the referees all the time, it just validates them a little bit.
For sure. Our friend Ben DeBose, among others,
yes.
Generally Rockets fans.
Yes.
No NBA fan base hates the referees quite on the same level as Rockets fans. But hey, it's fine. You can still think in your mind, if we go back to 2017 and then we get to 2018, that the 27 missed threes would have been different if a couple of calls went differently along the way. Whatever the case, do you think Giannis Antetokounmpo saw last night's Rockets team and thought to himself, I could play here?
I would say yes. I think they did enough last night to, I mean.
I actually don't think so. I feel like he knows he's got to be around shooters.
Jalen can shoot.
Well, yeah, they shoot.
Yeah. I mean,
they shoot a lot.
I mean, they're shooters. You didn't say he needs bucket makers.
I mean, Joe, I shoot too, and I'm 35 and single. It's called, shooting your shot.
Yeah.
And let's be honest. I mean, Jalen Green is a much better 3-point shooter than I am a game shooter.
That's true.
I'm annoying.
Do you think that's true?
Yes.
I mean, we only get the stories.
Month of November.
Tell us.
Month of November.
Oh no, month of November. Paul dating better than Jalen Green.
Yeah, what, 27%?
Yeah, I'm confident.
Oh, yeah. 0% versus 27%.
Well, we didn't know it was 0. You could have lied.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I never lie, except for that one time.
I think you know what. Cam Smith, one of our producers, he's got game.
I don't know if we can tell the story on it.
I don't know if we can either. I saw him have game this weekend.
Oh,
yeah.
He's been on Isaiah. I think.
Yeah, he got a number from a waitress this weekend. I was impressed.
Oh, no,
oh no, you're thinking of.
I meant old Cam.
Yes, you're thinking old Cam.
Old Cam, who was a fascinating intern. With his really fancy car.
Yes.
Who also ended up on an episode of Isaiah Uncensored. And I was like, why am I not on?
Yeah. That's Cam Davis.
Cam Davis. Okay. Gotcha. Anyway.
You never been on Isaiah Uncensored?
No.
I've never been on TV.
No. The last time I saw Isaiah Uncensored, he was being harassed by the restaurant owner where he was just going for a drink. I was about to go up to him, and the restaurant owner harassed him so much that he just turned around and left. And I was like, all right. So that's kind of awkward. Anyway, sports. Am I right?
Giannis
Antetokounmpo. I bet he sees Isaiah Carey and he's like, I want to be here.
Yeah.
This guy.
Giannis Uncensored. That's what we need.
That would be great on that show. Before the nightcap, Fox 26. Amazing programming.
Apparently, they're still looking at Kevin Durant too. The Rockets are.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah, we got that over the last couple of days. That people think that they're still hopeful that trade could occur.
Yeah, I think I'm out on him now. I'm not out on Giannis. I am out on Durant right now.
He's not healthy enough.
Yeah.
I'd rather just keep developing the young guys, and even if it doesn't work, I'd rather that than trade some of them and trade draft capital for a guy that's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Even though he's still one of the best players in the NBA when he's on the court.
And the biggest difference, Kevin Durant's 36, Giannis is 29. Like, does the rest of the Rocket, whoever you're not trading in a Giannis or Kevin Durant trade, or especially in a Kevin Durant trade, do you think they're ready to win immediately with the 36-year-old as the best player?
No, you have to win like this year.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, Giannis gives you a little bit more of a runway because, your life isn't over after you turn 30. Paul.
It's not.
You can't trade for someone older than Paul. How about that?
I agree with that. Giannis watch 2024-2025.
We're watching.
Garbage time? Do we have time to play the garbage time music?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Do we have time to play both Stephen A. and Ryan Clark, or no? We're out 56, right? 4. So it's been rough for the Cowboys. So we're up 24 hours. I can't believe that Ryan Clark suggested before the game that Jerry Jones is trying to wreck the car on purpose. This was quite the analogy, especially since Ryan Clark was wearing a Two-Face caliber suit.
This is where they find themselves. I believe the offseason was baffling for us all, and it was a conversation we continue to have. And obviously, the outside perception is, why are you talking about the Dallas Cowboys all day? Number one, because the Dallas Cowboys talk about the Dallas Cowboys all day. So do you actually give us something to talk about? And one of those things said by Jerry Jones was that they were going to be all in. And now all we've gotten this season, as this team has continued to regress, was that we couldn't do X, Y, and Z because of this. All we've gotten is excuses. We haven't found any solutions. We haven't found any answers. I had a homeboy one time in training camp, and he was going to miss curfew. And on the way back, he just wrecked his car on purpose. Because he said, if I wreck my car on purpose, then at least I got an excuse why I ain't here. Right now, Jerry Jones has been wrecking this car on purpose this entire season. He's been trying to give us an excuse as to why he didn't go out and make this team a championship contender.
Those are some impressive gymnastics.
Yeah, I mean, I get where he's going with it.
They're fun.
I kind of just want the story. I don't know. I'd
Me
like,
too.
Yeah.
Like, why
That's
did Joey
tease.
Porter do that?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Joey Porter.
Yeah, I get where he's going with
Feels
it.
like an
but-
Antonio Brown story.
Or Pouncey.
Mike Wallace.
Big Ben?
There's a lot of guys that could have been.
I feel like Big Ben.
Le'Veon Bell?
Big Ben wouldn't think he needs an excuse.
How do they win so much with all these knuckleheads?
Mike Tomlin. Great
Yeah,
coach.
Mike Tomlin,
He's a
honestly.
great coach.
He's
man.
doing it with Pickens right now.
The Lifetime Coach of the Year award. By the way, just to wrap it up, Stephen A. Smith compared Jerry Jones to Joe Biden.
I say this because I'm not joking when I say this. I'm getting very, very worried about Jerry Jones because the only thing that's worse than the team's play is his press conferences or whatever you want to call it when he's in front of the reporters where he says one thing after another after another. I find myself thinking about, Joe Biden before he backed out of running for re-election. And he's only 1 month. I think Jerry was 1 month older than President Joe Biden, for crying out loud. I remember when I was on the airwaves, literally, guys, 9-10 months ago. And I was like, yo, he can't be the nominee. You ain't gonna make it to the Democratic National Convention. Y'all got to change. Y'all got to do something to change. And I'm looking at Jerry, and I find myself asking, where the hell is Stephen Jones? Where the hell are his family members? Who is? I know he's the owner and the president and the GM, and I get all of that. But somebody in your inner circle has to be able to stop you from just adding just fuel to the fire because it is so bad right now. They've literally took the fun out of it. I know you saw me with the.
So there you go. That's Stephen A. Smith there. Who's gonna take control of him?
I'm
Democratic
really
National
surprised.
Convention?
Yeah, people are not. I'm surprised he's not getting a lot of grief for that one from his coworkers.
Because they just let Stephen cook.
Yeah.
Just
true.
Just like Hunter Biden cooked.
Just let him cook.
Yeah. He cooked a lot of things. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's Gallant George radio program. For DJ Bieneme, for Sean Mapes, and for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Texans won. I don't know if anybody noticed that. Texans won a football game yesterday. They blow out the Cowboys. Texans had a strong second half. A strong second half. They scored not one, but two second-half touchdowns, something that has been ailing them, one of them on the offensive end, no less. This is the type of win that we wanted, right? This is, hey, rest the starters late. At least the defensive starters got some rest on that final Cowboy possession. Everybody wanted a laugher. Everybody wanted a multi-possession victory. That's exactly what the Texans got yesterday in Arlington.
Didn't feel good about it. Didn't feel good, not going to lie. At halftime, I felt like, and I tweeted this, but I felt like the Texans, it felt like they were losing. It just felt like there were missed opportunities, and that I expected more dominance, I guess. And look, I'm not trying to take away from the real true positives. Joe Mixon and the defense, for the most part, were fantastic. But overall, I kind of wanted that kind of just brain crashing, just, crushing of a team that says, hey, look, everything of the past is in the past, and this is a really good football team. And there just were so many mistakes and holes and penalties and things that I just, at the end of the night, I wanted to feel like this is what everybody wanted. But instead, I walked away feeling like this team's closer to the Cowboys than the top of the AFC.
All right, so you're kind of what the John and Lance were talking about this morning. Can you be happy with this win? See, I felt this, like, there was... At halftime, I didn't feel wonderful about how the Texans were playing. I thought they should have been up multiple possessions. I felt like they should have been a two-score game. I felt like they were playing with the Cowboys a little bit in the first half. But how often do you win games by 24 in the NFL? The spread of this was 7.5 points, and they covered that with ease. The Cowboys did not score a single point in the second half. See, I think this was a dominating victory. I feel like, it's 24-point win in the NFL on the road.
Sure, but I think I'm justified feeling the way I feel simply because of the fact that the offense just wasn't clicking on all cylinders. The running game, and maybe it was that, Nico and CJ hadn't played together in several weeks, and that's going to take a few weeks to kind of get back in the zone. I didn't feel like CJ played a great game. I didn't feel like the passing game was where I want it to be at this point in the season. I understand that there's been guys hurt and in and out, but at the same time, I do feel good about Joe Mixon. I did not feel good at all about Juice Scruggs. So I felt like Joe's ability to change directions and just find whatever sliver of a hole there is and just go is fantastic. But I just felt, I didn't feel like the offense was as well-rounded as I wanted to see them against a bad football team.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Can you be happy with this victory? I didn't anticipate that I was going to be in this position today, quite frankly. Usually I'm more of the pessimist.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I'm more of the critical one. And I agree with your points, by the way. Like, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. CJ Stroud didn't play anywhere close to his A game, and we'll talk about CJ Stroud a little bit later. I felt like, and look, we're not going to ignore in victory what we wouldn't in defeat. We'll certainly get to all the things. And there were a lot. There were a lot of things that you can't ignore in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat. At the same time, you're never going to have a perfect game. You're never going to play a perfect game. There's always going to be areas that you can clean up. There's always going to be areas where you are not at your absolute best. The Houston Texans had 391 yards yesterday. Like, if you flirt with 400 yards in the NFL against anybody, that's a pretty good day moving the football. CJ Stroud, again, not his best. They threw for 250 yards as an offense in a game that they pretty much led for they never trailed in this game. So you throw for 250 yards in a game where you never trail. The running game, which we wondered what it was going to look like coming off the Lion defeat, in which it probably looked about as bad as it looked all year. Second time that you've used the starting offensive line. Is this an offensive line that can run block? You ran for 141. So I feel pretty good about the victory. And I feel like you also should, like, not you specifically, you generally speaking, I feel like you should celebrate wins. And yes, I get the frustration. And yes, we're going to have the conversations about what needs to be cleaned up. But this isn't Jacksonville early in the year where you're down multiple possessions and you have to storm back and win. You never trailed in this football game. You were up 14-0 after a quarter. You didn't have a great second quarter. Should have been multiple possessions after that. You pitch a shutout in the entire second half. You score 17 points in the second half, and you win by 24. I think that you can be happy with the victory today. I'm curious where the city's at. 713-780-ESPN. are you happy with the victory? Are you happy with the victory, B-Mac?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you go on the road. Look, this feels like it's overstating that any win in the NFL is tough to get and that all nonsense. But you win on the road by 24 points. I mean, I almost don't care who the opponent is. I mean, winning. I mean, the spread was what, 7.5. That's what Vegas tells you. That's what the people building casinos told you it was going to be, and you win by 24. Honestly, I was a little taken aback, Joel, by what you said there a couple of minutes ago about how they were closer to the Cowboys than they were to the top of the AFC. I mean, this is a football team that's 7-4, and we were probably expecting them to get to 9-4 before they go into the bye. Like, I know it wasn't perfect, but Jeremy rattled off a lot of the good things they did. I think I agree with you. They're not in the same tier as the Chiefs or the Ravens, but to say they're closer to the Cowboys, I think is a little more doom and gloom than I can accept right now.
Look, I guess because I've got high aspirations for the end of the season. I think we all did, but I think that the way I look at this is I'm looking for it was like a stepping stone, and I want them to keep progressing. And I'm trying to visualize in my head how this team, and maybe it's just playing to the level of your competition. Maybe it's just the fact that when you play a Detroit Lions team and you are really hyper focused and you're able to play the defense that you were able to play against Jared Goff. And yes, you made some mistakes there as well that we're obviously talking about all week, but you then come back to another team that you're supposed to throttle. And I felt like it was defense driven and Joe Mixon driven. And I guess
is that a problem though?
It can be, because I think that, and let me get to that, but I think that one of the things is penalties keep happening and they derail key moments where you scored late in garbage time, your first offensive touchdown in the second half in almost 5 games. Like, I expect that you should get against a team like Dallas, you should get into the end zone more frequently, not settle for field goals, not settle for the opportunities that you had. And some of it were penalty driven. I feel like when you're getting into talking about Cowboys, what I said about Cowboys versus the bigger teams in the AFC, when you're playing bigger teams in the AFC, you're going to have to score points. And you're not going to be able to settle for field goals as much as you're going to have to score touchdowns. And your defense can't carry you every single time, especially when that defense is going to give up points against Baltimore and Kansas City and teams like that, to where you're going to have to try and match them. And I still have concerns.
Do you think the Bills are in the upper echelon of the AFC?
Yeah, right now I do.
Texans beat them.
I know.
So how are they closer to the Cowboys in the upper echelon of the AFC?
Mean, we know that the defense was stifling against Josh Allen. I think that at a certain point, when you play a Ravens team, when you play a Chiefs team, when you play, look, I think Pittsburgh is a step behind those two teams. I think that, Buffalo right now is sitting in a really good spot, but you're right. You beat Buffalo. They don't intimidate me as much with a matchup with the Texans as if the Texans played either one of those two teams, you're going to have to score touchdowns.
Yeah.
And that concerns me.
No, I think that the style of this team needs to be that, though. Like, I think that the strengths that this team has offensively, quite frankly, is the running game. Like, I have more faith in the running game with this team than I do the passing attack. And that's not a shot at Stroud. It's more of a shot at the offensive line, although I don't think Stroud has been as good this year as he was last year, for the most part. Stroud did have some stinkers last season, but you can just the eye test. Stroud does look a little hesitant. He does look a little inaccurate at times. He looked very inaccurate in yesterday's game. So I'm with you in the sense that this offense hasn't hit their potential. They may not ever, because the offensive line's holding them back and because CJ Stroud may have taken a step back. So I'm with you on that front. But I think you can win a lot of games in the NFL, and I think that you can compete with some of the best teams in the NFL with their defense, because I do think that their defense is really good, and I would say that their defensive line is elite, and then a rushing attack that is spearheaded by Joe Mixon. And quite frankly, I think it's the philosophy that the Houston Texans have to have going forward. Like, we've talked a lot this season about the offensive identity, and we don't know what the offense identity is. We don't know if Bobby Slowick knows what the identity is of their offense. I think we learned what it should be yesterday, and maybe we should have learned this weeks ago. I think for this football team to be the best version of themselves, I think that they have to be a run-first offense that is going to win a lot of games because they have a really good defense. They should be a defensive-oriented team. They're top 5 in defense in the NFL. They're outside of the top 10 in offense. So what does that tell you? How are you going to win games whenever you go out and play some of the better teams? We're going to be really stout defensively. We're going to try to run the ball right down your throats. And then whenever we need to throw the ball because you're overcommitting to the run, we're going to throw the ball because you're overcommitting to the run. I think that's how the Houston Texans have to win games against the better competition in the NFL.
Yeah, and I think that I still have hopes that, and I believe that this team is going to be able to get better and get healthier, and that's going to mean a lot on both sides of the football. But I do feel like the defense was dominant last night, and they're supposed to be. But the problem is that when you look at it, it's a tale of two defensive lines that you went up against from a running perspective, too. The fact that you couldn't run the ball against Detroit is what concerns me, because Baltimore's pass defense is terrible. You should be able to pass the ball against Baltimore, but you're going to have to pass the ball, pass it accurately. You're going to have guys that, make plays, and that's going to be a big deal. And I think that when you look at against Dallas, you should be able to run the football against the Dallas Cowboys front four, front seven.
That, to your point, it's not a great litmus test. Like, we're kind of guessing what the Houston Texans would have looked like with their performance yesterday against a really good team. This is Texas playing Sam Houston. No offense to Sam Houston. They're receiving a vote in the AP for the first time in program history. Congratulations. But you're not going to get a great test for what Texas is going to be against the SEC when they're playing a team that is making a transition up to Division I. It's very similar to the Cowboys. Like, yeah, you're going to win by 24 points, but what does that translate to if you're a team that's playing deep into the AFC playoffs? And there are a lot of things that you need to clean up. But in terms of, like, happiness about the win, I'm curious where the city's at. 713-780-ESPN. A lot more of the do not ignore in victories, which you wouldn't in defeat, a little bit later in the show as well. What did you think of the offensive line for the second time? Derek Stingley, best player on the football field yesterday, Derek Stingley. We'll talk about where he's at in terms of the top corners in the NFL. Cash him or trash him. We will dive into this Rockets-Bucks finish. Controversial finish in Milwaukee. You can never trust anything coming out of Milwaukee. I'm kidding. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN9, ESPN 97.5. We're on Twitter at ESPN 97.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Blankers at Pac-Man, Joel on the Twitter, Brian at Sacked by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, this is the season. It is the season for some basketball. Seeing some good basketball in Houston, too, whether you're on the professional level or the college level. So you're probably jonesing to shoot some hoops. Maybe you have kids who are jonesing to shoot some hoops. Maybe they play for their high school team, middle school team, AAU. Maybe they're playing basketball for the first time ever. Any of those kids, and you yourself, you need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. If you're in the market, you need to get it from Pro Dunk. They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Don't waste your time inside the big box stores. You drive through the neighborhood, you walk through your neighborhood, you see those cheap goals from the big box stores, and they're terrible. You need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoop. They have tempered glass backboard, gives you the true, authentic feel. Breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. So a goal that is made for anybody. And maybe it's all for you. Whether you want to raise it up to 10 feet to work on your shot, or you want to lower it down to 5 feet and work on your slam dunks. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill, too. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play, which it gets night pretty early these days. LED light kits will take care of that. Backstop nets, you don't have to chase the basketball around, pull pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. But that's right, the pros from ProDunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't mess with the ladder. You don't mess with the level. You don't have to. You do not install. Let the pros at ProDunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Here was D'Amico Ryan's gesture. Are you happy with this Texans win? The bench was talking about it. Blanker's not convinced. I'm happy with the victory. How about you? 713-780-ESPN. I think D'Amico Ryan's was happy with the victory. Here was D'Amico after the game yesterday. Let's grade the speech from D'Amico Ryan's.
Hey, man, hey, great job, man. Hey, proud of you guys. All right, we talked about bouncing back stronger, right? That's a strong comeback right there, all right? Love how you guys were dialed in all week. All right, and it showed up on the field, all right? And it showed up in a lot of different ways, all right? Yeah. First off, all right, playing fast and aggressive in the run game. That first game ball right here, 3 touchdowns over 100 yards. Defense.
All right, that's enough of D'Amico. He just hands out the game balls. He hands them out to Joe Mixon, handed one out to Derek Stingley, handed one out to Derek Barnett. But what did you? How would you grade the speech from D'Amico Ryan's? Fired up in the visiting locker room at Jerry's World.
Oh, I mean, look, he's got control of his locker room. You heard over on the other side about the possible lack of control of losing the locker room in Dallas. D'Amico's got the locker room. They all buy in for that guy, and with good reason. I give it 8.
Okay, I'm going to go with a 7-2. It wasn't fantastic. It wasn't. I mean, it's what it needed to be said. It was what needed to be said. Let's keep the train rolling. But it's not over the top. Like let's win one for the Gip or anything like that. 7-2 for D'Amico Ryan's. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Are you happy with the win? Text line 3283. I agree with Blankers 1,000%. Not possible. I agree with Blankers 1,000%. National media also agrees with Blankers. So there you go. You get the national media on your side. 1264. Heck yes, I'm happy. My brother's in Houston sports. Do we have amnesia? Do we forget how hard of a rock bottom we hit just 2 years ago? It's like our disappointment is fueled by them not meeting the high expectations we set in the offseason when they made these moves. Just be happy. Put a smile on that face. Look, I don't like, and we do critique victories, obviously, but you get a win. That's a win. You hang it in the left. You put it in the win column. You move on. You continue to try to make the strides to be a better football team. And again, you hammered the team from up north. You hammered the team up I-45, and then a little bit down I-35.
Yeah, there's a lot to take away to say they're positives, and you're right. No matter how you win, you win. But at the same time, to the texter that was talking about where they were when they were at rock bottom 2 years ago, right? But also as you progress, and you progressed a little quicker than I think a lot of people thought a year ago, the expectations also then are altered and changed to expect more. And because of the fact that coupled with all the moves they made in the offseason personnel-wise to improve this roster made you believe that this team was ready for prime time to take it to the level of competing with the best in their conference and maybe the best in the NFL. So when you have performed for the most season less than, no matter what you've gotten in terms of your wins and losses, we sit there and we do what we do better than most, I think, and that is just be as honest as we can about each win, loss, and performance of this football team. Aside from where we said, yeah, the Buffalo game was a good win, or, this team was, a good win or a bad, whatever it was. Minnesota was a bad loss. This was one of those where, yeah, by the scoreboard alone, absolutely. It's exactly what you wanted, expected, and you should be pleased with it. But from the overall, like watching the game play after play, there's a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I think you're looking at it more from like going forward. Like, how do they stack up versus the rest of the AFC type of deal? Or like, I'm probably looking at it more from just the individual game. And I think your points are good, quite frankly. And we are going to talk about that stuff. Mr. Chop, any win is a win. It's how they won that leaves the questions. I think that sums it up pretty good. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Steven, you're in the Hive with the Beast. What's up?
Hey, guys. Driving back from Dallas right now. So I'm watching the game in the hotel lobby. I was supposed to be at this game. My son got in trouble. I had to resell the tickets back, 2 for the price of 1. My wife got mad, told me to leave my son at home. So I'm driving back to town right now. I'm sitting there. I'm texting my friend in the hotel lobby the first play of the game, and what ran through my mind was Texans are going to Texan. The first play, Larry Tunsil penalty. It's a side-eye kind of look when the type of win that it is. It's, yes, they won. It would have been, the world is on fire if they lose. They got to continue to win. Continue to win. They got to learn how to win. I get it. Continue to win. 9-4, going to the bye, and then win against Kansas City.
Hey, Steven,
okay.
Steven, not to cut you off, but
Baltimore.
inquiring minds want to know, what did your son do to get in trouble?
He got in trouble because he hit his laptop. He took his laptop. He stole his phone. He's 16. He's got a
stole his
girlfriend.
phone.
He's, him and girls.
How did he steal his own
He stole
phone?
his own phone?
It's his mom. It's his mom.
Yeah, that's what I like to do, too, whenever our kids get in trouble. It's his mom. Steve, you got to look in the mirror. Sometimes it's you. No. We appreciate the call, Steven. Just having a little bit of fun with you. But, yeah, I mean, I do think that Steven's right in the sense that a lot of Texans fans, and rightfully so, have that mindset of Texans are going to Texans. You see Laramie Tunsil get a little bit too far off the line of scrimmage, becomes an ineligible receiver, wipes away what should have been one of the best starts of the season. Nico Collins, return game, scores this long touchdown. Oh, Laramie Tunsil is illegal. He's an eligible receiver downfield. So you do have in that moment, like, uh-oh, here we go again.
Yeah, no, and it's funny because you and I were all over this when the Texans were bad, that we brought up the fact that the phrase that everybody kind of got caught being used to too much was Texans are going to Texan. They find a way to lose the last game of the year. They find a way throughout the season to do things that you just kind of, at a certain point, you just start accepting, going, yeah, that's kind of what they do. But now, because of the progress they've made in a short period of time, and because of how far this team has come, you don't expect that that's still going to be a possibility. And then that play happens, and that's just a microcosm. But overall, it kind of gives you that feeling like, oh, Lord, let's hope that this doesn't continue throughout the entire season. So now I think it's the point you made is the reason why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling, because I have those higher expectations. I have those aspirations for this team. And so I'm not just going for what they did last night against Dallas. I'm like, how does that match up against when they start playing some of these good teams late in the season and then as they get to the playoffs?
Yeah, it's I am a little concerned about what Steven and his girlfriend are up to, though. Computers, laptops. Is this a Cam Newton in Gainesville situation going on here? I don't know. I'd like to know more. 713-780-ESPN 5315. Everyone is blowing out the Cowboys at home. 5315 missed a word there. I added it for you. That is true. I mean, Eagles went into Jerry's World 34-6. The Lions went into there 47-9. Now, early in the year, the Baltimore game, they only lost by 3, but then they also got hammered by the Saints.
But they were playing catch up that whole game in Baltimore.
It's 6 straight games they've trailed by at least 20 points in one of their
That's
games.
insane. Now, the Houston Texans do have more wins than the Dallas Cowboys and Mike Tyson combined have inside of AT&T Stadium all year long. Last time the Cowboys won at home was last November.
That's crazy.
Last November, might be December. I think it's November, though. 3977, the Texans are like having a family member who stole from you. Can I really trust them again? Why does it have to be a family member? Why can't it just be anybody? This sounds like it might be a little personal for 3977.
Maybe, but also the fact that, from a family member, you have no choice. You can't just get completely away from them. You're always going to see them.
Maybe
as
that's
opposed
it.
to if it's a friend that does it to you, you're like, well, you're not my friend anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
You can't escape them. Like, they're inevitable. They're
Yeah.
always going to be in your life. I like that analogy. They kind of are like that family member that stole from you, and you just can't really ever trust them.
Yeah, and maybe that changes over time as they get a chance to rebuild your trust. But overall, right now, you don't feel like you can be trustworthy of them.
8815, it's awesome. This is one of the games you were supposed to win, and you did by 24. Like Stroud said after the Lions game, we should have put them away. They did this time. They did. It was still a football game up until the Barnett scoop and score, which was,
oh my God, yes,
early fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Early fourth quarter.
I think it was right at the start of the fourth quarter. Yeah.
So it was still a ball game going into the fourth. They
And
had the
that's
football.
part
the
of the
chance
reason
to make
why
a one-possession
I was
game.
concerned.
Yeah. 6381, Port Neches Groves High School. They're racist down there, by the way. They play inside the reservation. They call themselves the Indians, and they have their cheerleaders that dance around and do the whole deal. Port Neches Groves High School, last year's state champs, have more wins in Jerry's World than the Cowboys did last year. It's Aaron in Mid-County.
I mean, the Cowboys, it's almost like you feel like the roof is caving in on them.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that was scary.
Very scary when they had the video of it. That piece of metal was not light.
No. It was big.
Yeah, and I heard someone say, "Well, someone shouldn't have been run from it. They should jump underneath it." Gets it that you get underneath that metal that size coming from that distance. That's not something where you're looking at. Oh, that's just a lawsuit waiting to happen. You're going to be in some serious pain.
Oh, I think you're dead.
I think you might be.
Not knowing, like if it was a piece of like aluminum foil, that's not going to kill you. But that wasn't aluminum foil.
No.
I think it would have killed you.
And from that, I think so too.
I think
That's why
killed you.
I think these people, I'm making light of the way they described it so flippantly. I wouldn't have run away from that. Get underneath that thing. No, hell no, you don't get underneath that thing. And then the fact that when they said you got to bolt the other piece back to the girder, so that because they couldn't get it down in time. Like, good luck with the bolts and the kind of drill you need to drill that thing to the roof so it doesn't move.
You see, there was another loose one too when they shut the roof.
That's what I'm saying. They said that they were so worried that it would come down. They had to shut the roof, 1, and 2, that dude up on the catwalk with like a security wire attached to his belt had to bolt it to the roof. What kind of drill and bolts are bolting a piece of metal like that and going to get it to stay?
You think that was OSHA compliant?
No.
I think it was. I mean, he was strapped in.
Oh, the guy, yes.
Yeah,
I don't think it was safe to say that bolt's going to hold that piece of metal.
I didn't see anybody else saying to take a charge for the piece of metal that's falling from the top of the stadium. Yeah, that is dumb.
Was more action
that would have
we saw
killed
on
somebody,
Friday night
right?
there.
You think it would have killed somebody?
I think it would have.
I think it would have killed somebody.
I
Not
really do.
knowing what the metal was and like the weight of it, I think that would have killed somebody.
I really do.
From
too.
that height,
this is so deja vu because this is a conversation my buddies and I have had over. There's a friend of mine that believes on the flip side that you can fall or jump from like a 3 to 6 story building and survive it. And I'm going, I don't know, but
6 stories?
Yeah.
It depends on how you land. It depends on what you land on. Like there are some factors that are
we've been
involved
through
here.
all of this, and it's a never-ending thing because it's legitimately something that happened at our gym.
They jumped from 6 stories?
No, there was the basketball court is up on the 6th floor, and the corner panel of the basketball court goes out over the outside.
Yeah.
And a guy hit it, and the wall gave way, and you could literally look out and see 6 floors down.
Yeah.
And then the conversation became, I could survive that. I go, are you kidding me? Have you ever dropped a cantaloupe from 6 stories? That's your head.
I think, well, you don't land on your head.
Right. I know. But at the same time, your head's going to have to, no matter, you're going to break your legs when you go down.
Yeah. I think you can survive from a 6-story floor.
Chances are not
fall.
good.
No, they're not good. And you need some circumstances that are working in your favor. Like a soft landing, like maybe it rained heavily the day before would probably help
Grass,
a bit.
not concrete.
If it's concrete, you're a goner.
Right.
Now, what are you trying to land with? What part of your body? Like if you could calculate
this is all
your
part
jump.
of the conversation. It's like, well, if you try and do it legs first,
Yeah.
you're breaking both legs.
Yeah, but I think you have a higher chance of survival.
As long as once the legs hopefully take most of the impact, that your the rest of your torso and your head can somehow not go straight following it into the ground.
Like you don't want to land on your butt like in a seated position.
Then your
'cause your
spine's
spine's toast. You're a goner. I think that you have to land feet first. Now you're right. Both of your legs are going to be broken. They might even be amputated, quite frankly. But I think that you have the best chance of survival feet first.
You can't go head first. I mean, one of my buddy who's hell bent that he's going to survive is like, I mean, you could possibly use your shirt like a parachute if you held it up. I go, you're out of your mind, or you could angle it on the way down. I'm like, you're going down in a mere couple of seconds. You can't like suddenly flap your arms and think you're going to get like over to a softer landing spot.
Port Neches Groves fans are defending their actions as a school. 7293. Did y'all not watch the video? It was not a heavy piece of metal. It was floating down to the ground, going back and forth in the air. I didn't see that. So
That's
maybe
still heavy, and the size that it was, yes, it's not like a steel girder, but it's still heavy enough that coming down from that distance with impact is going to do severe damage.
I mean, it was flapping though.
So.
I mean, but to the texture's point of it, maybe it was possibly more lightweight than you guys were giving it credit for. The way it was flapping and acting almost like a ribbon coming down, it didn't seem like it was this massive piece of metal that weighed hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, I'd rather get hit by a ribbon.
Well, sure, of course. I'm not saying I'd want to be hit by it, but I don't think it was this 1-ton piece of metal that was falling from the roof.
I don't think it was 1 ton, but I'm sure
Also
it had.
consider
How much
the
do you think it weighed?
sharpness of that edge coming down, no matter how, because it wasn't very thick. There's a lot that go, and that with that width and size of that piece of metal coming down on you, that's coming, and then it's you in the ground. I think you're being a little too flippant about the impact that could have.
Me too. I think you're being too flippant. Corey, it's like the other guys, aim for the bushes if you're jumping out of a 6-story building, no doubt. A sharp edge is sheet metal. Okay, that might get you. It looks like sheet metal. If the edge gets you,
Kind of what I was talking.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't hit an artery. Good luck you. The sheet metal will split you in half regardless of how lightweight it appear on video. There we go. That's what we're talking about. The Dallas Cowboys are running a vintage jewelry store instead of running a football team. The Cowboys are a joke. Listening to Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones, I undersold and underestimated the debacle that are the Dallas Cowboys, quite frankly. Texans made the game more difficult than it should have been, 3-6-9-1. You don't get style points for ugly or good wins. At the end of the year, how many are going in the win or the loss column? Lamont, 24-point win in-state on the road after seeing how the Lions bullied the Jags. Yeah, last night was cool. All right, so torn. I think the city's torn on it. They feel half the city feels good, half the city, kind of a nothing burger. All right, let's not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-ESPN. Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Who is the Queen Bee? 713-780-3776. My vote's for Brian.
I'm fine with that.
All right. There you go. 713-780-ESPN. What are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat?
Juice Scruggs was terrible at left guard. And no matter what we thought of Kenyon Green, we thought that there was, or at least we thought the Texans thought that there were ways to fix left guard. And right now, left guard seems to still be a pretty glaring issue for me.
I think they've upgraded though. I think that he's better at left. I think he's better at left guard than Kenyon Green. Yes, I absolutely
he got
do.
worked for a sack early in the first. He had the holding call. He let
two negative plays.
He let Overshown run right by him untouched.
Yeah, that could have been coverage though. That could have been what their coverage calls were. I'm not willing. I'll go back and watch the L22. I'm not willing to put that one on Juice yet. He absolutely got owned once for the sack. The only time that C.J. Stroud was sacked, by the way, and he had the bad holding penalty. Do I think Juice Scruggs is better than Kenyon Green? I do. I do think he's better than Kenyon Green.
I think that
bar that low. I guess he has to be.
I think he's better than Kenyon Green.
To me, it's like they're both not great. This is the lesser of two evils in terms of who you have out there. The mistakes. I'm kind of with BMAC on this. That's what I saw. I saw him getting his doors blown off. I saw you might be right because Patterson was looking right the whole way. There was a miscommunication there. But I mean, that was just basically a little juke move to go one direction and come back to the other. And it looked like he had no clue how to get a hand on him and keep contact with him, stay in front of him. The penalty was a killer. I thought that drive was going to end up in a touchdown. And overall, I guess because of the fact that, like you said, I was expecting an upgrade from Kenyon Green of a significant amount. It's not. There's not as much of a gap as I would like.
Obviously the sack's a bad play. The holding's a negative play. Let's before we've had the benefit of watching the film on it, let's just chalk up the sack that he went right up the middle when they were rushing 4. By the way, let's chalk that one up to Juice Scruggs. And let's just throw another one on for a cherry on top. 4 negative plays from Juice Scruggs yesterday. I think it's below average when you compare that to Kenyon Green. I think Kenyon Green had far more than 4 negative plays per game.
I don't disagree, but I think that's just more of a testament of how bad Kenyon Green was, to where, again, if this team wants to go where we all want it to go and the other talent that they have on this squad, is there a way to upgrade it? Is he going to get better now? This is week 2 of this experiment. As we stick with this, if we assume they're going to stick with this, will he continue to get better?
Quite frankly, like next year, I want Juice Scruggs to be a backup interior offensive lineman. Be Jared Patterson's backup at center, be the left guard backup, be the right guard backup. He's your swing guard. He's your backup center. Like, obviously, you need to improve from Juice Scruggs going into next season. Do I think he's better than Kenyon Green? Yes. Do I think, like I saw Cody's Toots suggest Kendrick Green get a look. No, sir. I don't want to see Kendrick Green. I saw enough looks of one Kendrick Green. Now, if you wanted to kick the tires on Nate Davis, I'm okay with doing that because I don't think that there's any risk in doing that. You sign him vet minimum, bring him in, see what he has left in the tank. Is it possible that he was just so bad because he's with a dysfunctional organization? Yes, it's possible. Could that be the upgrade? Like, I would be open to something like that. I don't think that you have anything in-house that's an upgrade at left guard.
No, unless you want to try the supremely drastic move we talked about in the past. If you're talking about moving Titus Howard. And I don't really think I want to explore that right now. I saw that, they were that Zach Thomas was in the game a couple of times as they went goal line in a couple of different formations that they had. I don't know if Zach Thomas could be a better option at guard. Probably not. But right now it's either Juice is going to get better or the drastic move is Titus Howard, unless you look at a Nate Davis and because he's cleared waivers by now, bring him in just like you did La'el Collins a couple of weeks ago and say, hey, he can't be worse than what we have. He might be better than what we have. It's in your best interest to see what he can do.
Yeah, he might suck. He might not even, you might work him out and be like, okay, we're not doing this. But who cares? Like, it cost you a flight in a hotel room for a night.
Right, La'el Davis came in, or La'el Collins, came in, and we were wondering, is it him or is it the Texans? Well, at the end of the day, no one else signed him. So that must mean he's probably in pretty crappy shape or he just can't do what he once was thought to have been able to do at a decent level in the NFL.
Yeah. To me, it's a no-brainer to at least try it out. He might not even make the team, but it's worth seeing. And I agree with you that the Juice is not, I still think he's the weak link. I think the guards are the weak link on this offensive line, but I do think he's an upgrade. What else you got? Do not ignoring victory, what you win in defeat.
Kadar Holman was not good. And I think that whole other corner spot, you cannot hope any harder than I am hoping that Lassiter's back as soon as he possibly can get back. Because the one play when I saw Holman lined up one-on-one with CD Lamb, I'm like, oh, good Lord, what in the hell are they thinking? But overall, because Jeff Okudah's first play, whoever was playing that position, I mean, you just go ahead and have your way and have a day. That Lassiter can't get back quick enough. Those two guys were embarrassing.
Okudah looked so slow. I thought initially until I saw the replay, a linebacker was on the Cowboys receiver there.
That was a mismatch in speed.
The whiff and spin. It's like, you had no clue to even which way
And
you
he
were going to
jumped
turn
out
your
of
hip.
position as soon as that, like the first step, and it was over.
Yeah.
It was one step, and it was gone.
That was like Branham racing against the group chat. It gone way out ahead of you. Yeah, he played that one series. Jeff Okuda did. I went back and watched it this morning, and I saw the snap count prior to rewatching it, and Okuda played like 11 snaps. It's like, I can't believe he played 11 snaps. But I went back and watched. He played for the one series, which he allowed the touchdown, but he also was getting picked on early in that drive. Like, they saw him come in, like, we're attacking him. They motioned CeeDee Lamb to get him matched up against Jeff Okuda, threw it to him right away. That was the only series that Jeff Okuda played it until the final series of the game in mop-up duty. I think there's a possibility he gets cut this week. Because he's at best your fourth corner. Obviously, Stingley's ahead of him. Kamari Lassiter's ahead of him. It depends on his health. Hallman's ahead of him because he was playing the entire game over him.
Right.
The one time that he didn't, Okuda got burned. He got benched. So at best, he's your fourth corner. I think there's a chance he gets cut.
I think there is too. And I think when you look at between CJ Henderson and him and guys we were thinking were going to possibly be, one of them was going to end up being the starter because of where they were drafted in the past and their potential. Thank God they didn't. And now, like I said, you got to hope Lassiter gets back, but the same way that they're looking at kicking the tires, I don't know who's even out there to consider in terms of other possibilities at corner as a backup.
D'Angelo Ross.
You need somebody. You need somebody that at least can hold their own because injuries are going to happen. Guys are going to, come up lame here and there, and you can't have a guy that's going to get out there and get completely exposed and turned around like Jeff Okuda was.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat? We get to Brian's, we get to mine's, we get to yours as well. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, place you ought to be if you want to bet on sports. You love betting on sports, you can bet on all the sports at MyBookie.ag. They have everything. They've got golf, they've got tennis, they've got UFC, they've got everything that you can imagine. Soccer, basketball, football, you name it, they've got it. And it's all right there at one central location. It's phenomenal. They're fantastic. And right now they're doing it again where they're trying to take care of you, the customer, with a sign-up bonus. If you're signing up for the first time at mybookie.ag, always use our promo code BET975. Anytime and every time they ask you for a promo code, if you use that, you're probably going to cash in some way, shape, or form with all the different kinds of ways that they have loyalty, rewards, and other marketing programs that are going to help you when you're looking to get extra money in your account and better advantages. They're fantastic. And if you use our code, it gets you that door that opens up. They've also got a loyalty rewards program called MyBookie Plus. When you get involved in that, the more you play, the more you're going to get your rewards to get to different tiers and levels. The higher you get up on the levels and tiers, the more and better the rewards get. It's fantastic. And when there's not games going on or you just want some casino games in your life and you don't feel like flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana, it's all right there at your fingertips at mybookie.ag. Live dealers standing by with all the casino games like blackjack and like poker. They're fantastic. They love taking care of you. So go to them. mybookie.ag. Use that promo code BET975. Double your first deposit and go from there. They've got plenty of other things going on where if you get friends to sign up, you get a sign-up bonus that because you recommended them. If you're reloading your account, they have bonuses for that too. Check it out today. Get to mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975 and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-ESPN. Lamont says Mechie can hit. They should try this guy out at safety. I don't know how that's not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat, though. That's a positive. That was a big hit, though.
It was I'm with Aikman on that play. Like to have that at least in your foresight to realize that could happen and have a guy like Mechie come up and make that play. I thought that was big. I thought that was a hell of a play, and kudos to the special teams.
Yeah, I had some people from Alabama that were like in my comments talking about how he did this against Florida, and I had forgotten the play, but then they like posted a video of it. I was like, oh yeah, I do remember that. And whenever D'Amico Ryans had his post-game press conference, he said that they showed the team this week Mechie's big hit against Florida whenever he was at Alabama. And then all of a sudden it happens in the game. Like, that's bizarre to me.
That is crazy.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think as much as we've been waiting to see Mechie progress, I think he's been progressing lately. I think that, he's getting more acclimated with being a part of the offense. But overall, you can tell he knows football. I mean, he's a quality football player. To what level as a wide receiver, I don't know. But at least he's contributing.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Here are a few that I have. I think the Texans are an undisciplined football team. And it's really weird to say that because you have D'Amico Ryans as your head coach. Like, you would think that they would be a disciplined football team. Last year, the Houston Texans had the fourth most penalties in the entire NFL. They were one behind the Browns and the Cowboys for being tied for second. The Jets had the most at 124. The Texans had 114 penalties last year. They were the fourth most penalized team in the NFL. Yesterday, they had 9 penalties for 69 yards. Not nice. Do you want to guess where they rank in the NFL as the most penalized team?
Second.
Third. They are the third most penalized team in the NFL. How in the world is a D'Amico Ryans team, where you would think they would be incredibly disciplined, top 3 in penalties, where last year they were 4th in penalties? They're undisciplined. And to me, that's enough evidence. Last year, 4th. This year, currently 3rd after 11 games. To me, that's enough evidence to say that they're undisciplined.
Yeah, look, and penalties was on my list as well. They were very untimely when they occurred in some cases. Overall, they were way too much. And you're right. When you look at that, look, Dallas last year was a team that everybody kept talking about, that McCarthy's teams kept getting 10-plus penalties a game. At a certain point, there's ways that you can get a grip on that, and you have to address it. Not to say that Dallas, because they're such a bad football team, is the example in terms of from one year to the next. But you have to, in order to fix the problem, you have to acknowledge it's a problem. And right now, it's a problem because all season long we've been having these conversations.
The Laramie Tunsil penalty obviously was one that it was costly, kind of. The Texans still scored on the drive, though, so the team picked up Laramie Tunsil. He didn't cost you points. It cost you a great moment in the game. He cost you potential points, but the offense picked him up by scoring on that opening drive anyway, so it's like, it kind of worked out in your favor. Now, I did have some people arguing that were like, it's ticky-tacky. It's nitpicky. Like that Laramie Tunsil being an ineligible man downfield, though, it's forgivable, it's nitpicky, it's tic-tac, all of that. This has been an issue for the Texans offensive line all year. This is like the 4th or 5th time they've had an ineligible man downfield. Laramie Tunsil's guilty face immediately after the play when they showed him on camera proves that this was a foolish penalty.
This is what do they call it? Well, I told you that when
point of emphasis.
The point of emphasis. The NBA used to do this. The NFL does the same thing. The same way the illegal procedure penalties were going to be a point of emphasis early in the season, and Tunsil was getting called and dinged for those multiple times because they didn't want the tackle getting an advantage over the defensive ends anymore, the way the Kansas City tackles were doing it in the playoffs a year ago. This was also a point of contention. They've been calling this and we want to call it ticky-tacky or just letter of the law. They've been sticklers on this all year, and it shouldn't surprise you or anybody else out there if they're going to call this, because the way that the national broadcast showed you by highlighting how the room where he had to move, it was clearly a penalty.
Yeah, he was double over, and I think it was Aikman that said this, and it was a good point. It was the very first play of the game. We know that most offenses, including the Texans, script the first 15 to 20 plays. So Laramie's known this play call was coming since at least like last Thursday. It's not like this is the 4th quarter, and it's like, oh man, we haven't run this play this much. I'm unfamiliar. I'm a little uncomfortable. He's known this play was coming for several days. It's the first play of the game. And he, like you said, he knows it's been a point of emphasis. It's been something that they've been calling tight all year long. It's something that's hurt the Texans all year long. and he still can't get the job done on that play.
Yeah, I thought it was a really bad penalty. The Texans picked him up. The Texans still scored on that opening drive, so it wasn't as costly as it could have been. I mean, if you had the penalty and then you go 3 and out and then you have to punt it away, costly penalty. Wiped away a touchdown. But they still scored on the series, so, they picked him up. You left points on the field. This is something that you talked about earlier, Blankers. You got to the red zone twice and had to settle for 3. You were on the brink of the red zone, the interception by Stroud. You threw the interception. You didn't even score there. So it's like you took away at least a field goal off the board with the interception, not kicking a field goal there. We'll get to there in a second. And then you had 2 red zone trips that ended in field goals instead of ending in 6 and then ultimately 7 points. So I did think that they left some meat on the bone.
I think that was the most costly penalty, getting back to your first point, which is the fact that Drew Scruggs penalty was costly because you got down there at the 5-yard line. It looked like you were inevitably going to get six out of that. And instead, right after that penalty, it was basically like a foregone conclusion. Yeah. You were just going to soak up some yards and take the 3, and that hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was more costly of a penalty. You're right.
That was the biggest penalty of the night, I thought.
It didn't wipe away the touchdown, but the Texans scored on that drive anyways. It didn't cost them points. You stop the fake punt and the Mechie play, and then you don't score at all. You don't score at all because you go for it on 4th down and you throw the interception, which, by the way, how did you feel about DeMeco Ryans going for it in that spot? You're up 7 points, 4th and 3 at the Cowboy 30-yard line. Are you going for it there or are you kicking the field goal?
I like the aggressiveness of going for it there early, but I went back and forth on how I felt about this. To me, I didn't really care for the play call so much as I was okay with them going for it. I liked the fact that they were going to be aggressive early and try and send the message, step on them early, go get them. I had no problem with them going for it. I wasn't a big fan of the play call.
I would have kicked there. I'm a big believer in adding an extra possession. If you can add an extra possession lead, and now you take it from a 1-possession game to a 2-possession game, I'm in favor of that. I felt like I would have kicked there. I have no problem saying that I would have kicked a field goal there. I think I tweeted it in real time. I think that DeMeco should have kicked the field goal. I don't think he should have went for it 4th and 3 at the 30.
Yeah, I was with you on that, Jeremy, especially in the first half. Like, if this was a second half conversation.
First quarter on top of it.
First quarter
second drive of the game
second half
for you.
Situation, like, we spent a lot of time talking about should you go for 2 in the games over the last couple weeks because it keeps coming up. But that's a first half versus second half conversation to me. First quarter of the game, you have a chance to extend whenever you have a chance to extend the lead from 1 possession to an extra possession, I think you take it unless this is a second half trying to come from behind. You got to make up a bunch of points real quick. You're already in the lead. You have a chance to extend it, and they're playing Cooper Rush, who you know is not going to be able to score a lot of points. Go ahead and make it an extra possession.
I feel like this was forced aggression because they've been called conservative, quite frankly. It's like, we've been called conservative. We got to show them that we're not conservative. We got to show them that we're aggressive. So what are we going to do? We're going to go for it on this 50-50 spot to show everybody that we're aggressive. I would have kicked it there. And then the next series, they had it up 7 again because you didn't score on the previous drive. They had it 4th and a half a yard at the Cowboy 10. Do you like going for it there?
I actually like going for it in both situations.
I like going for it on the second.
And if it's a half a yard, I got to believe the way Mixon's running the football, as long as the play call gives you a couple options, it's not just jam it right down the center of the line. I have total confidence that offense with that running back and with CJ, I believe that they'd get a half yard.
Yeah, I would have went for it there. I had a bad feeling that he was going to kick the field goal there after he went for it 4th and 3 at the 30 and didn't get it. I would have went for it there. And what are you talking about? You're contradicting yourself. You just said that you like to add another possession. I do, but even if you don't get it, you're pinning them inside. You're pinning them inside the 15-yard line. That's different than giving them the ball at the 30. Yeah. The 30 is giving them the ball basically a touchback.
Well, I mean, if you kick I'm sorry, I guess if you missed the field goal.
You're right, going for it, yeah. It would have been, if you throw an incomplete pass, it wasn't intercepted, you get the ball at the 30. And even the interception return took it to like the 35. But the 4th and a half a yard at the 10, even if you get stuffed there, well, you're pinning them back deep in their own territory. So I thought he should have kicked it 4th and 3 at the 30. I was cool with his decision to go for it 4th and a half a yard at the 10.
I do wish in those situations, and I was for going for it there as well. But I do wish in those situations, and I know some of this is just unique to the Eagles because of Jalen Hurts and before that when they had Jason Kelce also, but it feels like the Texans in these 4th and inches, 3rd and inches situations never use the quarterback sneak. And it'd be nice to have that extra element in their playbook because, I mean, if this it only take one guy to kind of break through like on the Juice Scruggs and blow up Joe Mixon before he even gets to the line of scrimmage. So it'd be nice if they mixed in a quarterback sneak every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm okay not doing that with Stroud.
Why?
Because I don't want him to get hurt. I protect my mijos. I protect my best players on my team. I protect C.J. Stroud. I protect Jordan Alvarez. I protect the best player on my team. And C.J. Stroud's got a history of concussions.
I'm not disagreeing with Jeremy there. I don't like the fact that, look, even Josh Allen types, I think Buffalo fans kind of hold their breath when he goes and gets into those situations because anything can happen in those piles. I think that if you can get him out on the edge or do what you did with the play that worked with Mixon, so that's not just one hell-bent mission to just jam it right down the center of the foot line like the tush push on steroids. Get with the options with the weapons you have, they should be able to get a half.
Yeah, and if it's the playoffs, cool. But in week 11 against a team that you're favored by 7.5 points against, I don't need to see a quarterback sneak.
The one that they went on, the first one that they went on from the 32, I actually thought he could have run for that first down.
I'll have to go back and watch it. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that was one of the last things I took away was it wasn't a good throw. I wasn't huge I didn't really like the play call, but at the same time, when it opened up, I thought he could probably run and slide and get those 3 yards.
Yeah, I'll watch that one a little closer. Okay. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Do not ignore in victory what you win in defeat. What else you got? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We're not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-ESPN. A lot of people they don't feel great about how the Houston Texans played yesterday. So 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A texter says that secondary needs to secure the interceptions, might make a difference versus a good team. White is too slow to play linebacker. Mechie needs to block better. Quit giving up big plays. There was one big play defensively. Give the explosive to Turpin. I thought Mechie's a willing blocker, but he's just not very big. You know,
he blew a block. It was on a 3rd and 2
was that the
play.
toss?
Yeah, the toss play. He allowed
call.
a guy to get in and get Mixon, and it would have been a first down, but he completely half-assed the block.
Yeah, he's not a great blocker, but he's also
in that
not
play.
the
He wasn't
body.
even a willing blocker.
He doesn't have a body to be a great blocker.
The other problem too is the guy that has been known to be a good blocker and a blocker that you're supposed to rely on to block missed blocks too.
Yeah, Woods missed a block
no
on the screen pass to Nico.
Yes, he missed 2 blocks.
Blew it. Yeah.
Yep.
713-780-ESPN. Texter says you have to take the points like Tomlin every time. I think there are times to go for it. I don't like it in that first spot, but I'm okay with it in the second spot. 6444, don't chase points early, take the points. Can you guys explain the first 20 plays or whatever being scripted? Because let's say play 8 was a deep go route, but the situation that comes in the game is play 7 is 3rd and inches. Yeah, The scripted part is a little bit overblown at times. It's usually, okay, here, and 20 is way too big of a number. It's usually, here are like 10 plays that we really like, and we're probably going to use these plays in the first 25 snaps of the game. It's not necessarily like an order. It's not like a run of show. Okay, we love this play here. This is going to be our second play. This is going to be our third play. Usually it's, these are 10 plays that we really, really like. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to them early, but down in distance will dictate what is called.
This was a signature of what Bill Walsh used to do. So anybody under the Walsh tree, Holmgren did it. A lot of guys did it. And to your point,
Kubiak did it.
It's 10 plays that are dictated by situation. So you have those 10 plays, like Jeremy said, that you're going to work on throughout the week is going to be your preferred 10 plays to kind of start the first quarter with, or your first possession with. Now, if you go off and have one of them hit big, then you can always change and switch out of that and mix it up. But at least those are the 10 plays that your offense is completely comfortable running, knowing that at some point early in the game, they're going to run that play.
Yeah. That's basically what it means. But I think most OCs do that. I've never really heard Slowick dive into his specific game plan, but I'd be stunned if he doesn't script X amount of plays.
At least 10. I usually hear it's up to 15, but at least 10, yeah.
Tight ends keep killing us. We can't cover the tight end position. That's because you don't have a great interior corners. Like, people love Petrie, and whenever Jalen Petrie's not in coverage, Jalen Petrie's awesome. Jalen Petrie's an awesome football player until he's asked to cover, and that's where his weakness is. Like, if Jalen Petrie could cover, Jalen Petrie would be a top 5 safety in all of football. But that's why the Texans have trouble defending the tight end.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's on my list because Petrie gets better and better when he's up on the line of scrimmage and when he is making tackles and hits. It's just the fact that if he wants to become truly, an above average, better to elite safety, or wherever he plays, even in the slot, he's got to cover better.
Yeah, I think the ship is sailed, though. Like, I think it's who it is. Like, I don't think all of a sudden he's going to be Deion Sanders in coverage, Like, I think this is who Jalen Petrie is. So you just try to put him in the best positions to succeed. And I thought D'Amico did a good job of that yesterday. Like, how many times can you remember where Petrie was beating coverage yesterday?
Right.
I can only remember one. I think it was on an outbreaking route, but that's good. Like, if he's only getting beat once a game, that's good, because look what he does in the other areas of the game.
I was going to say, you can maybe remember one play where he got burned, but you can remember 3 or 4 just unbelievable hits and plays that he made. He missed on the one to CeeDee Lamb on the end around play where he had a chance to stop him right at the line of scrimmage and missed him. But boy, oh boy, do you remember him bringing the wood to several different guys with the ball in their hands, including the one where they forced the fumble and the penalty that shouldn't have been a penalty. He is an unbelievable guy when he's bringing full contact to
Bringing
someone.
the wood. He's bringing the boom. 6'3", Petrie was penalized for a legal hard hit, garbage call. On a replay, you could see absolutely zero contact to the soft blank receiver's helmet. I thought it was the correct call live. Also thought it was a correct call for a while because he does launch. He comes off his feet, which is illegal. Now, I didn't realize this, and this is where I was wrong, and I am wrong. I was wrong. It was a clean hit. You can't launch. Launching's illegal. But if you make contact before you launch, it's clean. And he makes contact just before his feet elevates off the ground. I didn't think it was helmet to helmet.
No.
I don't think that it was that, and neither the replay official, neither the Aikman. I thought where he was going to get caught for and I think this is why it was called. I don't think they got it right in hindsight, but I think that they thought he launched.
So you're saying that it's irrelevant whether you lead with the crown of the helmet or not. If you launch it,
there's multiple different penalties for that for a defenseless receiver. Any contact to the neck head area is a penalty. Doesn't matter which part of the body you hit them with. Now that didn't happen because it was shoulder to shoulder. If you lead with the crown of the helmet to any part of the defensive receiver, it could be the knee, it could be the waist, it could be the head. That is a penalty. And then if you launch and you're near the head, it doesn't say the head, it says near the head. If you launch, which means you come off of your feet before contact, that would be a launching penalty. I thought live it was a launch. Slowing it down and watching the replay of it, there's contact just before he came off his feet, thus should have made it a legal play.
I thought he got hit on both shoulders. The timing was perfect, and I was like, man, that is textbook football right there because he avoided the temptation of dropping his head and or going towards or leading towards a receiver moving where sometimes just inadvertently the receiver can duck down or something and you can hit the head. When I saw it live, I was like, oh, I don't think so. And then when I saw the replay, I was like, oh my God, that was horrible.
Yeah. In hindsight, it was the wrong call. It was very close to a launch, though. It was not close to helmet because it was shoulder to shoulder. It was nowhere near the crown. It was very, very close to a launch. And the benefit of very slow-mo replay, he didn't launch. He didn't launch before contact.
What about the other one, too? Because the referee guy that they went to, he didn't enunciate real clearly, but did he say on the Stingley pick that it was legal and within 5 yards that Jimmy Ward hit Lamb?
I thought that was right. I thought that was a good call.
I thought so too.
You can have contact with a receiver in the secondary if it's within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. And then you can no longer have contact once the ball is released. If you look at where the contact happens, it's like 4 yards from the line of scrimmage, and it is just before Cooper Rush released the ball. It's very close on both fronts. It's almost 5 yards. It's almost contact once the ball was released, but it was 4 yards, and it happened just before the release. I thought they got that one right.
Yeah, I did too, but I was just what I was confused about was Troy, I thought, was leading the official in the booth to kind of say that it was early or that it was outside the 5 yards.
Yep.
And then when he said it really quickly, I said, did he say legal or illegal?
Legal.
And I rewound it a
legal
couple times, and I thought he said legal, but I looked at it, and with the naked eye on the replay with the tape, it looked legal.
Yeah, I thought it was legal. Second half touchdown. Second half offensive touchdown. I think we all deserve we all owe them a golf clap for finally scoring an offensive second half touchdown. I don't know why you guys are not participating. Pretty fraudulent second half offensive touchdown, I thought. The drive started at the Cowboys 35 because they were going for it because they were trailing by so many points. It was also kind of mop-up duty. Like, it was under 5 minutes.
Time.
It was under 5 minutes. You're up by 17.
Credit for it.
That's
the question I have. Are we giving the Texans credit for a second-half offensive touchdown when it was semi-fraudulent, when the drive started at the Cowboys 35, and it was, quite frankly, in mop-up duty? Are they getting credit for their first second-half offensive touchdown in the last 5 games?
Not with me. Not because of all the variables you just mentioned. The fact that if you were going to do that, you were going to do that third quarter, early in the third quarter, establish the fact that things are changing. The fact that's why I kept going back. Your defense did put the 7 on the board for you. Your defense was doing damage and had the impact, not your offense in the second half.
Yeah, so no, we're not giving them credit for the second half? Okay,
credit, no.
So the Houston Texans still have not scored an offensive touchdown in the last 5 games in the second half. They haven't done it.
No.
Not a real one.
I don't feel it.
This is a fraudulent.
I mean, they should have had one earlier in the second half before Juice Scruggs got the holding call that moved it from, I think it would have been 3rd and 2 or 3rd and goal at the 2 back to obviously a much more difficult situation.
So an asterisk next
sure.
to this touchdown. Should they have had the starters in the game up by 17 with 3.5 minutes to play? No. I'm actually okay with it to get the mental block of not scoring an offensive touchdown. I'm okay with it because of the circumstance that your offense has not scored a second half touchdown in what is now 5 games according to the Killer Beast.
Like,
that's the only reason I'm okay with it.
But if someone got hurt.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they identified the fact that they wanted to get that off their back, that they were going to be hell-bent on scoring the touchdown there. But I think they even had to know there's going to be a lot of people that realize this isn't really legit at this point in the game.
2-4-2-2. They should have taken all the first-string players out when there was 5 minutes left. So do you want to risk the injury to get your first first asterisk offensive touchdown in the last 5 games in the second half? Are you chasing after it? I was okay with it, actually, because I do think that it has become mental for the
That
for the
feels
Texans.
like a hindsight opinion, though.
No,
because
I was
if someone
thinking it in
got
time.
hurt,
I was thinking it in real time. If somebody would have got hurt, I would have given you the same take that I have right now. I had the same thought in real time. I'm like, this is borderline, but I'm okay with it because of the middle block. That is not hindsight. That is me being completely honest.
Yeah, I don't like it. I was texting a buddy in the moment saying, why are the starters still out there? I get the idea of the players want to go for it. The players know they haven't scored a touchdown in the second half of 4 games. I get all the motivation and the good feeling and the confidence they would get from getting that touchdown, but it's not worth, like a Joe Mixon. We've talked all show about he's basically your entire offense right now. Joe Mixon gets hurt carrying the ball into the end zone. What are we talking about today? Well, the best part of your offense is now could be done for the season. That's not worth the risk.
The best part of your offense is Folgers in your cup. 6'9", 6'7", Petrie maybe be the best defender within 3.5 yards of the line. You might be onto something there. 6'4", Barnett knows better than slapping a lineman on a field goal.
It actually helped you, though.
8-4-3-7 Texter Bo. The head slap penalty was ticky-tacky. So did you think it was ticky-tacky?
Oh,
did you
no,
think it was legit?
Late.
He slapped
It was
I thought
blatant.
it was
He just
legit.
wound up and drilled him in the side of the dome.
It did help you because the Cowboys turned it over on downs and they wiped away a 64-yard field goal, which is the greatest non-field goal in the history of the game. They roll out Aubrey for 64-yarders like the normal kicker gets rolled out for a 38-yarder. Like, they don't think twice about rolling them out for a 60-plus yarder. They're doing it in normal spots of the game. It is insane.
The crew was saying that they'd gotten word that they would even try it up to 70.
I was wondering if they were going to try it at the end of the first half. They were like at the 30. They were like at their own 30-yard line.
Was talking about it. It was like a foregone conclusion. They were getting 3, even if it was going to be from 60. That it's already that they're going to get this done. It's like, it's one thing that he's got the leg, but still from 60 plus, that's the accuracy is going to factor in, even though you're indoors.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that much of a given, Troy.
It's crazy.
I mean, he's only got 1 miss in his career inside that stadium, which was also last night.
That's so weird, though. They're like, 65-yarder. Let's play for the field goal here. Eric, can we just say this is an elite Super Bowl defense with a playoff missing offense, so makes them mediocre? I'm not willing to go as far to say elite, and I mean, their offense is middle of the pack. Like, they're not one of the worst offenses in the NFL. They're middle of the pack, and I think that they have room to get better. That's the hope, anyways. 0365, good with the starters being in, so the over would hit. You're not a degenerate. 5010, such an unnecessary use of our offense to score that touchdown at that point in the game, but it got me the victory in fantasy football at 1 point, so way to go, boys. There you go. 2422, Mixon had to jump over the defender when he was going in for that final touchdown, who was going after his knees that could have seriously injured him. So his team should have pulled the starters, I suppose. Are any of these that we missed?
I think they pretty much covered everything on my list. I had goods as well, but I mean, yeah, for the bads, we've covered them.
Any for you, Brian?
We might need to carry this over, but you tell me. But I thought there was a couple points in that game in the second half where Bobby Slowick had some serious mismanagement with the game situation, specifically. Towards the end of the third quarter, there was about a 12-yard pass to Tank Dell that picked up a first down. The play clock started like about 32 seconds left in the third quarter, and for some reason, they went fast and then got off another pass to Dalton Schultz, despite the fact that they could have rolled the clock to the fourth quarter with a 10-point lead. There was no reason. I mean, I get it. You want to go fast early. They did a good job of that in the first quarter. But 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter, why are you running up to the line to get off a 3-4 yard pass to Dalton Schultz? That made no sense. I thought that was a blunder, and the other one was...
Real quick. I had the same thought. The only thing is I try to defend it, and I was thinking of this in the moment. I wonder if they felt that Tank was out of bounds. They were not sure that he had 2 feet in.
Yeah.
I think that they were worried that he might not have been in play.
Yeah,
they were rushing so Dallas wouldn't challenge. That's my only guess.
I would give
him thought it was clear. I thought it was clear that he was in, too.
But that did
that's the only reason they would be doing that.
Yeah, because I was trying to rush through the game this morning. Yeah. But that I did think in the moment that might have been. It seemed like that they were trying to get the.
I had the same thought as Brian. I'm like, why are they rushing to the line? Like, they have a multi-possession lead. You can take this to the end of the quarter, and it's like, I bet you they don't think that. They're wondering if he was inbounds. They might have thought he was in, but there was an element of doubt. Like, let's just run another play real quick so they don't challenge. That's the only thing that I had on that.
It's possible. I'd give more credence to that if we didn't also see them like later in the fourth quarter. It was the same part of the same possession, but it was later in the fourth quarter. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. This was the possession after. But they got the ball back with about 11 minutes left. And I believe at this point it's a 17-point lead. And they've had 4 plays. All 4 plays were designed or at the snap were designed pass plays. Now, one of them turned into a Stroud 20-yard scramble.
Yeah.
But you get the ball back, fourth quarter, 17-point lead. You know Joe Mixon's obviously been running real well. You obviously need to bleed the clock. And you go 4 plays, pass, 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 pass.
Yeah.
What I don't get the idea of what Bobby Sloak's trying to accomplish
Can I
there.
defend him?
Sure.
Can I defend him? With a 17-point lead, you do not think the game is in jeopardy, and you're trying to work on certain elements of your passing attack that you want down the road.
That, to me, is more a 4-minute thing than an 11-minute thing.
But you don't want the starters in up 17 with 4 minutes to play.
That's fair. I get the idea that you think the game's over, but one thing that could make the game not over is if you decide to go pass with 11 minutes left, and Stroud makes a poor decision, throws a pick six, and all of a sudden it's a ball game.
Yeah,
again.
trying to win a singular game, one game, you're right. That's dumb. If you're looking big picture in that spot, and I'm not sure that they are. I'm just making a defense for them. Then I could see where their mindset's at. Not that I agree with it, but I can see where their mindset is at. How about the kicking unit having 2 delay of games? One after a touchdown, the extra point, and then one after a timeout.
Yeah.
After a how do you have 2 delay of games with your kicking unit? That is insane to me.
And then they said Kaimi during the timeout was over on the side getting practice kicks in.
Huh.
And that's why they thought that the delay of game happened. I'm like, do you really need a couple more practice kicks?
It's weird. That's weird. All right, yesterday wasn't the. Did you have any more, Brian?
One other thing, because it was what ended Tank's season last year. There was a goal. Jeremy's already shaking his head. He knows what I'm going to say. There was a goal line play where they had 3 receivers, including Tank, and I believe including Mechie, both tiny receivers, who were tight to the line of scrimmage in their run blocking. Basically the exact same thing that got Tank out for the year last season, and they did it again. Now, luckily this time it didn't. No one ran into the back of Tank's leg and broke it, but they basically ran the same thing last night that they did on the last year when they got Tank out for the year.
Yeah, see, I think I've actually changed my mind on this. Like, it is such yeah, I know. It's
I
such.
thought you want to protect your Mijos.
Yeah, I do, but this is such an element to the San Francisco running game where your receivers have to block on the edges, whether it's cutback blocks. They must block with this offensive scheme.
Why does it need to be 3 wide receivers?
You're trying to lighten the box whenever you go to 11 personnel. So, like, it is an element of this scheme. It's an element of all the San Francisco branches of running the football. Go watch them all. I mean, San Francisco, they all block. Miami, they all block. The Houston Texans, you might not agree with, they all block. Like, it is an element to this offensive scheme that if you're going to be a receiver in this offensive scheme, you must block. So knowing that's their philosophy, you're going to have to block no matter how tiny you are.
I agree with
it's
you
their
for the most part, but goal line,
it's their scheme.
I don't agree with them on the goal line.
I got other guys that could be in there for that scheme.
Yeah, but you're giving away the play.
Mechie's a hard-hitting guy. We know.
He was talking about how bad he sucked and how bad he missed a 3rd and 2 pitch.
Okay, great. Well, at least I know I don't lose.
I get
if I lose a guy, I'd lose Mechie before I'd lose Tank.
Yeah. I've kind of come around a little bit. Like, they ask their receivers to block in this scheme. It's just what they do.
Bad Coug, man.
I do love my Tank Dell. He is my Mijo. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Yesterday was not the Texans weren't the only Houston sports team playing yesterday. The Rockets were. We got to talk about this finish. Rockets got screwed, huh? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Dame off the bounce against Brooks. Dame driving inside. Kick it to go. Gives the Bucks the lead with 3.9 left. Daytime. It's that time at Fiserv.
Grade the call. Grade the call. What did you think of that? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. Lisa Byington, who is the TV voice of the Milwaukee Bucks, also does some NCAA tournament games for CBS TNT. Didn't love the call. I'm putting it at a 3-3 for Lisa Byington on the game winner yesterday from Dame. 3-3.
I think that's pretty fair. I think, I don't know how you feel overall. She's okay.
Yeah.
I got friends at the organization. I don't say too much, but
you should be proud of that.
I'm not the biggest fan of her calls.
I don't think she's very good.
Yeah. She's not the girl that does the A's games. She's
better
than
than
that.
her.
She's better than that.
Yeah.
But I'm with you on that. Look, Dame to me was a gut punch simply because of the fact that been there too much with Damian Lillard and the Rockets, and that he just finds a way. But that game was a game.
Real quick on that with Dame, like, where does he rank amongst the all-time best in Houston Rockets history? Because he's got to be in the conversation.
Oh,
like,
there's
I don't
no
think he's
doubt
at
he's
the
in the
top.
conversation.
Like Stockton, Malone are
Stockton
going to be
is-
up there. I remember even wars with Gary Payton. You know,
Kobe.
Kobe destroyed
Yep.
the Rockets after like the post-Olajuwon Rockets. Kobe's high up there.
Kobe is way up there because I just remember over and over again just sitting there in awe going, I can't believe he got that many points in that short period of time. I can't believe he made that shot with that many defenders. He just had that knack. And it wasn't just the Rockets. He did it against a lot of teams. Like Rockets specific, the Lillard one is always going to stick out. Brandon Roy was another one. Same organization. Brandon
Career
Roy
cut too short, man. He was great.
Yeah, Brandon Roy, if he doesn't get hurt, Brandon Roy, a couple playoff series before, he was that guy. He was just dagger after dagger and always against the Rockets.
Yes, I would probably have Stockton or Malone one or
Stockton shot alone had me as number one.
Malone got you twice. Like, he got you with Utah, and then he went to the Lakers for that little rendezvous trying to put together like the big four. And remember, they had a playoff series. Bokey's yanking them down from the backside. So like Karl Malone did it on two different teams.
Yeah, but
I don't remember him with specific shots.
No. Stockton hit a game
The
winner
Stockton
that ended
shot
your
alone
season.
for me will live in infamy as the biggest Rockets killing shot that I think I've ever endured.
So you'd have Stockton's up there at 1. Malone's a villain, but not 1.
Right.
Somewhere beyond 1. Damian Lillard up there.
Lillard's 2, I think.
Lillard was the first round.
Yeah.
So that's a factor. Like the fact that it was a first round. Like, he's not above Stockton. First round versus Western Conference Finals.
Right. No, but still, it's not the first time he's done this. Like he seemed to have a knack to do it against the Rockets in the regular season as well. I think that Brandon Roy is definitely, if he's not third, he's in the top 5.
I would have never even thought of Brandon Roy.
But they didn't, the Blazers didn't even win that series, though.
The one where he hit the game winner? He hit a game winner. That was the Artest. I think it was the Artest, one of the Artest teams.
Not in the playoffs.
Yeah, he had a playoff.
Well, the Rockets still won the series.
Yeah, they won the
though.
series, but
That's
he
what
had
I'm
a
saying.
game
I don't know
winner.
if I could put him very high if the
But
Rockets
he
still
had
won the series.
multiples in the regular season too, where he would beat the Rockets.
I would put a name we haven't mentioned. I would put Darren Williams ahead of Brandon
I
Roy
thought of
for
him.
sure. I mean, though obviously the Jazz beat you 2 playoff series in a row. Maybe you would rather say Boozer from that Jazz.
See, I was thinking Karolinko.
Game
okay,
7.
Well, someone from that Jazz team that knocked you out in the first round 2 years in a row. I would have gone Darren Williams, but you could insert Jazz player from that team: Boozer, Karolinko, Mehmet Okur, whoever.
Mehmet Okur. I forgot about Mehmet Okur.
wow.
But to me, Darren Williams was always the one like, oh my God, this guy again.
Yeah. No, Darren Williams was on my list because they won Game 7 here against the Rockets, and that one stung a lot too.
And they knocked you out the next year in Game 6 here.
And
also,
he was probably their best player. Karolinko close.
Him and Boozer.
Boozer was really good.
Yeah.
Who was the guy who came off the bench for them? I couldn't stand
Well, the one
that
guy
dude.
I can't stand that I used to say before we got Patrick Beverly that everybody in the league hates, but you love having him on your team was Matt Harpring.
That's who I'm thinking of.
Matt Harpring found a way to beat you, and he was dirty, and he would do the things when the referees weren't looking, but he seemed to always kill the Rockets.
Okay, so Lillard, Stockton, Harpring, Darren Williams, Brandon Roy, Kobe Bryant, Stockton, Malone. I'm sure we
Kobe over
mentioned them.
Brandon Roy.
I hated Hornacek too.
Oh, sure.
Couldn't
with
stand Jeff
Wasn't that supposed to be
Hornacek.
like a message to his kids or something?
Yeah, with the facial massage at every free throw.
That's sweet. It is sweet. He's got a big heart. He's got a big heart. Now, I don't know how many wives he had, but he's got a big heart. He's got a big heart there for the
You
Utah
get away
Jazz.
with that if you are truly in the Utah culture.
So who are the biggest villains in Rockets history? 713-780-3776. How about this finish, though? Yesterday's game, Rockets lose by 1 against the Bucks in a crazy sequence over the final 25 seconds.
You're up 6 with 154, and I thought you had it. And then, it was just like a lot of crazy things had to happen that did. And even the final play after that, you could have, and I think should have won the game if Van Vliet and Alpe are on the same page. It's the perfect play call. Giannis bites on it hard and goes to the top of the key thinking it's a jump shot. And if that pass is anywhere near the rim and Alpe, I think you win the ball game by a point.
Yeah, see, I thought if you had to assign blame on that play, let's go reverse it.
Oh, like
reverse
which guy on the
engineer.
Rockets?
Van Vliet or Alpe?
Alpe went up soft.
I thought you got to be an athlete there. I thought you needed to be an athlete there. And, let's not forget that Fred Van Vliet's not that tall, and I forget exactly who was defending the inbound for the Bucks, but he's like 6'5". He's 6'6". So Fred Van Vliet has to throw over the guy defending the inbound that's trying to just get his hand on it to start the clock. The ball was in the catch radius of Alpe Şengün.
Yeah, I think,
go be an athlete and make the catch, dude.
Yeah, I put it on both of them, but if you're going to assign blame, he had butterfingers too. It slipped right through. Literally, whether you tip that or you can catch it and just gently put it near the rim, there's a variety of different ways you could put that ball up on the rim and have a chance to win the ball game. And there was still enough time that I think you could have done them to where if you're going to say one or the other, it's definitely Alpe.
Yeah, I would. Alpe needed to make the catch there. Perfect play for Ime Udoka too.
Yep.
I give him a lot of credit. I know it didn't work because you didn't get the bucket, but that was a great play drawn up from the sideline out of bounds.
Yeah, the whole thing with Giannis is the reason why I hate the final 2 minutes. We all know they got the call wrong. We all know that they blew it. So just admitting to it adds insult to injury because you can't redo it. You can't go out from that point and say, okay, go back and replay it because we screwed it up. It sucks, but you were also 1 for 10 in the final 2 minutes in the fourth quarter, the final 2 or 3 minutes of field goals. You were 1 of 10. You missed a free throw. You were missing shots galore where you had a chance to one more bucket. You put that thing away.
That's where I'm at with that, Amin. I don't need Amin Thompson to be a fantastic free throw or a fantastic shooter, but let's be a good free throw shooter. Let's master that. And I know he's 2 for 3 yesterday, but he hit a critical one down the stretch. I don't really ever expect an NBA team to win on the second leg of a back-to-back, so I'm not upset that the Rockets lost the game. But to your point, they're up by 6 with under 2 minutes left to play. It looks like you can close it out. You get hosed on the call where Giannis is on the baseline. And I can understand where an official misses a call. And to your point, the NBA came out today. They sent out the memo that they missed the call. They're bad. Whoops. Cost the Rockets the game. Whoops. Did you see the official on the baseline and where he's looking?
He wasn't even looking.
He's looking down the floor.
I think he's looking at the opposite shot clock, which isn't him. That's the trailing official that's towards midcourt.
Yep.
Just watch the play, man. I'm okay if referees, umpires, officials miss calls. It's going to happen. It's human nature. But you got to be focusing on your key. And when you're the baseline official and there's a ball near the baseline, where should you be looking? The baseline. At least be looking at the play.
Inexcusable when you go back, and I've looked at it 3 or 4 different times to say what was he looking at, and the first thing I said was, well, he wasn't looking at it at all. I mean, he's basically going by reactions of the guys, and then by then it's too late because he had no clue if he was close to the end line or not. He just assumed, well, Lopez is throwing it to Giannis, they're going down the other end. There's no way he's getting close to the end line. He was definitely standing right on the end line.
Yeah, that was hard to swallow there. Not upset that the Rockets lose a game because it is the second leg of back-to-back, but you thought you were going to win it up by 6, less than 2 minutes, and then you have the missed call with Giannis, you have the heroics from Dame Lillard, and then you screw up an opportunity on a perfect play called by Ime Udoka.
What was the final on the clock for that final play? Was a second? A little over a second?
No, I think there was a little bit more. I think it was close
when
to 2.
When Lillard made the layup, I think there was 3 seconds left.
So on the inbounds play, there's no excuse for Alpe dropping that ball.
No. Be an athlete.
At all. No. Regardless of that, it's not like you had to tip it. You still just have to secure the ball.
They fouled up. So the Bucks, Lillard made the shot with 3.2, but the Rockets inbounded and the Bucks had a foul to give and fouled. So there was 2 seconds on the nose when they inbounded it.
So that's still plenty enough time to catch and shoot. And from that short of a distance, you're not really shooting. You're just popping it back, just putting it over the front of the rim. And there's no defender near Alpe at all. You have to make that play.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robert from Katy, you're in the high. What's up, Robert?
Deadlift shrimp.
Sean Kemp, and Gary Payton.
Yeah.
I still have nightmares about those three.
Yeah.
Thanks, Robert. You're
appreciate the
talking
call,
about
Robert.
like that 93.
It's like early
90
Sonics.
Yeah, 92, 93, 94,
Yep.
when that George Karl coach team, you just couldn't get over the hump until 94, 95.
I couldn't
they
stand
knocked you
Daniel
out in
Shrimp.
7 in the second round the year before the Rockets win their first title.
Yeah.
8341. I think those games are on pay-per-view. 8341. The Rockets are still on the base. The Rockets can drop 1 every 3 games and still wipe out over 50 wins this season. That's our texture that gets the over 50. Deadlift Shrimp. Steph Curry has to be there. We miss Steph.
Oh,
Steph
God,
absolutely
yes.
has to be
Of
there.
course. Absolutely.
Chris Paul's hamstring. James Worthy. Worthy had some. He beat you a lot whenever he was with the Lakers. Now that's teams that a little bit before my time.
Certainly loved being in Houston.
The way Houston talked about him, James Harden is the biggest villain. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair take.
Sure.
For half the city, at least.
It's
There's the other half
it's
that loves him.
perplexing. There's the other half
I
that
did
will
have the
always
thought
love
of
him.
Manu Ginobili simply for his block of Harden in that one playoff game.
The one where
texted
James
Manu.
would shoot for
Oh, yeah.
a quarter and a half.
Quit in game 6, too.
Yeah.
9788, Derek Fisher. Yeah, Derek Fisher's a good call.
Yeah.
Derek Fisher and the Steph Curry is so spot on that he's got to be in the top 3 because he just always crushed you.
5142. I'm sorry, I have to disagree. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. Fred VanVleet's pass has to be straight to the front of the rim. He overthrew it, and it's not any rest responsibility to look at the opposing shot clock. Agree. He should be looking at the baseline. Now, yes, VanVleet in a perfect world puts that ball right near the front of the rim. But he's got a dude that's 6'6" and long arms defending the inbound, and he's a short man. Like, it's not going to be a perfect pass.
And if you look at the way it transpired when he knew that there was the opening to throw the ball, Giannis had already turned to look towards the free throw line. He was going the other direction. You just got to put that anywhere in the vicinity in the lane by the rim, and Alpi should be able to get to it with no resistance.
Cash him or trash it. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment here for VanderfordAir.com. Go to VanderfordAir.com and see all the different ways they can help you. If you want to do a complete repipe job in your house, they got you. You want to do a dehumidifying system within your AC units, they got you. And, of course, when you have heating issues, and more specifically where everybody's worried here in Houston, when your AC units go down, they got you. They got you in a variety of different ways, but the reason why I always tell you about them is everything they do is backed up in writing with a 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Lock this number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it, and maybe right now you want to make sure that you get your AC units checked out before anything goes wrong. 281-557-COOL. That gets you directly to Vanderford, and they are going to take care of you every step of the way. From the time you call them, it starts, because within 24 hours, they're going to be out to see you. No waiting on days on end or a back order of all these people that have called before you. You get someone at your door within 24 hours when you call 281-557-COOL and set up an appointment. From that point on, everything that they do to diagnose the problem is going to be put in writing to tell you that if it's a part that needs to be replaced or a whole new system, they'll put them both in writing for you to decide. And once you make the decision, they'll back that up with a 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Same thing with the work that their workers are going to do, the installation of the part and or the system, and then just the fact that the unit and or what they replace will still get you to the optimal temperature that you desire, and that the entire unit is working the way you expect it to work. That's all going into that satisfaction guarantee as well. They take care of you like no other service company, and that's why I speak for them, because it's so hard to get companies that will back up their work. Most of the time, it's either a home warranty system or a company that's fly-by-night that just wants to get you done and get to the next job. And then once you call if there's a problem, I don't have time. I don't think I promised you that. And it's basically verbals, not writing. That's why you go to Vanderford Air. Check out all their services at VanderfordAir.com and save that number in your phone, 281-557-COOL.
Cash 'em or trash 'em with a B, 713-780-ESPN. What are you cashing or trashing, Blankers?
Based on my ill feelings over what happened last night, the Texans' ceiling is getting back to the divisional round.
Yeah, I'm cashing it. That's whenever we did our predictions before the start of the year, that's what I thought. Divisional round.
And then that ends up being a disappointing season.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think
Probably
as much
so.
as you try and get around it.
We have later,
Context matters. Like if they play the Ravens at home, they're not playing at home in the divisional round. Let's say they go to Buffalo and they lose a thriller by 3. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
context matters, but yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I've just seen more than I would have liked in terms of weaknesses and holes and less than performances.
Yeah, I'll cash that.
I'll cash it as well. That's a step down for me because I did have them in the AFC title game before the season began. But
you had to win in 15 games. You still there?
Incorrect. I had them at 11.
I can't get there. Most they can wins what, 13?
I never had them at 15.
No, I know, but the most they can wins 13.
Yeah, no, I still think they hit my preseason prediction of 11. But I don't think this is really not even considering last night. This is just what we've seen in the previous 10 games. But I don't think they can beat the Bills, Ravens, or Chiefs in a road playoff game, which limits them to the divisional round.
All right. I'm going to cash or trash. The Texans and the Cowboys should be a yearly regular season matchup until the NFL adds an 18th game, and maybe even so. But this works perfectly with a 17-game schedule. You know that the extra game, it kind of throws a wrinkle into the whole schedule each year in the NFL. You play one extra NFC team every year, depending on strength of schedule and not the divisions that you're currently synced up to play. They should turn the NFL to where the 17th game is an annual rivalry game with whoever is your closest rival in the AFC, NFC. So because you have the extra game, because you're playing an extra NFC team, that 17th game should be rivalry. It's not going to be the rivalry week because that wouldn't work in the schedule. But you have that rivalry game, game 17 every year. Texans, Cowboys would be a yearly matchup. Jets, Giants would be a yearly matchup. Commanders, Ravens, yearly matchup. Chargers, Rams, yearly matchup. And this wouldn't be perfect. There'd be a couple of randos at the bottom of the schedule. Well, that's not a rivalry. Who cares? Who cares? Because you're getting these marquee matchups yearly. That 17th extra game that they added should be a rivalry matchup. Texans, Cowboys should play every year while the 17th game exists.
I'm going to trash it because I hate it. I hate it for baseball as well when they used to try and do this before we got into the better schedule with playing everybody, because a lot of times you're just going to get a dog that's traditionally a dog of a team or someone else in your division gets a dog rivalry that they're going to dominate, and you get a really tough opponent.
Like an unbalanced schedule?
Yeah, I mean...
But you can't in a 17-game schedule. You can't balance it. So I mean, either way, it's going to be unbalanced.
Right. I just don't like the fact that more times than not, the Cowboys are probably going to be decent to pretty good, whereas teams in your division, like who's Jacksonville getting?
They'd probably get Tampa,
Miami.
Miami. You'd have to figure that
Tampa
out. Like I haven't
Miami.
done this. I haven't done this 1 through 32.
Well,
no, I know. I'm just saying from the division.
Atlanta would be close.
Well, Jacksonville, Atlanta would be good. Like Georgia, Florida has
Miami
the college
would
rivalry.
Tampa. I think that would make sense.
No, but I mean, this would be so much fun. This would be so much fun. It's better than some random game 17.
Yeah, but like you say, when you're just trying to stack and rack wins, I'd like to get a cupcake matchup that's a rivalry game instead of...
This is a cupcake matchup.
Right, this
Cowboys
year
are one of the worst teams in the league.
At the start of the year, we didn't think that.
It's 1 of 16, though. Like
one of 17.
Oh, one of 17. And spoiler alert, I'm cashing it. But I mean, it's 1 of 7. 1 of 17. I mean, like if that's, I get you want a softer schedule, but it's going to fluctuate year to year. Like some years it'll be tough, some years it'll be soft, and that's going to be the same for every team in the league. But it's 1 of 17. If that's what keeps you out, to me, you didn't deserve it anyway.
Yeah. Plus, it's a not a conference matchup, so it doesn't care. And I know it counts the same in the standings, but tiebreakers, the extra stuff, it wouldn't be like playing your rivalry game in the AFC. Yeah, this is fun. This is a great idea. In fact, I like this take so much, I'm going to TikTok it later. All right, what do you got, Brian?
I think, and this is something that came up during the Tennessee-Georgia game this last Saturday, but I think, and this is kind of, well, Soccer Matters coming up at 6 o'clock. It's something we see in soccer sometimes with guys flopping and going down and maybe try. And in soccer, it's to maybe get the yellow card, the red card, right? There's a gamesmanship there. In football, as you see it when teams go hurry up and the defense is struggling, they get tired, and then they get a call from the sideline and someone who seems perfectly fine just randomly goes down and can't get up so they can stop the clock and have a time to regroup. I think if a player goes down like that when in a situation where the team's running no huddle and you go, I mean, not even really if it's suspicious or not, because you can't really dictate intention. But if a player goes down, they should have to sit out the rest of the series because either A, they're actually hurt and they would be missing the series anyway, or B, you're trying to gamesmanship and slow the team down artificially, and you deserve the penalty of having to sit out that series.
Too long, didn't read.
You're the worst. You're the worst.
No, I cashed that. I think it's a good idea.
I think so too. I was trying to think of when you see Kiffin do this a lot too, and there are coaches that are really been trying to take advantage of the system. I was thinking, is there a way that you can kind of try and curtail it? Anything like that is I'm in for.
Let's hammer a few of these texters. Brandon T, cash or trash. The Texans will beat at least one of the two out of the Ravens or Chiefs in the regular season.
Trash it.
I'm going to cash it. I think they're going to win one of them.
Trash.
Yeah, I'll cash it. I don't feel good about it, but I'll cash it.
4133, UConn fan in Houston. 3-peat, cash or trash? Trash. Houston Cougars, baby.
Trash.
Go Cougs.
See who they're playing tonight?
Yeah, was it San Antonio school, right?
Texas A&M against UConn.
Yeah.
Didn't that used to be A&M Commerce?
I don't know, but I'm like, who they playing
I think
on
so.
TV?
I think
that might have been
already
A&M Commerce.
played A&M Commerce. I think that's.
But he's talking about UConn.
I know, but I think I saw A&M Commerce on the schedule for the Texas A&M Aggies already.
I could be making it up completely. Yeah, I'm going to be locked in on the Hofstra game to take on Florida State tonight. Locked in. I'll be dialed into that one.
Watching Marquette.
Okay, fair enough. Cash or trash, Bregman signs with another team for more moolah. Brown trades for Correa to come home, but at third base.
Trash the Correa part of it. So then I'm trashing all of it, I guess. I think Bregman's definitely going to be probably signing somewhere else for more money.
Really?
I hope not. That tomorrow. I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like he's chasing the dollars.
I'm going to trash the idea of trading for Correa.
Yeah, I'm going to trash on both parts. I think Correa's gone, and I don't think, or Correa's not coming back, and Bregman's gone.
Last one. The Golden State Warriors will compete for an NBA championship this year.
Trash it. I don't think they have enough. They got off to a hot start, but I just don't think they're deep enough and talented enough.
I'm gonna trash it as well. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, the West is too deep with the Timberwolves, the OKC. I mean, we'll see with
Denver.
Denver. Yeah, I don't. Phoenix has fallen off, but I don't see Golden State staying in this for the long run.
Has Phoenix started losing games because they were hot to start?
Yeah, they've fallen off a little bit, and Kevin Durant's hurt now.
All right, last one. I lied. Chicken Alfredo is a top 2 Italian dish.
Oh God, trash.
What? Cash.
Trash.
Really?
Chicken Alfredo is amazing. You don't like Alfredo?
Chicken parm is better than chicken Alfredo.
I like chicken parm.
Yeah, chicken parm way better than chicken Alfredo.
Way better.
That's one.
Okay.
It also depends where you go. Some places do chicken Alfredo better than they do chicken parm.
Second Italian dish?
Not so easy, huh? Tiramisu? The garlic knots?
I would take chicken parm. I would take lasagna. I would take manicotti.
How do you like it? How do you feel about marsala?
I love chicken marsala,
like
but
marsala.
It's almost feels like it's not an Italian dish.
Yeah,
but that used to be my go-to a lot.
Dish.
You give me a little chicken Alfredo from Italia. I was gonna be a happy man for 5 hours. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Second time with the starting offensive line. What do we think of the second time with this offensive line? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, what did you think of the offensive line? Second time with this unit, Laramie. You guys don't like Juice, Patterson, Shaq, Titus. What did you think of the offensive line for the second time they started it together?
They were okay. I mean, my biggest issue is still left guard. And so, I said what I had to say about Juice. And I understand that if that's the best you can get right now, hopefully he just continues to progress and get better and he gets more comfortable there with each passing game, but it's still not great. I still think Shaq is not great.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's bothersome. I give Patterson a lot of credit simply because of the fact that the 6th round guy that can play both positions seems to be way better than the 2nd round guy that can play both positions. But overall, then you throw in with Tunsil with the penalty early and then just kind of, it's okay. It's better, but it ain't great.
Yeah, see, I thought that they played pretty well, the offensive line, second time. You look at the pressures were down. Like, you weren't playing a great team again, so it's hard to have this litmus test of what does it look like against a good team. But C.J. Stroud was sacked one time.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable improvement of where they've been. We were like, well, this offensive line's going to be better at pass protection, but they're not going to be able to open up any holes for Joe Mixon, and they're not going to be able to run the football. What did the Houston Texans do on the ground yesterday? Well, Joe Mixon ran for 109 yards, and the Texans as a team ran for 141. Again, the competition matters, context matters, and the competition wasn't that good. But if you're telling me C.J. Stroud got sacked once and I'm running for 141 yards, that's good in my book. So I think the offensive line did a really good job.
I did think, and look, you mentioned that it's hard to grade what they would do against real competition, where I think you can grade against real competitions with Micah Parsons. And Micah Parsons was pretty much the only guy that was getting through on a consistent basis, other than, I forget the defensive tackle's name. There was one play where he got through pretty quickly. But Parsons, I think at one point they said late in the game, had like 8-9 pressures in the game. So he was consistently...
Final number, I think, was 10. And I was a little surprised by that. Yeah.
But CJ, and it was pretty much not 100% only from Parsons, but like 90% from Parsons, having to step up in the pocket and make plays and move it. You're right, Jeremy? You have a shocked look on your face.
I think we have a ghost in the studio.
Out of the blue between us, the microphone just crashed down onto the console, and we both looked like, how the hell that happened?
His face went white and just like it was very surprised, so I wasn't sure what was going on.
Kind of like ghosts, though.
Yeah, okay, well, not for me. But I look, Parsons, I thought, caused havoc. He caused CJ to have to step up and avoid and escape the pocket at times. We saw CJ with several long scrambles. So, I mean, we'll see when they face a team with more than one good pass rusher. But overall, I mean, 1 sack, 141 yards rushing, they did pretty well.
9953 competition isn't good as a team, but as a D-line, having Micah by itself makes them formidable. Fair point. And I like the kid from Texas. He's a pretty good player. Overshown. I can't always say Overshown or Overshown.
Yeah, he is good.
Overshown's a good player. Like, you get Micah and you get Overshown. Like, that is a formidable defensive line. I agree with the texter there. 4.478, second worst rushing defense in the league. So there's the opposite. Like, you got Micah, you got Overshown, that can get to the quarterback, but then you have the second worst rushing defense in the league. Now, Micah Parsons has been injured for a good amount of games too. But yeah, I'll tell you, if you told me before the game, 1 sack, 140 yards on the ground, I'll take it. The one area that certainly needs to get cleaned up is the penalties, whether it's being on the line of scrimmage and not making yourself an ineligible receiver downfield, which has happened half a dozen times for the Texans this year, and the holding penalties. The Juice Scruggs one was actually the one that was more costly, took you out of really touchdown range. You ended up scoring on the Laramie Tunsil drive anyways. So, but yeah, need to clean up the penalties. I think it's a promising step forward. And again, if you told me the stats before the game, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take that from the Texans offensive line. So that's where I'm at on that. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. How about Derek Stingley? Has Derek Stingley entered top cornerback territory? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Has Derek Stingley entered the conversation as one of the top cornerbacks in the league? DJ Bieniemy had this stat yesterday after the game, talking about Stingley in coverage of one CeeDee Lamb, who I think CeeDee Lamb's one of the top receivers in football. I would put him in my top 5.
Oh, yeah.
Chase,
for sure.
Jefferson, Lamb. Who else is there? Do you still have Tyreek there?
I think he should be. I think if he has Tua all year, I think if he has Tua for the entire season, it's a different story.
Yeah, I think so too. He's right on the cusp. You have Nico in the top 5? Has Nico entered top 5 territory?
Not yet.
Okay. You do need more. You usually need a bigger body of work. I'm usually a little quicker, which burns me at times.
What about A.J. Brown or I guess A.J. Brown would be the guy in Philly, and he's been hurt.
I would take Nico ahead of Brown.
Yeah.
I would take Nico ahead of Brown. I think that you could throw in – I'm missing a big one. I know I am.
I'm thinking about the same thing.
Who have you said again?
Jefferson, Chase, CeeDee Lamb is in the conversation. I think Nico's in the top 5 conversation.
Ross St. Brown.
Ross St. Brown needs to be in the conversation for sure. I mean, Puka could be in the conversation, but he's been hurt this year, so it's taken away from his volume numbers.
Smaller body of work.
Yeah, I would say he's in the same conversation. I mean, Nico led the league in receiving yards before he got hurt.
Yeah.
So I think Nico's top 5.
I don't know if I'd put Nico over A.J. Brown, but I think he's right there, 5-6.
I have no problem putting Nico ahead of A.J. Brown. No problem. I'm a heightist. I like tall receivers.
A.J. Brown's tall.
I'm a heightist. I like tall receivers. A.J. Brown's not that tall. A.J. Brown's
he's
built,
like 6'1", 6'2".
He's like Debo. He's not like Nico.
Well, let's double check the height, but he's not short. He's not a little receiver.
6'1's not tall.
6'1's
Trust me,
not
I
tall.
know. I am 6'1.
You're not 6'1.
Who are we missing?
I think we nailed him.
Yeah.
I think that we nailed him. I think those are the top receivers in the NFL. It's clearly Jefferson, Chase, 1-2. Clearly Jefferson, Chase, 1-2.
For sure.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's production's through the roof. He's going to be in that conversation. I would have Nico in the conversation. I would have Tyreek Hill in the conversation, although he has had a down year. There are some younger players that you would think were being on the cusp. Olave, but he's been hurt. Garrett Wilson, but he's been in a terrible offense. Mike Evans
Waddle
is
and
old
Smith
school.
are kind of the same player, and I don't think either one of them are there.
They're second, third tier.
Yeah.
Those guys are. Anyways, Derek Stingley, whenever he was shadowing CeeDee Lamb for 17 routes, allowed 2 catches for 19 yards with 3 pass breakups and a pick. I hope that this teaches D'Amico Ryans, who am I to tell D'Amico Ryans how to coach a defense, but whenever Stingley has traveled with the other team's receiver, good things have happened. You hammered Amari Cooper last year in the playoffs. You hammered CeeDee Lamb yesterday. When Stingley is traveling, it is a much different defense. I think it's for the better. I think it is good. I hope that this sends D'Amico a message that when they go up against an elite receiver, you don't have to do it all the time. You don't have to do it for every single play. But critical situation, when there's an elite receiver who's way better than the other team's number 2 receiver, can we please shadow Derek Stingley on that guy? Please?
Yeah, I agree. I think Derek Stingley has proven that the conversation has shifted and done a complete 180 between him and Sauce Gardner, because Sauce Gardner was really bad. I think it was last week's game where I saw Bart Scott just completely just selling him out and going with, from the bad hip turn to the angle he took to the way that he was defending receivers and pointing out that he's had a really bad year. I think Derek Stingley continues to ascend and prove to people that he can be one of the top corners in this league. Last night, he probably should have had 3 picks. He dropped 2, had 1. He's getting better and better, and he's definitely in that conversation of best corners, one of the best corners in this league.
And one of the other things that I really like about Derek Stingley, he gets asked after the game about this dominating performance against CeeDee Lamb, and I agree with you. I think he's in the conversation. And I don't watch other corners as closely as I watch the Houston Texans corners. I have an understanding of the league, but I couldn't sit here and tell you, that guy in New York, he's really, really good. I don't watch every single snap that Sauce Gardner plays. But watching Derek Stingley play every single snap, seeing what he does to the other team's best receivers, especially when he is shadowing, he belongs in the conversation as one of the top corners in the league. I'd be very curious, too, if he's going to be an all-pro. I think he's in the conversation as an all-pro corner this year. But another thing that I really like about Derek Stingley, he's a stud, one of the top corners in the NFL. He's asked about his performance shutting down CeeDee Lamb, and listen to his demeanor here.
About your performance, your matchup with CeeDee Lamb?
Oh, it was all right. I left a couple plays out there, but, good defense.
Maybe one of the best games of his entire career. Going up against Cooper Rush, not Dak Prescott. I get that. Going up against a top 3 receiver in the NFL, he shuts him down. What'd you think? It was all right. It was all right. No big deal. No big deal. I love that demeanor.
A little humility is always good with guys, but again, we also know that there's a lot of brash corners and receivers that really succeed and do phenomenal things too. But it is kind of nice to see, that the kid.
Stingley's not really that guy.
Yeah, he's not, and I think that's refreshing.
No, it's great. Like, I don't want Sauce Gardner. I don't want a dude who's flashy and always talking about himself. No, I wouldn't mind it. But if I had the alternative to pick which one do you want, like, let's just assume Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley are the same caliber of corner. I understand people have opinions on that. And I bet a lot of people that are listening to us would have Stingley ahead of Sauce. And I do think Stingley's been better than Sauce this year.
This year, yeah.
But let's just call them equal for the sake of the conversation. Let's just call them equal. They're equal players. Would you rather have Sauce's mentality or would you rather have Stingley's mentality?
Stingley's,
no doubt,
because the work ethic seems to go with it. Because most times when you hear a guy that say I left some plays out there, that means that he's trying to even get better. Whereas I think Sauce would be singing his own praises and blowing his own horn.
Love that soundbite from Stingley. Unbelievable game. Has put himself on the map as an All-Pro corner. And it was pretty good. It was all right.
And arguably, I know I think you guys mentioned he had the 1 pick, could have had 2. Arguably, could have had 3rd.
I said 3. He could have.
Yeah. Oh, you did say 3 because there was a little play where Lamb would kind of ran like an out route, but Stingley saw it coming from a mile away and out positioned him to the outside and dove for the ball, got his hands on it, but couldn't come up with it.
He had 2 that literally were in his mitts and slipped through after he got the early one on the contact.
Kind of thrown right at him.
Yeah.
8341. I think the defensive backs for the Texans should practice with the receivers this week and learn how to catch a ball. That game would have been a blowout. It's
Bullock.
They could have had the interceptions.
Center fielder.
Then again, maybe not. We've had 5 against Detroit. Look what happened. And we need to get that guy's name pronounced correctly too. By the way, it is Bullock, like you guys said. No, I know, but they're not saying it correctly in the broadcast. You want to know why? Because he's not in the media guide in terms of his pronunciation. It is Bullock. Get it right, people. He said it himself on draft day, and whenever he was kicking it with Will Kunkel, he told them too. Bullock's 2 to me were the more egregious ones.
Yep.
Or the more egregious.
Yeah,
I think
they left a lot from the standpoint of that, but a lot of times too, you have to remember that guys turn into defensive backs because as a receiver, they don't catch the ball.
Come on, cliche.
Oh man,
Come on, cliche.
We need like an all-time cliche marker to put one on the board. That's in the Hall of Fame.
Lewis Riddick is still using it. People
I
still
know
talk about
It's
it
still
all
a
the time.
cliche, even though Lewis Riddick uses it. It's still a cliche. Yes, you're right though, Blankers. Receivers have better hands than corners.
Yeah.
I completely agree. Bullock's been pretty sure-handed, though, this year. That was kind of uncharacteristic of him. And I think Stingley has good hands, too, relative to the position, not relative to, receivers. 713-780-ESPN-9953. I love D'Amico, but to the undisciplined point, D'Amico's celebrations and acting like a player best friend yesterday concerned me. Best friend style coaches don't work out, in my opinion. They need the I'm your boss aura.
Oh, settle down.
Yeah, seriously, like in the heat of the moment to celebrate a big emotional play, your players love the fact that you're willing to slap them on the back of the helmet or the pads and say, great play.
Steven Nelson didn't like it a whole lot.
Well, Steven Nelson's a different animal in itself with all the comments he made. But at the same time, it doesn't alter the fact that if he needs to get in someone's face or chew someone out.
Have you ever seen him do that, though? Have you ever seen him choose somebody on the sidelines? I haven't.
No, I think he's very particular about doing it when the cameras aren't around. Yeah.
See, I don't think he does it. Like, I think he's kind of like, we're grown men, we're professionals. Like, I'm not going to sit there and chew you out. We're going to sit there and have a conversation of what needs to be done. I don't think he's a raw, in-your-face guy.
Delivery, you might be right. I don't think he's afraid or shies away from telling a guy when they're playing less than or making mistakes.
No doubt.
But you're right. I could completely see D'Amico being a guy that's not going to scream and yell and get in your face.
No, he's not afraid of confrontation.
Right.
He's just not going to be he's not going to be Bill Cowher or spitting in your face. I don't think that's the way he goes about his business and treating players. He does get, I'm not going to say he's over animated on the sideline. Like, I'm not going to have the get off my lawn take, but I would say that he is more animated on the sideline than most NFL head coaches.
Sure. But there's a lot of prudish old school coaches that are on the sidelines that, that don't do those kind of things.
There's a lot of young coaches too who don't. Like, there's more young coaches in the
your
NFL
boy
than
Sirianni
old
would do it.
Yeah, he probably would. But would McVay, would Shanahan?
LaFleur would. LaFleur does.
Really?
Oh God, especially when there's a negative play too. He's He's animated.
I don't think there's anything
gets
wrong
pretty
with it for the
animated.
way. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Just talking about other coaches' demeanor and antics on the side.
He's
I don't
the guy
think there's
that'll
anything
follow
wrong
a
with
guy
it.
off the field to the sideline too, and tell him if there's something that they screwed up.
8835 Sauce Gardner entire offseason was golf and video games. This fall off is no surprise. My dad once told me never hire somebody with a single-digit handicap. They spend way too much time golfing than they do on their job. I think it's a fair point. 4,000 says Nico was number 15 preseason receiver. I think it's fair if he's in the top 5, 8 right now. Forget about the San Francisco wide receivers. Yeah, I wouldn't have any of the San Francisco. 8835 Nico top 5. Let's put the bottle down. I don't know if he means that we're drinking because we have Nico in the top 5, or if we're drinking because we don't have Nico in the top 5.
I think he's saying Nico doesn't belong in the top 5.
How does he not, though? I think Nico's a top 5 receiver in the NFL. Now, I think he's closer to 5 than 1, obviously.
It's like I think Tyreek is the one that really kind of changes the dynamic of the whole conversation. Because if Tyreek has Tua all year long and he doesn't slip up, then I think it's harder to put him in the top 5 when you've got St. Brown and Tyreek and Chase and Jefferson, and then who was our fifth?
CD.
And CD. Yeah, I think those are the front running 5. Now, if you factor in the quarterbacks and injuries that happen to them and or their quarterbacks, then I think that Nico again, but he was hurt too, so it's hard to say with the amount of games he's missed this year that he suddenly is in the top 5.
Let's look at the just receiver yards and see what that looks. Not that that's the end all be all by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just curious what this looks like after Nico Collins missing X amount of games. The number 1 receiver in the NFL in yards is Jamar Chase. He's already over 1,000. He leads the NFL in catches and reception yards. 73 catches, over 1, and also leads the league in touchdowns with 12. Chase is the best receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, no disagreement.
Justin Jefferson is 2 in terms of receiving yards. CeeDee Lamb is 3. I have no problem with him being in somebody's top 3. George Pickens 4. I wouldn't have him as my top 10.
No.
Zay Flowers is 5. Garrett Wilson 6. Wilson, I think, is on the cusp of top 10. He's not in a great offense, though. Terry McLaurin is currently 7th. Darnell Mooney is 8th. He's not a top 10 receiver. Drake London 9. He's on the cusp of top 10.
He could be in this kind. He'll be there maybe next year. Yeah.
On the cusp of top 10. Brock Bowers is number 10 in receiving yards, by the way.
No one can guard Brock Bowers right now.
Behan and asking, is Brock Bowers the best tight end in the NFL? I think it's no question about it.
Purely receiving, yes.
No question about it. Nico's now 17th in the NFL in receiving yards. Now,
I think
if you go,
he still leads yards per game, though, right?
He's number 1 in yards per game. He's ahead of Jamar Chase in yards per game. If you go yards per game, it's Nico 1, Chase 2, Jefferson 3, A.J. Brown 4, Chris Godwin 5, T. Higgins 6, Cooper Kupp 7, DK Metcalf 8, CeeDee Lamb 9, Malik Neighbors 10. I have Nico in the top 5, man. He might be my number 5.
I'd have him 6 or 7.
I think I got him
depending
at
on the
6.
Conversation.
Who are
with
the
AJ
5
Brown.
that are better?
We already did. I think
it
it's CD, it's Chase, it's Jefferson, it's Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Tyreek Hill.
You have Hill. Okay, yeah.
And
maybe
then
Nico's
the
6.
conversation begins Nico or AJ Brown at 6.
Okay, top 6 receiver, Nico Collins.
I think he's 6th.
Is there anybody else we're missing that needs to be 6 and Nico's top 7?
No, I mean I like Terry McLaurin a lot, but not more than Nico.
I like DK with the speed and the size and all that, but I think quarterback matters
Nico,
too.
Yeah.
Nico's having a better year than Tyreek.
Oh, there's no doubt, and both of them have been hurt.
Yeah, I'll go 6. I think it's fair to have him 6. I'm not going lower than top 6 though. You're not talking me out of any further drop.
It's up for discussion that by the end of the year he could be in the top 5.
Uncle Barney says single-digit handicappers are hardworking, a good analyst who are precisionist minded. You should always hire them.
Uncle Barney
sounds like Uncle Barney has a single handicap.
Yeah, he doesn't anymore. He doesn't at this stage of his life.
Is Uncle Barney coming for Thanksgiving? It could get interesting.
He doesn't hit it that far anymore. He's probably 210
Plays
off
some different
the tee.
tees, though, right?
I mean, he hits it further than Booker T.
Well, here we go.
He does do that. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Where are you with Bobby Slowick now after this Dallas game? Do you feel any better about first and second down play calling? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Do you know what week this is, by the way? It is Houston Blue Week. That's why I'm wearing my Houston Blue hat. You might not be able to see that in the medium of radio. But Cougar fans, it's the final home game of the season. Your Houston Cougars taking on the Baylor Bears Saturday, November 23rd, 6 p.m. The weather's going to be fantastic. It always is at TD-ECU Stadium. And this is your last chance to see the Cougs at home this year. Tickets start at just $15. You're not going to want to miss that. So lock those tickets in, uhcougars.com/tickets, or give them a call at 713-GO-COUGS. But don't miss the action. We celebrate Senior Day Saturday. Cheer on our team in their brand new blue uniforms. Taking on the Baylor Bears, looking for back-to-back wins over the Baylor Bears in the last 2 years. Looking for another Big 12 win as well, trying to get the 4th Big 12 win of the year and keep the bowl eligibility alive. Bring your friends, bring your family. Let's pack TD-ECU Stadium with that Cougar pride. Get your tickets now at uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear blue.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
U of H Cougars taking on the Baylor Bears on Saturday. A little old Southwest Conference rematch. Cougars looking to win back-to-back seasons against Baylor. Takes place Saturday, November 23rd, 6 p.m. at TD-ECU Stadium. Weather's going to be great. Senior Day, it's our Houston Blue game. Kind of funny they did that the same week that the Titans are coming to town. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Cougar football game. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear blue as we pack the stadium for our final home game of the year as we celebrate the seniors. First 20,000 fans, by the way, receive a Houston Blue rally towel, compliments of Ford, Bud Light, the U of H Alumni Association, and ConocoPhillips, and of course, the Cougars will be wearing their new Houston Blue uniforms. Giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. If you don't win, just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. 8835, a healthy Rashee Rice is top 10. I think he's on the brink of top 10. He's certainly not better than Nico, but I think he would be on the brink of top 10. I like Rashee Rice's game.
He's not afraid to go over the middle. He's got a lot of skill. Obviously, being on the field means a lot, and he's also facing some legal stuff. But yeah, on the field, he could be with that quarterback.
Yeah, he flees the scene. He does that. 8835, Jeremy had C.J. Stroud as the preseason number 2 quarterback. I don't think I had a number 2. I didn't have him ahead of Mahomes, and I didn't have him ahead of Lamar Jackson. I think I had him 4, but I don't remember who I had 3rd.
I think I had him top 5.
We'll have to go back and look at that. I definitely didn't have him. I think I had Josh Allen 3.
I had Josh Allen higher than you did, I think. But
you had him 2? You had him ahead of Lamar?
3, I think. 3.
I think I still had Allen 3. I definitely didn't have Stroud 4 because I wouldn't have had him ahead of Mahomes and I wouldn't have had him ahead of Lamar Jackson. We might have to revisit that, though. After 11 weeks, where does C.J. Stroud rank now? Maybe we'll revisit that in the coming days. 5666, yet y'all forget about Mike Evans. Yeah, Mike Evans isn't top 5. Like, he's borderline top 5 whenever he is well, but he's not well. Like, he's also hurt.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and he's also older. I mean,
Yeah,
for what he
he's
did
still
in his
productive,
career,
but yeah.
he was dominant at times, but he's a different receiver now and he's a little older, but it doesn't mean he's not good. And he's a wide receiver 1.
3864 Devontae Adams. See, like, this is the type of person that, like, I have these takes and I'm not going to change them even though they're 2 years old. Devontae Adams hasn't been a top 5 receiver in the last 2 years.
No, his first year in Vegas, he had a really good year, and Brian corrected me on that because I didn't even remember that he had a good year in his first year in Vegas. Since then, it's been a complete and utter fall off.
4958 single digit handicappers are great for business. That is true. A lot of deals are made on the golf course. 1970. How did U of H get the rights for the lovely Blues? I think they got sued for this. They got threatened with a lawsuit, and U of H said, "Bring it on, baby. Bring it on." They didn't cower down. They didn't bow down. And then Amy Adams skunk realized she didn't have a case. Because you can't sue for colors. Can't sue for colors.
And I'm glad they did it. Screw her.
All right, where are you with Bobby Slowick after the Dallas game? 713-780-3776. Where are you at, Blinkers?
I mean, it's a work in progress. I'm not upset with him. I'm not great with him. I wish, again, the second half is the main thing for me. Look, there was a little bit less predictability, and you ride the hot hand. Look, when Mixon's running the ball the way he's running, you have every right to keep pounding the rock until they find a way to stop you. But second half is still, there's something to be desired there. The second half, the adjustments, however you want to define it. I still need to see more explosiveness on the offense as a whole, but overall, I was fine with it.
I don't love that last sentence. Like, they put up tons of yards, nearly 400, and they had tons of explosive plays. Like, tons of explosive plays. Like, Joe Mixon had a 45-yard run.
I guess I'm still waiting.
He had the long catch, too, where he had a 37-yard catch. Nico had a 33-yard long. Nico also had, like, a 70-yard touchdown.
Well, the one that was
called back.
Right, it was called back. I don't think you right all the wrongs in 1 week. I think that it was better. It was also against a bad football team. Now, if they continue to do this, that's great. And like I said, and if there's a way that they can get better in the second half and put a touchdown on the board offensively in the third quarter, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I thought Slowick called one of his better games. And again, the competition matters. The context matters here. We talked about the offensive line preventing sacks, and they only gave up 1 in this game. I thought a lot of that was Bobby Slowick. Like, you noticed they were using the screen game more, quick releases. They weren't doing these stupid 7-step drops with a bad offensive line. I saw some things from Slowick that he's kind of been reluctant to do in terms of trying to get the ball out quicker. I also felt like we were watching a run-first football team yesterday, maybe for the first time. And I know that they had more passes than yards or rushes, but that's not necessarily what I mean. Because, like, you're using the running game to build the passing game off of that. And then you look at some of the issues that Slowick has been criticized about, like first and second downs and putting the Texans in bad situations. I felt like the Texans weren't in a bunch of third and longs yesterday.
They definitely were not.
They were much better first and second early downs than they had been really all year.
A lot can be predicated by the fact that when Mixon's running the ball the way he is, and look, credit to Joe Mixon too, one of the better running backs you're going to find in the game today, that after first contact, even when it looks like 2 or 3 guys might have stopped him, he gets low but finds a way to keep, like, his knees and elbows off the ground and still get you positive yardage. But yeah, for sure, it was better in terms of not putting your team behind the sticks.
I think that he was passing the ball a little bit more on first and second down too, though. Like, they were doing the quick stuff, like I was just talking about. Like, how many times did you see a screen yesterday?
Yeah.
Probably 5 or 6 times. Whether you're throwing a couple to Tank, whether you threw a couple to Nico, John Mechie got a couple as well. And, like, those are extensions of the running game. Like, you do that on a 1st and 10, even if you're gaining 4 or 5 yards. Well, now you're not in a 2nd and 10, you're in a 2nd and 5. So I thought Slowick to me yesterday did a lot of things that are the opposite of the reputation and the narrative that is built, rightfully so, against Bobby Slowick this year.
No, I agree with that. And I think that, like, to your point, even the inside out routes where they start out on the inside slot and they break out to the outside for a quick 5 or 6 yard hit, where they get a pad from the defensive back, you take what the defense gives you. And he did a good job yesterday. And the other thing is, he didn't try to pull the gadget plays where he didn't have we were talking about feel for the game. Like, when you're getting momentum and things are clicking, that's such a hit or miss that if you get the big hit on the big gadget play, then it's great. But if it stifles the momentum of the tempo you're going at, it can be a drive killer. And we didn't see that like we've seen throughout the season. So, yeah, definitely much better.
Texter says, I really thought Slowick called a quality game. Very noticeable changes, but a head scratcher was on the goal line. You bring in 3 receivers to block down. I saw Tank's little behind blocking near the tackles, and it brought back very bad memories from last year. We had that conversation a little bit. I'm a little bit more at ease with Tank blocking this year because it's very scheme specific. This scheme calls for all receivers to be part of the blocking game. Yeah, I get it. Look, I wasn't very happy last year when Tank Dell got his fibula broken. And I don't really mind 3 receivers on 3rd and shorts and stuff like that either because you're trying to space out the box. You're trying to create a light box. 2941, Bobby Slowick is the offensive coordinator who will pass on 3rd and 1 or inches and run on 3rd and 20. Call him out on that. Plus the play that went for it on 4th down instead of getting the 3 points. Well, that's D'Amico's decision. Bobby Slowick's calling the play, but D'Amico's decision is to go for it. Bobby Slowick is not determining to kick a field goal or go for it on 4th down. I don't mind the pass play on 3rd and 1. He got criticized for that. It was a poor throw by C.J. Stroud. It was a 3rd and 1. They had Tank Dell on the top sideline, right sideline that ran it. No, he should have been picked to hit the defender in the back.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was there. I thought it was a good play call. It was there. Tank Dell had tons of separation. CJ Stroud makes that throw 9 times out of 10, and Stroud missed badly, and it should have been a ball that was intercepted. I don't mind that call on 3rd and 1.
Look, I mean, again, when we talk about feel, if you have a feel and you think that that's going to be there and you believe that it's not going to be a super tight window, Troy was talking about the fact that on the flip side, that that because of the secondary of the Texans, a lot of the windows that Rush was having to throw to were so super tight that even the short passing game was tougher to do. If you feel like you've got something there and that's the play you call and everybody's expecting run, you catch them on their heels, it should be effective.
Yeah, and the 3rd and 20 stuff, like how many
That's
passing plays are you going to get on 3rd and 20? Like that's when you start playing complementary football. Like, okay, well, this possession isn't going anywhere. We're not going to put the ball at risk and lead to a bad turnover and then great field position. 3rd and 20, 9 times out of 10, you're looking to punt and put your best chance you can to put yourself in a good spot for field position. You're trying to get 10 yards there.
Yeah, you're just flipping the field to make sure that they have a long way to go. And it sets you up to get the ball in good position the next time you do it. But more so than not, 3rd and 20 is a draw play, a short screen pass at best. But you aren't trying to get all 20 in the air.
Yeah, I'm not huge on you got to throw the ball 3rd and 20, get it deep downfield. Like there are times for it, but most of the time you're going to see draw, you're going to see screens, and that's every quarter.
Dari did a good job on that one where he almost got it. He got like 14 or 15 of the and got it close.
Yeah, he made it respectable. Almost got there. You're right. All right, C.J. Stroud. What did we think of his performance yesterday? You've heard the narrative. You've heard people talk about the sophomore slump. You've heard the regression word whenever you've mentioned C.J. Stroud. I got to admit, I'm starting to see it a little bit with C.J. Stroud. Well, great, Stroud. When we return, it is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
They pass on the field goal try. Stroud throws, pass, picked off, intercepted. That's Hooker. And Malik Hooker with a much-needed takeaway for this Dallas defense.
I thought that was a Harden thing. C.J. Stroud, 23 for 34 yesterday. 257 yards, no touchdowns, a pick. 51.6 QBR, 77.7 rating. Those are the numbers. The interception there. What did you think of C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday?
It's a C. To
Okay.
me, just honestly, it's a C. I was extremely frustrated with the pick. I thought that he left some. I don't want to say ever an easy throw for an NFL quarterback, but what we know CJ to be, I felt like there were some throws where his internal clock was telling him to hurry and panic a little bit more than we saw in the past. The throws weren't accurate where they have been in the past. He got the win, so that's great. But overall, to me, and it's a tough scenario because of the fact that you have to try. You're telling someone, hey, you have to stop panicking and thinking you're going to get crushed when you've been hitting it as much as he has.
Yep.
But overall, against that team and the way he played with what he left out there, he didn't have any touchdowns either. And the pick, I'm going to give him a C.
Yeah, that regression word that a lot of people have been hesitant to use. I've been hesitant to use it. I see it. I do see some regression in Stroud's game. I don't think that Stroud's playing as free, as loose. He's not as accurate with the football as he was a year ago. And there are a lot of things that go into that. I don't think it's Stroud's talent. I think it's because of the conditioning of the offensive line that he has been getting his brains beaten in consistently week in, week out. And I think that over time that starts to take a toll on a quarterback. And I'm seeing that toll. I am seeing CJ Stroud not play at that high level that we saw him play at late last year, maybe even early this year. And there were some specific plays that you can look at where I think it's noticeable. The Cowboys are not a good football team. You rolled them by 24, and Stroud's making some plays out there. You're like, yeah, I didn't see Stroud do that consistently last year in a negative way. The interception that we bumped back with, that was a poorly thrown ball. And yeah, like Nico's there, and like Stroud's capable of making the throw where he can feather it over that first layer of defense underneath the safety, and he's capable of making the throw. I don't agree with Aikman saying that if he let him up the seam, it was a touchdown. I don't agree with that.
No, the defender was playing it over the top.
But completed pass, certainly.
I also looked at that play and thought the out route was there almost more so.
Are you talking about Dare?
Yeah.
I had that in the notes. Like, that was a poorly thrown ball. CJ Stroud's capable of completing that pass. Of those two options that you have there, Dare was wide open for what would have been an easy first down.
As much as Aikman said that was an easy throw to Nico,
I don't think it was an easy throw.
No, I thought it was easier on the out route.
Yeah, I don't think that the throw to Nico is an easy throw. It's one that he can make, and he probably makes more than he misses. I thought that and look, it's easy. It's hard to jump off your progression whenever the guy's open. I'm sure the Nico was probably his first progression on that play. And he's like, okay, I'm capable of making that throw, so I'm not going to go to my other progressions. I get all of that. In a perfect world, I wish he threw the ball to Dare.
Yeah, Dare was the right play there. I'm still not totally convinced, though, that there wasn't a miscommunication more so than a poorly thrown ball by Stroud. Like, watching the replay a few times, like you said, Jeremy, Aikman kept saying, well, if you lead him up the seam, it's a touchdown. The defender was playing over the top. That looked like Nico was reading the coverage of the defender and decided to kind of settle it down or bend it towards the inside, and Stroud read it wrong.
A little bit of an option route.
It wasn't the throw itself, but a miscommunication between what Stroud saw, and I think Nico saw right, so you could still blame Stroud. But it looked like Nico was trying to kind of sit it down because the defender was playing over the top.
So kind of a choice there that he has, that Nico has. I wondered the same thing, because that was a wildly inaccurate ball if that was not the case. But the giveaway to me as to why that's not true is Stroud's reaction. Like, Stroud had the reaction of, oh, my goodness, I missed that so badly. And maybe to your point, it's because I missed the read on that, what Nico saw. But the body language to me screamed, I made a wildly inaccurate throw. And maybe I'm off there, but I am a body language expert. So that's
I think
fact.
it's true. Body language or not, facial expression said to me, I really screwed up there.
He might say that if he made the right or the wrong read also. Like, oh, my God, the defender was over the top. I should have throw it to Nico when he sat down.
And he wasn't asked about the interception, too, which annoys me. So we can't hear CJ Stroud talk about what he saw on that play. Like, we don't know. We don't know the answer. Stroud was not asked and obviously didn't answer.
He believes he can make every throw in the book, he should. And I believe the facial expression was, I missed that one.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it could be I missed the read and instead of I missed, with the accuracy.
Because
I
he
believe
legitimately
what I
had
think, though.
both options. They were both right there, depending on your degree of difficulty. That's up for discussion.
I just don't think he came off his first progression. I think Nico's your first progression there, especially on a fourth down play, and he thought he was capable of making the throw, which he is. I just don't think he ever saw Dare.
It was Dare on the out route.
Yep.
Well, then think of it. Of the two guys, who am I going to? I'm going to trust no matter what Dare can do in the passing game.
Dare's
I'm going to Nico number one.
Yeah, Dare's never going to be your number one progression on that play unless he's hot and you see a blitz. Stroud's accuracy's down, like the whole ball placement, and you still see it from time to time. It's just not at that consistent level where he's putting the ball right on the dot every single time. A second down play after the fake punt. Like this is usually first or second down. You're probably looking for a big play. Like you see this in football all the time.
Is
You
that
get
the
a
one he threw
turnover.
low? And Tank had to dive?
No, this is more just like what he's looking at.
Oh, I'm talking about the second play
There was
after
a
the
few
fake
of those.
punt. I thought that there was a over the middle kind of a slant.
No, this
Tank
was a
had,
sack.
and he skipped it. Oh.
This was his only sack. And I think it was an avoidable sack, too. Like we talked about the offensive line, protecting better. They only give up the one sack. I feel like this is one where you probably should not have had the quarterback get sacked. I feel like it was on Stroud a little bit. To me, he was big game hunting. And we've seen that at times from Stroud. Stroud's even talked about it. He said, I need to be better at taking the singles. I need to be better at taking what the defense is giving me. And this is a perfect example of not seeing that. Second down play after the fake punt, he's looking for the touchdown. He's looking
Woods,
big.
Woods was in double coverage.
Well, I couldn't tell you. Like, I don't know. He takes a sack. He had two short routes that were wide open. And, like, it was a four-man rush, so I can understand Stroud sitting, reading the defense. They're sending four. My offensive line's got that. But you do have to have a little bit of feel if the defense does beat you with a four-man rush. And they had two guys that were absolutely wide open. There was another play later in the game whenever the Cowboys jumped offside. Remember this? Remember the Cowboys jump offside, flag flies in the air. Do you remember what C.J. Stroud did on that play?
He threw it away, didn't he?
He threw it away.
Yeah. Free play, and
he
threw
it away. You got to have a little bit of awareness there. Like, I think that the defender jumped, corner of my eye. I see the referee throw the flag. This is an obvious take a shot situation. And C.J. Stroud, not only did he not take a shot, he threw it away on a free play.
The worst thing you can do in that play.
Can't do that. The 3rd and 1. This is the one that was criticized from Slowick. What's he doing? Running the ball or passing the ball on 3rd and 1. Outbreaking route. Tank Dell has 3 yards of separation. This is a play that C.J. Stroud makes in his sleep. He makes this throw in his sleep. He throws it so far behind Tank Dell that the recovering corner, who is running for his life trying to get Tank Dell because it's about to be a completed pass, hits him between the numbers on the back of his uniform. Wildly inaccurate throw from C.J. Stroud. And these are the little things that I think whenever you get hit week in, week
no
out,
doubt.
week in, week out, you start to play on your heels. You start to play a little timid. You don't have that. You don't have that flow. You don't have that rhythm. And I'm seeing it with C.J. Stroud, even in a game that you won by 24, even a game where he was okay. Like, he wasn't awful. He was okay, especially if you take away the interception. But he's not playing at that high level like we saw at the end of last season.
He's skittish. The internal clock is ticking a little faster. And again, you can't fault him because of the fact that he's gotten the hell beat out of him in the last several games.
No, I would agree with that. Like, I'm not putting the blame as to why his production has went down on C.J. Stroud. I think it's been beaten into him.
I think it's correctable. Kind of to that point.
Sure.
I think it is correctable because once he has more confidence that he can set his feet, have his normal mechanics, and he's able to actually get back into that rhythm, I think a lot of this corrects itself. And there was one more missed throw I'd like to throw in there. There was a play, I think it was the drive where they ultimately settled for a field goal in the 3rd quarter. He had I think it was checking my notes. Yeah, it was the 3rd down slant pass to Mixon. Mixon was wide open, would have walked into the end zone, and Stroud put it just about a foot too far out in front. Mixon kind of had to stumble forward to try to catch it. Didn't come up with it because he's a running back. Puts it on target. Mixon catches that easily.
But didn't that hit him in the forearm and the elbow?
Yeah, I thought that was more on Mixon myself.
I thought Mixon should have caught that.
I did too.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, but Mixon's having to stumble trying to reach out.
I thought he was more right here, and it skipped through both arms.
He stumbles
once he started stumbling forward.
See, I think the stumble happens after he misses the pass.
I do too. I thought that was a catchable ball, and he didn't have the one arm up.
Yeah, he definitely stumbles. There's no argument that he stumbles. I just think that the stumble happens after he kind of, drops the pass. It wasn't a great throw. It wasn't the perfect throw that C.J. Stroud's capable. Like, he puts it on the dot. Like, Mixon had to do a little bit of work, but it was a catchable ball. And
yeah,
I think
wouldn't
that
disagree
I
with
think
that.
that the
I
stumble
just-
happened after he missed it.
Like I think obviously if Nico's the target, Nico catches it. But when you're throwing to a running back, things got to be a little bit more perfect. And it was a little too far out front from the couple of views I saw, and it caused Mixon to kind of lean forward and stumble and not come up
Watch
with it.
that again in your all 22s because
I will. Yeah, I watched. I mean, I remember that play specifically.
I felt like that ball was right where it
I do
needed to be,
too.
and it skipped right through that V.
It might have been a little low from like perfect placement, but I think if Mixon makes a clean catch, I don't even think he comes off his feet. I think he makes the catch running. Maybe not in stride, perfectly in stride, but I don't think it was like low where he had to make like a sliding effort.
You see, and the thing is, look, I think that when everybody's saying he's having a sophomore slump, I think I'm quick to defend him because I don't think it's anything to do with his ability. I think that all the ability is there. He's still got all the tools. He can still make all the throws. I think this is all predicated on the fact that his offensive line has been less than. He has gotten the hell beat out of him. And because of that, his internal clock is forcing him into making throws not the way he's accustomed to making them.
The concern would be in like the ultimate fear, and here comes fearmonger Branham, would be if you never get that comfort back.
Right. It's the David Carr thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where if you just get it, so the CTE of just getting crushed so many times that now you don't even want to audible because you're afraid you're going to get crushed the minute you take that next half step or wind your arm back.
Yeah.
Yeah. You hope that it's not long term, but it's understandable why this year is different than last year. If you want to call it the numbers don't lie. So if you want to do it by the numbers, he's having a sophomore slump. It's hard to argue with it because of the fact that the numbers are down.
7218 League has made a bit of an adjustment on Stroud. He needs to adjust some to them as well. Play calling can make a difference and protect him, certainly. I think in early Seattle, Russell Wilson's a good model, good running game defense, and using his mobility some will make a huge difference when he makes adjustments. He's going to be real good just learning a bit this year. I think it's a perfect take. I think it's a great take, 7218. 8807 saw a stat recently that Stroud is ranked around 30th in on-target throws. That's not good. That's not good. Now, the pressure rate's going to lead to that, too. Like, C.J. Stroud's one of the highest pressured quarterbacks in the NFL. So if you have a quarterback who's getting pressured at one of the highest rates in the entire league, I think there's correlation that quarterback's probably going to be towards the bottom on target throws.
Yeah, I agree. I think that has a ton to do with it. If he's just got a clean pocket and he's just sitting back and those throws aren't on time, that's one thing. But when you go back and look at the film and watch many of the games the way we all do, to see the fact that most times in the almost the entire season, he has got someone on his back pocket almost every time he's looking to complete a pass.
Yeah, clean pocket obviously is going to be more accurate than with a messy pocket or being pressured. So you gave him a C. I'm going to give him a C minus. What do you give him, Brian?
C. I think C is fair.
A good, fair C. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? Car wreck nomination, 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at helping you to get your hair back. He does so many things so well. He does spa treatments. He does Botox. He does plastic surgery. But for guys that are losing their hair, he is a game changer because he gets your hair back. And it's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that gimmick and mask the problem. It's actually fixing it once and for all. And as it was explained to me in a free consultation that I had with Doc and his staff, it really makes perfect sense. He takes hair from where you're never going to lose it. Genetically, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He puts it where you need it most. Maybe some of you have that shiny spot up on top and back. Maybe others are losing their hairline going from a 4-head to an 8-head. Regardless of where the hair loss is occurring, he can fix it. It's like taking and resodding the parts of your scalp where you need hair and don't have it anymore. That's what the NeoGraft procedure is. And if it's the fact that you have follicles there and you see the hair, they're just not as thick and strong as they used to be. PRP treatments might avoid the NeoGraft procedure. It's like fertilizing your lawn, getting it to be thick and strong and lush again without even having to go to the steps of taking the NeoGraft. Either way, both work. And that's why I'm here to tell you about them, because I've had both. I had the NeoGraft, and then I followed up with PRP treatments. The results, unbelievable. I got my hairline back. I have hair in front. I have confidence in the fact that the hair is back, and it was a game changer for me. He can do the same for you. You get a free consultation because you're listening to me and you want to talk to him. That same consultation I got, you don't have to pay $150 like people off the street. Just go to 975hair.com, set up a first consultation. It's free of charge, no commitment to be made, signing on the dotted line or money out of pocket. Just them explaining to you how they can possibly help. and then you asking questions to get the answers you need to see if it's something you may consider. Think about it. You don't have to do it, but if you do, I'm here to tell you it works. It's a game changer, and the hair's going to be with you for the rest of your life. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
What are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Soccer Matters in Glenn Davis follows us at 6 o'clock in Hall of Fame with Brad Gilmore. And then who's the other one? Stevie Ray?
That's his brother. That's his brother.
Most famous brother of Harlem Heat. Oh, but Booker T, I guess. Glenn will be talking about the U.S. men's national team after their 4-2 win over Jamaica. Glenn breaks it all down, and then also how Houston can optimize the 2026 World Cup. Can't wait for that. That's going to be awesome. World Cup in
Having
Houston.
games here in Houston is going to be pretty amazing.
Jamaica has a soccer team?
They do. They lost to the U.S. men's national team 4-2.
I prefer their
Brian.
bobsled team, but
Grade the joke.
Yeah, and the movie.
it's not a good one. I'm aware.
Car Wreck of the Day.
I'll stick with
There
it.
you go.
Brian wins.
First
Good night,
nominee.
everybody. Tip your bartenders and wait staff on the way out.
All right, what are you nominating for the Car Wreck of the Day?
I'm going to go with officiating last night as it relates to Houston sports. The horrible call for the penalty on the
Petrie,
hit that
Giannis.
Petrie and El Shair put on the receiver for the Cowboys. And then, of course, the Rockets debacle with Giannis stepping out of bounds. And that was just, at that moment in the game, don't tell me tomorrow you're sorry, because it doesn't change the outcome from that point on with the 2-minute thing with the NBA. Officiating sucked last night.
I do like it whenever they tell you that they were wrong, just because we can bash the officials even more. Yeah, like it gives you proof, right? Like we're bashing the officials, Then they tell us, oh, we did get it wrong. Well, now your official bashing has now been validated.
I guess it's just that it
It's
would
like
be nice
proving a
that
crime.
if you admitted to game-changing bad calls, that there would be some kind of ramification or something. It's just that's the frustration of you admit it, but it doesn't change the outcome.
No, I get you on that. And yes, absolutely. But would you rather them admit it or not admit it?
I guess it's better than the arrogance of trying to tell me that it's black when it's white and say, that we didn't miss a call.
Which of the so the Petrie hit, I don't even know the receiver he hit. How egregious?
It was the
secondary
tight
tight
end.
end.
No, it was Luke Schoonmaker. The
Schoonmaker,
tight
there
end,
you
yeah.
go.
What was the egregious level of that one? Scale 1 to 10, 10 being the worst.
Oh boy, I'd say it's a 9.
Really? That high?
I was gonna go 8.
I was gonna go 5. Like that's a bang one. Like that's so close to being a penalty, and it's not. What is the egregious level of the Giannis stepping on the baseline?
That's a 10.
That's easily a 10.
That's a 10. At that
Especially
point in
since
the
the
game,
referee's not
and to
looking at
see,
it.
Not looking
to
at
have
it.
the visual proof of a referee that wasn't even looking for what his responsibility was, which was that end line.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Be on your keys, bro. I think that it's easily the NBA official over the NFL official.
Yeah.
Like NFL, bang, bang, so fast, speed of the game. Like this is literally, is he on the line or not? And you're not even looking. Like that to
At
me
a
was way worse.
critical moment in the game.
Absolutely. I'm going to nominate the sheet of metal falling at AT&T Stadium. They've had some weird things happen there. You had this sheet metal falling yesterday. It could have sliced somebody in half. Might not be heavy, but it could slice somebody in half. And then you had like the runaway cart some years ago.
The curtain.
Poor Jerry Woodley. The curtain. All of this. Poor Danny Amendola's father. Yeah. AT&T field. I think it's cursed. The Cowboys haven't won a game there all year.
Jake Paul has more wins in that stadium than the Cowboys do.
Iron deficiency. Mike Tyson looks like an old man in a wheelchair. Like the stadium's cursed.
Packers have more playoff wins in that stadium than the Cowboys do.
It's a cursed stadium.
That's an amazing stat.
They need to tear it down. Jerry Jones sold his soul to the devil for that stadium.
I think he sold his soul to
I
the
think
devil long
Houstonians
before
would
that
say,
stadium.
let it keep being
Fair
cursed.
enough. It's cursed. The curse of Jerry Jones.
Good.
My correct of the day nominee, I don't know if you guys saw this story, but apparently the NFL would like to flex out the Monday Night Football game coming up between the Cowboys and the Bengals because the Cowboys suck, but they can't because that's the game that they're promoting the Simpsons animated like sidecast, and they've already done too much work putting in Bengals and Cowboys related things. Like it's too far gone that they can't go back and change the matchup.
That's like
so
where
they're
you can
stuck
watch
in
the
this game.
animated version of the game.
Yeah, I
Something like
guess
that.
so. It's supposed to be because they've done this before with Toy Story. I think it was. I don't remember which game it was. I think it was an Amazon game. But apparently they've done too much work to put the Bengals and the Cowboys in the Simpsons world. They can't go back and they're stuck with it.
That's a dumb reason. I don't think that you should be able to flex out of Monday night games though.
Why?
Because you have traveling fans and it ruins their
Monday
schedule.
night's more, Sunday nights.
Yeah, Sunday for
still
sure.
the same
I don't
day.
care about
Yeah,
Sundays,
yeah.
but I don't think that you should be like rescheduling and flexing games from Monday to Sunday and Sunday to Monday. Once the day is out, the day is set in stone, in my opinion.
And you've been as a football team, you've been planning on that game for weeks. So yeah, I would agree with that.
Hawaii AD Craig Angelos has been dismissed by Hawaii outgoing president David Lassner, effective December 1. No reasons were provided, but Angelos, who was at Hawaii for just 18 months, recently negotiated Hawaii's full membership into the Mountain West, saving the school $1 million annually in travel subsidies. So the outgoing president sacks the AD. Isn't that's bizarre? You're outgoing. What are you doing?
And on that note, did you see Tom Herman fired his DC 2 weeks ago? Tom Herman got fired and they hired the DC back.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yes.
Tom Herman got $4.1 million, though.
Oh, boy.
He's a winner.
What
All right, what's
wins?
winning here?
Cowboy Stadium?
I think the sheet metal.
Yeah, Cowboy Stadium.
NBA referee's pretty good, though. It's a tie. You both win. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. We're ready to go here tonight. We got a lot to talk about. How are we doing, H-Town? How are we doing? Doing pretty darn good because, well, I don't know if Joel would agree, but Joel was wanting more out of the Texans last night. But they beat Dallas. That's good. We've got Behind the Glass, as always, continuing on, both on-air personality and producer, Brian McDonald. We got the U.S., putting a beat down on Jamaica, especially the first 45 minutes. We're not going to go crazy. We're going to measure this. We're going to pro and con it. I want to know, though, what you thought about the U.S. result last night, 713-780-3776. Also, we're going to do some discussion tonight on World Cup 2026 coming to Houston. And, you know, all the amazing potential that is around this event. He is the co-chair of team. His name is John-Luc Blackburn, and he'll join me tonight. We're going to talk about Houston, business, passion, soccer, all that's going to be happening here in 2026. I think Houston, if you're in business and you are not thinking about your engagement and your activation with World Cup 2026, with all these unique visitors that are going to be coming to Houston, you're behind the game now. So take that to the bank. You want to be ahead of World Cup 2026 and soccer. And by the way, it's not just for the World Cup. It's just for soccer in general because of the amount of people playing it and spending money on it. So we will talk to Jean-Luc tonight. It's passion, it's business, it's soccer, it's Houston. We have an unbelievable opportunity to shine the light on our city when the World Cup comes here. And I think the different thing we're all going to come to realize, I'm not sure people realize it now, is if, let's say, the Netherlands is drawn to Houston, and I've said this repeatedly on the show, let's say the Netherlands are going to play in Houston, you're going to have 100,000 Dutch people here. They're not all going to go to the game. They're going to be in the streets. They're going to be partying. You got to be ready for it. The World Cup Committee is going to, and FIFA are going to have to be ready for this in all cities. But these are all people that are going to eat, sleep, drink. They're going to go to Cactus Music. They're going to go to Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture. In fact, my friend Quinn, who owns Cactus Music, said, "Oh, I definitely want all the international soccer fans. Yeah, of course I want them coming in my store because they're unique potentials." All right, we stream at ESPN975.com. Call in number 713-780-3776. All right, City Park in St. Louis last night. It's our World Cup moment here, brought to you by Nico's Greek and American Cafe. The U.S. defeating Jamaica 4-2. They advanced 5-2 on aggregate in this thing called the Nations League. By advancing to the semifinals, by virtue of that advancement, they are now qualified for the Gold Cup next summer. And by the way, the Gold Cup next summer, we are hosting, and we've had David Fletcher of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment on the show. We are hosting the Gold Cup final. The final will be in Houston. It's another big get for us when it comes to international soccer content. We blow it out of the water when it comes to that. That's why the World Cup is coming here. Youth, adult, interest, people from all over the world, and massive attendance at international soccer matches here. So hosting the Gold Cup final next summer, what a thing to look forward to. That's sort of a precursor to the World Cup. All right, the World Cup update brought to you by Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Locations throughout Houston. They got the new one in the Woodlands. I've been there a couple times. Excellent. We got the one out on I-10 near the Beltway. Another great one. And then my favorite, of course, will always be my favorite, the original on Montrose. All right, so let's get into U.S. men's national team talk, 713-780-3776. All right, in general, goals equality in this, excellent first half. Second half, not so much. Tactical nuances. There were some really interesting things being done tactically by Mauricio Pochettino with players. Positionally, things he's asking people to do. And yes, optimism is great after this, but let's keep it all in perspective, right? And all in the context, this was Jamaica. Nothing against Jamaica. They've got good players. And CONCACAF. That said, I do want to see the U.S. come out like this more often in CONCACAF and absolutely put a beat down on an opponent. Score goals. Not just say, hey, we played a great 45-minute, but we're 0-0. But take your just desserts. Take what you deserve out of playing a good 45 minutes. And that you do by scoring goals. It's as simple as that. And how many times did we watch a Dynamo game this year and go, wow, they played great soccer for 45 minutes. Can't score goals. The U.S. put their foot on the head of the snake, which was the Reggae Boys of Jamaica. To see them up 3-0 at halftime was liberating. It was optimistic. It was prideful. It was all about the performance. You're seeing application from the players who are establishing themselves to a new manager. There's a newfound energy, that Argentine energy that you're on the field. It's 100% effort. Every single ball is important. You're not just playing and attacking well, but you're scoring goals to validate that play through the newfound energy. This team was flat before Mauricio Pochettino took it over under Greg Berhalter. It was flat. You saw it. I saw it. We all saw it. It was like a team treading water or straddling a fence. It wasn't going anywhere. This type of U.S. performance in the first half has to happen more in these CONCACAF matches. And I believe it will under Mauricio Pochettino. Dominant football against opponents, frankly, you should dominate more often. Argentine football, and that's what we're getting with Pochettino, we're getting the taste of it now, is aggressive regardless of what third of the field you're playing in. And Mauricio Pochettino is bringing that Argentine attitude with some tactical nuances. That's what we see so far. And he's building out the roster as well. That vein of passion right now, Argentine style, is being accessed. Time will tell. All right, so Tim Weah comes out. He hits a post early. He's playing as an inverted winger. We'll talk about that in a minute. The game's opener comes in the 13th minute. It's started and finished by Christian Pulisic. He starts in his own half, and then he gets on the end of an incredible ball from Weston McKennie. This was five-star entertainment.
Laid out to the right side there for Weston McKennie. McKennie over the top. Lovely ball for Pulisic. It's Christian Pulisic. It's absolutely delightful.
That's Luke Wildman on the call. Could you imagine Canada hiring a U.S. announcer to call their games? By the way, he's an excellent announcer. I like him. Could you imagine England hiring a foreign person to call their national team games? It would be considered sacrilegious, Brian. Luke Wildman's an excellent commentator. I have a lot of respect for him.
I think there's something weird about Americans that we think something sounds formal and more serious if it has a British or foreign accent to it.
Yeah.
It's weird, but you see that all the time in TV shows where it doesn't matter what it is, but they'll hire the British actor and it gives it a different feel for some reason.
It brings a little culture and monarchy to it.
It's weird. I don't know
right?
why we view it that way, but it seems like we do.
Because, like the Rolling Stones once said, the Americans are gullible. I mean,
we certainly are.
We are in the soccer community sometimes to a fault, and there's been a lot of tremendous English influence in our soccer in this country as well. And so I would never, ever bang on that. But, that is something you could talk about. I don't think Luke Wildman's accent is heavily it's different, but it's not heavily British like some of them are. But again, quality commentator. I mean, it's not up to me. 33rd minute. Here he is again. It's an own goal. Really, this is a Pulisic goal. Here's what it sounds like. It makes it 2-0.
Picked up by Weston McKennie. McKennie towards the edge of the box. Pulls it back to Tanner Tessman. Lets it go to Pulisic. And it's deflected in. And it's 2-0 for the US.
2-0 at that point. By the way, I think it does. The only reason I'm talking about accents of commentators and not hiring an American for that job is because I think sometimes we lack a little confidence. And I think those types of hires, in some ways, say, hey, we don't have a good enough American commentator to call our national team to keep it prideful and national. I don't get it. But anyway, goal number 3. This will be Ricardo Pepi. It comes in the 42nd minute.
Drops towards Weah. Now Robinson. This is Pepi. Pepi can turn. Pepi will shoot. And it's a
3-0. Now, the U.S. in the second half, and Mauricio Pochettino stated this in the post-game press conference. He said he was very happy, and we're going to play a soundbite in a minute, but he was very happy with the first 45 minutes. Very, very happy. Then in the second half, and the way he described this is really interesting. He said, we weren't able to change the tempo. In other words, teams are going to come out of locker rooms motivated, right? I mean, Steve McClaren probably gave the Reggae Boys of Jamaica a dressing down in the locker room. You know, what is this? We're being embarrassed here. And of course, they come out with more energy and they get a chance real early. That's a warning sign. And what Pochettino goes on to explain is that at that point, I want my team to figure out a way to change the tempo of the game. And then comes a second chance. Then comes a third chance. Still haven't changed the tempo. And then ultimately, then comes the goal. I thought it was a really unique way of describing that. It's one thing to say it, but how do you change that momentum? And I think this is the question maybe that he posed. Now, Tim Weah is coming back into the national team. This is the first real good taste of Tim Weah that Mauricio Pochettino, the U.S. manager, is getting. He plays him as an inverted winger. He hits the post in the first few minutes of the game. So, naturally, this guy's been playing on the right side of the field, bringing width. And the ball's coming across his body to his right foot. So he's not getting into as many good shooting positions from the right side of the field. Now he's starting on the left, which means he's moving in on his right, his preferred foot. That also means if things come through the box and he's tucking in and getting to the far side of the penalty area, he's going to get shooting opportunities. And boy, did he get one, and boy, did he bury it.
Robinson carries it forward, finds Christian Pulisic. Right to the right, there's space here for Yunus Musa. Musa with the ball in towards Weah at the back post. Weah draws it in! It's an emphatic finish from Tim Weah.
By the way, that's a great goal call from Luke. And that's an even better goal, quite frankly. It was a fantastic goal. So we're all excited. We saw some differing things in this. So let's think about this a little bit. Tim Weah hit the post early, playing as an inverted winger. That's different. You've got Tanner Tessman in midfield now, getting a real run as he's really trying to build out his midfield. Johnny Cardoso still has not had those performances for the U.S. I know a lot of people talk about him. We saw interesting tactics against Jamaica. Pulisic in a free role. He operated more in the middle of the field in this game, but essentially had a free role. I think that also, by putting him and having him operate central more, I think that brings an even greater responsibility and involvement to him, which I think is, from him being our fulcrum and our leader and he's our attacking guy, the guy. I think that is a very smart move. Yunus Musa playing out on the right again. Anthony Robinson, the left back, jumping into midfield, not only for the build, but also he would go central from his left back position in front of the two center backs, Tim Weah. The two center backs he'd be in front of. And he'd be alongside or close to Tanner Tessman, which is interesting. Tim Ream is the name I was trying to come up with. So he would jump in front of them at times. And not only is that good for the build, but in some ways, in transition defending, it's a good thing. If you're going to play this really committed, interchanging, attacking offense, which was what was going on. So I thought that was really interesting. Tessman, Busio, he's been giving them minutes in midfield, try and build out the midfield and the roster of this team. And I think that's important to focus on, because I think Tyler Adams, you got to really wonder and question his old injury rearing its ugly head at times. And he is so vital to the U.S. He has been, Tyler Adams. So this is good that other people are getting a bit of the build out. We'll see what happens with Cardoso. But the roster has to get bigger. He knows it. He knows it because nobody's adverse to injury. And he's also not adverse, and he's made it very clearly, Mauricio Pochettino, to MLS players. There's no looking down on the MLS player. as far as potentials for the national team. Now, the number 9 goal scoring position, for the love of the greatest of soccer gods, I really hope we go into the 2026 World Cup with at least an idea who the bona fide number 9 goal scorer is for our national team. I hope it's not a toss-up. I hope somebody wins the job outright. Right now, it's Ricardo Pepi. He scored a couple goals. Now, he goes back to PSV. If he's not playing a lot, that's not great. But he's scoring the goals right now. But he's in a fight for playing time there. What's going to happen with Fowler and Balogun, Haji Wright? We're looking at all these guys. But we want some of these players to start just dominating and winning these positions, which is maybe easier said than done. But you got to cue in the club performance and how these players are playing with their club, because we want to go into the World Cup next year not with a toss-up, but key pieces of the spine of this team in place. I don't think any question. And by the way, you're not going to have a first 45 minutes like that against everybody, right? That's one thing you got to know. You're not going to have a first 45 minutes like that against everybody, and you're not going to necessarily have a first 45 minutes like that against top 10 teams in the world. So we have to put that in the context of Jamaica and CONCACAF. But the fact that they took care of business in the first 45 is good. Brian, do we have that soundbite? Okay, wonderful. Brian pulled this soundbite from Mauricio Pochettino on that first 45 minutes.
In the way that we wanted to play. I think I am so pleased. The first 45 minutes is in the way that we want to grow and build our journey together. And I think it was fantastic to see the player perform. Yes, that is, for me, is the way that we need to follow, continuous growing, improving.
Yeah, so you might say, okay, so what's so big deal about that? No, I think you've seen a snapshot in that first 45 minutes against Jamaica by Mauricio Pochettino. That's a snapshot. If it's working, that's how he wants it to work. Interchanging positions, mobility. Is that going to occur all the time? Of course not. Is that going to occur in segments? Yes. Are they going to have to balance all that attacking confidence, exhibition, and risk with transition defending? You bet. And that is an issue we're going to have to keep an eye on, the balance of attack and defending. And, what are we doing in the center back position? It can't be Chris Richards and McKenzie. Tim Ream's out there for his experience, his distribution. How will he be in 2026? I mean, he's an older man now. Excellent player. So there you go. All right, New York City FC against the Red Bulls, LAFC Seattle, Orlando City, Atlanta United, LA Galaxy, Minnesota. That's what you got coming up this weekend. I will also remind you that Tata Martino stepped down from Inter Miami today. One thing you will remember with Tata Martino, he's never lasted anywhere or stayed anywhere for more than 2 years. So I have a feeling a lot of this has to do with his wanting differing challenges, but I don't know everything. Maybe we need to bring on Michelle Kaufman of Miami Herald. All right, we're going to take a break here. Quick reminder here, Cactus Music, get down there for your vinyl CD needs. Great spot. Hugh O'Connor's Pub out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Great for soccer watching. Great English pub. You'll love it out there. DanishInspirations.com for the best in modern contemporary furniture. And we always love our little Patagonia empanadas. They are the best. We love them. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We're going to talk World Cup 2026 in Houston. Business-wise, soccer-wise, passion-wise. All right, welcome back.
Every day you're working like a slave, sweating buckets, hoping that you get it right.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Just look at her, love her, did you get it right? Will she soothe your brow with kisses, only meant for thee? She'll show no mercy. She'll show no mercy.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.